In a trance, the man heard a rough voice calling him. In his chest, the sharp phantom pain of a blade still lingered. The pain was too real, causing the man to subconsciously touch his chest, but his fingertips only touched the jersey soaked with cold sweat. The man took a deep breath and looked up. His friend was squatting beside a chair, with 3 other people standing behind him. At this moment, all 4 of them were focused on him. The man looked around again, tears welling in his eyes. Everything seemed so familiar. He, Lin E, had been reborn. This place was exactly where he and Xiao Jinfeng and the other 4 had confirmed their teaming up in his previous life. Seeing that Lin E hadn't made any move, Xiao Jinfeng immediately urged, "The world has changed. The team crossing will begin in 10 minutes." Lin E listened without replying and immediately checked the information in his mind. The text seemed to be engraved on his retina with incredible clarity. "You are the chosen traveler, representing Blue Firefly Star to journey to the endless ocean, joining a 5-person team on a voyage to survive. Your starting point is without any food or tools, only a wooden drifting platform. Your journey is filled with countless unknown life and death trials. Only through cooperation can you survive. Your goal is to reach the final continent alive. Only those who reach the origin continent are qualified to survive in the universe. Today at 8 p.m., the time for the time travel begins. Team formation starts at 7:30 p.m. Lin E picked up his phone and saw the time was 7:17 p.m. Team formation starts in 13 minutes. Time travel starts in 43 minutes. Time is running out. He thought to himself and put away his phone. "Xiao Jinfeng, let me take it easy. I need to catch my breath first," Lin E casually explained and walked directly to the side of the road. He no longer had time to dwell on the issue of rebirth. In his previous life, Lin E missed his preparation time due to sleeping in and ended up having to hastily team up with Xiao Zhenfeng and the others. The team was wiped out, and he himself was killed by an enemy ambush. This time is different. I must form a stronger team. Lin E made up his mind and immediately quickened his pace, shaking off Xiao Zhenfeng and others who were following him. Xiao Zhenfeng was on the school basketball team. Lin E had a good relationship with him, so logically, he should have teamed up with him. However, his previous life experience had taught Lin E one thing. Xiao Zhenfeng wasn't qualified to be the captain. In his previous life, Lin E used his own innate skills to accidentally elevate Xiao Zhenfeng's to S level. Xiao Zhenfeng became the first transmigrator to possess S-level innate skills. However, he gradually became arrogant and looked down upon others. Having made too many enemies, their team was eventually besieged by Zhang Heng and other teams while fighting for resources on Zhongshu Island. Ultimately, they were outnumbered, and Lin E was stabbed to death. In this life, I want to be the captain. Only by gaining the right to speak in the team can I control my own destiny. Lin E thought, crossed the road, and found a familiar green source electric car. Xiao Zhenfeng followed behind and only realized something was wrong when he saw Lin Yi's electric scooter start up. He immediately shouted, "Lin dog, you're about to cross over. Where the hell are you going?" Hearing this, Lin E turned around and said with a smile, "Phone go. I'm going to find my girlfriend to team up with me so I can stop being a light bulb for you 2 couples. I'll recommend someone to you, our class monitor. Your girlfriend has their contact information." As soon as he finished speaking, the electric scooter sped off. Xiao Zhenfeng shouted as he gave chase. Only when the scooter's taillights disappeared into the distance did he reluctantly stop and start cursing. Elsewhere, Lin E rode his electric scooter, recalling the hardship of his previous life, feeling a pang of unease. After their journey through time, the 5 of them squeezed onto a 3 by 3 meter wooden floating platform and drifted. Most of the time, he could only sit there idly gazing at the boundless sea. When Lin E thought of this, he suddenly felt a pang of sadness. But the next moment, his eyes suddenly became resolute. In my previous life, I had no choice but to lie alone like a lackey. In this life, I'm going to stand up straight and team up with 4 girls. Choose the ones with the strongest talents and skills. This time, I want to be far ahead in the national navigation survival journey. Lead the team to kill all the invading enemies. After Lin E finished muttering, he turned the car around, headed north, and accelerated towards the girls' dormitory. And now, the first thing I have to do is rush into the girls' dormitory, capture the school beauty, and get her to team up with me. Lin E remembered it. The school beauty, Lu Xiaoqing, had awakened an A-level super powerful boost talent in her previous life. Lin Yi's A-level talent, super critical hit, can critically hit everything, with a critical hit rate of 50%. As long as Lin E captures her and lets her add the super buff effect to herself, the critical hit rate will reach 100%. This way, he could turn his innate skill into an S-rank Finger of God. At the start, the effect of Finger of God was to permanently gain a 100% critical hit rate. All Lin E needs to do is find 3 more girls with L-level talents and crit their skills, and the entire team will be able to obtain hidden S-level talents at the start. Lu Xiaoqing, do you know what? Even the heavens are helping us. I know all your most private secrets. You should have no reason to refuse to team up with me, right? Lin E couldn't help but laugh in the early summer breeze. A few minutes later, at the girls' dormitory building, the school road in front of the building was bustling with people, men and women in groups of 3 or 5, making final preparations to form teams. Lin E parked the car and ran, squeezing through the crowd until he arrived at the girls' dormitory gate. Lin E rushed to the stairs. After climbing to the 5th floor, he found a dozen or so boys standing there, along with a few familiar faces he'd seen playing basketball with. They were all looking into the hallway. In the corridor, there were also many boys standing at the dormitory door, chatting with the girls. Lin E ignored them and turned around to squeeze into the corridor. Isn't that Lin E from our department? He's here to join in the fun too. Lin E, my idol, come team up with the brothers. The 2 of us are invincible together. Not to mention 3 girls. We can even team up with 30. The familiar voice behind him faded away, and Lin E had already squeezed into the back of the hallway. Looking forward, he saw 4 or 5 boys gathered in front of the door of dormitory 512. He squeezed through, ignoring their strange looks, and raised his hand to knock. At that moment, the dormitory door opened. Lin Yi's hand hovered in midair as his gaze met the girl inside. She was wearing a creamy white silk dress, her long, flowing hair draped over her shoulders, and a sparkling necklace around her neck. When Lu Xiaoqing found someone outside the door, his face suddenly turned cold, and he said, "Classmate, please move aside. I have already said that I will not team up with boys. Come out for a moment. I have something to tell you," Lin E said. Then he reached out and grabbed her wrist that was leaning against the door, pulling her back. Lu Xiaoqing was frightened by this sudden move, and at the moment she was pulled out of the door, she grabbed the door frame with her other hand. Lu Xiaoqing shouted angrily, "Let me go. We don't even know each other." The next moment, several girls in the dormitory and several boys outside the door also reacted and immediately surrounded them. Lin E only looked at Lu Xiaoqing in front of him and asked, "Lu Xiaoqing, do you want to find Chen Xiao to team up now?" After hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing was surprised and asked, "How did you know?" "Not only that, I also know who Chen Xiao's teammates are. If you want to know, I can tell you. Let's have a quick chat," Lin E said, and then let go of her hand. Seeing this, the people around him were speechless. After listening to this, Lu Xiaoqing was silent for a few seconds, but finally nodded slightly. Then, Lin E led her through the corridor and came to a secluded balcony. "I just sent a message to Chen Xiao. How did you know I was going to look for her?" Lu Xiaoqing stopped and immediately asked what was on his mind. Lin E laughed and said, "Not only do I know you're going to look for her, I also know that Chen Xiao's team now includes Yao Mimi, Lu Xiaoyan, and Qiyu." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing immediately said excitedly, "You're lying." Lin E didn't refute it. He grabbed her phone and showed it to her. "If you want to prove that I'm not lying, just ask Chen Xiao now." Lu Xiaoqing turned her gaze and saw Chen Xiao's incoming call. "Okay, wait a minute," she said, and answered the call directly. A minute later, Lu Xiaoqing hung up. Lu Xiaoqing looked at Lin E in confusion and asked in a deep voice, "Chen Xiaokai has just finalized the team members, and one is still being discussed. How on earth did you manage to predict the future?" "Because I can predict the future," Lin E said calmly, as if he was talking about something very simple. Lu Xiaoqing's face turned cold when he heard this, and said, "If you want to make up a reason, at least make it reasonable, right?" Seeing her turn around and try to leave, Lin E immediately stepped forward to stop her and said, "What if I can provide more evidence? Then I'll be frank. I know you have 3 moles on your chest." Lin E didn't give her much time to calm down, and immediately added, "If these are not enough, there are more secrets. There is a small heart-shaped birthmark on your buttocks, and on your right thigh, there's also—" "Enough!" Lu Xiaoqing shouted to stop. Lin E was suddenly interrupted and realized that she was close to collapse, so he temporarily shut up. Lu Xiaoqing paused for a moment and said, The light red mole on my chest only appeared after I went to college, and no one knows about it. I believe you for now. So just tell me, what is your purpose in coming to see me? Team up with me. When my talents and skills are combined with yours, our entire team will be able to obtain S-level talents and skills. Lin E said directly without beating around the bush. But time is tight now. I still need to find other teammates, so I can't explain it to you in detail. Okay, I agree to team up with you. Let's go. Lu Xiaoqing said without hesitation and rushed to the dormitory corridor. I'm going to go find a girl from the next class. She's in dormitory 201. You could just follow behind. Lin E followed up with a word, then sprinted downstairs. 2 minutes later, at the entrance of dormitory 201, Lin E stood face to face with a girl wearing a black slip dress and a bun hairstyle, blue bangs and sideburns. Jiang Xiahan, I'm looking for you because I want to team up with you. Lin E got straight to the point. Lin E was also very familiar with Jiang Xiahan's talent skills. It was an A-level talent with a purification effect, and it could also purify seawater. Fresh water is a rare commodity on the sea, where food is scarce. Not only does it require drinking water, but it's also needed for farming and planting. This talent is exactly what the team needs. After accepting another teammate, he took out his phone. The time had already reached 7:28 p.m., just 2 minutes before the team formation started. Lin E made a voice call. The call went through quickly. Lin E asked, Xiao, have you formed a team yet? After a few minutes, Lin E put away his phone and walked out of the stairs. Wang Xiyao was a schoolmate Lin E had met at a student union event. Although their relationship wasn't very close, he knew she was a fangirl of Lu Xiaoqing's. He knew that Wang Xiyao's awakened talent after her time travel was healing, and she was also an indispensable part of the team. With Lu Xiaoqing, recruiting her was the simplest and most direct way. Lu Xiaoqing is pure buff. Jiang Xiahan purifies everything. Wang Xiyao heals everything, and I can crit everything at will. Now all I'm missing is a super powerful fighter. The only one who fits the bill is Sister Su Ying, the queen boss of the gym across from the school. Just as Lin E was thinking about this, a system notification sounded. Team formation is enabled. Please form a 5-person team within 30 minutes. Time travel officially begins at 8 p.m. It's almost time. He took out his phone and searched among his friends, finding a profile picture of a girl with short hair. When the time jumped to 7:31 p.m., Lin E made a voice call. A female voice rang out. Hello, our gym is temporarily closed today. If you want to take a class or open a membership card. Sister Su Ying, are you in the office handing over the gym's operating information to your father now? I have something to talk to you about. A few minutes later, Lin E hung up the phone, started the train, and sped off towards the outside of the school. In his previous life, he and Su Ying had met on a resource island, but their luck was very bad, and they were trapped in a basement by a group of mutant beasts. At that time, they all thought they were dead, and they talk a lot from the heart. Finally, they let go completely and started a game directly, saying that even as a ghost, it is still romantic. 10 minutes later, Lin E arrived at the gym's front desk on time. He waited at the door for a moment before hearing hurried footsteps coming from inside. Looking up, a tall, powerful woman walked out. She had short, neat hair and wore a tight-fitting sports t-shirt and black hot pants. Her muscular figure was smooth, exuding strength and confidence. This person was Su Ying. I have an A-level talent, and the other 3 teammates are also students of Jiangxing University. 2 are A-level, and 1 is C-level. Lin E answered conjugacy. Hearing this, Su Ying's expression changed slightly. Are they all girls? Lin E looked calm and nodded. That's right. And they don't know each other. Why choose all girls? Logically speaking, boys have better physical strength and are more resilient. Lin E said calmly. After traveling through time, the most important thing is talent and skills, followed by cooperation and following orders. What I want are teammates who are obedient and have strong execution ability, so girls are more suitable. He was so frank that people had no way to refute him. Su Ying's expression darkened, and she said coldly, You mean, all of us girls have to obey you? Lin E nodded without hesitation. Su Ying snorted. That doesn't mean you can act arbitrarily. Lin E said calmly, I won't do anything that would harm the team. But if you can't accept orders, then I'll have to find someone else. He turned and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Su Ying's voice rang out behind him. Lin E stopped and turned around to ask, Have you decided? Su Ying took a deep breath, her eyes firm. I agreed to form a team, and I agree that you will be the captain. But I have to explain a few things to my family first. Lin E nodded and said, Okay. I will notify the others and ask them to gather with you. Okay. Su Ying nodded slightly, then turned and walked towards the back door of the gym. Lin E looked at her straight and strong back and smiled secretly. She's indeed an older sister type of person. Her psychological defenses are much harder to break than others. He turned and walked to the front desk, took some snacks, and ate while resting. A few minutes later, hurried footsteps were heard at the stairs. Lin E looked up and saw Jiang Xiahan rushing in front, followed closely by Lu Xiaoqing and Wang Xiyao. The three of them were panting and looked like they had run all the way up. Lin Yi's gaze lingered on the last girl. Wang Xiyao had a lovely face, a thin layer of sweat on her cheeks. Her JK uniform accentuated her slender figure, and her white stockings highlighted her soft muscles, making her look charming and charming. As expected of a future powerhouse who would awaken the wet nurse talent, her temperament and figure were highly recognizable. Jiang Xiahan rushed over, snatched the potato chips from Lin Yi's hand, and angrily said, "The three of us squeezed into one electric bike and finally got here. And you're actually eating snacks here?" Lin E smiled and said, "I can only blame your poor driving skills." After that, he took out a few more bags of snacks and handed them to the other two. "Wang Xiyao, Lu Xiaoqing, come and eat something to fill your stomach. There may be no food to eat after the time travel." Wang Xiao nodded obediently. "Thank you, senior." Lu Xiaoqing's face was cold and her voice was emotionless. "Please don't call me like that anymore. It's disgusting." Lin E smiled even more brightly. "Okay, Ching Ching." Jiang Xiahan immediately pretended to be disgusted, causing several people to laugh. As they were eating, Su Ying walked out the back door. She glanced at everyone and calmly introduced herself. "Sorry to have kept you waiting. My name is Su Ying, and I'm officially joining Lin Yi's team." Several girls nodded in response. Lin E interrupted the small talk and said seriously, "We don't have much time left. We'll be traveling in 10 minutes. Don't waste time. Eat something if you're hungry." Su Ying nodded and took some food from the shelf and started eating. Lin E looked at everyone and said seriously, "Everyone, eat more high-calorie foods, such as chocolate and Snickers. You may not be lucky in the first 2 days after crossing over, and you may not be able to find food." The girls immediately quieted down and obediently followed his instructions. Lin E opened the system and followed the instructions to form a team. Time remaining for the journey, 11 minutes and 46 seconds. Please complete the team formation as soon as possible. He quickly added everyone to the team. The system prompt sounded, "Congratulations on forming a team. Captain, Lin E. Members, Lu Xiaoqing, Jiang Xiahan, Wang Xiyao." Su Ying. Lin E breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Finally caught up. For female teammates, assemble." Just as he was about to exit the system, a new prompt appeared. There are 10 minutes left before the time travel. Teams already formed cannot be changed. Teams not formed will be automatically matched by the system. You may only bring 2 pieces of clothing when traveling through time. No metal or plastic items are allowed. Please complete your final preparations. Lin E was stunned after reading this, then smiled wryly. What close call. He almost forgot to change his clothes. Chapter 5, Swimsuit Crossing. 4.5 billion people arrive at the Endless Sea. Lin E still clearly remembers the chaotic scene before the crossing. As soon as the news was announced on the playground, the boys were so excited that some even went shirtless and declared they were going to cross over in style. The women, however, were clearly more sensible and couldn't be so capricious about their attire. After all, bras with metal buckles and plastic parts would be risky to carry, and they didn't dare rush into the unknown wearing only their underwear. The scene was in chaos, and the women had to form impromptu teams to shield themselves from the crowd, hastily stripping off their underwear and leaving only their outerwear. During those 10 minutes, the school streets were littered with discarded underwear, as if a grand evacuation had been staged in advance. To put it mildly, the scene was a unique spectacle. To put it bluntly, it was a frantic struggle for survival. Lin Yi's eyes shifted. Inside the cafeteria, the girls were eating and scrolling through their messages, their expressions becoming increasingly diverse. "Fuck, you can only bring 2? Well, I'm wearing breast stickers right now, so a dress and panties would be perfect." Jiang Xiahan was the first to react, her tone brimming with excitement. Wang Xiyao, on the other hand, looked nervously down at her pleated skirt, clutching the hem in hesitation. Her skirt was already incredibly short, making it difficult for her to even squat, and she was wearing a button-down shirt, which was not suitable for a crossover at all. Lu Xiaoqing was very calm and asked Su Ying directly, Sister Su Ying, where's the bathroom in your gym? Let me take you there. I need to change too. After Su Ying responded, she noticed what Wang Xiyao was wearing and immediately reminded her, don't worry if you're wearing a skirt. I have a few sets of sportswear in my office. Come with me to change into one. Wang Xiyao was visibly relieved when she heard this and immediately nodded in agreement. Lin E looked at the group and immediately interrupted. Are you really planning on traveling through time, wearing just this little bit of fabric? The temperature difference at sea is huge. It's sunny during the day and cold at night. Jiang Xiahan replied nonchalantly, what else can I do? Lin E glanced at Su Ying and asked, doesn't your gym have a swimming pool and yoga classes? They should sell swimsuits, right? Su Ying suddenly realized, oh, that's right, I would have forgotten if you hadn't told me. Then she turned and rushed to the front desk. Lin E waved his hand. Why are you still standing there? Let's go pick out a suitable swimsuit together. The group quickly followed Su Ying to the shelf selling swimsuits. After selecting and choosing, Lin E suggested that everyone choose long-sleeve styles. After all, the conditions at sea were harsh, and long-sleeve swimsuits not only kept them warm at night, but also provided sun protection during the day. Most importantly, they were quick-drying and antibacterial, preventing sweat odor. Furthermore, swimsuits were far more convenient than skirts for jogging on the island. Lin E had explained all of this to them as they were choosing. 5 minutes later, the 5 of them had changed into their swimsuits and gathered outside the locker room. Lin E looked around and saw that, with the exception of Jiang Xiahan, who was wearing a swimsuit that fit her perfectly, the others seemed a bit too tight in their swimsuits. Jiang Xiahan had chosen a blue one, which had a well-balanced figure and fit her perfectly. Lu Xiaoqing wore a purple suit, her white skin gleaming white, her figure well-proportioned and curvaceous. Su Ying, on the other hand, chose a black suit, her lines defined and her muscles sharp, a classic example of a toned body. She pulled it off naturally, and Lin E was, of course, most familiar with her. After all, they weren't just ordinary friends in their previous life. The most eye-catching person was, of course, Wang Xiyao. Her off-white swimsuit was so visually striking it was impossible to look away. The 4 girls, ranging from B to E, were a true showcase of figure, their levels clearly defined and undeniable. Lin E silently withdrew his gaze, glanced at his phone, and, confirming it was almost time, decisively tossed it onto the table. It's almost time. Less than 2 minutes left. Get ready to cross. Everyone, put away your phones and form a circle. After hearing this, the others quieted down, put down their phones, and followed Lin E into a small circle. As they stood hand in hand in a circle, Lin E could sense their nervousness. He soothed them, saying, don't be too nervous. The first week is the protection period for newbies. The sea is safe, and we just need to collect resources. Go, go, go. We can do it. Jiang Xiahan suddenly came up with a funny slogan, which made everyone laugh, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Time quietly arrived at the hour, 2000 hours. Time travel initiated. 4.5 billion people have traveled through Blue Firefly this time. Along with the chime, a flash of white light suddenly appeared, and the world before the 5 people's eyes rapidly changed. The next second, they were standing on the vast ocean, a suspended light screen platform beneath their feet. All around them was boundless water, no sign of land, only the bright moon in the sky and the salty sea breeze. Lin E warned, watch your step, be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, the light screen beneath their feet slowly descended, placing them on a 3-meter square wooden floating platform. Then, the light screen disappeared, and the platform began to sway slightly, rippling. Relax, sit down, and it won't shake, Lin E said, guiding everyone to sit firmly. Before they could recover from their shock, a system notification rang out in their minds. Congratulations, you have successfully reached the endless sea. The adventure is about to begin. Please read the following important information. First, the navigation platform is the foundation of your survival at sea. You must quickly collect materials to upgrade it, including wood, organic soil, metal, etc. Second, platform upgrades not only increase the area, but also extend the time spent docking at each resource island. Upgrading early will also earn you rewards. Third, all platforms drift along a fixed route from west to east, automatically arriving at a new resource island at 8 a.m. daily and returning at the specified time. Fourth, the initial platform stay time is 30 minutes, and each upgrade increases by 30 minutes, up to a maximum of 12 hours. Fifth, resource islands are divided into different levels. The higher the platform level, the more island resources you can access, but the competition will also be more intense. Sixth, the first week is an adaptation period, risk-free. However, starting the second week, severe weather will occur, and in the third week, a beast tide may even appear. Seventh, the beast tide will prioritize attacking low-level platforms, creating immense pressure to survive. Upgrading your platform is your primary goal. Please check the system bracelets on your hands for more details. You will represent cities, countries, and tribes, traveling together across the universe to the distant origin continent. To increase your survival rate, after 5 minutes, each traveler will awaken a talent skill. Talents are divided into 5 levels: A, B, C, D, and E, with corresponding probabilities of 1% for percent, 15%, 30%, and 50% respectively. Rare S-level talents can only be obtained through special means, and each one is unique. Chapter 6. The Power of S-Class Talent. Just give them a critical hit and you'll see. The 4 girls sat quietly on the platform, the atmosphere suddenly becoming solemn as the system's information was digested. Every beast tide eliminates at least 1%, meaning nearly 50 million travelers will perish in the first round. This number was so enormous that even people in peacetime would find it terrifying. The sea breeze blew across the wooden platform, but it couldn't dispel the quietly pervasive, oppressive atmosphere. Seeing this, Lin E had an idea and thought of a way to distract himself. He clicked on the bracelet system. A pale blue screen popped up on his wrist, and he operated it while showing it to everyone with a smile. Don't be nervous. The system awakening hasn't started yet. Let me introduce this bracelet to everyone. He pointed to the interface. It can view attributes and skills, store supplies, and has a global chat function. You can watch city channels, national channels, and world channels. The chats among the wearers are really funny. Oh, and it can also take pictures. It's clearer than a cell phone camera. I guarantee you girls will like it. In fact, they had a 1-week novice protection period. As long as they diligently collected resources and developed themselves in the early stages, their chances of survival were quite good. Therefore, Lin E did not intend to make things too tense. The key was to let them adapt well. Jiang Xiahan became interested when she heard it and rushed over to grab Lin Yi's hand. Is it true? I thought I had to say goodbye to my mobile phone after traveling through time. The small platform was not big to begin with, and she pulled it suddenly, and Lin E almost lost his balance and fell down. Lin E quickly reached out and pressed his hand against her forehead, pushing her back. What are you doing? You have a bracelet on your hand, too. Jiang Xiahan muttered and sat back in her original seat. She followed his example, clicked on her own bracelet, and casually clicked into the chat channel. She only read a few messages when she couldn't help but burst out laughing. These people are really good at making things up. Let me read you a few. Damn, my wife and I finally teamed up, but she got pregnant and didn't cross over successfully. The system even assigned me my sister-in-law. Brother, I'm a winner. The incense is here, and I've taken care of my family. This is the pinnacle of life. System, damn it. My girlfriend didn't travel through time. We didn't do anything. So how did she get pregnant? Stop lying, system. Damn, when I first crossed over I thought I was dreaming, but when I woke up I was pushed into the sea by a few young women. Luckily I can swim. As she laughed as she read, several people came over to read, and the originally depressing atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed. 5 minutes passed quickly, and the system notification sounded again, and everyone instantly fell silent. Congratulations! You've awakened the A-level talent skill super critical hit. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and he was ecstatic. Sure enough, just like in my previous life. He immediately opened his personal dashboard, and the familiar data came into view. Name, Lin E, age, 21 talent, A-level, super critical hit. Strength, 12, endurance, 11, constitution, 15, spirit, 10. Super critical hit. Each use has a 50% chance of a critical hit, which increases the quality or quantity of output. Maximum, usable 10 times per day. Just like I remember, there's a limit to how many times this can be used, and it consumes a lot of mental energy. You must upgrade quickly. Lin E quickly switched pages and clicked into the team formation section, confirming his position as team leader. Jiang Xiahan, Lu Xiaoqing, Su Ying, and Wang Xiyao were listed behind him, indicating that the team had been successfully formed. He then clicked on Lu Xiaoqing's panel to see her talent attributes. Name, Lu Xiaoqing, age, 21. Talent skill, a level super enhancement. Strength 6, endurance 7, constitution 7, spirit 10 super enhancement. Can double the effect of level skills, lasting for 1 minute, limited to 1 time per day. Lin E was secretly delighted. This skill was tailor-made for him. He turned to look at Lu Xiaoqing and said in a relaxed tone, Xiaoqing, you should have seen your innate skills, right? Lu Xiaoqing nodded and said, you said you wanted me to cooperate with you. So how do you do it now? It's very simple. Lin E gestured to her. Open the team-building interface, select my avatar, and use your mind to unleash your skills. Lu Xiaoqing followed his instructions. A purple light flashed, and then her body swayed, and she collapsed completely exhausted. Lin E quickly supported her. The skill was successfully unleashed. You should rest for a while. This was her first time using a skill, and the mental drain was too great, so it was normal for her to be unable to adapt for a while. Lin E looked at Wang Xiyao. Xiao, you try it. Use your talent to help Xiaoqing recover. Okay, I was just thinking about trying to use the skill. Wang Xiyao nodded, sat down next to Lu Xiaoqing, and began to operate. Lin E took the opportunity to remind him. After you master the skills, remember to understand the abilities of your teammates so that you can cooperate with them later. After saying that, he switched back to his own panel, and the skill status had been updated. Super critical hit, buffing, 100% critical hit after use. Lin E clicked on the skill icon without hesitation, and a golden light instantly rose. Critical hit success. A-rank skill super critical hit evolves into S-rank skill Divine Finger. Divine Finger can inflict a critical hit on any non-living object, increasing its quality or quantity by 100%. The number of uses depends on your mental power, and each object can only be used once. Restrictions. Do not use on any living creature to prevent loss of control or explosion. Rewards have been sent. Please check your system email. Lin E similит бирайти. Haha. I finally got an S-level talent. It wasn't easy. The effect of this skill is simply abnormal. The stronger the mental power, the more it is used, and doubling the resource critical hit is not a dream. And that's just the beginning. With Lu Xiaoqing's assistance, the output is tripled. If she awakens to S-level in the future, it will be quadrupled. This is why he must team up with her. Lin E calmed down and clicked on the rewards page to view the props issued by the system. S-rank talent awakening reward. Attribute fruit X4, optional bonus points. A-rank talent evolution fruit X1. He'd gotten this A-rank fruit once before, but everyone voted to sell it for supplies. Now it seemed like a huge loss. This time, he'd personally control all the resources. A critical hit on the fruit would guarantee at least 3. Lin E collected his reward, stood up, and announced, Everyone, I have good news. I just evolved my talent to S-level. Several girls looked at him in surprise. Jiang Xiahan was the first to speak. Wow, S-level? Isn't that powerful? Lin E smiled and nodded. Think about it. Only a few out of 4.5 billion people can achieve S-level. Do you think it's powerful? Lu Xiaoqing's eyes lit up. So, can the plan you mentioned really be realized? Lin E replied seriously. Of course, I am now an S-level talent owner, and our entire team can become S-level. Su Ying also became nervous. Really? The whole team is S-level? You're not kidding, right? Jiang Xiahan then questioned. Lin E, stop kidding. This sounds ridiculous. Lin E smiled calmly. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. I'll give you all a critical hit later, and you'll know if it's true or not. He didn't have time to explain in detail before the time travel, so he didn't blame them for their suspicion. But now, with just one move, they would immediately understand the power of a critical hit. Chapter 7. Gain plus critical hit. Male and female pairing. Triple the reward. After listening to Lin Yi's words, Jiang Xiahan thought for a moment and suddenly said, Since you are so serious, I will help you do an experiment and reluctantly lend you my body. After saying that, she immediately crawled towards Lin E, trying to get closer to him. However, the platform began to shake as she moved, and she immediately lost her balance. Lin E hurriedly pushed her back with his hands, muttering, I'm not that kind of weird uncle. How could I ask you to borrow my body? I can just operate the bracelet directly. Jiang Xiahan noticed something was wrong and immediately stopped, sitting up straight again. Lin E helplessly held his forehead and glanced at her. This platform was level 1, only 3 meters long, less than 5 centimeters thick, and weighed less than 300 kilograms. The 5 of them combined weighed over 500 pounds. While the buoyancy was sufficient, their movements were restricted. Therefore, upgrading the platform was not only about improving talent, but also the most urgent task. After the platform stabilized, Lin E said to everyone, "We'll need Lu Xiaoqing's skills later, so upgrade her talent first." Lu Xiaoqing immediately responded, "No problem." Lin E opened the team page and selected Lu Xiaoqing's skill. Critical hit. A-level talent, super buff, successfully evolved into S-level talent, buff god. Buff god. In the eyes of the buff god, no talent is useless. This ability doubles the effect of talents below the same level. The effect lasts for 10 minutes for every 50 points of spirit point consumed. If you have sufficient spirit points, there's no cooldown. Limited to 5 uses per day. Lu Xiaoqing looked at the changes in her skills and exclaimed in surprise, "It really worked." Lin E also stared at the skill description and exclaimed, "The buff effect is doubled. You can use it 5 times a day. It's amazing." Everyone also checked Lu Xiaoqing's skills. Wang Xiyao asked curiously, "Senior, is senior sister Lu's S-level talent very strong?" "Of course, you'll know after I demonstrate it to you." Lin E smiled and continued, "Lu Xiaoqing, you just got a reward, which should be exchanged for strength, endurance, and spirit fruits." Lu Xiaoqing nodded and took out 4 fruits, which were red, yellow, and blue respectively. After upgrading to S-level, everyone will get this reward. But you'd better listen to me first before deciding how to use it. After everyone nodded in agreement, Lin E continued, "Lu Xiaoqing, put these fruits into the backpack first, and then use your buff skills to help me buff them." "Okay." Lu Xiaoqing agreed, put away the fruits, and then tapped lightly on the panel. Lin E checked his skills and saw a status update. Finger of God, buffing. Upon use, it grants a 300% critical hit chance, lasting for 10 minutes. Without hesitation, he immediately selected his backpack. Critical hit success. All backpack items tripled. He opened his backpack and was shocked by the change. This effect is truly amazing. Lin E couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Xiahan asked curiously, "Lin E, why are you so excited? What happened?" "We'll know soon." Lin E continued to operate. He said to Lu Xiaoqing, "Take out the fruit in your backpack and show it to everyone." Lu Xiaoqing obediently took out the fruits, and her hands were filled with 16 colorful fruits. Jiang Xiahan saw this scene and exclaimed, "Just now there were 4 fruits, and now there are 16. No wonder you were so happy just now." Once you all upgrade to S-level talents, everyone will have this opportunity. Lin E explained with a smile, "Is it my turn now? Help me with the critical strike. I can't wait any longer." Jiang Xiahan urged impatiently. At this moment, Su Ying noticed that Lin Yi's face looked a little off and whispered, "Lin E, are you feeling a little unwell?" "It's okay. It's just that I've used up too much mental energy. I'll just need to eat a mental fruit." Lin E replied casually, checking his stats. Spirit. Mental power, 12 out of 100. Mental power is the key to your innate skills. Depleting it will lead to exhaustion. I need to recover quickly, Lin E thought to himself. He ate a blue spiritual fruit, and his spiritual power was instantly restored. Thankfully, I have experience. I know that eating spiritual fruit can restore 100 points of spiritual power. I'll save the rest for now, Lin E muttered to himself. Then, he turned to Lu Xiaoqing and instructed, "Take 4 strength fruits and 4 endurance fruits. Save the remaining 8 spiritual fruits for now." Lu Xiaoqing nodded, "I understand. I'll eat it when my mental strength is low." Lin E continued to explain, "Although your talent can only be used 5 times a day, it can provide a powerful boost to our skills and will be of great help to everyone." Jiang Xiahan also responded, "I understand. I will let you know when to use it next time." Lin E turned to Jiang Xiahan, and seeing her eager expression, he decided to help her level up. He tapped her skill icon, and with a flick, a golden beam of light flashed. Critical hit success. The critical hit effect exceeded the talent rule limit and has been automatically adjusted. The A-level talent, Super Purification, has successfully evolved into the S-level talent, God of Purity. God of Purity. This saintly ability can purify all impurities, detoxify, dispel poisonous miasma, and purify polluted water sources. It is an essential skill, Jiang Xiahan said excitedly after seeing her talent evolve. "I've evolved too. My talent has become S-rank God of Purity. The name really suits my sister's temperament," she added excitedly. "And the rewards have been paid out." Chapter 8. Everyone has S-level talents. Lin E couldn't suppress his smile at all. Looking at Jiang Xiahan's skill introduction, he found that her S-level talent had not broken through the limit. So he said, Jiang Xiahan, for your reward, choose 1 strength fruit and 3 spirit attribute fruits. Jiang Xiahan nodded, understood. She immediately exchanged the fruit and placed it in her backpack. Lin E observed her movements and lightly tapped her backpack, which then lit up. Critical hit success. Backpack items tripled. After Lin E finished the operation, he explained, Jiang Xiahan, your talent can purify seawater, which is very important for survival at sea. So I arranged for you to exchange more spiritual attribute fruits. You can eat the strength fruits first, and save the spiritual fruits for tomorrow. Jiang Xiahan replied, yeah, great. She quickly took out 4 red fruits and began to enjoy them. Lin E then turned to the other team members and said, next, I'll improve Sister Su Ying's talent. Su Ying hesitated after hearing this. You've been using your skills the whole time. Don't you want to take a break? No, I'm used to it. Lin E smiled and then clicked on Su Ying's dashboard. Looking at her attributes, he commented, initial strength and endurance are 8 and 9 respectively. This is quite good for a girl. She really does exercise regularly. Su Ying sighed, but compared to you guys, it's still a long way behind. Lin E shook his head. After you upgrade to S-level talent, your strength will increase greatly, and the gap will be greatly narrowed. Su Ying was a little confused. My A-level talent can increase the strength attribute by 50%. Although I can be on par with you after upgrading my skills, my other attributes are not as good as yours. After you upgrade to S-level, the improvement will be far beyond your imagination. In actual combat, almost no one can limit an S-level strength talent. Lin E continued, the 4 fruits you will receive as rewards will all be exchanged for strength attribute fruits. Su Ying nodded earnestly. Okay, I'll listen to you. Without further hesitation, Lin E lightly tapped, and a golden beam of light instantly illuminated. Critical hit success. A-level talent, Super Brute Force, evolves to S-level talent, Miracle Power. Miracle Power. You yearn to crush everything and create your own miracles. Increase your strength by 100% and also enhance your stamina and stamina. Continuous enhancement without any time gap. After seeing the talent description, Su Ying was surprised and said, what? A permanent 100% increase in strength? And no skills are needed? Yes, the effect is far more than that. Lin E explained, increasing strength will also improve other attributes. Su Ying was excited to see the changes in her attributes. Now my strength, endurance, and constitution have increased to 16, 12, and 11 respectively. My strength has surpassed your 12 points. She was a little excited. Don't underestimate these 4 points of strength. I now have a huge advantage. Lin E smiled and spread his hands. The average strength of boys is 10, and that of girls is 7. With 3 more points of strength, girls can compete with boys. This is the manifestation of the data gap. Su Ying nodded. I understand. Then I can eat the fruit now. Lin E watched her eat 16 red fruits, and her strength instantly increased from 24 to 48. He couldn't help but sigh. With the doubling effect of S-level talent, eating 1 fruit for her is equivalent to eating 2 for others. He couldn't help but think of Qiao Zhenfeng in his previous life. Qiao Zhenfeng awakened his S-level talent, and unless he was eventually besieged by a joint force, he had never been at a disadvantage. Su Ying is now invincible after receiving the buff. After eating the fruit, Su Ying checked her dashboard and suddenly exclaimed, my endurance and physique have also increased. Endurance and physique have become 16 and 15 respectively. Lin E explained with a smile. This is because your S-level talent not only increases strength, but also increases endurance and physique proportionally. This is to ensure that your body can withstand this power. Su Ying felt the changes in her body and touched her biceps, expressing her understanding. I see. I feel warm all over, and I feel different. Lin E nodded. This is the effect of the power fruit. After tonight, you will fully absorb it, and your body will be refreshed. Su Ying said solemnly, I understand. Thank you, Lin E. It was indeed the right decision to join your team. Lin E smiled and replied, our team has the same goal, which is to survive and work together. It's only natural for us to support each other. Su Ying nodded firmly. No matter what happens in the future, I will obey you. Lin E was relieved to see that she completely obeyed his arrangements. The strongest fighting force completely obeyed his command, which made him very confident. Lin E turned to Wang Xiyao again and found her with her head down, looking somewhat lost. Wang Xiyao, what's wrong? Lin E asked gently. Wang Xiyao came back to her senses, her cheeks slightly red, and she stammered, Senior, I don't have any ideas. I just feel like I'm useless. She noticed that Lu Xiaoqing and Jiang Xiahan both had A-level talents, while she was only C-level. She was already 2 levels behind at the starting point, which made her worried about whether she could upgrade. Lin E looked at her and said softly, I've said before that everyone's talents will be upgraded to S-level. Each S-level talent has its own unique strengths, so don't worry. After hearing this, Wang Xiao's expression gradually relaxed, and she mustered up the courage to say, Then I believe you, Senior. Then I'll upgrade your talent now, Lin E said with a smile. However, when he made the operation, the prompt on the screen made him stunned. Insufficient mental power, critical attack failed. Upgrading a C-level talent to S-level requires at least 4,000 mental power points. Lin E was stunned. How could this be? The mental energy required to advance from C to S level is much greater than that required to advance from A to S level. Wang Xiao asked in confusion, Senior, is there something wrong? Lin E came to his senses and chuckled. No, I just did a little test. Then, he took out an A-level talent evolution fruit and handed it to Wang Xiao. This is the reward I got, Xiao. Eat it, and your talent will evolve to a level. Lin E briefly explained the situation and no longer worried about the problem of insufficient mental power. He knew he only had 100 points of mental power, but being able to upgrade 3 team members' A-level talents to S-level was already incredible. As Wang Xiao ate the fruit, Lin E clicked on the critical attack again. Critical attack successful. The A-level talent, Super Healing, successfully evolved into the S-level talent, Nursing God. Nursing God, I don't believe in low health. As long as you survive, I will heal your wounds. This ability heals all injuries and restores negative status. The duration of this healing is determined by your mental strength. Lin E said excitedly. With this healing skill, our team's tolerance rate has been greatly increased. After all 4 female teammates got the S-level talent skills, Lin E couldn't help but reveal a smug smile at the corner of his mouth, and his mood was better than ever. Chapter 9. Critical hit on the drifting platform. Directly level up 3 times. Although Lin E was excited, he still calmly planned his next move. He looked at Wang Xiyao and said gently, For your reward, choose 2 endurance fruits and 2 spirit fruits. They just match your healing talent. With Su Ying as the battle force, the others basically didn't need to play. As a healer, Wang Xiao's physical strength and defense were equally important. Wang Xiao nodded obediently. Okay, I'll follow your instructions, Senior. She immediately followed Lin Yi's instructions, exchanged the 4 attribute fruits, and placed them in her backpack. Lin Yi then tapped her backpack, and another beam of light appeared. Critical hit. Backpack contents tripled. He then instructed Wang Xiao to consume the 8 endurance fruits, preparing for tomorrow's water purification mission. Now that everyone has acquired S-rank talents, there's only one remaining mission tonight, upgrading the platform, Lin Yi thought to himself. He immediately opened the wristband interface and clicked on the details page of the drifting platform. Platform level, level 1, upgrade requirements, 1,000 wood, 225 organic soil, 10 iron, target island, cliff village, remaining landing time, 11 hours and 21 minutes. Lin E took out 3 blue spirit fruits without hesitation and swallowed them in one gulp. Based on his past life experience, in order to successfully upgrade the platform with a critical hit, he needed at least 150 points of spirit power. Now his spirit attribute had increased to 16, and the maximum value was 160 points, which was just enough. After swallowing the fruit, Lin E turned to Lu Xiaoqing and said, My skill buff just expired. Can you give me another one? I have something important to do. Lu Xiaoqing nodded and activated the God of Buff, shining down on Lin E. Lin Yi's expression was focused, and he tapped the platform with his finger, and golden light suddenly burst out. Critical hit. Level 1 platform successfully upgraded to level 4. He saw the system prompt, but didn't immediately click confirm. Instead, he reminded them, I'm about to upgrade the platform. Everyone, stand up and get ready. Upon hearing this, the 4 of them immediately supported each other and stood up, forming a stable circle. Lin E pressed the confirmation button, and the platform instantly entered upgrade mode. Platform upgrade in progress. A transparent light circle illuminated beneath their feet, slowly lifting the 5 people into the air. On the sea surface below, the old platform rapidly disintegrated into wooden planks, merging with the newly emerged wood. The entire process was as stunning as a 3D reconstruction animation. A few minutes later, a newly upgraded floating platform emerged from the sea, several times larger and imposing. The four girls stared at it from the air, their eyes filled with shock. This is too sci-fi, even more outrageous than in the movies. Jiang Xiahan was the first to speak. Lin E explained with a smile. For platforms below level 10, the side length increases by 3 meters with each level up. Now, it is level 4, with a total side length of 12 meters and a 4-meter square planning area in the center. As soon as he finished speaking, the aperture slowly sent the 5 people back to the ground of the platform, and they landed smoothly. Huh, there's a beach chair over there. Jiang Xiahan, with her sharp eyes, was the first to notice the changes on the west side of the platform. Lin E led everyone over, explaining, this is the benefit of the higher level platforms. Levels 1 to 2 have nothing. Level 3 has 5 small stools. Level 4 has beach chairs, and level 5 even has a parasol. Lu Xiaoqing was a little surprised. How can you remember so much information on the bracelet? Lin E smiled and said, I remembered some of it in my dream. I just reviewed it. After listening, Lu Xiaoqing asked thoughtfully, then how can we live longer? Lin E said, as long as we land on the island every day and collect supplies, we'll have a chance to survive. You'll understand once you see it with your own eyes. She pressed, so, at sea, we can only wait for landing? That's right, Lin E shrugged. If we can't land on the island, then all we can do is sit there, bask in the sun, and watch the sea. Lu Xiaoqing whispered, you sound like you're mocking me for being a bookworm? Lin E said innocently, no, you're overthinking it. It's okay, I don't care what you think. With that, she quickened her pace and walked over to the beach chairs. Lu Xiaoqing and Wang Xiyao chose 2 chairs side by side and sat down. Lin E glanced around and saw 5 beach chairs lined up in a row. The third one was for Jiang Xiahan, the fourth for Wang Xiyao, and the fifth for Lu Xiaoqing. Su Ying hadn't chosen yet. She glanced back at Lin E and said, pick a seat first. Lin E chose the first one on the far left, reasoning, I'll stay off to the side so I don't disturb you girls, and then he lay down on it. Just as he was about to close his eyes and rest, Jiang Xiahan suddenly jumped up from the middle chair and sat down on the second chair next to him. She said to Su Ying with a smile, I just saw Wang Xiao's figure and suddenly felt a little inferior. You are comparable to her, so just sit next to her. Su Ying nodded and sat down on the third chair without saying anything. Wang Xiyao, hearing the conversation, quickly tugged at the hem of her swimsuit, trying to hide her figure a little, but it didn't seem to be very effective. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiahan, while basking in the sun, gave Lin E a smug look. Lin E glanced at her and teased, are you still feeling inferior to your figure? I don't see that at all. You don't understand. A woman's body image anxiety is dynamic, just like Schrodinger's cat. Jiang Xiahan replied lazily. I need to get ready. Stop trying to explain physics to me. Lin E replied without even looking up. Come on, you're making me sound like a 3-year-old, Jiang Xiahan muttered, turning back to playing with her bracelet. The others fell silent as they began to familiarize themselves with the system interface. Lin E then opened the platform information to check its current status. Level 4 drifting platform. Dimensions, 12 by 12 meters. Planting area 4 by 4 meters. Next upgrade requirements, 2,500 wood, 675 organic soil, 20 iron. Current target island, Cliff Village. Available stay time, 2 hours. Countdown to landing, 11 hours and 5 minutes. First 1% reward return. 500 wood, 3 island refresh opportunities. He immediately clicked on the email to receive the wood, stored the reward in the platform storage space, and then clicked to refresh the island. Refresh successful. New island. Declined Club, a modern bathing city in the suburbs, abandoned for years, likely rich in remaining resources. Lin Yi's eyes lit up upon seeing this. It's a large building like a bathing city. This is a huge profit. He immediately clicked to confirm the change of the island target, his heart full of anticipation. Chapter 10, they actually forced me to attack the swimsuit. After Lin E made preparations to land on the island, he saw that the girls were watching the chat channel and immediately gave them a few instructions, mainly asking them not to reveal their talents and skills easily and not to speak carelessly. Although Jiangcheng has millions of people traveling through it, the information density in the city chat channel is very high. But if you speak too much, it is still possible for acquaintances to see it. If an acquaintance sees the private message and contacts you, it will be quite troublesome. because you will inevitably ask about talent. And if you encounter those who are thick-skinned, they may even ask for supplies. If you don't actively show your face, you can save yourself most of the trouble. Of course, if you're worried about being harassed by private messages, you can also set restrictions like the social platforms on your phone. The bracelet configured by the system is still very powerful. In addition to special functions, it also has functions such as trading functions and team stores. Since the girls weren't very familiar with each other, Lin E found a few topics to chat with them about. After nearly an hour of chatting, the ice was officially broken. It was 10 p.m. Lin E felt that it was almost time, so he said to them, "Everyone, go to bed early. We need to get up at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Get ready a little bit. We will officially land on the island at 8 o'clock." Jiang Xiahan immediately said, "Go to bed at 10 o'clock at night? Normally, I would look for you to play games at this time, and you haven't returned to the dormitory yet, right?" Lin E said calmly, "That was in the past. I've changed my schedule recently." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiahan immediately shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? You changed your schedule? Then, in the past 2 weeks, were those people who played games with me until 2 in the morning a ghost?" Lin E realized he'd said the wrong thing. After crossing over, he'd lived with Xiao Zhenfeng and the others for about a month, and during that time, he'd indeed adjusted his sleep and rest schedule. But in Jiang Xiahan's eyes, Lin E was no different from yesterday, the same good buddy she'd been hanging out with lately. He paused for a few seconds and said with a smile, "What I mean is that I have to adjust my recent bad habits starting tonight." When recruiting them, Lin E made up a reason for Lu Xiaoqing and Su Ying that they had seen the future in a dream. It was all metaphysics anyway, so he didn't plan to explain anything further. Hearing this, Jiang Xiahan continued, "How can you sleep so early? And you're going to sleep, but you're not going to wipe yourself off. In order to feel better tomorrow, I have to sleep even if I can't. Besides, I'm a grown man. How can I be as particular as you girls?" Lin E finished speaking, leaning back and lying decisively on the chair. "Daman, so dirty." Jiang Xiahan finished complaining, stood up, and said to the other girls, "Sisters, I have an idea. I want to put the swimsuit in the sea to soak first, and then I can use my talent to purify it into fresh water. This way, everyone can wash their faces and wipe their bodies without any problems." When Wang Xiyao heard this, her face immediately became anxious. Then we have to take off our swimsuits. That's a good idea. If we want to fill more water at a time, we can ask Lin E to help us get more swimsuits. Su Ying immediately made a suggestion. "It's a good idea, but there's nothing on the platform to block us, and we have an extra person," Lu Xiaoqing said slowly. When Lin E heard this, he couldn't help but get up and asked, "Lu Xiaoqing, what do you mean by extra people? From what you said, are you tacitly agreeing that I would peak?" Besides wanting to see Xiao's talent, he really didn't care about the others. In that month in his previous life, he had seen all sorts of famous scenes. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing smiled faintly and said, "Lin E, I didn't mention anyone by name, so why are you so anxious to identify them?" Lin E retorted, "Isn't what you just hinted at obvious enough? Besides me, is there anyone else here?" Lu Xiaoqing said, "It's really inconvenient for us girls to have you here. I'm just telling the truth. Is there any problem with that?" "Stop! Stop! Stop! Stop!" Jiang Xiahan shouted, interrupting. "Lu Xiaoqing, don't worry. Lin E has been completely broken since he was dumped half a month ago. I've tested it before, and I can guarantee that he doesn't like women now." Lin Yi's face darkened upon hearing this. "Jiang Xiahan, what the hell are you talking about?" "You know what I'm talking about." Jiang Xiahan rolled her eyes at him and walked straight to the edge of the platform without further explanation. Lin E sat there in a daze, completely silent. Before his first time traveling, he'd been feeling down for a while, having just broken up with his ex-girlfriend. But he wasn't completely down, was he? What did she mean by she tested it? Wasn't all that Jiang Xiahan said before just empty talk? What about checking into a hotel and playing ranked matches all night? Something about a pitfall, giving you a good time. Something about shallow mining being boring. Something about sending you a photo of your legs to guide your flight path, and so on. Is that something a normal girl looking for a date would say out of the blue? It was simply outrageous. Just as Lin E was stunned, Jiang Xiahan rushed back. She walked straight to Lin E and said calmly, "Lin E, take off your top and test it for me first." "Why are you so shy? Hurry up." Okay, I'll give it to you. I'll take it off." Lin E was really helpless. After saying that, he took off his long-sleeved swimsuit and threw it to her. "That's more like it." Jiang Xiahan took the swimsuit, looked Lin E up and down, and said with a smile, "Your figure is not bad. Let's take a picture to record it." After she said that, she immediately clicked on the bracelet and used the photo function. Lin E frowned the whole time. "Hey, do whatever you want," he said, then lay down and began to rest his eyes. After a while, after Jiang Xiahan finished the test, she wrung out the soaked swimsuit, threw it over Lin Yi's head. Lin E felt the coldness on his face and directly reached out to tear off the swimsuit. Looking up, he saw Jiang Xiahan walking towards him again. He asked, "What do you want to do now?" "We tested it, and it does work," Jiang Xiahan said, grabbing the hem of her swimsuit with both hands and pretending to take it off. With a look of disdain on her face, she said, "I'm going to take it off now. Do you want to watch it directly? Or are you pretending to avoid it?" Not interested." Lin E scoffed, lying down and covering his head with his swimsuit. A moment later, he vaguely heard the rustling of footsteps approaching. Before Lin E could react, someone suddenly grabbed his hand. He was about to look up. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze blew past, and Lin Yi's face was instantly held down by a pair of hands, forcing his head back down. "Don't look up. Be careful your swimsuit slips off your face." Lu Xiaoqing's voice was urgent and a little breathless. "Qing, let Xiao hold his head down. Quickly give him a skill buff." This time, it was Jiang Xiahan's voice. This isn't very nice of me." This time, it was Wang Xiyao's voice. Wang Xiyao stood behind Jiang Xiahan, arms folded across her chest, looking very embarrassed. Lin E understood immediately after hearing this. These women have now surrounded him. "Lu Xiaoqing, watch your fingers. Don't pick my nose. If you want my help, give me a skill buff." Lin E gritted his teeth. "Who told you to look up?" Lu Xiaoqing, holding Lin E down, shouted angrily, not caring that her long hair had fallen on his face. "I'm not moving now. You could do whatever you want," he promised helplessly, lying there like a corpse. "Okay, liars or dogs," Lu Xiaoqing said, and then released his hand. Lin E kept his promise and remained motionless, just waiting quietly. A while passed. After Lu Xiaoqing successfully added a buff to Lin Yi's skills, she said, "Jiang Xiahan, I've already used the skills. You let him operate it." "Okay, right away," Jiang Xiahan said, then grabbed Lin Yi's fingers and pressed them on a swimsuit, shouting, "Lin E, use your skills to critically hit my swimsuit. Immediately turn it into 4 sets. I'm not stupid. You're already in this state. Do I need you to remind me?" Lin E complained, and then decisively launched the Finger of God. Critical hit. Triple the supplies. Receive. Type E long-sleeve swimsuit, set X3, and Qing's. Critical hit. Triple the supplies. Receive. Type C long-sleeve swimsuit, set X3, and Sister Su Ying's. Critical hit. Triple the supplies. Receive. Type D long-sleeve swimsuit, set X3, and Xiao's. Critical hit success. Supplies tripled. Obtained. E-type long-sleeve swimsuit, set X3. Not bad, not bad. Qing and I working together. The combo skills are really amazing. Jiang Xiahan watched Lin E complete the operation, muttered a few words, and then ignored him. Then she stood up and distributed the swimsuits in her hands back to them, saying with satisfaction, "Great! From now on, if one of us collects skincare products, we can quadruple them, and then give them to each sister. Yes, if we collect bags, everyone can get one too. Tomorrow's sun will be very strong. When collecting supplies, everyone should pay more attention to whether there are sunscreen items. Yes. Sun visors, sunscreen, hats, sun protective clothing, and the like are what we urgently need right now." Several girls chatted and walked towards the beach together. Soon, along with their laughter and joy, the sound of splashing water could be heard from the edge of the platform. "After traveling through time tonight, I haven't even had a sip of water yet." These women are actually using their innate skills to purify seawater for bathing. Lin E was a little speechless. He never expected that on his first night in the world, he would be surrounded by several women, pinning him down and forcing him to use his noble S-rank critical strike skill just for such a trivial matter. Oh, forget it. Anyway, the whole team has S-rank talents, so a little willfulness won't have much impact. I'd better go to sleep. My biological clock has been fixed for the past month, and I will definitely wake up naturally at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. When we land on the island tomorrow, the supplies in the Decline Club will be enough to give me a good start. Lin E muttered a few words to himself, closed his eyes, and soon fell asleep. Chapter 11. First landing on the resource island. Receive a watchdog. The next morning, Lin E was in a trance and felt a hand groping his abdomen. When he opened his eyes, the light was blinding. A dark figure, with its back to the light and a dark face, was blocking his way. Jiang Xiahan, what are you doing? Lin E sat up tremblingly, grabbed her hand and threw it away, saying in confusion, touching your abs won't kill you. Why are you so excited? After Jiang Xiahan finished speaking, she threw the swimsuit towards Lin E and said disparagingly, it's just a bunch of useless stuff. Hearing this, Lin E angrily said, you took advantage of me and you're still talking nonsense? Jiang Xiahan, don't go too far. To be honest, go wash your face. I don't want to waste time talking to you. Jiang Xiahan said this and skipped outside. Lin E shook his head and looked carefully. The morning sun has risen, now dyeing a large area of the sky red. The sea water is azure blue, reflecting the phosphorescence. For girls were wiping their faces with their swimsuits as towels at the beach. You're all up so early? You all seem to be adapting well. Lin E muttered to himself, then stood up and walked over. Senior, good morning, good teeth. When Wang Xiyao saw Lin E approaching, she immediately greeted him with a smile. Xiao, good morning. You look very energetic. Lin E responded with a smile. I need someone to wake me up. I wonder who told me to go to bed early and get up early last night. Lu Xiaoqing complained while fixing her hair. That's about right. I only slept 10 minutes longer. I'll definitely wake up at 7 o'clock tomorrow. Lin E said helplessly that he did not wake up naturally in the morning. It was probably because the memories of his previous life could not control his current body. Said hello to them. Lin E felt a little thirsty, so he scooped up a handful of seawater and asked Jiang Xiahan to purify it, and then drank it all. After drinking, I am still thirsty. He then repeated it several times before finally quenching his thirst. Brother, you can even drink water so well. Are you the reincarnation of a buffalo? Jiang Xiahan saw the end and couldn't help but complain loudly. And you haven't even had to pee in over 10 hours? Could it be that your kidneys are really damaged? I'm about to go pee. If you have experience in this area, please come over and help me check. Lin E replied, turned around, and walked to the other side of the platform. TSK, still showing off. Jiang Xiahan mocked directly. Lin E didn't hesitate and walked to the other side of the platform. He pulled his belt and used the sea as a toilet. He had already gotten used to this kind of thing in his previous life. Half a minute later, the huge sound of water suddenly stopped. Feel what a refreshing and exhilarating outburst. Lin E took a long breath, shook a few times as usual, and pulled up his pants neatly. When he finished his work, he turned around and looked. At this moment, several girls had all moved away from the beach, staring at him with strange eyes. The beach chairs are located on the west side of the platform, and the girls wash their faces behind the beach chairs. But just now, he peed in the east. The boat drifts from west to east. As the boat moves, the east side becomes upstream. Actually, the sea was huge, and Lin E felt that their silent protest at the moment was just a psychological effect. He thought quickly and waved them over, saying, that's about it. No matter how clean you wash now, you'll still get dirty when you get to the island. Everyone gathered together. I'll tell you in advance what you need to pay attention to after you get to the island. 40 minutes later, after Lin E finished explaining everything, it was already 7:55. He looked up and saw a small, isolated island appearing on the sea ahead. The isolated island is surrounded by nearly vertical cliffs. On top of the cliff is a platform on which you can vaguely see several hills. There's the resource island they're about to land on today, Decadent Club. According to Lin Yi's observations in his previous life, all resource islands are not naturally generated islands. The scenes on the island seem to have all been moved from the blue planet in a 1:1 scale. They're like stations, randomly arranged along the forward route of each team. You can log into the resource island once a day on time, which is the only material supply station for all teams. The rafting platform was gradually approaching, and several girls saw this magical scene and began to observe it with curiosity. Soon, the platform entered a berth and stopped steadily. The next moment, the system prompts to update. We have arrived at the resource island. Your team will stay for 2 hours. Please return to the platform within the specified time. Immediately afterwards, a door opened through the light screen protective cover on the side of the platform. We're going to land on the island. Follow my steps. Lin E said this and took them to the berth. After crossing the 100-meter-long ferry bridge, they arrived at the foot of the cliff. Each resource island, although its size and scenery vary, has similar access paths. After crossing the bridge and walking this mountain road, we'll officially land on the island. We don't have shoes yet, so we'll have to be careful of the rocks beneath our bare feet. Lin E led the way in front and explained. Su Ying was the first to catch up and asked, "This mountain road is so narrow. If we find something big, how do we move it down?" Lin E said, "Supplies can be stored in the backpack space of the bracelet. The load-bearing capacity will not be reduced. The stronger you are, the more you can carry." Su Ying said, "No wonder marine resources are so valuable. Ordinary people would be exhausted after climbing this mountain road." Lin E said, "That's right. The cliffs on the level 1 resource island are 50 meters high, which is almost like climbing a 20-story building." Su Ying nodded and said, "Then we must hurry up." "Okay, let's talk about it after we get to the island." After Lin E finished speaking, he quickened his pace. 5 minutes later, Lin E led everyone out of the mountain path and came to flat ground. Look back. Su Ying's condition had hardly changed, but Lu Xiaoqing and the others had sweat dripping down their necks. After eating the attribute fruit last night, their physical fitness is now similar to that of normal men. But after climbing to the 20th floor in one breath, you can still see that your breathing is a little disordered. "Can everyone still hold on?" Lin E asked. "Okay," Lu Xiaoqing replied. Jiang Xiahan and Wang Xiyao also nodded. "Well, let's move on." After Lin E finished speaking, he walked forward first. The terrain ahead is hilly and mountainous. Under a hill in the distance, a group of buildings can be vaguely seen. The asphalt road they were walking on was the only way into the valley. After a few minutes, everyone walked to the gate of the park. Lin E took a closer look and found that there was a local dog tied to the iron fence of the gate, lying beside the gatehouse. There's even a guard dog. "I guess there was a security guard guarding this club before," he said with a happy expression. The fact that there are people moving around means that the place is not completely deserted, and there's a possibility of food. Moreover, the dog itself is also food, and from a distance it looks like it weighs at least dozens of kilograms. At sea, meat is a very precious commodity. Upon hearing this, Su Ying immediately said, "Lin E, what should we do next?" "Lin E, don't worry, let me go check it out first." Jiang Xiahan hurriedly grabbed him and said fearfully, "But that dog looks very fierce." "Lin E, of course people choose a fierce guard dog." Jiang Xiahan, "Then you're not afraid? What are you afraid of? If we want to enter the park, we have to deal with this dog first." Lin E said, and immediately picked up a sharp rock from the side of the road. Then he held his breath and walked over slowly. When he was only 5 meters away, the giant dog suddenly reacted, jumped up and pounced towards Lin E fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. The giant dog's eyes were bloodshot, and it twisted its body madly and rushed forward. The iron chain on its neck, which was 2 fingers thick, stretched straight and pulled the iron gate, making a loud noise. It kicked its front legs into the air, waving its sharp claws and barking wildly, but it could not get close to Lin E. Seeing the giant dog going berserk, baring its fangs and dripping saliva, Lin E cursed. "You beast! You're already tied up tightly, yet you're still acting like a tyrant." After saying that, he smashed the big rock down hard on the giant dog's head. With a bang, the giant dog's head exploded and it fell to the ground, twitching for a while before gradually becoming motionless. Seeing this, Su Ying, who was behind, finally relaxed her tense shoulders and breathed a sigh of relief. The other girls looked at the dead dog with its brains all over the floor, their faces turning pale. Lin E, with a delighted look on his face, turned around and said with a smile, "We're lucky. We've already gained something before even entering the park. We don't have to go hungry today." Chapter 12. A huge success. The club harvested a large amount of supplies. A moment later, Su Ying walked forward, looked at the giant dog with bloodshot eyes lying on the ground, and asked Lin E, "Judging from what happened just now, it's not a normal dog, right?" Lin E saw them all coming up and immediately explained, "Yes, this dog has been infected with the mutation virus. It's in the early stages and hasn't completely transformed into a monster yet." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiahan immediately replied, "I understand. Once this dog is completely transformed, it will become the first-level mutant beast you just mentioned. Lin Beauties, Samarth. As long as the animals on Blue Star are transferred to the Endless Sea, they will be infected with the mutant virus. Sooner or later, they will eventually become mutant beasts. This dog has a virus in its body, so should we stay away from it?" Wang Xiyao said weakly, "Lin Yishuruk. Usually, we should stay away from them. Although the mutant virus won't infect humans directly, it's very easy to get infected if bitten by a mutant beast. Without effective treatment, the wound will rot. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing immediately reached out and pulled Lin E and Wang Xiyao back at the same time, saying in a reproachful tone, "You're still laughing? If there was danger, why did you let Xiao follow you closer to see? You'll find out in a moment." Lin E explained, pulled her hand away, walked straight to Jiang Xiahan, and asked with a smile, "Do you want to eat dog meat tonight?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiahan took a step back and said with a frightened expression, "What are you talking about? This dog is so scary and has a virus, and you actually let me eat it? Do you want me to die? Compared to your purification talent, a small virus is nothing." Lin E said, pulling Jiang Xiahan forward and urging her, "Hurry up, use your skills to eliminate all the viruses in the dog's body. This is a rare high-protein food that nourishes yin and yang, a huge tonic." When everyone heard this, they all had strange expressions, as if they were frightened by Lin Yi's words. A mutated dog could be used as food. This was beyond their understanding. What are you waiting for? You have S-level talent, so this is a piece of cake for you. Lin E saw Jiang Xiahan's conflicted look and urged her. Okay. Jiang Xiahan reluctantly squatted in front of the giant dog, raised her hand, and cursed while releasing a skill. "Since your kidney deficiency is so pitiful, I will endure the nausea and help you. This is disgusting. There will be many more bloody situations in the future." Lin E responded lightly, giving her a slight shot of prevention. "Now it's just killing a dog, but in the future you will have to kill people to grab resources." But Lin E also understood that it would take time for them to adapt, and he couldn't be too impatient. After Jiang Xiahan finished the operation, he immediately took off the dog leash and carried the dog to the security booth. Although they have backpacks and their bracelets, the supplies put in them are also of a 1-to-1 weight-bearing ratio. It is best to put the heavy things first and put them into the backpack when you return. Walking to the glass window of the gatehouse, Lin E looked inside and his eyes suddenly lit up. Only in the security booth. There is a small stainless steel table with a single gas stove on it and a round pot on the stove. "We seem to be in luck. There are a lot of supplies in the security booth." Lin E greeted excitedly and walked in first. "Go in and check it out carefully." He found a box next to the table, which contained a lot of instant noodles, 2 rolls of egg noodles, half a bottle of soy sauce, and a small bottle of peanut oil. There was a plate of eggs at the back of the box, with about 20 eggs left. Because the security booth was too small, the girls following behind couldn't get in. When they saw Lin E moving all the supplies onto the small stainless steel table, they were stunned. "I didn't expect to find so much food in this remote place." Su Ying exclaimed. Lin E sorted out the supplies, put away the giant dog, and turned around and said, "Maybe it's because the place is remote and it's hard to order takeout, so the security guard on duty prepared so much food." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiahan immediately urged, "Then let's go in quickly. I'm also curious about what other supplies are inside the park." "Okay." Lin E said this, walked out of the gatehouse and checked the gate, only to find that it was locked. He went back to the stone and knocked hard on the lock. It didn't break open. Tried again. The bolt of the big lock was deformed and seemed to be stuck. "Fuck, the quality is so good." Lin E sighed and was about to go pick up stones again. "Let me do it." Just as he picked up the stone, Su Ying suddenly shouted and snatched the stone away. "Okay," Lin E said and stepped back. In terms of strength, he is probably several times weaker than Su Ying now, so it is indeed more efficient to let her do it. Su Ying walked forward, checked that everyone was in a safe position, and immediately picked up the stone and smashed it hard. It was a loud bang. Sparks flew, rocks shattered, and a cloud of dust rose. Lin E stepped forward and saw that 2 of the iron bars were broken. There was no iron lock at all. Su Ying patted the dust off her hair and said a little embarrassedly, "It seems a bit too much. I didn't control the strength well just now." "It's okay. You can practice boxing or something like that these few days. With more practice, you'll be able to fully control your strength." Lin E explained it. "Open the iron gate." Lin E walked in with a few people, turned a corner, and came to the parking lot of the park. Looking up, I saw an 8-story European-style main building next to the parking lot. The exterior is majestic, and the Baroque dome sparkles in the sun. Behind the main building, there are several scattered ancillary buildings, about 3 or 5 stories high, which should be staff dormitories or something like that. Such a large bathing city built in the suburbs with inconvenient transportation, there must not be many people coming to consume. No wonder it went bankrupt. Lu Xiaoqing commented casually when he saw the main building was decorated so luxuriously. "What do you know? A bathing city with this level of decoration and such a good environment must not go bankrupt because of a lack of customers. Lin E retorted. As the saying goes, good wine needs no bush. I think the reason for the bankruptcy must be because the service is not so good. Jiang Xiahan also interjected at this time. Lin E smiled and asked, then tell me, what does good service look like? Jiang Xiahan rolled her eyes at him and said, ha, judging from your tone, it seems like you understand it very well. I've only heard of it, Lin E said with a smile. Several people talked to each other and soon arrived at the door of the main building. When Lin Yi's eyes swept to the left, his sight suddenly froze. Those flower beds were too neat. Someone is taking care of it. Don't rush in. There's still something going on outside. Lin E called out to the people in front of him and ran towards the flower garden first. I got closer and found out there are actually vegetables planted in those flower beds. And it looked like fertilizer had been applied recently, but one of the flower beds was covered with lush green sweet potato leaves. The other 2 flower beds are planted in a more messy way. There's a pepper plant, a few tomato plants, and a few eggplants and stuff like that. It seems that this is also the work of that security guard. After Lin E lowered his head to check carefully, he read it happily. At this moment, several girls also caught up. Jiang Xiahan saw the situation clearly and immediately complained, Lin, isn't this just a few small vegetable plots? Why were you so anxious just now? Lin E came out from the flower garden and replied, these kinds of food are indeed very common, but in a way, I think they are more valuable than most supplies. As the platform is upgraded, the area of the central planning area of the platform will become larger and larger. In my previous life, apart from collecting resources, I had too much time every day. There's a fertile land on the vast ocean with plenty of sunlight. No one can resist the temptation of growing vegetables. In the end, the vegetable field became almost their only spiritual sustenance for the entire team. They even built a fermentation tank and stipulated that only waste could be drawn into it every day just to collect farm manure. Lin E remembered that after they grew their first meal of green vegetables, the whole team was happy for several days. He originally thought that this small copy of the declining club could only collect some industrial products and other supplies, but these vegetable gardens were definitely an unexpected surprise. The dog meat from earlier, the food and kitchen utensils in the security booth, and these vegetable gardens. The harvest so far is quite good. What I said before going to bed last night really came true. Today's opening is a slam dunk. It's so red, it's almost purple. Lin E sighed inwardly and called everyone to rush into the main building. Chapter 13. Theme room of the clubhouse. A lot of mystery. Lin E and a few others had just walked into the lobby of the club. When they looked towards the door, they found a shovel and a hoe. Sure enough, there are tools. I can just pack them in my backpack when I get back, he said, and continued walking forward. The lobby is magnificently decorated, and even the crystal chandelier on the ceiling is several meters long. But in terms of soft furnishings, there are only a few moldy sofas and some dead potted plants left, which are not of high collection value. Seeing this, Lin E said, let's go to the front desk first to check if there are any supplies. After saying that, he walked over first. Come closer and take a look. On the cabinet behind the front desk are some glass decorative artworks and many trophies of corporate honors. Just when Lin E was still observing, Jiang Xiahan ducked down and crawled into the front desk. After rummaging around for a while, she pouted and said, apart from this crappy computer and some pens and notebooks, there doesn't seem to be anything else here. Lin E raised his hand and pointed, indicating, the rest is not important. The only valuable thing here is the floor-standing fish tank behind you. Jiang Xiahan turned around and said, this fish tank seems good and can be used to hold water, but it's so big that I can't even take it back. Lin E didn't say anything and immediately went to check. The entire fish tank is about 3 meters long, 0.5 meters wide, and 1.5 meters high. The fish pond is estimated to be able to hold 2 cubic meters of water. Lin E tried to move it. Although there was no water in the fish tank, he only lifted one corner. Seeing this, Su Ying immediately stepped forward and said, let me try. Hearing this, Lin E stepped aside. Su Ying held the edge of the tank with one hand and lifted it up hard, lifting the tank half a meter off the ground. The fish tank must weigh at least 500 pounds. Although one end is supported on the ground, it takes an incredible amount of strength to be able to lift it. Lin E took a look and said, put it down first, don't force it. You can only carry about 400 kilograms of supplies with your current physical strength. Then I will increase the gain for Sister Su Ying. Lu Xiaoqing also knew the importance of water storage equipment and immediately responded when he saw the situation. Lin E heard this and replied, "Put the supplies in the bracelet backpack, and with your buffs, she can carry 1,200 kilograms. The return trip is downhill, so if we want to be safe, we can carry 1,000 kilograms per trip, but we are too short on supplies right now." I understand what you mean. In order to maximize the efficiency of each transportation, we have to continue to collect more useful supplies, Su Ying said, and then walked out. Lin E nodded, made a plan in his mind, and said in a louder voice, "Then let's gather supplies first. I'll discuss the division of labor. Sister Su Ying is more physically fit, so she'll be in charge of digging in the vegetable garden. Peppers and tomatoes need to be dug out with their roots and soil to survive. The rest of us are responsible for sweeping the floor. Lu Xiaoqing is responsible for floors 1 to 2, which makes it easier for Sister Su Ying to cooperate in using buffs. Jiang Xiahan is responsible for floors 3 to 4. Xiao is responsible for floors 5 to 6, and I am responsible for floors 7 to 8. Before landing on the island this morning, I told everyone what supplies we should collect. If there are no problems, let's get started. If you encounter special situations, you can use the bracelet to communicate." "No problem. No problem. That's fine with me." "Okay, I'm fine too." Everyone responded one by one. "Okay, let's get started." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin E was the first to rush to the stairs and climb to the 7th floor in one breath. He walked out of the stairs and walked around the first few guest rooms, but found nothing except some broken beds, tables, and chairs. Soon, Lin E turned a few more times and came to a more special room. As soon as you enter the door, you can see that there are obviously more debris on the ground, including many old high heels and miniskirts. Looking up, I saw a table similar to a shift schedule posted behind the door. Monthly Dragon and Tiger List. Lin E looked at the dozens of different numbers on the meter head, and then he knew that he had found the technician's restroom. He walked deeper and found employee lockers and 4 or 5 rows of shelves, which looked like a small warehouse. "Damn, I finally found the right place this time." Lin E got a little excited when he saw the table in front of the locker filled with small silver suitcases. He walked straight over and opened one of the boxes. There were all sorts of things inside, including unknown powder packets, essential oils, massage creams, wet wipes, popping candies, etc. The most valuable things should be a lighter and a few sixth senses. Family planning supplies are arguably the most sought-after items at sea. Take them. Lin E opened all the suitcases, emptied them out, and searched through them, finding at least hundreds of condoms and dozens of lighters. Then, he found a pair of sneakers in front of his locker and put them on. Then he opened the locker and searched carefully. Most of the lockers were empty, probably because they had been rummaged through before. The most useful supplies were sanitary napkins and some mineral water and drinks. Sanitary napkins were also in short supply, and the bottles could be filled with water and traded with others. So Lin E took them all. After clearing out the lockers, continue exploring the shelves. The first 2 shelves are filled with essential oils and the like, which are useless. Lin E continued to walk inside and found something unusual. The 3 shelves at the back are filled with all kinds of cosplay underwear. It is a dazzling array of items, but the amount of fabric used is shockingly small. He picked out some of the less perverted clothes and collected them. Because you can only wear 2 pieces when traveling through time, underwear is also a hot item. The main thing is that it is not too open and does not have unknown beads. No matter how fancy the design is, it can be worn. Lin E collected the items on the shelves, picked up all the bottles in the lounge, and then walked out. He searched all the guest rooms again, but only found some bottles and other things, nothing big. Then, he continued to the next floor. When he reached the top of the stairs, Lin E suddenly discovered that the 8th floor was locked by a big door. He went to the roof, found a brick, and spent several minutes knocking the lock off. Go in and take a look. The scene on the 8th floor was quite different, as there was noticeably less clutter on the ground. As soon as Lin E entered the door, he saw a large glass stage. The stage is densely covered with searchlights, and there are also many sound and audiovisual equipment on the stage. I can get 2 speakers. After upgrading to the level 11 power platform, I can have power and entertain myself. Lin E thought about it and walked directly to the stage, moving 2 speakers and a set of audio and electronic equipment to the door. After finishing it, he immediately rushed to the technician's lounge. After a while, Lin E walked into a room and immediately discovered the situation. This lounge is much larger than the one on the 7th floor and has many sofas and tables, obviously of a different grade. The most important thing is that this restroom is not filled with shelves, but more than a dozen rows of hangers. Hanging there are clothes of all kinds, maybe hundreds of pieces. There are ancient emperor's concubines, office lady style, maid style, various Disney princesses, nine-tailed fox demons, elf knights, and even Calabash Brothers snake demons. Lin E was simply stunned. Clothes are in short supply. With Jiang Xiahan's purification skills, there's no need to worry about unsanitary conditions. I definitely have to buy them. Lin E muttered to himself as he moved all the clothes and hangers to the stairs. Afterwards, he returned to the lounge and searched through the technician's suitcases and storage boxes again, collecting many survival items. Then, he started from the entrance and scanned the guest rooms in front, finding that the beds and chairs in the rooms were all in good order. Perhaps because the 8th floor was more ventilated and the guest rooms were relatively dry, he also accidentally collected 2 sheets that were not moldy. After a while, Lin E came to the last row of rooms and immediately noticed something unusual. Because this is a theme room, it is several times larger than an ordinary guest room, and the decoration is even more exaggerated. I was thinking there must be a purpose for all the costumes in the lounge. Turns out the secret is in the theme room at the back. Lin E exclaimed in amazement as he looked at this room that looked like an ancient emperor's bedroom. He looked around, exploring the details, then discovered, next to the big bed, there are 2 soldier-like statues guarding it. A plaque with the words, "Open and Honest," is nailed high above the head of the bed, and an ancient sword is hung below it. What the hell? It's just washing feet. Do you really have to make such a fuss? Lin E was shocked. After that, he searched the room for a few times without any results, and his sight finally stopped below the plaque at the head of the bed. That ancient sword seemed a bit too exquisite to him. He took a running start, stepped on the bed to gain leverage, and jumped up, then used his hands to push the ancient sword out of the 2 grooves. With a bang, the sword hit the bedside table with a dull thud, sending dust flying down. What the hell? It really is a real thing. Lin E exclaimed in surprise, picked up the ancient sword, and opened it to take a look. The sword was as bright as new. The sword has 2 seal characters Tian1 printed on it, and its shape is an imitation of the Qin sword. He weighed it in his hand, then leaned the sword against the bed and stepped on it. The sword body was only slightly deformed and soon returned to its original state. The weight, the resilience, the workmanship, it's obviously made of high manganese steel. Even though it's unbladed, it's still a magical weapon for dealing with mutant beasts. Lin E was satisfied and put Qin Jin away after he finished speaking. According to his previous life, he had never heard of any hot weapons. When people fought, they used supernatural powers and cold weapons. Therefore, the preciousness of this sword is self-evident. Food, vegetable plots, various supplies, all kinds of clothes, and even weapons. This abandoned club dungeon is really awesome. Lin E secretly rejoiced and continued to explore the next room. Chapter 14, Their Supplies. Each one is more exaggerated than the other. When searching the other theme rooms, Lin E confirmed that there were no more practical supplies, so he dismantled a steel shelf in one of the rooms. There are no buildings on the platform yet, so this type of assembled steel frame is still very useful. When he finished his work and looked at the time, there was less than half an hour left. It's almost time, let's go check on him first. Lin E thought about it and walked outside. When I arrived at the door, Su Ying happened to be walking up the stairs. Her cheeks were flushed, beads of sweat dripped down her hair, and her wet swimsuit clung to her skin, outlining her amazing body curves. It seems that the amount of exercise is indeed very large. Sister Su Ying, thank you for your hard work. How is the situation down there? Lin E came forward and greeted her first. Su Ying stood still, looked at the supplies at the stairwell, and said, I've already gone back and delivered the supplies in the security booth, the fish tank, and the vegetables in the flower garden. When I went upstairs, I also noticed that the supplies they collected were more than yours. Is everyone so powerful? Lin E asked with a little surprise. Su Ying suddenly laughed when she heard this, but at first glance, I still think that what you collected is relatively normal. Lin E was a little confused after hearing this. The supplies he collected on the 8th floor were mainly the 100 or so costumes. Is this normal? Lin E suddenly became very curious. What on earth did they pick up? Let's go down and take a look later. I have something for you now. As Lin E spoke, he took out the ancient sword from his backpack and handed it to her. Seeing this, Su Ying immediately took it, opened the sword and took a look, and said in surprise, "This sword is very finely crafted, and it feels very comfortable to hold, but it feels a little light." Lin E laughed and said, "This sword weighs at least 6 or 7 pounds. It feels light because you're so strong." Su Ying nodded and said slowly, "That should be the case. With this weapon, it will be convenient in the future. If I encounter a situation like the gate again, I will be able to take action decisively." "Well, you put it away first. I'll give it another critical hit when I get back, and keep the extra ones for backup," Lin E said. "Okay, then I'll collect the supplies you collected first." After Su Ying finished speaking, she immediately opened the bracelet and collected all the supplies at the stairs. The two collected the supplies and quickly arrived at the 5th floor. As soon as I walked out of the stairs, I saw Wang Xiyao busy with several suitcases. Seeing this, Lin E walked over and asked, "Xiao, you found a few more boxes. What's in them?" Hearing this, Wang Xiyao turned around and said with a happy smile, "Senior, I collected a lot of unopened shampoo, shower gel, and disposable toothbrushes and toothpaste in a warehouse." Lin E walked closer and saw that the 2 suitcases were indeed filled with toiletries. As for the 3rd suitcase, it contained similar things to what Lin E had collected on the 7th floor, along with a few pairs of newer sneakers. "That's amazing. These daily necessities are very practical," Lin E praised with a smile. "The trading value of toiletries is actually very limited. Because it's sea, all drinking water has to be collected on the island, so how can it be used for bathing? But their team is not short of water, and there are 4 girls, which can also improve the quality of life." After listening to this, Wang Xiyao said awkwardly, "Of course, besides these, I've also collected a whole box of the supplies you mentioned." Upon hearing this, Lin E took a look at the condition of her 3rd box, which was similar to the supplies he saw on the 7th floor. There are some family planning products such as sanitary napkins, 6 cents, and unopened oily substances. Lin E had specifically mentioned these things before they went to the island, so they naturally knew that they were valuable supplies. Lin E said, "Yes, I saw it. You should cover the box. We need to hurry back." "Okay," Wang Xiyao said, and then she moved quickly. After a while, several people collected the supplies and went to the 3rd floor together. When Lin E walked out of the stairs, the first thing that caught his eye was a pair of feet. He walked up and saw a slim girl lying leisurely on a curved sofa recliner. She leaned back into the chair, her waist and hips fitting perfectly with the recliner, and her long legs extended to the top along the curve of the recliner. On his face, he was wearing a short fox mask that covered half of his face. Lin E was confused and asked, "Jiang Xiahan, what are you doing? Where are the supplies you collected?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiahan swung her long legs down, then sat up and said angrily, "Lin E, why are you yelling so loudly? Do you know how tiring it is to push this sofa out? Can't I even take a break for a while?" Hearing this, Lin E said helplessly, "What are you doing with this thing?" Jiang Xiahan was sitting on the kind of happy chair commonly seen in theme rooms. It was heavy and took up a lot of space, and was probably only made of wood. Jiang Xiahan said seriously, "For rest. Collecting supplies every day is so tiring. Wouldn't it be nice to have a soft sofa to lean on when I get home?" Okay. Lin E was speechless for a moment, and then asked, "Besides this sofa, what other supplies did you collect?" "Of course," Jiang Xiahan said, then turned around and pulled out 3 large cardboard boxes from the door behind the sofa. She replied, "It was blocking the way just now. I just put the supplies in the room first. Otherwise, do you think I, Jiang Xiahan, am such a loser?" Seeing this, Lin E took a closer look. 3 large cardboard boxes, all full. The first cardboard box was similar to the supplies he had collected on the 7th floor, life-saving items. The second carton contained mostly fully packaged tissues. The third cardboard box contained a lot of miscellaneous items, including a kettle, a power bank, high heels, brand new stockings, various masks, and technician uniforms. How about it? After realizing how powerful your sister is, you were surprised, right? Jiang Xiahan noticed that Lin Yi's expression was a little strange, and immediately said proudly, "It's okay. At least I didn't forget that I came here with a mission." Lin Yi said, "TSK, looking at your attitude, any capitalist would want to become your apprentice." Jiang Xiahan rolled her eyes at him and said angrily. Hearing this, Lin Yi slowly said, "Okay, I was wrong about you just now. Jiang Xiahan performed very well today, and I was too narrow-minded. Is this okay?" It's okay, you barely passed." Jiang Xiahan laughed. Lin E pulled out a few cardboard boxes and placed them next to the happy chair. He said to Su Ying, "You packed a lot of things upstairs, and with Jiang Xiahan's things, it's a bit overweight. Just wait here for now. I'll go find Lu Xiaoqing and make sure everything is all right down there. Then ask her to give you a skill buff. Then you can collect the supplies on the 3rd floor and then go straight to the 1st floor." After that, we evacuated together. Su Ying heard this and nodded. "Okay, go ahead. Send me a message through the bracelet later." Soon, Lin E ran from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor. As soon as I went down the stairs and turned into the corridor, I saw Lu Xiaoqing. Her face was dirty. She was carrying a gas tank on her shoulder, holding a cutting board in her hand, and she was barefoot, stumbling towards him. Why are the supplies of these 3 women more exaggerated than the other? Lin E exclaimed and strode forward to support. Chapter 15. All supplies, all critical hits. Lin E ran to Lu Xiaoqing's side, took the gas tank from her shoulder, and immediately said, "Let me do it." Lu Xiaoqing's shoulders relaxed, and after catching his breath, he said, "Why are you here? Our stay is almost over. Let's talk while we walk." Lin E responded and stepped forward. When Lu Xiaoqing saw Lin E walking out, she raised her hand to press her sore shoulder, pursed her lips, and then followed him. Lin E then briefly told her the arrangements, and the 2 of them quickly reached the stairs. After he put down the gas tank, he looked around and found that the supplies Lu Xiaoqing had collected earlier were piled all over the ground. There are almost all kinds of pots and pans and kitchen supplies. Taking his eyes off the supplies, Lin E observed Lu Xiaoqing, who was following behind him. Her body was covered in stains, and her hair was covered in cobwebs and dust. She was so dirty, as if she had rolled on the ground. "There are cobwebs in your hair. Let me clean them up for you." As Lin E spoke, he raised his hand and grabbed Lu Xiaoqing's hair. Lu Xiaoqing's head shook at first, and then her body stiffened. Seeing that Lin E's hand had started moving, she had to slowly relax. "Why did you get it so dirty?" Lin E asked. Maybe it was because Lin E was standing too close to her that Lu Xiaoqing felt a little uncomfortable. She twisted the corner of her clothes and whispered, "There are only some tables and stools in the restaurant on the 2nd floor. I thought the supplies in the kitchen on the 1st floor were more practical, so I stayed in the kitchen to collect them, so they got dirty." Lin E looked down and saw Lu Xiaoqing's bare feet. There were many scratches on the instep from being scratched by the thatch. He asked, "Did you go outside just now?" Lu Xiaoqing nodded gently. "After clearing the kitchen on the 1st floor, I went to the residential area behind and found a relatively full gas tank." Upon hearing this, Lin E immediately said, "Next time you visit the island, you won't be able to enter unfamiliar buildings alone. After a while, many animals will mutate and change shape, and the resource island will no longer be safe." Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing was silent for a moment, then said softly, "Okay, I understand." After a while, after Lin E helped her clean her hair, he asked Lu Xiaoqing to give Su Ying some benefits according to the plan and informed them that he had collected the resources and went downstairs. After Lu Xiaoqing released his skills, he walked in the front desk, sat down, ate a blue fruit, and began to recover his mental strength. After a while, Su Ying took them downstairs, and after meeting up with Lin E and the others, they began to collect supplies. Seeing that Wang Xiyao was fine for the time being, Lin E called out, "Xiao, Lu Xiaoqing's foot was scratched by the thatch. Please use your healing technique to treat her. Also, give her a pair of the shoes you collected earlier." "Huh? Senior sister Lu is injured? Then I'll go there right away." After Wang Xiyao said that, she immediately walked towards the front desk. After Wang Xiyao left, Lin E turned his attention and saw the kitchen knife in Lu Xiaoqing's supplies and thought of lunch. "Sister Su Ying, please wait a moment. I need to use this kitchen knife." He interrupted Su Ying, walked up to get the kitchen knife, and explained, "I'm going to get some thatch outside. It'll be useful for making lunch later." Su Ying nodded. "Okay, then you go. I'll take them out after I collect the supplies." "Okay," Lin E said and ran straight out the door. He walked out the door, glanced around, and headed straight for the thatched grass next to the parking lot. Lin E walked over, pressed the thatch roots, picked up the kitchen knife, and started chopping. "Lin E, what are you doing? Are you venting your violence?" Jiang Xiahan followed him out and saw Lin E chopping at a pile of grass. She shouted curiously, "I'll explain it to you later. Since you've come with me, please help me bundle the straw." Lin E responded and continued to rush to the next bush. "Okay then." Jiang Xiahan saw that Lin E was not joking and did not waste any time. She immediately came over to help with the work. A few minutes later, When Lin E was still chopping thatch, Su Ying and the others came out, and he asked Su Ying to take Lu Xiaoqing and the others back. Although she can still stay for 15 minutes, Su Ying's gain can only last for 10 minutes, and she will not be able to carry the supplies once the time is up. Jiang Xiahan, help me continue tying up the straw while I go chop down a few more trees. Lin E said this and rushed to the parking lot. 5 minutes later, when he came back from chopping down the trees, Jiang Xiahan had almost finished tying up the thatch, chopping trees and mowing grass. What's the point of Lin E doing this? Jiang Xiahan was very puzzled when she saw Lin E coming back. It's useful when making lunch. Lin E said, took out the bracelet and collected all the thatch on the ground. Jiang Xiahan said, don't we have a gas stove? Lin E looked at the time and found that there were only 10 minutes left, so he put his arm around Jiang Xiahan's shoulders and walked out. Let's talk about it when we get back. Jiang Xiahan was speechless and said, you're crazy, being so mysterious. Lin E thought about it and said, I haven't eaten anything since last night. Tell me, what do you want to eat for lunch? What can we eat? I think we only have noodles and eggs right now. There are also vegetables, sweet potato leaves. You can eat sweet potato leaves. In Sichuan and Chongqing, they're used to feed pigs. That's because you don't know how to eat it. Almost everyone in Lingnan eats it. TSK. Only pigs eat that. The only one who eats Hautuinia cordata is a pig. Are you looking for a fight? You were the one who scolded us first. Take your hands off your sister's shoulders. Now let's practice. You bitch. You actually attacked me by surprise and elbowed me. Your hands are almost touching my chest. What's wrong with hitting you twice? That was an unintentional action. Huh, why are you running if you didn't mean to? You were the one who chased me and beat me first. Then I ran away. On the road at the foot of the mountain, two figures were chasing each other, and the sound of their friendly exchanges echoed throughout the valley. 5 minutes later, Lin E raised his hands in surrender, and the two of them returned to the plank road, cursing. Humph, now you know how powerful my sister is. Jiang Xiahan looked very proud. She pushed Lin E aside and headed for the platform first. Damn, did this woman really want to be with me before? Lin E couldn't help but doubt his previous judgment. Never mind, never mind. It's probably because I had too much stuff in my backpack that I couldn't outrun her just now. Lin E muttered to himself, rubbing his sore shoulders as he followed. He walked to the end of the plank road and looked at the time of his stay. There were still 4 minutes left. Lin E, you're back. Come and see how we arrange our supplies. When Su Ying saw Lin E and the others coming back, she immediately greeted them. Okay, I'll take care of it right away. Lin E replied and stepped onto the platform. When he went up to take a look, we saw supplies piled all over the platform, and everyone was sorting out the supplies they had just collected. Lin E immediately called out, everyone, take a break. I'll start with the supplies, and then you can sort them out after I'm done. That's probably true. Even if it's fixed now, it will still be messy after more supplies arrive. Lu Xiaoqing said, stopping what he was doing. Lin E then said, give me the skill buff now, and then go rest on the beach chair for a while. If you guys stand around, it will be inconvenient for me to operate. Lu Xiaoqing nodded, immediately gave Lin E a skill buff, and then went over to sit down with the girls. After Lin E obtained the buff, he quickly went to the planning area in the middle of the platform and started by giving his backpack a critical hit. Critical hit. The supplies in the backpack have tripled. After the critical hit, the 7 bundles of straw that had just been cut became 28 bundles, and the 2 freshly cut tree trunks became 8 trees. Lin E took them out directly and piled them on the open space first. Then he walked towards the place where supplies were stored. Critical attack mode is activated. Critical hit success. Newly gained. Large fish tank 3. Critical hit success. Newly gained. 3 14 kilograms gas canisters. Critical hit success. New reward. 3 4 kilograms gas canisters. Critical hit success. Newly gained. Single hole gas stove 3. Critical hit success. New reward. 3 pasta boxes. Critical hit success. Newly gained. Small stainless steel table 3. Critical hit success. Newly gained. Plastic chairs 6. It took Lin E a full 5 minutes to complete the critical strike of all the large items. Since small items were difficult to handle, they were all stored in the platform storage space and left in the warehouse after the critical hit. Once completed, he immediately ate another blue fruit to restore his mental strength, and then announced, everything we collected today was a critical hit. Many small items like clothing are stored in the platform warehouse, so you can pick them up when you need them. We've harvested a lot on the first day, Thank you all for your hard work. Okay, let's all high-five to celebrate, Jiang Xiahan said, then jumped up happily and high-fived the girls around her one by one. And you, Lin E, Jiang Xiahan shouted and rushed towards Lin E. She livened up the atmosphere, and everyone's faces showed joy. After Jiang Xiahan came up and high-fived Lin E, she suddenly became sneaky and said, "Your skill buff hasn't worn off yet, right? Quickly give my backpack a critical hit too." Lin E was stunned. "Why do you look like a thief?" Hearing this, Jiang Xiahan said in a deep voice, "Just do what I tell you to do. Stop talking nonsense. Everyone has a little secret." Okay. Lin E didn't ask any more questions and immediately gave her backpack a critical hit. "All right, this skill is awesome." Jiang Xiahan raised her hand and gave a thumbs up before going back satisfied. Lin E thought for a moment and then asked, "Do you guys need me to use my skills to crit your backpacks?" I want. As soon as he finished speaking, the other three girls raised their hands instantly. Lin E was completely bewildered. "From what I've seen, it seems like all of you girls are secretly hoarding supplies." Just when he was about to speak, Su Ying said first, "The sword you gave me is an important weapon, so I need a critical hit. I collected a pair of shoes in the dorm building out back, so I need a crit." Lu Xiaoqing followed up with a sentence. Wang Xiyao suddenly became nervous, looking left and right, hesitantly said, My inside. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoqing hurriedly grabbed Wang Xiyao and interrupted her, shouting at Lin, "It's not difficult to let you hit it hard. Why are you asking so clearly?" Lin E reacted and immediately said, Okay. I didn't say I won't give you a critical hit." After saying that, he opened his teammates' panel and directly gave all their backpacks a critical hit. The operation is complete. Lin E exited the panel, and suddenly a question arose in his mind. "Lu Xiaoqing, did you collect the shoes in the dormitory building behind? But when you were carrying the gas tank, weren't you always barefoot?" Chapter 16, you are the only one who treats this damn thing as a treasure. Thinking of this, Lin E was confused. Why do these women seem to have secrets that they don't want to reveal? Oh, forget it. Let's give them some privacy. If they don't want to talk, don't force them. He just gave up and stopped thinking about it. Lin E collected his thoughts and looked outside. The platform had already left the berth. Because there are so many supplies, the center of gravity of the platform is slightly unbalanced. Seeing this, he immediately said, "Sister Su Ying, we need to set up these 4 fish tanks as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient to fill them with water later." Su Ying understood immediately after hearing this, and immediately walked up and said, "After the fish tank is filled with water, it must weigh at least 2,000 kilograms, which will indeed affect the balance. So, why don't we put one on each side?" "Yes, sure." Lin E looked around and explained. The 4 fish tanks were placed in the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north. The one on the north is used for cooking. The one on the west side is placed behind the beach chairs, shielding it for showering and using the toilet. Place one on the south side, close to the planting area, which can be used for irrigation later. The one on the east side can be used to adjust the balance. Just keep it as a backup. Su Ying nodded and said, "This arrangement is very reasonable. I'll do as you say." After confirming the layout plan, the two of them immediately went to move the fish tank, but the fish tank was too heavy. In the end, it took the combined efforts of 5 people to finally move the fish tank to the designated location. After finishing, Lin E saw that everyone was tired and sweating, so he took a break. In the middle, they found a basin filled with seawater and asked Jiang Xiahan to purify it. Then everyone sat on the beach chairs and drank it all. Jiang Xiahan picked up a bowl of water and suddenly poured it on her head, saying with a look of despair, "It's only 10:30, and it's still so hot. Won't it be even more horrible at noon? Didn't you just collect some masks at the club, saying you wanted to use them for sun protection?" Lin E said with a smile. "That thing gets stuck in your nose, so it's not very practical. I gave up on a long time ago." Jiang Xiahan replied calmly, and then suddenly said excitedly, "But I collected some hats." After saying that, she immediately took out 8 hats from her backpack. They all looked the same, red and blue. "Stewardess hat, sisters, choose your own color. Everyone has one." "That's fine. Although your face will still be exposed to the sun, wearing a hat can reduce the risk of heat stroke." Su Ying took it first and said. Seeing this, the other 2 also took the hat and put it on. Jiang Xiahan suddenly looked at Lin. "What about you? Do you want it?" Lin E shook his head to refuse, then took a swimsuit from the chair and covered his head with it. Ha. If you're shy, forget it. Jiang Xiahan smiled and put the remaining hat back. Now that we've rested enough, let's get ready to work. Lin E said, then sat up first and said to everyone, our first priority now is to prepare lunch. Second, we need to organize today's supplies and trade with others to obtain wood and soil for upgrading the platform as soon as possible. As long as we can upgrade the platform after lunch and have a parasol to protect us, we won't have to worry about being exposed to the sun this afternoon. Upon hearing this, everyone stood up as well. Then you can divide the work among us. Lu Xiaoqing said. Lin E nodded and said slowly. Due to the lack of containers and the fact that half of the resource islands are without water, the most important supply on this first day is clean, fresh water. We have Jiang Xiahan's purification skills, so we use fresh water to trade for resources. But one thing to note is that the mall limits transactions to 10 per day, so we need to calculate the corresponding prices to ensure that we can exchange the wood, soil, and metal needed to upgrade the platform. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing took the initiative to say, I studied the mall situation last night and am familiar with its functions. Let me take charge of the transactions. After listening, Lin E instructed, we have no shortage of fresh water. You can set the capacity for each order. Just refer to the market price for pricing. We must ensure that we can exchange enough for the upgrade platform resources on the first day of trading. Lu Xiaoqing nodded and said seriously, don't worry, I will definitely complete the task. Yeah, okay. After Lin E finished speaking, he looked at Wang Xiyao and arranged, Xiao, you will cooperate with Jiang Xiahan to purify the fresh water. Things like getting seawater and preparing containers will be left to you. Okay, senior, I will definitely complete the task. Wang Xiyao also imitated Lu Xiaoqing's tone and immediately agreed. Then I'll take care of preparing lunch. Lin E had only said half of it. Su Ying took the initiative to take over and interrupted. Lin E, I can prepare lunch by myself. The weather is so hot, and you need to deal with the thing I just brought back as soon as possible. Lin E nodded and said, okay, then let's divide the work like this. Everyone get busy. Hello, sister. Your insight is so strong. He sighed, walked directly to a stainless steel table, and pulled out the dead dog hidden underneath. Good brother. Our source of protein during this period depends on you. Lin E picked up the dog and walked towards the open space with satisfaction. Then he took a few bundles of green grass, broke off some twigs, quickly started a fire, and threw the dog in. Step 1. Singeing and scalding the skin. As a native of Lingnan, Lin E is naturally familiar with the process of cooking dog meat. Wait until the fire starts. He connected a gas stove nearby and went to Jiang Xiahan to get water. Jiang Xiahan saw Lin E coming over with a cooking pot and asked in confusion, you want this first basin of water? You need to light a fire and boil water. What are you going to do? I only need half a basin. Lin E said, pouring half a basin of water into the pot, and clicked a critical hit, and the water was instantly full. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. I'll fill the remaining half basin of water for you. After saying that, Lin E clicked a critical hit in Jiang Xiahan's basin of water. The basin is full again. Jiang Xiahan looked at him with disdain. Look at how cocky you are. Why don't you be responsible for getting the water? No. I just benefited from your skills. Lin E picked up the basin and said with a smile, call me when you have purified the water. I'm going to boil water for my good brother to take a bath now. Jiang Xiahan's face was filled with black lines. She said, you don't really want to eat. Lin E, what else? Do you really think I'm joking? But. Jiang Xiahan wanted to say something, but finally held it back. She could only helplessly say, forget it, whatever you say. Anyway, even if I, Jiang Xiahan, starve to death, I will never eat this damn thing of yours. Don't worry. Not only will you not starve to death, but I won't force you to eat. Lin E smiled, turned around, and headed back. It is normal that you don't know the value of meat protein when you first arrive at sea. But no matter how tough they are, 99% of people will become obedient if they don't smell meat for a few meals. He had a deep understanding of this in his previous life. After a while, Lin E boiled some water, went to the fire and stirred it with a stick, and found that his good brother was grinning wildly in the fire. Both rows of teeth were exposed. He took a closer look and saw that the dog's skin had been burnt to a scorched yellow. The texture is best when the skin is burnt and tightened. Lin E confirmed that the food was cooked properly and took his good brother to the stainless steel table to set the table. Boil it again with boiling water and then use a kitchen knife to scrape off the black charcoal on the dog's skin. After cleaning it, he found some pots and pans. It's hot and stuffy at sea, and the storage conditions are poor, so smoking and brine can preserve it longer. Lin E made a decision in his mind and started to use the knife. He quickly removed the 4 legs along with a large amount of meat. Just when Lin E was busy, Su Ying, who was cooking noodles at the table in front, took a few glances. Suddenly, he picked up half a bag of salt and walked over, placing it on the stainless steel table. He said, "The salt was collected from the security booth just now. Half a bag should be enough for you." Lin E turned around when he heard the voice and replied, "That's enough. I was just about to ask you for more, but I didn't expect you to bring it to me. I'm not a student anymore, but I still have some common sense and good eyesight." Su Ying replied calmly. Lin E smiled and said, "Indeed, if it were Jiang Xiahan and the others, I would probably have to explain myself." Su Ying watched for a while and asked curiously, "Your hands are very skillful. Have you done this before?" "I guess I have done it," Lin E said as he cleaned the internal organs. Su Ying was puzzled. Could it be that there is a middle value for this kind of thing? "I've killed sheep before, and I've watched people kill dogs. The process is similar." Lin E responded without stopping his hands. "No wonder. Then you go ahead and get busy. I'll be back soon," Su Ying said, and then went back. Then, Lin E quickened his pace and quickly cut the dog meat into pieces and marinated it. He used the green wood he had cut earlier to build a wooden frame on the original fire pile, and used the remaining green wood to start the fire. After working for an hour and a half, all the dog meat was finally processed. There are about 20 pounds of meat on the grill, all smoked. There are about 5 pounds of fish in the pot, which have just been soaked in water and not yet pickled. Once it's done, and we have another big hit, we'll have almost 100 kilograms of meat, which will be enough for 5 people to eat for about a month. Lin E looked at his masterpiece in front of him and felt very happy. Right at this moment, Jiang Xiahan walked over with a bowl of noodles and said angrily, "Lin E, do you still want to eat? If you don't, the noodles will turn into a mess." "Here I come, here I come." Lin E responded, turned around, and found that Jiang Xiahan had already handed the noodles to him. A bowl of noodles, 2 fried eggs, and some sweet potato leaves. It was simple, but it suddenly made him hungry. "I'll eat now." Lin E took the big bowl with a smile, picked up a fried egg, and swallowed it in one bite. "It's so exquisite, but you're the only one who treats this damn thing as a treasure." Jiang Xiahan looked at the smoked dog leg with disgust, complained, turned around, and walked towards the happy chair she had collected in the morning. "You are the same. You treat those broken chairs as treasures," Lin E retorted while eating noodles. Chapter 17. Upgrade the platform again. Everyone sleeps happily. After Lin E finished his noodles, he walked to the dining table and found Lu Xiaoqing hiding under the table to cool off. "How are sales going over there?" he asked while washing the dishes. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing clicked on the bracelet, raised his hand to display the screen, and said, "I made 4 trades and exchanged them for 500 wood, 300 organic soil, and 20 metal. With your critical hits and the wood I previously stored, it's enough to upgrade to the level 5 platform." "That's great. I'll upgrade the platform right away," Lin E said in surprise. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing said slowly, "But I exchanged so many resources, and I only used 5 liters of water, which is less than what you use in your washing basin." Hearing this, Lin E was stunned and said, "You sound unhappy. Wouldn't it be better to use a small investment to gain a big return?" Lu Xiaoqing said softly, 1 unit of wood is 1 kilogram, and 200 pieces of wood can be exchanged for 500 milliliters of fresh water. We worked so hard to transport 200 kilograms of supplies from such a high island, and only got 1 bottle of water in return. I just think the labor is a bit cheap." After listening to this, Lin E fell silent. He thought for a moment and asked, "We have so much fresh water, you can definitely set the price lower." Lu Xiaoqing said calmly, "Market supply and demand are fixed. No matter how low I set the price, it won't affect the trading system of billions of people around the world." Lin E put down the bowl and said with a smile, "Then why are you still worried?" Lu Xiao stood up and asked, "Don't you think this situation is a bit too cruel for others?" Lin E said, "Survival at sea is all about the survival of the fittest. Marine resources are limited. Those people you pity now may very well run into us on the resource island and compete with us for resources. If that day really comes, do you think they'll be soft on us? In the endless sea, there is competition between teams. If you want to survive to the end, you have to step on other people's heads to squeeze up." Although Lin E knew that it was impossible to make Lu Xiaoqing's state of mind evolve all at once. But excessive empathy is not a good thing for survival at sea. Seeing Lin Yi's serious attitude, Lu Xiaoqing finally sighed and said, I was indeed too naive just now. Now I understand what you mean. If you are fine, I will continue to trade now. Hey, one more thing. Lin E stopped her and added, I have enough supplies to upgrade the platform. Can you help me trade something? Lu Xiaoqing, what do you want? Lin, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, tangerine peel, cumin, Sichuan peppercorns, sand ginger, rice wine. Lu Xiaoqing frowned slightly. Is this the thing you were talking about? Lin E smiled awkwardly and said, It's almost the same. They're all seasonings anyway, so just call them that. Well, okay. Lu Xiaoqing responded. Wait for Lu Xiaoqing to leave. Lin E turned around and saw several buckets of water on the floor behind the dining table, all covered tightly. The bucket is a large plastic bucket commonly found in restaurants, which Lu Xiaoqing collected at the club. Dan Shui is the result of Jiang Xiahan's 2 hours of work. Because there are not so many containers, Lin E has not yet added critical hits to the water. He turned his gaze and found Su Ying fiddling with the stainless steel table behind the fish tank in the north, as if she wanted to make the layout and flow of the kitchen better. The other side, Wang Xiyao was holding a basin of water and watering the tomato seedlings, eggplant vines, and sweet potato vines that had not yet been planted. Jiang Xiahan was playing badly and was lying on the happy chair with a hat covering her face and her waist hunched in the sun. He thought for a moment and then shouted to everyone, Everyone, please stop what you are doing. The sun is at its hottest from 12 noon to 3 p.m. From now on, it will be your lunch break. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiahan immediately responded, I think Lin Yi's proposal is excellent. I fully agree with it. All right then. Su Ying responded and walked over to the beach chair. Wang Xiyao then said, Then I'll water these vegetables and then rest. Seeing this, Lin E immediately walked over, took the basin from her hand, and quickly poured out all the water in a few strokes. Xiao, just go sit over there. I'll take care of it. He handed the basin back to her, then quickly untied a few bundles of straw and covered all the vegetables. Covered with thatch, it can block out the sun. Growing vegetables was Lin Yi's favorite thing to do in his previous life. So I have some experience. It is best to plant in the evening. There is no rush now. Finish everything. Lin E opened the platform panel. Level 4. Specifications 12x12 meters. Planting area 4 by 4 meters. Upgrade conditions 2500 wood, 675 organic soil, 20 iron. Mall inventory 500 wood, 300 organic soil, 20 metal. The supplies in the mall backpack were exactly what Lu Xiaoqing had just traded. Lu Xiaoqing, add some buffs to my skills. Lin Yi shouted. Lu Xiaoqing only used his skills 3 times today. Twice it was used to help Su Ying move things, and once it was used to help Lin E get critical supplies. There is no need to save now. After a while, after Lu Xiaoqing's buff was in place, Lin E immediately gave the mall backpack a critical hit. Critical hit success. Supplies tripled. New items, 1500 wood, 900 organic soil, 60 metal. Should it be transferred to the platform warehouse for use? Lin E click confirm, and then check the warehouse inventory. Remaining materials, 4,250 wood, 1,200 organic soil, 60 iron metal. Enough to upgrade the platform. Lin E thought to himself. Then, he asked everyone to leave the beach chairs and find a place to stand. With the experience from last time, everyone took action quickly. Whether to enable upgrade. He looked at the prompt on the bracelet and clicked to confirm. The light screen on the platform lit up again, like an elevator, lifting the 5 people and all external supplies to 2 meters in the air. Platform upgrade in progress. Then, countless pieces of wood were removed from the 4 sides of the platform and reassembled together with the newly added pieces of wood. The new soil is gradually pieced together to form new clods of soil, which are connected to the old land. Just like last time, efficient and stable without any deviation. Soon, new changes appeared at the beach chairs. A rectangular wooden frame gradually rises and stops after reaching a height of 2 meters. Long wooden blocks fell from the sky, covering the top of the frame tightly. The entire frame completely frames the 5 beach chairs. A brand new platform emerges again. Upgrade successful. Level 5. Specifications 15x15 meters. Planting area 5 by 5 meters. Upgrade conditions 3,000 wood, 825 organic soil, 25 iron. Permitted stay time 2.5 hours. Coming soon to the island refresh at 2000 hours tonight. The first 1% to reach level 5 will receive a reward of 1,200 wood and 1 island refresh opportunity. Lin E clicked on the mailbox and put the upgrade reward into the platform warehouse. Then, it landed on the platform again. Great! Finally, there's a place that can shelter us from the sun. We can all have a nice nap. Jiang Xiahan shouted excitedly and rushed to the beach chair. Lin E shook his head helplessly, walked to the barbecue grill, turned the smoked meat over, and added some raw ingredients. After the upgrade, the periphery of the platform has been expanded and several new plots of land have been added to the planning area, but it does not affect the placement of materials. Apart from the addition of sunshade, there is no essential change to the platform. If you want to see big changes, you have to wait until it is upgraded to level 11 at least, when the platform will add a power system. When solar panels are added and electricity is available, living conditions will be better. Let's get a refrigerator then, so we don't have to eat smoked meat all the time. Lin E muttered to himself, and suddenly felt that there was hope for the future again. After confirming that the fire was burning, he got up and walked towards the beach chair. Several girls were already lying on the beach chairs and chatting happily. It's too hot at noon. Wouldn't it be nice to take a nap together? Chapter 18. After traveling through time, I became a human-shaped shower. On his way back, when Lin E passed by a chair, he was suddenly stopped by a foot. He withdrew his gaze from the little feet, turned his gaze, and asked in confusion, "Lu Xiaoqing, how come you seem to have a third eye? You could see me while looking at the screen. You only have 3 eyes. What you just asked for is not worth much. I bought it for 10 iron medals." Lu Xiaoqing said, took out a bag and handed it to him, saying speechlessly, "But our only chance to place an order in the mall today has been used up." "It doesn't matter. We're the ones exporting resources in exchange for the labor value of others. Besides, there aren't many good things to buy in the early stages." After Lin E finished speaking, he took the bag and took a look. It was filled with various spices. There is also a bottle of distilled liquor, which can also be used as cooking wine. I really don't understand why a team can sell 10 orders a day, but is limited to purchasing only 1. Those teams with poor resources will probably find it difficult to sell a single item. Lu Xiaoqing couldn't help but complain. Lin E said, "Survival at sea was originally intended to pit travelers against each other. Restricting trade is probably intended to force each team to go to the island and compete for it." Lu Xiaoqing said, "Maybe. Then what do you think we should buy next time? Any fruit that can enhance strength, such as attribute and ability upgrades. However, these items are of high value, and there are too few teams that can afford the price. It is estimated that there will be fewer of them on the shelves in the past few days." Lin E explained it. "Okay, I understand. I'll pay special attention to it then," Lu Xiaoqing said, and then retracted her feet. Seeing this, Lin E quadrupled the seasoning and put it into his backpack. The dog meat in the pot has been boiled, so just add the ingredients and stew it for a few hours in the afternoon. Just as he was about to move forward, Wang Xiyao suddenly stood up and blocked his way. "Xiao, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Wang Xiyao's hesitant look, Lin E took the initiative to ask. Hearing this, Wang Xiyao said softly, "Senior, it's like this. I want to get some water to wash clothes. I've already prepared it. Could you please help me with some water?" Lin E said, "It's hot now. You can take a shower at night." "It's okay, I'll be quick." After saying that, Wang Xiao ran outside and quickly came back with half a basin of water. Lin E took a look and saw some vegetable leaves inside, which were obviously left over for washing the vegetables just now. He said helplessly, "Xiao, we don't need to be so frugal. We can use clean water to wash clothes." "Let's not do that. Senior Lu got all dirty while collecting supplies this morning, and she didn't waste any water when she came back." Wang Xiao refused. Hearing this, Lin E looked up and saw that all 4 fish tanks were still empty. "Give me the water first." After he said that, he took the basin, walked straight to the fish tank, and poured the water into it. Then he clicked on a critical hit, and the water immediately filled the bottom of the pool. Wang Xiao had just cleaned the fish tank briefly, and there were only some dirty water stains in it. He cleaned it briefly and then drained the wastewater. Seeing Wang Xiao trying to come over to help, Lin E pulled her aside and said, "Xiao, let's carry a tank of water together. It should be enough to fill the fish tank." "Yeah." Wang Xiao nodded and followed Lin E upstairs. Then, the two of them carried the water over and poured it into the fish tank together using a basin. After pouring it all out, it was about 1/5 of the water line in the fish tank. Lin E raised his hand, and the critical hit was successful. The water in the fish tank rose to 80%. This tank of water is estimated to be about 2 cubic meters. Xiao, don't always think about saving water in the future, he reminded. Wang Xiyao nodded and said sweetly, yeah, I understand. The water storage items just now were not enough, and Senior hasn't doubled his critical hit yet, so I thought of saving them for now. Then you go ahead and do the laundry and take a rest as soon as possible. After Lin E finished speaking, he went back. Wang Xiao's cautious attitude sometimes causes a lot of trouble, but he could totally understand. In his previous life, it took him a long time to adapt to life at sea. If the 4 girls want to fully adapt, they will definitely have a long way to go. The sun is shining brightly, and the sea breeze is blowing gently. After Lin E lay down, the small raft drifting in the endless ocean soon became quiet. 2:30 p.m. Lin E woke up in a daze, looked to the left, and found that Jiang Xiahan and Wang Xiyao were still asleep. Lu Xiaoqing was lying on a chair, tapping the bracelet screen, probably shopping in the mall. He slowly stood up and walked to the back, bumping into Su Ying, who was walking out from behind the fish tank. Su Ying adjusted her swimming trunks as she walked, raised her eyes, and met Lin Yi's gaze, her expression suddenly becoming a little unnatural. You're awake too. Lin Yi happened to bump into him in the bathroom and felt a little embarrassed, so he took the initiative to say hello. Well, I don't have much lunch break usually, so I don't sleep much. Su Ying replied. Lin Yi nodded and said, just slowly develop the habit. When there's not much to do at sea, you usually just sleep. Su Ying nodded after hearing this, and then walked towards the kitchen area. Lin E came back to relieve himself, took a look around, and found an extra clothes hanger behind the fish tank on the east side. There were 4 pieces of underwear that were a bit old and hanging on it. You could tell they were big just by looking at their shapes. They must have been washed by Wang Xiyao. No wonder I was a little nervous when classmate Wang Xiyao asked me to crit the backpack just now. It turns out that this is the supply hidden there. Lin E was somewhat glad that he didn't ask the question in the end. The gifted Wang Xiyao does have a big worry. When she landed on the island in the morning, she was not wearing any underwear, and it was obvious that she was even walking uncomfortably. It is indeed not easy to collect and find one that fits you. Lin E returned to the grill and turned the dog meat over again. Then he went to the kitchen counter to prepare spices and quickly put the dog meat into the pot. Period. Seeing Su Ying making a kitchen, he used the steel racks he had collected in the morning to build a rack on the north side. After tying 2 sheets, a simple kitchen is made. After seeing the final result, Su Ying commented, it started to look good, but it's still missing a few tables for the kitchen utensils and seasonings. We have 4 stainless steel tables, 2 of which are used for gas stoves, 1 for a cutting board, and 1 for eating. They are indeed not enough. And we also need a table in the shower area to store toiletries. Lin E added. Su Ying nodded. There's also a table behind the beach chairs for the kettle and other things. Lin E, let's go to the island tomorrow morning and take a look. If there isn't one, we can buy one through trading. Okay, the kitchen task is completed for now. I'll go clean the other fish tanks. Su Ying said. Okay, I'll go work on my vegetable garden then. After Lin E and Su Ying divided the work, they took shovels and hose and went to the planting area. In the endless sea, some fresh food can be collected on the early resource islands. But as time goes by, the food on the island will gradually deteriorate. The most stable long-term source of food is planting and breeding. This is a compulsory course for every team and must be taken seriously. Lin E went over to take inventory and found that there were 4 tomato plants, 4 chili pepper plants, 8 eggplant plants, and a large pile of sweet potato leaves. The current planting area size is 5 times 5 meters, which should be enough for planting. Soon, he was happily working in the fields. Peppers and tomatoes were planted in 1 row, 8 eggplants were planted in a separate row, and sweet potato leaves were planted in 4 rows. Sweet potato leaves are vegetables that grow very fast as long as there is enough sunlight and water. So he deliberately planted more. Period. After Jiang Xiahan got up, she also joined the planting team. Everyone divides the work and cooperates with each other. By the evening, the entire vegetable garden was finally ready. Damn it, I didn't expect growing vegetables to be so tiring. My waist is almost sore. Jiang Xiahan stood in the garden, her body and face covered with mud, and complained with her hands on her hips. I told you to purify the sea water, but you insisted on participating. Lin E said as he set up a wooden rack for the tomato seedlings. Jiang Xiahan stepped forward and glared. You still say that. Sitting there and casting skills all the time is so draining. If you want to drive me crazy, I'll just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush. Isn't Xiao always restoring your mental strength? It's just that you are incompetent and like to play, and you don't want to admit it. Lin E retorted. Jiang Xiahan said helplessly, Okay, I'm hungry now and don't want to waste my energy arguing with you. After listening to this, Lin E stopped talking. After a while, after he finished his work, he turned around and said with a smile, The vegetable garden is all ready, let's go. I know you're tired from helping with the chores this afternoon, so I'll definitely let you have a bigger dinner. You said it yourself. Don't mock me for eating, but not growing. Jiang Xiahan said seriously. Okay, I will definitely not mock you tonight. Lin Yi promised. Let's go. The fragrance from Sister Su Ying's place has already wafted over. Let's hurry up and wash up first. After Jiang Xiahan finished speaking, she immediately pushed Lin E out. Just wipe it briefly while I wash it. Lin E said hurriedly. No, you're covered in mud. I'm going to wash you even if you don't want to. After Jiang Xiahan finished speaking, she pulled Lin E towards the back of the fish tank. Lin E paused and said, You wanted to wash yourself. Why did you ask me to do that? Jiang Xiahan turned around and glared, saying, I got so dirty because I was helping you with your work. What's wrong with asking you to pour me some water? Okay, I'll help you. Lin E said this with a helpless look on his face, walked over, filled a large basin of water in the fish tank, and then placed it on the ground. He was about to leave. Jiang Xiahan grabbed him and asked, Pouring water is such a simple thing. I can do it by just standing on tiptoe. Do you think it's that simple? Lin Yi's pupils shrank, and he said, Could it be that you want me to help you take a bath? Jiang Xiahan raised her hand and made a fist, pouting. I'm washing your head. I told you to raise the basin and pour water for me to wash my hair. A human-shaped shower. Do you understand? Lin Yi looked puzzled and asked, Don't you have hands yourself? Jiang Xiahan raised her palms, inserted her fingers into her hair, and scratched it a few times, saying, Yes, but I don't have enough hands to wash my hair. Okay, Miss Jiang, let me help you. Lin E couldn't persuade her, so he could only bend down and pick up the basin of water, holding his arms straight. Jiang Xiahan untied the rubber band on her bun and deliberately swung her long hair, hitting Lin. He endured it. After a while, seeing her apply shampoo, he immediately poured water. Jiang Xiahan scratched her hair up and down with both hands, deliberately raising bubbles and splashing them onto Lin Yi's face. He frowned and endured it. Jiang Xiahan scratched herself for a while, then suddenly turned around and said with a sly smile, How about you help wash my hair? If you continue to push your luck, I will pour all the water on your face. Lin E said seriously, Don't worry, it's not like I won't give you any benefits. After Jiang Xiahan finished speaking, she suddenly put her fingers on the collar of her swimsuit and said with a sly look on her face, Help me wash my hair. If you perform well, I can show you some benefits later. Chapter 19. Like to be tough? Warning, it smells really good. Lin E finally couldn't help himself and poured the entire basin of water on Jiang Xiahan's head. Then, she snatched the basin of water and chased him away. He was absolutely certain that Jiang Xiahan was so corrupt that she was beyond redemption. After this little episode, Lin E casually wiped the mud off his body, changed into a clean swimsuit, and walked towards the dining table. When I got closer, I saw that there were already 3 dishes on the table. Braised eggplant, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and stir-fried sweet potato leaves. Senior, please sit down first. You can eat soon. Wang Xiyao walked up and said while holding the noodles. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Lin E replied and walked into the kitchen, where he found Lu Xiaoqing concentrating on making noodles while Su Ying was washing the pot. The food in the pot should be ready. Please deal with it as soon as possible. Su Ying mentioned when she saw Lin E coming in. Okay, I'll be there right away. Lin E said, walked to the stainless steel table and opened the dog meat pot. A rich aroma of meat accompanied by hot air hit your face. As the white mist dissipated, brown soup began to bubble up, and the semi-transparent skin of the dog meat was shining with a crystal-like oily luster. The muscles are clearly visible, and sauce-colored juice seeps through the texture of the meat. Lin E took a piece, put it in his mouth, and chewed it lightly, and the flesh and bones separated. The aroma of Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, and cinnamon is mixed with the aroma of meat, and the spiciness is mixed with a hint of sweetness. Fuck, this is truly top-notch. Lin E blurted out. Hearing the voice, Lu Xiaoqing turned her head and saw Lin E eating happily, and curiosity appeared on her face. Seeing this, Lin E immediately picked up a piece and put it in front of Lu Xiaoqing. I still don't want it. Lu Xiaoqing stepped back with a hesitant look in his eyes. It's okay, just help me taste it and see if it tastes good enough. Lin E said, putting the dog meat directly into her mouth. Lu Xiaoqing had no way to retreat, his heart sank, and he gently bit the dog meat into his mouth. Lin E smiled knowingly and immediately turned around to go out and find something to pack the dog meat. Lu Xiaoqing stood there in a daze, chewed a few times, and his expression gradually relaxed. Soon, Lin E took out a large soup bucket used in restaurants, returned to the kitchen, and quickly poured the dog meat into it. The taste is okay. Lu Xiaoqing stood aside and said to Lin E, not forgetting her previous attempt. Okay, you still have one chance to use your skill buff today, so use it on me now. Lin E said, okay. Lu Xiaoqing also knew what Lin E wanted to do at the moment, and immediately gave him a boost. After the gain buff arrives, Lin E gently stirred it in the pot. Critical hit successful. The dog meat in the pot instantly turned into a full bucket. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. Then, he immediately walked to the other side and ate all the dog meat that had been smoked in the afternoon. The original 8 pieces became 32 pieces, filling up the entire table. Seeing that there was water in the fish tank next to the kitchen, he filled the tank with water. After the operation is completed, Lin E immediately went to find a soup bowl, filled it with dog meat, and brought it to the table. Dog meat soup is here. He shouted and put the dog meat on the table. Then he sat down. Lin E picked up his chopsticks and said to the girls, thank you for your hard work today. Let's eat. Su Ying immediately said, wait a minute, Jiang Xiahan is getting dressed. When Lin E heard this, he turned his head and found Jiang Xiahan popping out from behind the fish tank, brushing her hair. The fish tank is only 1.5 meters high. Even if a sheet is hung on it, it will not be able to completely block your figure as soon as you stand up. Lin E retracted his gaze and nodded. Let's wait for her for dinner on the first day. After a while, Jiang Xiahan noticed that everyone was waiting, so she quickly packed up and walked up. After taking a bath, she changed into a princess dress. It was picked out from the batch of costs that Lin E collected on the 8th floor. After the successful supply raid in the morning, each of them selected a few pieces. After being purified and disinfected by Jiang Xiahan's skills and exposed to the sun for a day, they were definitely safe to wear. Wow, what did Sister Su Ying cook tonight? I can smell the fragrance from far away. Before Jiang Xiahan even reached the table, she started flattering loudly. Hearing this, Su Ying smiled and said, you'll know when you come over. You purified so much seawater at noon and helped grow vegetables in the afternoon. You worked hard today. Eat more at night. Okay. Thank you, Sister Su Ying. Jiang Xiahan said happily, walked up quickly, pulled out a stool, and sat down. Seeing this, Lin E picked up the noodles and said, everyone is here. Let's eat. Okay. Thank you for your hard work in making dinner, Sister Su Ying. Wang Xiyao also said, okay, we are all on the same team, so let's stop being polite. Su Ying said with a smile, and she was the first to move, calmly picking up a piece of dog meat. Lin E followed closely behind, and in just a few moves he showed off a large area. Seeing this, everyone grabbed their bowls and chopsticks. Su Ying took a bite of the dog meat and suddenly whispered, the taste of this meat is better than expected. Everyone can try it. After all, Lin E put a lot of effort into making it. When Lin E heard this, he probably understood Su Ying's intention. She wanted to set an example and guide her sisters to let go of their resistance. Because food at sea is precious, no matter what kind of food it is, everyone always has to adapt. Lin E simply said, don't force yourself if you're not used to it. If you're used to it, eat a few more pieces. It won't keep for a few days in this weather. Su Ying nodded and continued the topic. If you want to keep it longer, you have to throw away any leftovers. Once the meat in the bucket has cooled, you can't stir it anymore. If you use a large basin with some cold water and then put the iron bucket containing the meat in the water, it should be able to keep longer. Okay, I'll handle it according to your method after dinner. Lin E nodded. Su Ying's knowledge of daily life is obviously richer than that of the other girls. With her in the team, Lin E suddenly felt that he would be able to have a much easier time in the future. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing calmly picked up a piece of meat and put it into his mouth. Jiang Xiahan also realized it at this time and immediately asked, is this the source of the fragrance just now? Yes, to suit your taste, I specially added some peppercorns. Lin E said with a smile. Jiang Xiahan's eyes widened as she asked, is this dog meat? Why are Sister Su Ying and Lu Xiaoqing eating it? I think it's delicious. Lu Xiaoqing replied indifferently. Nowadays, we don't even have rice. We are lucky to be able to eat meat. Su Ying immediately followed up. But, Jiang Xiahan couldn't help but doubt her life. If you don't dare to eat it, then give her more eggs. Lin E said, picking up a large piece of scrambled eggs for her. When faced with unusual foods, some people just can't get used to them, just like you will feel physiologically nauseous after eating Hautuinia chordata. Now that other foods are available, Lin E will definitely not force her to eat them. Soon, they stopped talking and started eating dinner quietly. Jiang Xiahan stared at the dog meat, her chopsticks hanging in the air, and finally turned to the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. After seeing Lu Xiaoqing eat several pieces in a row, Wang Xiyao wavered and took a piece as well. Seeing this, Jiang Xiahan turned her gaze and observed Wang Xiyao curiously. Senior Jiang, it seems really delicious. It's a bit like mutton, but without the strong smell of mutton. Wang Xiyao also knew that Jiang Xiahan was watching, and after tasting it, she commented softly. Xiao, even you've started eating? Jiang Xiahan's 3 views were refreshed again. She looked around and found Lin E eating heartily. Everyone was eating, and 1/3 of the big bowl of dog meat had been eaten. Jiang Xiahan looked at the plain noodles in the bowl, swallowed, and began to struggle internally. Take a bite, and if it doesn't taste good, spit it out immediately. She plucked up her courage, picked up her chopsticks, and picked up a piece of dog meat. Anyway, this is what I got back after painstakingly purifying the virus. Jiang Xiahan took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and quickly stuffed the dog meat into her mouth. The rich gravy explodes on your tongue. It seems edible. She picked up another piece. The meat is very tender and not greasy. She picked up another piece. It's very tasty, slightly spicy with a hint of sweetness. She picked up another piece. Wow, why does it taste better the more I chew it? Jiang Xiahan couldn't help but shout out the question in her mind, attracting everyone's attention. Don't startle while eating, and don't spit saliva into the food. Lin E farnit lightly. Jiang Xiahan immediately yelled excitedly. I'm going to spit you. Dog meat doesn't have a weird smell. Why didn't you tell me? Lin E was speechless, as if he was looking at something idiotic. Oh, I see. So you want to eat alone? No way. After Jiang Xiahan finished speaking, she quickened her pace to put the meat into the bowl. After hearing this, Lin E didn't care and lowered his head to continue eating meat. He was no longer surprised. High-intensity physical labor will automatically awaken the body's physiological desire for oily foods. The 2 female teammates in the previous life initially said that not eating was just a way to lose weight. After working for a few days, Mickey wanted to gnaw all his bones. Survival at sea will make every traveler obedient. Like to be tough? At sea, no one can escape the law of the true fragrance warning. Chapter 20, Brother, do you want to experience the feeling of being critically hit? Half an hour later, the setting sun in the sky fell into the deep sea and dusk rose. After Lin E had eaten and drunk his fill, he sat on a chair and watched Jiang Xiahan clean up the battlefield. I saw her pour the remaining broth into the bowl, mix it with the last bit of vegetarian noodles, and simmer it all in one gulp. Comfortable, comfortable. Jiang Xiahan stroked her bulging belly comfortably, with a satisfied look on her face. Seeing this, Lin E immediately complained. Look at you. It's like you've never had a good meal. Jiang Xiahan lay back and said with a giggle, When we finished our work just now, I seem to remember you promised not to complain about me tonight. Since your cooking skills are pretty good, I won't pursue you tonight. Okay, thank you then. After Lin E finished speaking, he stood up and picked up the bowl and chopsticks. Wang Xiyao suddenly stood up, snatched it away, and said hurriedly, Senior, you are already very tired from working this afternoon. Let me wash the dishes at the end. Yeah, you can sit for a while. No need to rush. After Lin E finished speaking, he sat down. In his previous life, when he formed a team, he was used to everyone taking care of themselves. Now that there are so many female teammates who are willing to take the initiative to work, he also needs some time to adapt. Sat for a while. Lu Xiaoqing suddenly raised her hand and touched Lin E, moved the bracelet screen over, and said, Your friend seems to want to find you. Do you want to take a look? Lin E leaned over curiously and saw a private message on the screen. Hello, School Beauty, are you teaming up with my brother Lin E? If so, please let him check the information and contact me through his ID. The other party's name, Xiaoqing. Sent time, 30 seconds ago. Lin E was shocked after reading it. This is very unscientific. How did this bastard know about my team? Also, how did he contact Lu Xiaoqing? Seeing that Lin E didn't answer, Lu Xiaoqing asked, "What's wrong? If you don't want to contact me, I can delete you." "No, I'm just curious about how he contacted you." Lin E responded after he realized what was happening. "In order to promote the products in the mall, I sent a few messages on the city channel today. I think he happened to see them." Lu Xiaoqing explained. "Lin, then how did he know that you and I were teaming up?" Lu Xiaoqing thought for a moment and said, "If you want to know, why not just ask him?" "Okay, please copy his ID and send it to me so I can ask him." After Lin E finished speaking, he stepped back. After Lu Xiaoqing sent the ID, he searched for Xiao Zhenfeng's information in the system and edited a private message. "Phone go? Why are you thinking of your dad?" Then tap send. Although Xiao Zhenfeng led his team into trouble in his previous life, he did save him several times. Now that Xiao Zhenfeng has contacted him, it is impossible for Lin E not to reply. As long as Xiao Zhenfeng doesn't form a team with him, they will always be good brothers. After Lin E sent the message and just exited the bracelet page, a video call suddenly popped up. "Fuck, how come this guy reacts so quickly?" He sighed and connected the call directly. The next moment, a message popped up on the bracelet screen. "Video calls consume 5 points of mental power per minute. Please make sure to keep your mental power sufficient." Lin E understood this. Sending messages on a fair channel requires a certain amount of mental energy, and the same applies to video calls. Soon a window popped up. In the picture, Xiao Zhenfeng is hugging a girl with the endless sea as the background. When Xiao Zhenfeng saw Lin E, his face suddenly changed and he said anxiously, "Holy crap, bro, did you really end up teaming up with the school beauty?" "Jiao, it seems that you're living a comfortable life with your girlfriend. How did you know that Lu Xiaoqing and I were in a team?" Lin E also greeted him. Xiao Zhenfeng calmed down and replied, "You still remember the guy we often played basketball together, nicknamed Lauer? He contacted me today and said that he saw you teaming up with the school beauty on the 2nd floor before he traveled through time. Didn't you tell me yesterday evening that you wanted to find a girlfriend to team up with? When did Lu Xiaoqing become your girlfriend? You didn't use some nasty trick like drugging me, did you?" Xiao Zhenfeng finished speaking. The 4 girls all looked over at once. Lu Xiaoqing frowned and suppressed what he was about to say. Lin E laughed awkwardly and said, "I don't have a girlfriend. I was just pretending to be cool with you back then. It was just a coincidence that I teamed up with her. He probably knows it now." It should be that when he and Lu Xiaoqing went to look for Jiang Xiahan, they were seen by an acquaintance at the stairs. After hearing this, Xiao Zhenfeng smiled in relief and said, "I told you. After you broke up 2 weeks ago, you've been playing games every day. How could you possibly have a girlfriend? Besides, everyone's saying Lu Xiaoqing is a lesbian, but if you think about it carefully, it's really impossible." As soon as the voice in the video fell, Lu Xiaoqing suddenly grabbed Lin Yi's wrist and stood up. The nails almost dug into Lin Yi's flesh. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing was obviously a little excited. Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly held her down with his other hand and motioned her to sit down first. After controlling Lu Xiaoqing, he quickly changed the subject and asked, "Let's not talk about this anymore. How was your harvest today, Jiao? Did you starve to death?" When Xiao Zhenfeng heard this, he immediately said excitedly, "Are you kidding me? I'm starving to death? Brothers, our team was really lucky today. We got dozens of kilograms of rice and a few chickens. I contacted you because I was afraid that you would starve on the first day. You said you. Why didn't you team up with me before? I've awakened my A-level strength talent, and I can really beat 10 of you, a weakling like you." After listening to this, Lin E knew the purpose of Xiao Zhenfeng looking for him, and couldn't help feeling a little touched. Although Xiao Zhenfeng is a bit arrogant, he is indeed very loyal. Lin E was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "You're overthinking it. I'm lucky enough to have some dog meat today. I'll send you some via email later to try." In addition to selling in shopping malls and face-to-face transactions at sea, supplies can also be exchanged through mail. As long as you are on the platform and have added friends, you can use the email function by spending a certain amount of mental energy. Except for living people, most supplies can be mailed. However, in mail transactions, since you can regret it at any time, the party that sends the message first can easily suffer a loss. After the scammers have been making trouble for a few days, most people will realize the cruel fact that human hearts are unpredictable. But this feature is extremely beneficial to influencers like IDOU. Even if you've traveled through time, your fan base is still there. It's rumored that in his previous life, Xiangu relied on the support of his fan base to live a comfortable life. After a while, some third-party teams will emerge to provide credibility guarantees. The other side, after hearing this, Xiao Zhenfeng immediately asked, "Is this true? I heard this thing is very nutritious. Did you really get it from me? Look for yourself, could it be fake?" As Lin E spoke, he turned the camera and showed him the broken bones on the table. Xiao Zhenfeng took one look and said anxiously, "Holy crap, there really is something there. Bring me more later. Just tell me what you want. If it's something I don't have now, I'll pay you back tenfold later." Upon hearing this, Lin E immediately said, "Where do you get the confidence to brag like that? Survival isn't a game. Stop pretending and don't be too high profile or you'll be targeted." The disastrous defeat in his previous life was still vivid in his mind. Thinking of this, Lin E couldn't help but give a serious reminder. When Xiao Zhenfeng heard this, he said, "Dude, I'm not pretending this time. I was just about to tell you this. Guess what I collected today?" Lin E said, "Just be frank. Video calls consume a lot of mental energy." Xiao Zhenfeng, Okay, then I'll confront you. We also collected a D-level talent fruit today." Upon hearing this, Lin E said anxiously, "Are you sure you're kidding? The talent fruit can awaken a second talent, and the probability of it appearing on the resource island is extremely low." He was a little bit unbelieving. You should know that eating talent fruit is the only way to awaken the second talent, and the highest talent fruit is only level D. The probability of a D-level talent fruit appearing on a first-level resource island is probably about the same as winning the lottery jackpot. If you want to improve the level of your talent skills, in addition to the critical strike skills similar to Lin E, you can eat skill evolution fruits. Lin E was the first to awaken the S-level superpower, and the 3A-level skill evolution fruits he received as a reward were placed in his backpack after the critical hit. The other side, Xiao Zhenfeng heard this and said proudly, "Are you kidding? We posted on the Fair channel today, and there are thousands of people asking, but no one can afford the price yet." Lin E was sure he wasn't joking, so he immediately warned him, "The talent fruit is too valuable. Don't rush to sell it. Wait until others have collected more resources and can offer a good price before selling it." After hearing this, Xiao Zhenfeng asked in confusion, "That's what I said, but this is a D-level induction technique, just like my girlfriend's best friend skill. It's useless, so why is it so valuable?" Lin E, as long as you use the talent evolution fruit to upgrade to a level, there will be no garbage talents. You are really lucky this time. Xiao Zhenfeng, a fruit that can evolve innate skills? The probability of it appearing must be extremely low, right? Lin E said, "It's similar to the D-level talent fruit you just obtained, but in the future, killing sea beasts will reward you with various evolution fruits, even S-level ones. As long as you awaken your second talent, you'll have the opportunity to upgrade. This is like an investment." Xiao Zhenfeng nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you. Actually, it was thanks to you that you introduced Yu Zihao to me. Thanks to his skills, we were able to kill a mutant beast in a hidden, abandoned well and harvest this precious fruit." After listening to it, Lin E understood instantly. Yu Zihao, the monitor of their class. Previous life. Yu Zihao returned to school late and finally teamed up with one of his archenemies in an emergency, who was a 200 centimeters fat girl. This action made him the laughing stock of the whole class. Lin E recommended him to Xiao Zhenfeng because he knew that Yu Zihao would most likely agree to form a team. Yu Zihao's Awaken A-level talent has a skill effect that allows him to detect the basic attributes of nearby creatures. Lin E began to think. Being able to see the potential enemy's strength would allow Xiao Zhenfeng to curb his impulsive temper. Unexpectedly, by accident, Xiao Zhenfeng's team indirectly obtained a mutant beast detection radar. Since mutant beasts like to absorb the overflow energy of special fruits, if you find the mutant beasts and follow the clues, there's a chance that you can find special fruits. Special fruits may appear in any corner of the resource island. But just like the abandoned club, without special talents and skills, it is impossible to explore the entire island. It is conceivable that the mutant beast detection radar in Xiao Zhenfeng's team is the key for them to find this gifted fruit. Lin E came back to his senses. His expression suddenly turned serious, and he said to Xiao Zhenfeng, "Brother, do you want to experience the feeling of being hit by me?" Chapter 21, Xiao Zhenfeng sends the second talent gift package. After hearing this, Xiao Zhenfeng suddenly pulled the girl next to him over, blocking the camera, and said with a frightened look on his face, "You damn gay, my girlfriend is in my arms. I treat you as a brother. And you actually want to blow me up? Lin E was speechless. Idiot. I'm talking about a critical hit, the kind that Jia Hui uses in the game to deal 999 damage with one blow. Critical hit? Have you also awakened your strength talent? Xiao Jinfeng asked, calming himself down. Lin Ji, no. My talent can critically damage supplies, and after a critical hit, the value may be doubled. After hearing this, Xiao Jinfeng excitedly said, Are you saying you can split my D-level talent fruit into two? Lin E nodded and said, There's a chance. But today I have reached the upper limit of my skills. I will explain this to you in a private message later. Xiao Jinfeng complained, Why don't you just say it now? Lin E said, No, mental energy is very precious. It is more cost-effective to send a private message without consuming it. At this moment, Xiao Jinfeng's teammates must be watching from the side, and Lin E does not want his skills to be known by most people. Besides, Lu Xiaoqing has used up all his buffs for today. If he wants to use quadruple critical strike on Xiao Jinfeng, he has to wait until at least tomorrow. The D-level talent fruit obtained by Xiao Jinfeng contains the skill of inducing labor, the same skills as his girlfriend's best friend. In his previous life, Lin E helped the woman upgrade her skills to C level through critical hits, so he is very familiar with this skill. The effect is to increase the growth rate of plants. Lin Yi's plan was to have Xiao Jinfeng mail the talent fruit to him, and after he critized it into 4, the two of them would split it equally. Given his relationship with Xiao Jinfeng, there is definitely no problem with trust. After obtaining the talent fruit, Lin E planned to treat this birth-inducing technique as his second talent. Just upgrade the skill to S level. There is definitely enough fresh vegetables in the vegetable garden on the platform every day. If the skill effect is exaggerated, even growing rice is not impossible. If you can't eat all the crops you grow, you can sell them or use them to raise cattle and sheep. At sea, this is definitely a very practical life skill. The most important thing is that if you collect fruit seedlings of various attributes in the future, with this induction technique, it is possible to grow all kinds of basic attribute fruits in batches. Superpowers are only to ensure survival. Eating a lot of fruits with various attributes and improving the 4 basic attributes of the body is called real evolution. Since his good brother has brought the second talent gift package to his door, he has no reason not to take it. Just as Lin E was still thinking, Xiao Jinfeng's voice suddenly increased in volume, interrupting his thoughts. Hey, what the hell are you daydreaming about? Speak up. Lin E turned his attention back to the video call and found that Xiao Jinfeng on the other side was very anxious. He smiled and asked, What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Are you fucking crazy? Xiao Jinfeng said angrily, his face filled with despair. I asked you why you only told me half the story. Are you treating me like a black base? It's the same thing later. I'll get you some dog meat and mail it to you first. I'm hanging up now. Lin E responded with a word and raised his hand to end the video call. Seeing this, Xiao Jinfeng hurriedly said, No. Don't hang up yet. I have something else to do. Lin E, what else? Can you stop being so nagging? Xiao Jinfeng, I'm talking about serious matters. Your squad leader wants to see Lu Xiaoqing. Lin E paused after hearing this, and quickly turned his gaze to look at Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing immediately shook his head. She had just been listening nearby, so she naturally knew what was going on. After confirming that Lu Xiaoqing didn't want to connect with Yu Zihao, Lin E looked away and wanted to find a reason to hang up. But the next moment, Yu Zihao suddenly appeared on the screen and shouted, Xiaoqing, I just want to tell you about your brother. After hearing this, Lin E was suddenly stunned. Lu Xiaoqing and Yu Zihao are both class leaders, so it is normal for them to know each other in the student union. But the address he just made also mentioned Lu Xiaoqing's younger brother. The relationship between the two seems to be unusual. Thinking of this, Lin E couldn't help but look at Lu Xiaoqing curiously. This time, she changed her attitude and nodded slightly. Lin E also understood and then greeted. I didn't expect that the teacher also knows our school beauty. It seems that they have a good relationship. Upon hearing this, Yu Zihao, whether intentionally or not, raised his hand to ruffle his bangs a few times and said in a pretentious tone, Lin E, my family and Lu Xiaoqing's are old friends, and we have a business partnership worth tens of millions. We have known each other since childhood, and I have something to discuss with her now. After hearing this, Lin E immediately laughed. If Yu Zihao used his ill-level talent as a way to show off, maybe he would look at him with a higher regard. It's already this time, And you're still showing off your family background and business on Blue Planet? He smiled helplessly and said, So you and Lu Xiaoqing were childhood sweethearts? Why haven't I seen you mention it in class before? You've been hiding it so well. Upon hearing this, Yu Zihao suddenly looked somewhat smug and said, I don't usually hang out with you guys. We're not the same kind of people anyway. So what's there to talk about? Lin E jokingly said, Indeed, you guys from Haicheng Magic City are all excellent in both character and academics, and your families are wealthy. It's normal for you to have a generation gap with us ordinary people. Yu Zihao heard the sarcasm in Lin Yi's words, but did not refute it. He just urged, Lin E, don't waste time. Please give the bracelet to Lu Xiaoqing. She and I have something to discuss. Okay, wait a moment. After Lin E finished speaking, he stood up, pulled over a chair, and immediately sat next to Lu Xiaoqing. Then, he put his left hand on the back of Lu Xiaoqing's chair and put on the wristband, then raised the wristband with his right hand and pointed the camera at Lu Xiaoqing and himself. He smiled and said to Yu Zihao, It's quite troublesome to take off the bracelet. In order to save mental energy, let's not waste time. If you have anything to say, you can tell me now. Yu Zihao's face darkened instantly when he saw this. He said hurriedly, Lin E, everything I want to talk to Lu Xiaoqing about is private. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to just sit there and listen. After Lin E approached, Lu Xiaoqing wanted to move away, but after hearing Yu Zihao's words, she immediately sat up straight and responded, Yu Zihao, if you have something to say, just say it. Lin E and I are teammates, and there's nothing we need to hide. Yu Zihao was immediately embarrassed after hearing this and quickly said, Okay then. I just wanted to tell you that I've contacted your brother. Why did Lu Chen contact you? Lu Xiaoqing asked directly. Yu Zihao hesitated for a moment after hearing this, then said, Here's what happened. Your aunt came to Jiang Xiahan yesterday, hoping to find you and Lu Chen, but she was about to cross over right after getting off the plane. Lu Chen successfully teamed up with her at the airport. Because she didn't have time to find you, Lu Chen's mother seems a little worried now. She happened to be there by chance. What else did Lu Chen say? Lu Xiaoqing said in a cold voice. After listening to this, Yu Zihao said, He just asked me to help contact you, and he didn't say anything else. Then send me his ID. That's all. I'm hanging up now. After Lu Xiaoqing finished speaking, he raised his hand and ended the video call directly. This caught Lin E off guard. His hands froze in midair, and he looked a little dazed. He listened to the whole thing. Words like younger brother's mother, and aunt are intertwined together. He looked confused when he heard it. Everyone watched, but didn't dare to ask, and they all waited at the table for Lu Xiaoqing to speak. Chapter 22, he really wants to get up early every day to drink fresh milk. Lu Xiaoqing noticed that the atmosphere was a little awkward and immediately explained. Lu Chen is 2 years younger than me and also attends university in Jiangxing. He's my half-brother, and my aunt is his biological mother. When I was a freshman, less than a month after my mother passed away, that man brought Lu Chen and his brother home. The two women met at her grave. My mother didn't even know her husband had a family outside until she died. Her tone was very flat, showing no emotion at all. After hearing this, Lin Yi's 3 views were shocked again. Damn, Mr. Lu is the real master of time management. You people from Haicheng really know how to have fun. Lin E, the video call is over. Why are you still sitting so close? Just when Lin E was shocked, Lu Xiaoqing's words suddenly woke him up. Lin E quickly retracted his hand from behind Lu Xiaoqing and said with a wry smile, I didn't expect you to turn off the video so decisively. I didn't react immediately. Lu Xiaoqing asked doubtfully, Didn't you just say that we should conserve our energy? Indeed. I will definitely take fewer video calls in the future. It's much better to send private messages for free. Lin E found that Lu Xiaoqing's mood didn't seem to change much, so he replied casually and then pulled back his chair. After sitting down again, he immediately received a private message from Xiao Zhenfeng on his wristband. Click to take a look. Lu Chen ID. XXXX. Xiaoqing, please unblock me later. I promise I'll only message you when I have something important to do and won't bother you. Zihao. After reading the message, Lin E couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, so you blocked Yu Zihao a long time ago? Is this funny? Lu Xiaoqing asked with a frown. Lin E restrained his smile and said, I'm just curious. Aren't you Zihao and you childhood sweethearts? Please stop, thank you. Lu Xiaoqing rolled his eyes at him, then stood up and gritted his teeth. If some idiot tries every possible means to pester you for 7 or 8 years, you'll know that the phrase childhood sweethearts isn't a nice word. When Lin E heard this, he suddenly felt a little sympathetic towards her, and then cursed. Fuck, this person is so outrageous, he really deserves to die. I won't waste any more time talking. I'm going back to the mall. Lu Xiaoqing immediately turned around and left. Lin E hurriedly shouted, Why don't you check his news? Lu Xiaoqing turned around and said, Are you asking this question to deliberately anger me? Lin E looked confused and said, I said Yuzaheo sent me your brother's ID. Do you still want to see it? Lu Xiaoqing, forward it to me. Okay, then you wait a moment. Lin E said, opened a bracelet, and forwarded the ID to Lu Xiaoqing. After he finished the operation, he looked up and saw that Lu Xiaoqing had already walked out. Didn't I tell you to wait a moment? Lin E was speechless. He immediately chased after him and stopped Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing, what else? Lin, it's about the mall transaction. Lu Xiaoqing was puzzled and asked, I promoted it on the city channel today and sold 10 orders, which changed a lot of materials. Is there something I didn't do well enough? Lin E smiled and said, No, I'm very confident in leaving the mall's affairs to you. It's just that I want to buy something during tomorrow's ordering opportunity. Lu Xiaoqing, what is it? Lin E said, I want to buy a large dairy cow, the kind with black and white spots, scientifically known as the Holstein cow. It would be best if I could buy it from a foreign time traveler, so the chances of it being a purebred are higher. Are you sure our platform can accommodate dairy cows now? Besides, we don't even have enough food of our own. How can we afford to supply food for a cow? Lu Xiaoqing immediately raised his question. Upon hearing this, Lin E immediately pointed towards the south side of the platform and explained, just fence that side off with wooden planks and keep the fish in captivity. As for food, we can stop growing sweet potato leaves. I have a way to increase production. After listening, Lu Xiaoqing explained, the basic resources on the first day were too few to match the value of large livestock, so they're basically not available in the mall. Even if there are some fun items on the shelves, the price tag is at least tens of thousands of lumber. When Lin E heard this, he probably understood. The mall cannot use barter and can only set prices based on the 3 basic platform resources: wood, organic soil, and iron metal. Due to trade restrictions, the large amount of materials they collected could not be immediately converted into basic resources, such as wood. Until resources are concentrated, high-value items cannot be traded. Lin E thought for a moment and asked, Don't we have a lot of water? Can we put it on the shelves in large quantities and exchange it for wood at a low price? Lu Xiaoqing shook his head. The amount of water a person needs each day is fixed, and no one knows if there will be fresh water next time they land on the island. Most teams short on water only have a day or two's worth of stock. What about our other supplies? Is there anything that can be sold as soon as possible? Lin E still refused to give up. Lu Xiaoqing said, Yes. We have water storage equipment, tableware, kitchen utensils, gas, and family planning supplies. These are all valuable. Of course, the food is also good. Some teams are already hungry today, and if they go hungry again tomorrow, the value of food will probably increase significantly. The oily dog meat will definitely be a big hit. After hearing this, Lin E suddenly felt reluctant. He had never thought about selling the dog meat in exchange for resources, but he really wanted a cow. Just imagine, who would want to get up in the morning and milk the cows and drink the freshest hot milk every day? Moreover, a dairy cow of good breed can definitely produce an average of 50 kilograms per day. This is a long-term investment, and it is guaranteed to make money. Lin E thought of this and said, I think it might not be as difficult as you think. Large dairy cows have a huge appetite. They need dozens of kilograms of silage and hundreds of liters of water every day. Few teams can keep them alive. Once they die, they can only be eaten as meat, so we still have a chance. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing replied, You're right, but a dairy cow weighs at least 1,000 kilograms. Even if it's converted into meat, its value won't be low. Lin E thought for a while and said, I have a suggestion. Let's package our high-value supplies into 10 sets. You have collected so many kitchen utensils, bowls, chopsticks, and spoons in the restaurant, and you can put all the ones you don't use in here. Just keep 2 sets of gas tanks and gas stoves. The dog meat I smoked weighed more than 100 kilograms, and I took 80% and divided it into 10 portions. Eggs, instant noodles, tomatoes, eggplants, and greens were all added in separately. I will ask Xiao Jinfeng for some rice tomorrow. Lu Xiaoqing thought for a moment after hearing this and said, Your method is feasible. The family planning supplies we collected in the club are useless anyway, so we can add them in. Lin E hurriedly said, That won't do. Those are strategic reserves. What? Do you need it? Lu Xiaoqing looked curious. It's not a question of whether I use it or not. Lin E quickly analyzed. At this stage, everyone is struggling to survive and doesn't need these things anymore. Once things stabilize, the value of these supplies will increase several times over. These Smurfs, after the critical hit, now total more than 500. But Lin E really couldn't bear to give up any of them. If this door was really opened, Lu Xiaoqing might sell everything out. When the time comes when I need it, I won't be able to move freely without this magical weapon. Because this is about survival. Someone really died, and there was an extra burden for no reason. No one knows whether the system will judge that the number of team members is abnormal. Chapter 23. The Second Resource Island. A tropical orchard appeared. After listening to this, Lu Xiaoqing's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly asked, "Are you serious? Why do I feel like you don't want to sell it all?" Upon hearing this, Lin E quickly explained, "How could that be? I'm only thinking about the good of the team. Think about it. We're trapped on the island now, and I have nowhere else to use it. What's the point of keeping this thing?" Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing suddenly asked, "Your friends all told me that before you traveled through time, you said you wanted to find a girlfriend to team up with. You have such a good relationship with Jiang Xiahan, so you have already considered her your girlfriend, right?" After hearing this, Lin E was almost stunned. He immediately explained seriously, "Those were all jokes. She and I are just game partners. We treat each other like brothers. Explain it however you want. I don't care about your business anyway." Lu Xiaoqing said lightly, turned around, and added, "I'll think about your suggestion carefully. Leave it to me." After saying this, she left gracefully, bringing with her a gust of fragrant wind. Lin E breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he walked back to the dining table. "Oh my, you just chatted with Lu Xiaoqing for so long. Were you talking about love?" Jiang Xiahan stared at Lin E walking towards her from a distance and asked casually, "What are you crazy about? I'm going to talk to her about tomorrow's business." After Lin E finished speaking, he pulled out a chair and sat down again. Jiang Xiahan suddenly became interested and continued to ask, "Oh, what's the serious matter?" "It's about whether I can drink fresh milk every day." Lin E deliberately kept the question in suspense. Jiang Xiahan's eyes widened after hearing this, and she asked in confusion, "What did you say? You wanted to drink milk, so you want to find Lu Xiaoqing? Did she agree to it?" After hearing this, Lin E was stunned. "Jiang Xiahan, what the hell is going on in your head? Can you please stop thinking so dirty?" Jiang Xiahan looked unconvinced and questioned, "I'm dirty? At sea, you all had to rely on your sister's skills to drink water. Now you want to drink fresh milk? Then tell me, how exactly do you want to drink it?" Lin E sighed and explained word by word. "We're going to buy a cow, milk it every day, and cook the milk in a pot to drink. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Jiang Xiahan rolled her eyes at him and said, "Why didn't you explain it clearly earlier?" Lin E said helplessly, "I just wanted to give everyone a surprise. Who knew you were so dirty? You're like this, and you're still the god of purity. Huh, you still have the nerve to talk about me. You used to often go into the woods with your ex-girlfriend." Jiang Xiahan said sarcastically. Lin E said, "Don't talk about the past. Besides, there are so many couples strolling in the garden. It's not as dirty as you say. TSK, you dare not admit it. You are a fighting chicken among losers." Jiang Xiahan cursed, then stood up and left decisively. Lin E ignored her and went straight to the kitchen. Su Ying had already gone to take a shower, and now only Wang Xiyao was left washing the dishes. "Xiao, thank you for your hard work." He greeted her with a smile. "No, it won't take 10 minutes. I'll be done soon." Wang Xiyao answered sweetly with an energetic look on her face. When Lin E heard the soft sound, his thoughts became clear instantly. Compared with Jiang Xiahan and Lu Xiaoqing, our classmate Xiao has a really gentle personality, like a big cute rabbit. After a while, Lin E found a basin, filled it with a few pounds of dog meat, opened his bracelet, saved the dog meat into his email space, and sent it to Xiao Zhenfeng, who had been urging him to send private messages. Mailing it once consumes another 10 points of mental energy. After finishing, he stored all the dog meat according to the method mentioned by Su Ying. Sitting back in his chair again, he received a private message from Xiao Zhenfeng on his bracelet. "Holy crap, dog meat is so damn delicious. Thanks, brother. I remember that in his previous life, this idiot was controlled by a small head on the second night and went crazy. Now that he's eaten dog meat, I guess Yuzaheo will be mentally tortured tonight, huh?" Lin E couldn't help but laugh when he thought of Yuzaheo's situation. While feeling happy, He also edited a message and told Xiao Zhenfeng about his plan. He also told Xiao Zhenfeng not to use up the current supplies casually, and to wait until the critical hit was mailed to him tomorrow before making any other arrangements. Afterwards, Lin E went to the vegetable garden to water the newly planted vegetables. After finishing the work, the first day was finally over. Lin E sat down to rest, letting the girls take a shower first, and then he took a shower last. He came back from taking a shower. I found that the 4 girls had all changed into different types of skirts, and now they were imitating Jiang Xiahan, lying on a happy sofa and looking at the night sky. There are 4 chairs, just enough for one person. 8 long snow-white legs swayed in the moonlight, each one raised higher than the other. Lin E found out that he was wrong. It seemed that Jiang Xiahan was not the only one who treated these chairs as treasures. The other 3 girls were lying on them with their backs bent, and they were all enjoying it very much. Damn it, if these women keep doing this every day, my situation won't necessarily be any better than it was in my previous life. When Lin E thought of this, he decisively withdrew his gaze, laid down on the beach chair, and immediately opened his bracelet to divert his attention. After a while, I saw that it was already 8 p.m. Lin E opened the platform panel. Level 5. Coming soon to the island, ruined temple in the valley. A small temple built in the mountains, where nearby villagers come to worship during festivals. The valley is beautiful and the feng shui seems to be good. Refreshable. Number of refreshes remaining 3. Permitted stay time 2.5 hours. Lock-in Countdown 1 59, 32. As for the small temple in the valley, there should be a stream and some trees, but our team is not short of water right now. Lin E thought about it, and then decisively clicked refresh. About to land on the island Shanlin Reservoir. A small reservoir hidden in the mountains and forests, with only simple irrigation functions, is very popular among nearby anglers. It is said that someone once caught a fish weighing 100 kilograms. Number of refreshes remaining 2. What the hell? How come everything comes to me? Besides, can he believe the giant creature the fisherman said? Lin E was helpless and continued to refresh. Coming soon to the island tropical orchard. An orchard tended by professional fruit growers year-round, growing a wide variety of fruits, enters its busy season in summer. Number of refreshes remaining 1. Tropical orchard. After reading it, Lin E immediately started thinking. It's June now, and there are quite a lot of seasonal fruits. Plums, bayberries, lychees, mangoes, watermelons, peaches, grapes, etc. These are also good supplies. Moreover, there are people taking care of it all year round, which means that there may be people living in the orchard, so daily necessities and agricultural equipment are definitely indispensable. This is not bad. I'll choose this copy. Lin E muttered to himself and immediately selected this resource island in the system. The operation is complete. He also told them about what will happen on Resource Island tomorrow. When everyone heard that there might be fruit to eat, they immediately became excited and started chatting happily about what kind of fruit was delicious. The topic then changed several times, and after chatting for 2 hours, we reluctantly went to bed. The moon was bright, the stars were sparse, the waves were roaring, and the heat of the day subsided. 5 beach chairs are arranged in a row, and the people sleeping on them have different sleeping positions. Early morning. The night wind blew by, lifting the hem of a light gauze skirt. Lu Xiaoqing slowly opened his eyes, looked at Lin Yi's position for a while, got up quietly, and walked over slowly. Chapter 24. The school beauty woke me up in the middle of the night and said she wanted to do something serious. Lin, he had a nightmare. He dreamed that he was taking a shit on the edge of a platform, and suddenly a sea monster emerged from the sea and bit his butt. He was pulled by the ugly sea monster and dragged to the bottom of the sea. I wanted to struggle, but my whole body was sore and I couldn't muster any strength. He was squeezed by the sea water, unable to breathe, and fell into deep darkness. Lin Yi's body trembled, and he suddenly opened his mouth and took a deep breath. In his blurry vision, he saw a white jade hand. Used 2 fingers to pinch his nose. He glanced sideways in fear and saw Lu Xiaoqing's little face right in front of him. Just as Lin Yi was about to ask a question, Lu Xiaoqing suddenly covered his mouth with her hand. Don't talk. It's not good to disturb them. Lu Xiaoqing put her mouth close to his ear and whispered softly. Although Lin Yi was confused, his mouth was covered and he could only nod slightly. Come up front and chat with me. Lu Xiaoqing added softly before letting go of her hand. Lin Yi slowly stood up and found that Lu Xiaoqing was walking slowly towards the east. Want to chat in the middle of the night? What on earth does Lu Xiaoqing want to do? He muttered to himself, then followed reluctantly. Lin E walked behind the fish tank and saw that Lu Xiaoqing was already sitting by the sea. She hugged her legs and looked at the waves ahead. What's wrong? Is there something on your mind? Lin E walked to her side, sat down with his legs crossed, and asked softly. No, I just can't sleep, Lu Xiaoqing said lightly. Lin E was speechless. It's obvious that your eyes can't hide the truth, but you insist on being stubborn. How could he not see it? Is it because of your brother? Lin E asked again. This time, Lu Xiaoqing didn't say anything. Lin E calmed down and said slowly, if they're short of supplies, you can give him some to tide him over during this difficult time. We have more than enough supplies, and you've made the greatest contribution. The other teammates will definitely understand. After listening to this, Lu Xiaoqing said to himself, I used to think that home was the warmest harbor. No matter what happened outside, as long as I returned home, my family would give me a full sense of security. It wasn't until my mother passed away that I realized I had no home. The house and family I once knew had changed. Every time I went back, I felt like a stranger and couldn't fit in this new home. After listening to it, Lin E understood instantly. Lu Xiaoqing was once known for her peculiar behavior. She spent weekends and holidays in the library, rarely returning home. Even on vacation, she was said to be traveling alone. I didn't expect the reason behind it was this. After a moment of silence, Lin E asked, Is your aunt not nice to you? Lu Xiaoqing shook her head gently. She's very nice to me. Every time she goes back, she prepares a lot of delicious food for me. When she comes to visit my brother, she always asks him to bring me a lot of things. My brother came to Jiangxiang to study at university because he listened to her advice. Hearing this, Lin E asked, She did this so she could have more contact with you, right? Maybe. She's also a poor woman who has been deceived. The most hateful person is obviously that man. But I don't know why. I just can't like her. Lu Xiaoqing said, I can understand you. It's normal to feel disgusted with someone when something that originally belonged to you is taken away by someone else. After I broke up with my ex-girlfriend, I met her current boyfriend while playing basketball a few days ago, and I bumped into him with all my might. Lin E similed helplessly. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing was speechless and said, How can it be the same? A romantic relationship is about equality. How can your ex-girlfriend belong to you? Lin E said calmly, I don't care. I bumped into him on purpose because I want to pick a fight with him, but I didn't know that the slut was such a coward. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing said with disdain, You're still calling your ex-girlfriend a slut? You can't even give her a good reputation after breaking up? Lin E said nonchalantly, She was checking into a hotel with me half a month ago, and now she's back together again a week after we broke up. If she's anything but a slut, what is she? Lu Xiaoqing shook his head and sighed after hearing this. There seems to be a huge generation gap between me and a jerk like you. Lin E spread his hands and said speechlessly, From what you mean, renting a room means you are a bad person? Checking in a room was already a bit rotten, and scolding the ex-girlfriend made it even worse. After Lu Xiaoqing finished speaking, he quickly raised his hand to stop Lin E, who wanted to refute, and then said, Let's drop the subject here. I asked you to get up so we could chat and cheer each other up, not to start a fight. Okay. Lin E took back what he wanted to say and said lightly, Then let's chat. Lu Xiaoqing asked, What do you want to talk about? Lin E said, Think about it yourself. Didn't you wake me up? Talk about whatever you want. As long as you're happy. Even talking about how I checked into a hotel with my ex-girlfriend is fine. You. Lu Xiaoqing's cheeks puffed up with anger. The night is so beautiful. Can't you think of something normal? I'm very angry right now, and I'm not in the mood to appreciate the scenery. Lin E had nothing to hide and spoke his mind. Lu Xiaoqing sighed and said helplessly, Oh, forget it. I'm really going to be pissed off if you keep talking. Let's get down to business. Lin E was shocked. What's going on at this hour of night? Lu Xiaoqing didn't rush to reply. He simply opened his bracelet and took out 2 sweet potatoes and 2 pieces of unknown barbecue from the email space. He said, This is what my brother just mailed to me. Can you help me use a critical hit? Seeing this, Lin E asked in confusion, Is your business just for this? Lu Xiaoqing said seriously, This is very important to me. My brother was worried that I had nothing to eat, so he and Annie each shared half of their food and just mailed it to me. All right then, Lin E said as he took the sweet potato and found that it was still hot. It must have been freshly baked. Lin E immediately asked, Do you want to send some more meat or noodles to your brothers? Lu Xiaoqing shook his head and said, The meat is cold, and it's too late to make noodles so late. So let's do it tomorrow. Just double the critical hit rate of these foods and send them back. Lin E heard this and looked at the time. 0:32 minutes. It's a new day. In other words, Lu Xiaoqing's buff skill CD has been refreshed. He thought for a moment, then suddenly said, "How about you give me a skill buff, turning all the food's critical hits from 2 to 8. Lu Xiaoqing shook his head. The buff can only be used 5 times a day, and I have to save it for tomorrow's collection at the orchard. After doubling the critical hit rate, it should be enough for them." Lin E explained, "Not only for this, I have another more important thing that requires the buff." "What important thing could happen in the middle of the night?" Lu Xiaoqing asked in confusion. Lin E said, "It's about the second talent, a new S-level talent. Because S-level talents are unique, I need to awaken them as soon as possible so that I can sleep peacefully." "Are you referring to the matter about the talent fruit that Xiao Jinfeng told you in the evening?" Lu Xiaoqing asked doubtfully. Lin E nodded. "That's right, I was just thinking of asking him to mail the D-level talent fruit over, so I can eat it tonight and then critically upgrade it to S-level." Lu Xiaoqing thought about it and said hurriedly, "That's not right. A D-level critical hit talent consumes a lot of mental energy. Each talent can only critically hit once. Even if you add a 300% critical hit, the highest it can reach is A-level. In this way, you've wasted an S-level talent." He's truly a top student. He instantly analyzed the interests involved. Lin E gave her a thumbs up and then took out a fruit. Worried that she had forgotten, he explained, "This talent evolution fruit can upgrade any skill below level A to level A. It's the reward for my talent awakening on the first night." After listening to this, Lu Xiaoqing immediately said, "Then I understand. You want a buff, not to directly crit a D-rank skill, but to crit a talent fruit. The talent fruit is valuable, and it's worth using a buff in any situation." After hearing this, Lin E couldn't help but raise his hand and gently tap Lu Xiaoqing's forehead. He said from the bottom of his heart, "Your mind is really quick. I love that you are so smart." Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing blushed and said excitedly, "Who asked you, a rotten person, to like it?" "Shadash." Lin E suddenly hugged her, covered her mouth with his other hand, and whispered, "Don't be so loud. You don't want them to know that the 2 or 3 of us are having a secret meeting here in the middle of the night, right?" Chapter 25. Awakening the second S-class talent. All things resurrect. When Lu Xiaoqing was hugged by Lin E, her face suddenly turned red and her heart trembled. She nodded vigorously in panic. "Then I'll let you go. You better control your emotions later." Lin E could clearly feel that the hairs on this innocent school beauty were all standing on end at this moment, and he didn't want to tease her anymore. Lu Xiaoqing's body trembled slightly, and he nodded again. Lin E let go of her hand, sat next to her, and said, "I'll contact Xiao Jinfeng first, and you can give me the skill buff later." Lu Xiaoqing's breathing was a little disordered, and he couldn't speak, so he just nodded. Then, Lin E opened the bracelet and made a video call to Xiao Jinfeng. He dialed several times. After a long while, the video was finally connected. In the picture, Xiao Jinfeng's entire face is almost touching the camera. Judging from a starry sky in the background, Xiao Jinfeng should be lying down at the moment. "You're so annoying, why are you still taking video calls so late?" A delicate, complaining voice was heard in the video, and the breath was a little hazy. Lin E recognized the voice as that of Xiao Jinfeng's girlfriend. He focused his attention and said directly, "I have something serious to say. Pack up all your supplies and send them to me by mail." Xiao Jinfeng lowered his voice and said with an awkward smile, "I'm busy right now. Can you wait for me for 10 minutes? Lin E frowned and said, "Don't force me to scold you. Now hurry up and pack the supplies. I'll give you 5 minutes. "Okay, 5 minutes is enough. I will pack the supplies and mail them to you on time." Xiao Jinfeng's voice was urgent, and he hung up the phone before he finished speaking. "Damn, this idiot." Lin E had a look of disappointment on his face. Lu Xiaoqing, who was sitting beside him, had adjusted his mood at this time and asked curiously, "How do you know your friend is still awake at this hour?" Lin E fell silent again. How did he know that the idiot wasn't asleep? Because that's what Xiao Jinfeng did in his previous life. In the early days, Xiao Jinfeng still had some shame and would wait until everyone else fell asleep before getting up and moving around. Lin E withdrew his thoughts and said with a smile, "Didn't I tell you before that I saw the future in my dream? So I knew he wasn't asleep." After listening to this, Lu Xiaoqing seemed to remember something and whispered, "You really have seen my future?" Lin E nodded. His eyes swept across Lu Xiaoqing's chest and said seriously, "Of course it's true. Otherwise, how would I know so many of your secrets?" Seeing this, Lu Xiaoqing immediately raised his hand to cover his chest and gritted his teeth. "You don't even remember other useful information? Why do you have to remember all these things about me?" "Because dreams are vague. The brain usually only retains the most profound memories." Lin E smiled knowingly and said, "Besides, I've memorized our respective talents and abilities, haven't I? How can you still accuse me of not remembering anything useful? Forget it. The dream might have been made up by you. I can't argue with you." After saying this, Lu Xiaoqing turned his head to the other side and stopped talking. 5 minutes passed. Lin Yi's bracelet suddenly lit up. He immediately clicked it and saw the email from Xiao Zhenfeng. Lin E directly took out the supplies from the mail and put them into his backpack. Check carefully. In addition to the D-level talent fruit, there is also a jar of rice, some pots and pans, some firewood, some farm tools, etc. The supplies are pretty good, enough to cook at sea. Another special thing is that there is a chicken inside. Damn it, I almost got tricked by that jerk again. Lin E cursed inwardly and let the chicken out. According to the skill prompt, if you critically hit a living creature, it will most likely explode. If he hadn't discovered it, all the supplies inside would have been contaminated by the explosion. Chuckle, chuckle. As soon as Brother G walked out of the platform, he immediately crowed a few times. Lu Xiaoqing was suddenly startled by the strange noise. She took Lin Yi's arm in panic and carefully observed the situation behind her. Seeing this, Lin Yi pulled her head back and said softly, "It's okay. It was a chicken that Xiao Zhenfeng mailed that was crowing. It's gone now. I was so scared. I thought it was a monster." Lu Xiaoqing patted his chest and said with lingering fear, "I've got the talent fruit. Please give me some skill enhancements." Lin E immediately got down to business. Lu Xiaoqing nodded, then let go of Lin E, opened the bracelet, and started operating it. The next moment, a beam of purple light lit up at Lu Xiaoqing's fingertips. God of Game BUFF is successfully received. Seeing this, Lin E first pointed at Lu Xiaoqing's backpack. Critical hit. The supplies in the backpack have tripled. After the operation is completed, Lin E said, "Okay, let's each do our own thing. Please mail the food back to your brother as soon as possible." Lu Xiaoqing nodded and started operating the bracelet. Lin E withdrew his gaze and immediately tapped his backpack. Critical hit. The supplies in the backpack have tripled. It's done. Lin E immediately took out one of the D-level talent fruits. The fruit was about the size of a ping-pong ball, with some strange raised patterns on the skin. The most noticeable feature is the 2 white lines surrounding the middle. Lin E shone his bracelet, and the fruit's information appeared on the screen. Type talent fruit. Level D. Talent skill birth induction. After taking this, you can awaken your second talent skill. The initial limit is up to D level, and you can improve your skills by taking the talent evolution fruit. D rank induced labor triples plant growth. Each 100 spiritual power consumed applies the skill's effect to an area of 2 square meters, lasting 24 hours. The maximum range is determined by spiritual power. This skill can only be used once per day. That's it. Lin E muttered to himself, put away the bracelet, and swallowed it decisively. Congratulations. You've awakened your second innate skill, D-level birth induction. As soon as the system prompt sounded, he clicked on the panel and saw that there was a green skill icon in his skill bar. There are 4 skill boxes in total, and the first 2 are now lit. After the talent fruit is converted into a skill, it may be due to the change in attributes, and critical hits can still be used. Lin E had tested this before, so he was not worried. He no longer hesitated, took out the A-level skill evolution fruit, and swallowed it. Congratulations! D-level birth induction has evolved into A-level super strong birth induction. Super strong growth induction. After use, it can increase the growth rate of plants by 6 times. Can only be used once a day. Not bad. Just because it's A-level, it increases the growth rate by 6 times. Lin E took a look at the skill introduction and was suddenly surprised. He calmed himself down and lightly tapped the green skill icon. Critical hit successful. However, the critical hit effect exceeded the rule limit and has been automatically corrected. A-level super strong birth has been upgraded and evolved into an S-level talent, resurrection of all things. Resurrection, wildness, and disorder are the ultimate secrets of plant growth. This skill increases plant growth by 30 times. Each 100 spirit points consumed applies the skill's effect to an area of 2 square meters, lasting 24 hours. The maximum range is determined by spirit points and can only be used once per day. S-level talent awakening gift pack has been distributed. Please check your email. Holy crap. Increase plant growth rate 30 times. Lin E was stunned. That's what I mean. Many fruits that only have one season a year can be eaten into just 12 days after using this resurrection of all things. As for some ordinary vegetables, I guess if I plant it in the morning, I can harvest it and cook it in the evening. Going against the will of heaven. Going against the will of heaven. Going against the will of heaven. Lin E murmured, and even couldn't believe that this S-level talent was so abnormal. Lu Xiaoqing also noticed something was wrong at this time. She took his hand and asked softly, Lin E, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with your innate skill? Nothing's wrong. Lin E reacted and pulled Lu Xiaoqing into his arms, saying excitedly, from now on, we won't have to worry about food anymore. Chapter 26. In the second half of the night, is there a ghost on our platform? Lu Xiaoqing paused and said softly, you just told me to calm down, but now you're losing control of your emotions. Lin immediately released his hand, moved the bracelet screen in front of her, and said, this is the introduction of my new S-level talent. You will know after taking a look. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing immediately started to browse carefully. After a while, she asked in confusion, increasing the growth rate of plants by 30 times, is this skill the reason you want to buy a cow? Lin E said, that's right. As long as I increase my mental strength, the area of land where my skills can be applied will become larger. The soil in the planting area is very good, and with the abundant sunshine at sea, we will definitely be able to be self-sufficient and raise a cow in the future. Lu Xiaoqing, yeah, I understand. When we land on the island tomorrow, we can also look for fertilizers or something in the orchard. This will also help you with your planting. Lin E nodded, then divided half of Qiao Jinfeng's supplies into the warehouse and mailed the rest back to him. The operation is complete. He asked, Qing, are you done with your work? Okay, the food has been mailed back to my brother. Lu Xiaoqing said, and then turn off the bracelet screen. Then let's go and rest. We have to get up at 7 o'clock tomorrow to prepare to go to the island. Lin E stood up first and said. Lu Xiaoqing stood up and said softly, okay, good night then. Then, the two of them returned to their beach chairs. After lying down, Lin E thought for a while and did not go to sleep directly. Instead, he opened his attribute panel. Name Lin E. Age, 21. Talent skills, S-level, God's finger. S-level, resurrection of all things. Strength, 12. Endurance, 11. Constitution 15. Spirit, 18. Spirit, 128 of 180. Last time, I exchanged all my rewards for spiritual attribute fruits, and there are 8 left. This time, should I exchange them all for spiritual attribute fruits? Lin E was a little confused. If you exchange all of them for spiritual attribute fruits, it will definitely be of great help to your planning skills. But his 3 basic stats of strength, endurance, and physique are all original. If all the fruits from the 2 rewards were added to the spiritual attributes, it would be a serious imbalance. If you increase strength and endurance, it can directly affect physical fitness. Working hard every day will produce the fastest results. This resurrection of all things, talent, is of little use without strong mental strength to support it. I have to take a gamble and bet that I can gain a magical attack-related talent skill in the future. Lin E made up his mind and exchanged the reward for 4 spiritual attribute fruits. Through the enhancement skill, he critized it to 16. He knew that there was a type of talent skill that required strong mental support to achieve the strongest effect. For example, the vine entanglement technique that trapped Xiao Jinfeng in his previous life was a control spell that relied on mental power to enhance its effects. Moreover, Lin E had seen offensive spells of various attributes such as wind, fire, thunder, and ice several times in his previous life, and they were all very powerful. As long as you accumulate mental strength, it will take effect sooner or later. Then we can deal with some of the spiritual attribute fruits first. Lin E muttered to himself, sat up, and took 14 blue fruits. After eating them all, his panel attributes also changed. Spirit, 32. Spirit, 320 of 320. Now, it's time to test your skills. Lin E put away the panel and slowly walked to the edge of the planting area. With a thought, he released Resurrection of All Things. A green light flashed from his fingertips and instantly turned into countless green photons. Photons continue to gather and surge, as if containing the vitality of all things, slowly descending and constantly merging into the land ahead. Then a rectangular plot emitting a faint green light stood out in the dark planting area. 3 meters long, 2 meters wide, and an area of 6 square meters. It was exactly at the position that Lin E had just preset. Seeing this, Lin E bent down and found that in the land where sweet potatoes were planted, there were many green fluorescent particles moving up and down and were constantly being absorbed into the plants. Seeing these abnormalities, he immediately knew that his skills were starting to take effect. Plants grow faster at night, so there should be a surprise tomorrow morning. Lin E muttered to himself, stood up, and then went back to lie down. Soon, he fell asleep. It was late at night. Lin E was in a daze and seemed to hear a slight voice ringing in his ears. With a warm breath, Lin E, so scary. I just got scratched by a ghost. There's always this strange sound, guzzling. Well, okay. He was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes and said unconsciously, "Are you listening? Or why don't you get up and take a look? If a ghost finds out I'm not asleep, will it target me?" Yes, go to sleep. Lin E muttered in his sleep in a daze. The slight sound disappeared. The night returned to silence again. After a while, Lin E was confused and seemed to feel a warm touch on his arm. Then, he completely lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. The morning light is bright and the sea breeze is cool. Lin Yi's fingertips twitched in a daze, and he felt as if he was sleep paralyzed and his body felt heavy. As his consciousness gradually became clearer, he seemed to feel a tingling sensation in his arm. Lin E scratched his head, exhaled a breath, and opened his eyes a little. In the blurred vision, I seemed to see something strange hanging on my body. His pupils focused, his sight locked, and he discovered that the thing was a white leg. Lin E quickly turned his head and saw a head lying on his shoulder. Jiang Xiahan? Why is she climbing on me? He was terrified and bent his arm to grab her bun and shook it hard. Wow, so sleepy, Jiang Xiahan mumbled in her sleep with her eyes tightly closed. Her head lost its support and fell onto Lin Yi's chest. Lin E woke up instantly, looked to the side, and found that the other 3 girls were still asleep. He no longer hesitated and shook Jiang Xiahan awake with increased force, whispering, "Wake up quickly. If they find us like this, we won't be able to clear ourselves even if we jump into the sea." Jiang Xiahan opened her eyes dazedly, shook her crooked head, and asked dazedly, "What time is it? Should we get up?" "Don't worry about the time. Get up now." Lin E was worried that she wouldn't wake up, so he pinched the soft flesh on her arm. "What are you doing? It hurts." Jiang Xiahan bent her knees and hit his waist in retaliation. Lin E felt that if they continued to resist, both of them would fall off the chair, so he raised his hand to support Jiang Xiahan's head and forced her to sit up. "If you want to sleep, go back to your chair." After Lin E finished speaking, he got off the beach chair, leaving Jiang Xiahan sitting alone. He looked at the time and saw that it was already 6:30, so he walked to the back of the fish tank, filled a basin with water, and started washing. After washing my face, Lin E became much more sober and remembered what happened last night when he was in a daze. He probably guessed the reason why Jiang Xiahan climbed onto his chair. Talking about ghosts in the middle of the night? What the hell is this plot? It's too outrageous. Luckily, I woke up once last night. I was so sleepy in the second half of the night that I couldn't wake up at all. Otherwise, this young man and woman are both young and energetic, so it would be difficult to control them. Lin E was complaining madly in his heart. After a while, Jiang Xiahan also walked in, looking for toiletries on the floor with sleepy eyes. Seeing this, Lin E immediately asked, "Jiang Xiahan, what on earth were you doing last night?" Jiang Xiahan picked up a wash basin, slowly walked to Lin Yi's side, and said nervously, "I was just about to tell you that there seemed to be a ghost on our platform last night." "Lin E, is there a ghost?" "Yes, it's a female ghost." Jiang Xiahan gestured with her hands in front of Lin E as she spoke. The ghost girl's nails were long and sharp. She scratched my feet a few times, and then I woke up in shock. "Lin E, did you see it?" "Xian, no, but I heard ghosts screaming." "Lin E, what did you say?" Jiang Xiahan, Goo, it's really scary." After hearing this, Lin E fell silent. Chapter 27, Fruit Freedom Island. Traces of mutant beasts discovered. Seeing that Lin E didn't reply, Jiang Xiahan immediately said, "You seem so timid. You must be too scared to speak." "It's scary, but I have a solution." After Lin E finished speaking, he hung up the towel and turned around to walk out. Jiang Xiahan asked hurriedly, "Where are you going?" Lin E turned around and said, "I'm going to catch ghosts. Do you want to come with me?" Jiang Xiahan heard this and said in horror, "No, no, no. Don't drag me along. I'm not going." "Okay, I'll be fine soon." After Lin E finished speaking, he walked out and looked around. Under Su Ying's chair, a large red feather capon was found lying down, apparently not used to the unfamiliar environment. He walked over quietly, squatted slowly, and quickly reached out to grab it. Goo goo goo. Brother G was attacked and screamed wildly. Lin E got up and found that several girls had also gotten up, all looking at the red-feathered chicken in Lin Yi's hand with confused expressions. "I accidentally woke you up. Why don't you guys sleep a little longer?" Lin Yi simulated helplessly. Su Ying was the closest. She backed away with one hand supporting her body, the other hand covering her heaving chest. She asked in confusion, "Where did you get the chicken in your hand?" "This one is a gift from a friend." As Lin E spoke, he grabbed the castrated chicken and moved it behind him to prevent it from struggling and scaring the girls who had just woken up. Su Ying Jiang let out a long breath, straightened her body, and asked, "What time is it now?" "It's about 20 minutes to 7 o'clock. Lin Yi replied. Su Ying said, "That's about it. I'll get up too." Seeing that they were all getting ready to get up, Lin E said, "Okay, I'll go make some breakfast for everyone." After saying that, he carried the big capon and walked towards the kitchen. Soon, Lin E found a basin, filled it halfway with water, and placed it on the ground. Then he took out a kitchen knife, crossed the chicken's wings with one hand, hold him down, pinched the chicken's neck with one hand, hold it tightly, and cut it horizontally. "Brother G, don't blame me for being cruel. You and my vegetable garden are simply incompatible, so I have no choice but to sacrifice you." Lin E thought to himself, and with his other hand, he grabbed the chicken's feet and lifted them upside down, draining the blood into the basin. The red-haired capon stretched out its legs and struggled for a while, then straightened them. Lin E threw the dead chicken on the ground, packed up the tools used in the crime, and started boiling water. While the water is not boiling, he walked to the edge of the vegetable garden and observed it carefully. Lin E discovered that in the land where Resurrection of All Things was released last night, a faint fluorescence could be seen in the soil even during the day. The sweet potato seedlings planted on the plot are growing well, and all of them have sprouted new buds. He compared it with other plots without skill effects, and found that the seedlings planted yesterday were still wilted. Normally, it takes a week for sweet potatoes planted from seedlings to take root and sprout. Now they can take root and sprout in just one night. The growth rate has indeed increased dozens of times. According to the sunlight conditions at sea, a 6 square meter plot of land, based on a number of plants planted, should yield over 100 kilograms. With good management, the sweet potato harvest cycle is 140 days, but with a 30-fold acceleration, it only takes 5 days. With an average daily yield of 20 kilograms, that's enough for 5 people. Lin E made a simple calculation and then made a summary. Of course, this is an ideal situation. If necessary, it is also possible to accelerate the growth of other plants. He walked around and heard the sound of water boiling in the kitchen, so he hurried back. Killing a chicken is easy. It only took Lin E more than 10 minutes to kill the chicken and put it on the table. Period. Su Ying also washed up, changed her clothes, and went to the kitchen to boil water and cook noodles. Because there was no critical hit, he put the chicken aside and only cleaned out a pair of chicken intestines. After doubling the critical hit, he gave it to Su Ying and put it in to enhance the flavor when cooking the noodles. After the 5 of them had a simple breakfast, it was almost 8 o'clock. The platform gradually approached the berth, and everyone stood on the edge of the platform waiting. At this moment, they all changed into sun-protective long-sleeved swimsuits. You have no idea how terrifying last night was. That kunkin made a weird noise and even jumped onto my beach chair. It nearly scared me to death. Seeing that no one was talking, Jiang Xiahan brought up the topic she had been discussing with Lin E during breakfast. "It's really strange. I was also shocked when I heard it last night." Lu Xiaoqing agreed. Jiang Xiahan asked curiously, "Lu Xiaoqing, you heard it too? Aren't you afraid to be alone?" Lu Xiaoqing was stunned when he heard this, thought for a moment, and replied, "A little at the beginning, but I fell asleep quickly. Everyone is afraid. I can only say that you, Jiang Xiahan, are unlucky to be targeted by Brother G." Lin E interrupted, then said, "We're about to land on the island. Let me tell you about some extra things to pay attention to later." He had just explained to them the source of the castrated chickens, and did not mention the conversation he had with Lu Xiaoqing last night. Lin E was also worried that Lu Xiaoqing would accidentally let the cat out of the bag, which would necessitate another explanation, so he changed the subject. Then, he briefly talked about the supplies that should be paid special attention to later. At 8 o'clock sharp, the platform entered the berth. After the light screen on the berth opened, everyone walked onto the plank road. Because of yesterday's experience, the girls were obviously more relaxed today. On the way to the island, we talked and laughed all the way. Lin E was at the front of the team, the first to step out of the mountain path to the island, and his vision suddenly opened up. All I saw before me was a large hill less than 50 meters high and a winding mountain road that led all the way to a simple bungalow on the top of the mountain. The entire mountain is planted with fruit trees. Both sides of the mountain road are red, with lychee trees laden with fruits. Lin E turned around and saw that everyone was now walking up the mountain road. He smiled and said, "It seems that we are lucky. We can have free time for the next few days. What kind of fruits are there?" Jiang Xiahan asked excitedly after hearing this. She squeezed in behind Lin E and said with wide eyes, "There are so many." Su Ying looked forward and immediately asked, "Is this a lychee?" Lin E nodded and explained, "That's right. These are guewei lychees sold on the roadside. They taste the best of all lychees." Su Ying was from Jiangxiang, Lu Xiaoqing grew up in Haicheng, and Wang Xiyao was from the north. They probably had never seen lychees still on the tree, so he explained, "Stop talking nonsense. Let's go pick lychees." Jiang Xiahan shouted and ran out first. Seeing this, Lin E said helplessly, "Okay, then you can pick some on the roadside and try them first." When Lu Xiaoqing and the others heard this, they followed excitedly. Su Ying followed behind Lin E and suddenly said, "Although these lychees are delicious and high in sugar, they probably won't last long at sea." Lin E explained, "There's plenty of sunshine at sea, so we can make most of them into dried lychees. As long as we seal them well afterwards, we don't have to worry about the shelf life." Su Ying was surprised. "You even know this?" "It's not difficult to make dried lychees. You just need to expose them to the sun for a month. These are common sense experiences that people in Lingnan know," Lin E said with a smile. "I see." Su Ying nodded. Lin E looked at the girls picking lychees and eating them happily and said with a helpless smile, "However, they have no experience in picking. If we want to be more efficient, we need to find tools first." Su Ying heard this and said, "That's right. At least there should be a fruit basket." Hearing this, Lin E looked off into the distance and said, "Let them play first. We'll go to the house on the top of the mountain and see if there are any supplies there." "Okay." Su Ying nodded in response. Then, Lin E greeted a few people and then took Su Ying up the mountain. On the way, he picked a few bunches of lychees and let Su Ying taste them. 7 or 8 minutes later, they reached the top of the mountain, but had not yet approached the room. From a distance, I could smell a strong smell of blood. Lin E stood still and said to Su Ying, "Be alert, there's something going on ahead." "I noticed it too," Su Ying responded, then took out the chain sword and held it in front of her chest. "I'll go ahead," Su Ying said and walked out first. The two walked to the front of the house and took a look. There was blood in front of the door, and pieces of meat and fur were scattered all over the ground. Lin Yi's attention was drawn to a leg bone. After noticing the finger-sized tooth holes on the bone, he explained, "Judging from the number and shape of the bones, the fruit farmers must have raised several hunting dogs here to protect the mountains." Su Ying stared at the broken bones scattered on the ground in front of the door and asked in shock, "What on earth could have torn several hounds to pieces and devoured them all, leaving not even a single intact bone?" "It's a mutant beast. Only a mutant beast that has evolved to the first level can be so violent." After Lin E finished speaking, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Because it takes a certain amount of time for animals to mutate, it is basically difficult to see mutated animals on the early resource islands. The energy required for the mutant beast to evolve to the first level can only be provided by special fruits. Now, mutant beasts have appeared on the island. Just like what Xiao Jinfeng's team encountered yesterday, there's a high probability that there will be special fruits. Chapter 28. Harvest the magic herb. Grow the power fruit yourself later. 5 minutes later, Lin E called Jiang Xiahan and the others up through the bracelet. Lin E briefly explained the situation and then explained, "A successfully advanced mutant beast will have an average value of at least 20 for its strength, endurance, and constitution. Before we kill it, we must act together to avoid being left alone." Seeing that no one had any objection, Lin E followed the bloodstains on the ground turned around the small vegetable garden next to the room and walked down the mountain on the other side. A few minutes later, they came to the mountainside and found something unusual beside a reservoir. A thick blood mist gathered on an open space beside the pool, and a black shadow was looming in the blood mist. Lin E stopped about 50 meters away from the blood mist, looking down from above and observing the surrounding environment. After a while, he turned and said to everyone, "Jiang Xiahan and I will go to the right and disperse the blood mist above the pool to weaken the mutant beast. Su Ying, you take Lu Xiaoqing and Xiao and surround it from the left. Take the opportunity to kill it." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing asked, "Should I increase Sister Su Ying's skill buffs now?" Lin E shook his head. Su Ying's average value of the 3 attributes has reached 30, which is enough to deal with a first-level mutant beast. Su Ying had little combat experience, and Lin E wanted to take this opportunity to give her some practice. Soon, under his arrangement, everyone surrounded the enemy in 2 groups. Lin E brought Jiang Xiahan to the top of the pool, hid behind a bush, and said, "This red mist is formed by the blood and energy of the mutant beast. Use your purification skills to disperse it now. Without energy replenishment, the mutant beast will lose the ability to continue fighting." Jiang Xiahan nodded upon hearing this, then raised her hand to release her skill. The next moment, a blue beam of light lit up and shot straight into the red fog. After a moment, the blood mist completely dissipated. A giant black cat appeared, nearly half a meter tall, with sparse fur all over its body but limbs as strong as a beast. The giant cat sensed something unusual, woke up, turned around quickly, and crawled towards Lin E and the others, baring its fangs. Its eyes were bloodshot, and its mouth and claws were stained with blood. Lin E opened the bracelet and scanned it. Type Alienated Wildcat. Level 1. Attributes Strength, 23, Endurance, 20, Constitution, 19, Spirit, 12. He turned his gaze and signaled to Su Ying on his left. Su Ying also nodded, and then walked slowly towards the black cat with a long sword in hand. The giant cat was attracted by the footsteps and quickly changed direction, roaring at Su Ying in protest. Seeing this, Su Ying paused. She took a deep breath, calmed herself, and continued to move forward. When Su Ying approached to within 10 meters, a fierce light flashed in the giant cat's scarlet eyes, and a threatening growl came from its throat. After a few moments, the giant cat finally couldn't bear it anymore. It kicked the ground with its hind legs, and its huge body rushed up, rushing straight towards Su Ying's face with a fishy wind. "Unfold your claws in the air." Su Ying's heart tightened, and she almost instinctively gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands, subconsciously sweeping it hard in front of her. The long sword hit the giant black cat that was jumping in the air, making a metallic vibration sound of clang, and actually knocked the mutant beast away. Not bad. A subconscious action with such great force and speed. The strength-based talent is indeed powerful. Lin E thought to himself as he observed the situation from above the pool. The giant cat quickly turned over and jumped up, shook its dazed head, and looked at Su Ying with a little more fear in its eyes. It lowered its body and slowly paced around Su Ying, looking for any flaws, its steps light and strange. Suddenly, the giant cat attacks again. But this time, it was not a straight attack, but an extremely fast Z-shaped change of direction, aiming at the side and rear of Su Ying. The sharp claws dug into her waist and abdomen. This time, Su Ying reacted even faster than before. She quickly moved to the side and swung the sword in her hand, cutting a bloody wound on the giant cat's forearm. The giant cat missed its target and fell to the ground. It rolled a few times, got up again, and stared at Su Ying very vigilantly. "So fast." Su Ying sighed, turned around, and confronted the mutated beast again. She had been aiming at the giant cat's neck and had used all her strength in drawing her sword, but unexpectedly, she still missed the target. In this way, Su Ying and the mutant beast soon fought for several rounds again. A few minutes later, the giant cat's subsequent 4 attacks were all neutralized by Su Ying one by one, and there were several sword wounds of varying depths on its body. Jiang Xiahan stared at the mutated beast below with a nervous expression and suddenly asked, "Lin E, Sister Su Ying has mastered the sword's power technique and has already injured this big cat. Why doesn't it run away? It's not stupid. There might be something nearby that it's guarding." Lin E responded gestually. Then, the black cat suddenly exerted strength and rushed towards Su Ying again. Just as the black cat was about to rush to Su Ying, a sword light suddenly appeared. With a puff sound, the tip of the sword pierced its neck accurately, raising a cloud of blood mist. Sister Su Ying, you're so awesome, Jiang Xiahan shouted excitedly, standing up from behind the bushes and clapping loudly. No, I was a little nervous at first, so I wasted so much time. Su Ying responded helplessly. You've adapted quickly. Next time you encounter a mutant beast of this level, you'll definitely be able to handle it even faster. Lin E gave a word of encouragement and then walked down with Jiang Xiahan. After the few people got together, the girls were all observing the mutated giant cat with curiosity. Lin E was patrolling the pool and noticed something strange in the grass. He called out to everyone. There seems to be something ahead. Everyone can come and take a look. After he finished speaking, he walked out first. I walked to the original cat's nest and looked to the side and found a grass plant surrounded by fluorescent light. Its leaves are similar to daffodils, but are covered with crimson veins and continuously emit red spots of light. This is good stuff, Lin E exclaimed, then opened a bracelet and scanned it. Type red sungrass. Level 2. Effect. After cultivation and maturity, it can produce a red fruit. After taking it, it can increase the strength attribute by 1 point. Great! It really is the original plant of the strength attribute fruit. Confirmed that my guess was correct. Lin E turned around and told them the news with excitement. There's something good here. Let me see. Jiang Xiahan caught up with him, grabbed Lin Yi's hand, and read the instructions on the bracelet screen. 120 days to mature, each cycle can produce 2 fruits. After reading it, she said a little disappointedly, it took 4 months for this to mature. How can this even be considered a thing? Lin E laughed and said, have you forgotten that I have a critical hit skill? Jiang Xiahan asked doubtfully, are you going to turn it into 4 plants? But that won't change its maturity cycle. Lin E shook her head, indicating that she guessed wrong. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoqing immediately said, what if the critical hit improves the quality? Combined with my skill gains, it can be raised to level 5. Yes, that's what I thought. Lin E said with a smile, tapped a few times on the bracelet, and then pulled up a relevant introduction for them to see. Level 5 red sungrass. Matures in 30 days, produces 5 fruits per cycle. After Jiang Xiahan finished reading, she was shocked. If it can be upgraded to level 5, it will be much more powerful indeed. Not only that, have you forgotten what Lin E mentioned about his second talent during breakfast? Lu Xiaoqing immediately followed up. Jiang Xiahan didn't really listen at the time and immediately asked, isn't his new S-level talent only good for growing vegetables? Lin E said helplessly, it's not just about growing vegetables. I can grow flowers, grass, fruit trees, and anything that involves plants. My skills are useful. After listening to this, Lu Xiaoqing explained to everyone. Level 5 red sungrass, combined with Lin Yi's new S-level talent acceleration, will mature in just 1 day. This way, we can harvest 5 strength fruits every day. You're right. Lu Xiaoqing has a good memory. Lin E pides. He remembered that in his previous life, the highest level of red sungrass he had ever seen in the system channel was only level 3. In a period of about a month, apart from the extremely rare S-level talent fruits, the most valuable ones are various level 3 attribute fruit plants. This level 2 red sungrass, combined with several S-level talents in the team, can bring out its greatest value. Even if it is only level 2, it is a magical herb in their hands. You know, even if you awaken the S-level talent, you will only be rewarded with 4 attribute fruits. From now on, they can collect 5 every day. What is the concept? Lin E could hardly imagine how great the advantage their team would have when they met other competitors after a period of time. From now on, we will grow these fruits of strength ourselves. Each of us will get 1 every day. Soon, everyone will become strong men. Lin E withdrew his thoughts and smiled at everyone. Chapter 29. Crazy collection of supplies. Crazy fruit picking. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing asked doubtfully, but this strength attribute fruit is best given to Sister Su Ying. If we give it to us, wouldn't it be a waste? When surviving at sea, it's very dangerous for a team to rely on the combat power of one person alone. We must cooperate with each other, and all 5 of us must try to become as strong as possible. Lin E planet slowly. Seeing this, Su Ying smiled and said, Lin E is right. If we want to make it to the end, everyone is indispensable. Besides, you can't always let me do all the heavy work, right? No, Sister Su Ying, that's not what I meant. Lu Xiaoqing explained hurriedly. I was just kidding. I know you meant well, just now. Sometimes you just think too rationally. Su Ying replied with a smile. Seeing this, Lin E interrupted and said, this matter is settled. We need to collect supplies as soon as possible. After he finished speaking, he took out his bracelet and put the red sun grass into his backpack. Then, he led everyone back to the top of the mountain. Lin E looked around and found an electric tricycle parked under a tree not far from the house. He immediately arranged. Everyone, split up and check what supplies are in this room. Move any that are useful to the door. I'll check the car. If it's usable, use it to transport all the supplies to the front of the mountain trail. Everyone didn't waste any time and quickly acted according to his arrangements. Lin E walked to the front of the car and checked carefully. He found that the car key was in the socket. There were dozens of plastic baskets filled with fruits beside the car. This basket should hold about 100 kilograms of lychees. But with 5 people, even if they only pick the ones at the bottom, it would be amazing if they could pick 1,000 kilograms in just over 2 hours. Lin E thought for a moment, came up with a solution, and immediately walked towards the house. He walked to the door of a room and found Jiang Xiahan rummaging around inside. Are these things useful? Why are they all instruments I don't understand? Jiang Xiahan also saw Lin E come in and immediately greeted him. Lin E walked in and saw that it was a tool room. Various iron frames, saws, shovels, hoes, sprayers, electric flower thinners, various flower shears, etc. In the corner, there was also a chainsaw and several bottles of gasoline. You won't need these tools right now. Just find a basket, put some pruning shears in it, and put it outside in the car. After Lin E assigned her the task, he walked straight to the corner. Then he turned on the chainsaw, pulled the cord to ignite it, and tested it. And it worked perfectly. Lin E first put the chainsaw on the tricycle and took out some gasoline for backup. When I turned around, I saw several girls moving things out of the kitchen and bedroom. Lin E was not idle either. He directly loaded 20 basketball baskets into the car. Then he asked Jiang Xiahan to get in the car and took her to the foot of the mountain. Jiang Xiahan sat next to the driver's seat, let go of Lin Yi's arm, and jumped out of the car first. Then she asked, I just tried it. Picking lychees requires breaking the branches. Picking a few bunches is okay, but picking too many will definitely make your hands tired. Can we fill all the baskets with so many? Of course it's tiring to pick them with bare hands, so didn't I ask you to bring pruning shears? Lin, he said as he took out the big scissors from the basket. Jiang Xiahan took the scissors and said, even with these scissors, you still have to keep reaching up, which is still very tiring. Don't worry, wait here first. Lin, he replied, and took out the chainsaw he had prepared earlier. Seeing this, Jiang Xiahan immediately said, Lin E, what are you going to do? This is a bit dangerous. Don't worry, I know my limits. After Lin E finished speaking, he pulled a rope to light the fire and then walked towards the fruit tree on the side of the road with the chainsaw. He walked to a fruit tree and started sawing the branches directly on the side of the road. Hua 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 dash. Fruit trees laden with fruit kept falling down and tumbling on the roadside. Lin E held the electric saw and sawed all the way down until the saw started to emit black smoke. Lin E, that's enough. Jiang Xiahan, who was picking lychees on the slope, saw Lin E knock down so many branches and hurriedly called for a stop. When Lin E heard this, he looked and found that there were about 7 or 8 lychee trees that were picked. Even if they were just the branches on the side of the road, they would probably yield 1 or 2,000 kilograms if all were picked. It's almost done. I guess we can't pick all of these. He replied, turning off the chainsaw. Seeing that it was almost time, Lin E walked over, got on the tricycle, said hello to Jiang Xiahan, and drove up the mountain. A few minutes later, Lin E's tricycle returned to the house on the top of the mountain and found that Su Ying and the others had moved a lot of supplies outside. He got out of the car and walked over to say hello. After a quick look, he found that the supplies were far beyond his imagination. Maybe because the orchard is quite remote, the previous owner stockpiled a lot of supplies, including 2 bags of rice, several barrels of cooking oil, and a complete kitchen with all the necessary utensils. Su Ying planet beside. Lin E looked around and found that in addition to the grain and oil that Su Ying mentioned, there were also a lot of beer and drinks. They even moved out large items such as the kitchen round table, refrigerator, disinfection cabinet, gas stove, and gas tank. There are many other supplies, but the most important ones are a few bags of fertilizer. This was something Su Ying had paid special attention to before he landed on the island. Lin E did a quick calculation and realized he would need to make 2 trips. He immediately said, then I'll drive the car over and we'll start loading the supplies. Soon, Lin E, Su Ying, and a few others worked together to load some of the supplies and drove them to the exit of the mountain road leading to the island. After pulling it twice, all the supplies were finally transported. Then, he went back to pick lychees with Jiang Xiahan. Lin E, I've almost picked a whole basket. I'm awesome, right? Seeing Lin E coming over, Jiang Xiahan immediately took credit for it. Lin E looked over and found that the lychees cut by Jiang Xiahan were relatively clean, with almost no branches or leaves. Although the way you harvest lychees looks good, they won't keep for long. Let me show you how. Just follow my instructions. After Lin E finished speaking, he picked up the squid shears and casually cut off a bunch of lychees with leaves and fruits and threw them into a basket. At this rate, the branches and leaves almost account for half of your weight, right? Jiang Xiahan asked doubtfully. It's okay. We have a lot of baskets anyway. We have to ensure the quantity first and try to collect as much as possible. Lin E explained it. Jiang Xiahan immediately said, You should have said no earlier. If you had been like this from the beginning, I should have been able to collect 2 or 3 baskets. I was too busy just now and forgot to tell you in advance. Let's continue. You just need to follow my method later. Lin E said with a smile. After a while, Su Ying and the others also rushed down. After Lin E told them the method, all 5 of them took action, trying to pick as many lychees as possible before their stay ended. Soon, it was 10 o'clock sharp. After seeing that the 20 baskets on the roadside were almost full of lychees, Lin E began to arrange for Su Ying to move the supplies back. Last 10 minutes ago, with the help of Lu Xiaoqing's enhancement skills, Su Ying came back 3 times and finally moved all the supplies back to the platform. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lin E told Jiang Xiahan and the others to retreat. The 4 of them worked continuously for more than 2 hours and were all exhausted and sweating. Stop what you were doing and take a break. When their stay was almost over, several people each took a few bunches of lychees. We ate and chatted and returned to the platform happily. Chapter 30, Too Many Supplies. Found a way to ship them. 10 minutes later, the resource island behind gradually disappeared into the distance. On the offshore platform, several people were lying on beach chairs, almost dying from the heat. Oh my, I only knew that lychees were delicious, but I never imagined that picking them was so hard. Jiang Xiahan complained with a look of despair, and then immediately bit into a big red lychee. We're using a trick. Normally, you can't cut down the trees to pick them. You have to climb up or use long-handled shears to cut the bunches off one by one. Lin E explained with a smile. I suddenly felt that Guiwei lychees at 20 yuan per pound were not expensive at all. Lu Xiaoqing looked at the bracelet screen and took the time to comment. Lin E responded with a grumble. For a rich woman like you, nothing is too expensive, right? Although my family is well off, I'm not as extravagant as you think. Lu Xiaoqing immediately counterattacked. Lin E said, That's just because you're willing to endure hardship. Unlike us young people from small towns, it's really hard. Boring, too lazy to argue with you. Lu Xiaoqing replied and turned his attention back to the bracelet screen. After a while, Wang Xiyao opened her mouth and exhaled hot air, saying softly, Although I'm a little tired, the freshly picked Guiwei lychees are fragrant and sweet. I've never eaten lychees that taste so good. Hearing this, Lin E continued, Then Xiao, you'd better eat more. If you leave it for 2 days, it won't taste as good anymore. Okay, I'll eat it now, Wang Xiyao said, and then ate a few more in a row with a happy expression. Lin E smiled and saw Su Ying arranging the supply she had just collected, so he stood up and walked over. Why don't you take a rest? Lin E walked behind Su Ying and asked. Su Ying said calmly, It's okay. I have better physical strength than any of you, so I don't feel tired. I'll tidy it up first so that you can attack it later. Okay, I'll do it now. When I'm done, I'll make lunch with you. After Lin E finished speaking, he was about to go to Lu Xiaoqing to ask for skill enhancements when Xiao Zhanfeng's video call request suddenly popped up on the bracelet. He walked to where the lychees were piled and clicked the answer button. Only seen in the video screen. Xiao Zhanfeng sat shirtless in the sun, his shoulders tanned dark red and covered in sawdust and stains. Lin E said, Didn't I tell you not to click on random videos? Xiao Zhanfeng said anxiously, Brother, I didn't mean to do that. I sent you a private message just now, but since you didn't reply, I had no choice but to click on the video. Lin E said, I just came down from Resource Island and didn't have time to read the private message. What's the situation? Xiao Zhanfeng asked in confusion. What? Isn't it almost 11 o'clock? Why are you leaving the island just now? We are now on the level 5 platform. Of course we are different from you. Lin E said. Xiao Zhenfeng was shocked. What the hell? I sold so much rice yesterday to reach level 2. Where did you get so many resources to upgrade the platform? And why didn't I hear you talk about it last night? Lin E. It's nothing, just a combination of critical hit skills and good luck. You didn't ask about the platform last night, did you? Xiao Zhenfeng, brother, I'm looking for you for this. I'll mail you today's supplies right away. Please, just like you did last night, give me a hard hit. Lin E. Why are you so anxious? Did you receive something good? Xiao Zhenfeng. Fuck, this makes me angry. We went straight into the barren mountains today, cutting down trees and collecting wild vegetables and fruits. If it weren't for yesterday's stock, we would have gone hungry today. I have to continue selling rice today, and I have to upgrade the platform as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will be dizzy. Lin E thought about it and said, all right, you pack up the supplies and send them over later, and I'll give you a critical hit. Xiao Zhenfeng immediately said, okay, thank you, brother. The 2 coin you owe me will be considered a thank you fee. Lin Yi's face was filled with rage. You still have a nerve to bring this up? I told you in private that skills can't critically hit living creatures, but you didn't remember. Don't mess around like that next time. Okay, I'm stupid. If there's nothing else, let's leave it at that. I have to get ready for dinner too. After Xiao Zhenfeng finished speaking, he was ready to hang up. Wait a moment. Lin E hurriedly called out to him. Is there anything else? Xiao Zhenfeng's hand immediately stopped. Lin E looked at Li Qi in front of him, turned the camera over, and showed it to Xiao Zhenfeng. Then he asked, let me show you something good. Xiao Zhenfeng's expression trembled as he shouted, holy crap, you brought so many lychees. This must weigh over 1,000 pounds, right? Lin E said, they're all freshly picked, and there are more than these. Do you want to eat them? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenfeng said solemnly, brother, thank you for your care. Please give us a few dozen kilograms. Lin E smiled and said, look at how promising you are. Let me be frank. I want to cooperate with your team and mail all the lychees to you. You can eat as many as you want, and I can sell the rest. I'll give you 30% of the wood I get in exchange. Xiao Zhenfeng, all the lychees? Lin, that's right, at least 2,000 kilograms. In the early stages, many resource islands were barren mountains, and most teams didn't have kitchen utensils, so your rice wouldn't fetch much. But my lychees are different. They're high in sugar and juicy, making them a great treat that can be eaten right out on the hot sea. Xiao Zhenfeng hurriedly said, I understand. Of course I understand. Mail it to me as soon as possible, and I promise to exchange 1 pound of lychees for at least 10 pounds of wood. Lin E added, because the quantity is too large, please try to sell me a large order and try to sell it all within 5 days. Xiao Zhenfeng immediately assured him, brother, I'm doing my job. Are you still worried? Mail it to me as soon as possible. Okay, let's talk again if there's anything. Lin E finished speaking and then hung up the video. They have too much supplies now, and due to trading restrictions, they cannot exchange them all for resources. Finally, I could only think of this solution. Moreover, cooperation with Xiao Zhenfeng will benefit both teams. Lin E collected his thoughts, then walked towards Lu Xiaoqing and said, give me a skill buff now, and then I'll go and use all the supplies I just collected to crit. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing nodded and immediately tapped the bracelet. God of Gain arrived. When Lin E was about to attack the supplies, Lu Xiaoqing suddenly called him. Lin E, wait. Lin E turned around. What's wrong? Lu Xiaoqing was silent for a moment, then said slowly. Just now, I heard what you said to Xiao Zhenfeng. So I want to ask, can we also cooperate with my brother and the others? Lin E responded. Of course, and it's a good thing. We have so much supplies, and it would be great if your brother's team could be trusted. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing smiled faintly and said, my brother is the captain, with 3 classmates and his mother, and the whole team listens to him. I guarantee there will be no problem. Lin E nodded and said, then it's settled. Not only today's supplies, but all our other surplus supplies can be handled this way. Lu Xiaoqing said happily, okay, then hurry up and get busy. I'll talk to my brother now. Okowo. Lin E made a gesture and then walked towards the place where the supplies were stored. Before crossing over, Lin E was worried that his teammates' family members would cause trouble. So apart from Su Ying, he subconsciously decided to choose outsiders as his teammates. Now, the 2 teams of Xiao Zhenfeng and Lu Xiaoqing's brother are the few people they could trust. With this method of cooperative shipping, the efficiency of their team's resource pooling has increased several times. This can be said to be an unexpected surprise for Lin E. Chapter 31. Critical strike supplies. The second day's harvest filled the platform. Lin E walked to where the lychees were piled, pulled out the first box, and clicked on critical hit. Critical hit success. Supplies tripled. Newly rewarded. 3 baskets of osmanthus lychees. This is a basket picked by Jiang Xiahan. It has fewer leaves and branches, but the most fruits, probably over 100 pounds. The remaining 19 baskets were picked later in a rough way, half of which were fruits and half were branches and leaves. The estimated amount of fruit was about 50 to 60 kilograms. Lin E quickly clicked on critical hits on all of them. Critical hit success. Supplies tripled. Newly received. 57 boxes of osmanthus lychees. A total of 80 baskets of lychees took up a large space on the platform. Lin E felt that walking was a little inconvenient, so he opened the bracelet and casually saved 30 of the frames into his email space. With just one click, supplies are automatically transferred without any effort. One very convenient thing about being at sea is that the platform storage space and mail can be used to load supplies without worrying about having nowhere to store them. Unfortunately, the platform storage space, like the external space, has no preservation function. In addition, the email function is also limited to use on the platform. The system does a very good job in preventing time travelers from encountering bugs. After Lin emailed 30 baskets of fruit to Xiao Jinfeng, he opened his backpack and used a critical attack on the red sun grass. Critical hit. Level 2 red sun grass evolves into level 5 red sun grass. The plant was critically hit, but unfortunately the subsequent fruits cannot be critically hit again. Lin E said helplessly. Then he sped up his actions. Critical hit success. Supplies tripled. Newly received. 12 5L bottles of peanut oil. Critical hit success. Supplies tripled. Newly received. 6 25 kilograms bags of rice. Critical hit success. Supplies tripled. Newly received. 12 bottles of beer 6. Critical hit success. Supplies tripled. Newly received. 24 cans of Coke 9. Critical hit success. Supplies tripled. Newly received. 3 January 8th gas canisters. Critical hit success. Supplies tripled. Newly received. 3 double-hole gas stovetops. Critical hit success. Supplies tripled. Newly received. ADL Jaime refrigerator 3. Critical hit success. Supplies tripled. Newly received. 3 120L disinfection cabinets. Critical hit success. Supplies tripled. Newly received. Solid wood round table 3. Critical hit success. Supplies tripled. Newly received. 3 50 kilograms nitrogen fertilizers. Critical hit success. Supplies tripled. Newly received. 3 50 kilograms phosphate fertilizers. Critical hit success. Supplies tripled. Newly received. 3 50 kilograms potassium fertilizers. Critical hit success. Supplies tripled. Newly gained. Chainsaw 3. Critical hit success. Supplies tripled. Newly received. 3 10L gasoline bottles. After all the large items have been crit, Lin E put small supplies such as pots, pans, and utensils into his backpack, concentrated on a critical attack, and then stored them in the system space. Finally, he found a toolbox in the corner. The toolbox is filled with all kinds of hardware tools such as hammer, pliers, ruler, nails, wrenches, screwdrivers, etc. Most practically, there's also a mobile grinder and a portable electric drill, both with batteries and charging cables. These tools were probably stockpiled by fruit farmers to facilitate the repair of orchard fences. They're all very practical tools. Lin E casually clicked on it to quadruple the critical hit, left a box on the platform, and put the rest into his backpack for future use. After Lin E successfully killed all the collected supplies, he did not forget the castrated chickens he killed in the morning. He went into the kitchen and killed them into 4. After confirming that nothing was missed, he clicked on the bracelet to receive Xiao Jinfeng's email, put it in his backpack, and took a closer look. There are 5 freshly cut wild trees inside, as well as some wild vegetables and fruits. Damn, this is too miserable. There's not much to eat. Judging from the broken end of the tree, it must have been chopped with a farm machete. Lin E muttered to himself, and the critical hit was quadrupled, half of which remained. This was a rule he and Xiao Jinfeng had agreed upon long ago, and it must be implemented in order to avoid future disputes. Alas, he looks so pitiful. Let's give him a castrated chicken. Lin E thought to himself, walked into the kitchen, put a chicken in a bowl, and put it into the email space. Also, you can give him a chainsaw. If he can chop trees more efficiently, I can earn more by helping them with their daily critical hits. Thinking of this, he took out an electric saw and a 10L briefcase of gasoline and put them into the email space. After packing it, I sent it back to Xiao Jinfeng and left a private message. Give you a magical tool for chopping trees. Save some gasoline. In less than 10 seconds, Xiao Jinfeng's private message reply popped up. Brother, thank you for not abandoning me. Lin E smiled helplessly, turned off the bracelet screen, sat down at the dining table, and prepared to deal with the supplies he had divided up from Xiao Jinfeng. He took out the wild vegetables and fruits, put them on the dining table, and took a closer look. There were mainly some white cauliflowers and prickly blackberries. The cauliflower and egg soup can relieve summer heat and stimulate saliva production. It can be enjoyed at lunch. Lin E thought to himself, and then put the 10 miscellaneous trees obtained from Xiao Jinfeng into the mall and directly exchanged them for nearly 400 kilograms of dry wood. The system is very powerful. No matter what type of trees, soil, or scrap metal you collect, as long as you put them into the mall space, they can be exchanged for the corresponding amount of standard dry wood, organic soil, iron metal, etc., according to their quality. In his previous life, Lin E formed a team with Xiao Jinfeng and others. In order to upgrade the platform level as quickly as possible, they did a lot of work in the early stages, such as chopping trees, carrying mud, and picking up garbage. As long as you're not starving to death and are willing to work, you can always collect the basic resources to upgrade the platform. But this time, he definitely won't do the hardest, dirty, and tiring work again. As long as you can provide high-value materials, the 3 basic resources can be easily obtained through mall transactions. Lin E collected his thoughts and was about to get up to organize the supplies he had just successfully obtained when he found Lu Xiaoqing walking towards him. Lin E, I just contacted my brother and discussed the matter. Lu Xiaoqing took the initiative. Lin E said, then you can mail the lychees to him, and we can just keep 20 baskets for ourselves. Lu Xiaoqing nodded. Okay, then I'll go take care of it now. Lin E hurriedly asked, also, do your brother's supplies need a critical hit? Time at sea is long, and the future is unpredictable. If he and Lu Xiaoqing develop feelings for each other over time, then her brother will become his brother-in-law. It's so easy to help my brother-in-law now before the bonus disappears. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing slowly shook his head. My brother and his team didn't collect any supplies today. One of his classmates accidentally fell into a cave. The entire team used up all their time trying to rescue him. Hearing this, Lin E was silent for a moment and asked, do you need to send them some supplies? No need, they still have food. What they lack most now is wood for upgrading the platform. Lu Xiaoqing said. Lin E nodded. Okay, then go as soon as possible. Wait until your brother completes the transaction today and gets the wood in exchange. Then tell me, and we can use this last skill buff at the same time. Well, no problem. After Lu Xiaoqing said that, he walked over to pick the lychees. Today, we can only wait until the 3 teams have completed their transactions, and then double the critical hit of the harvested wood. Finally, use the harvested resources to buy a cow first, and use the rest to upgrade the platform. Lin E had a plan in mind, stood up, and walked towards Su Ying. After the critical hit, today's supplies are about to fill up the entire platform. They had to tidy up quickly and make some space before they could start making lunch. Chapter 32. Platform upgraded to level 6, Planning Plan. The sun was scorching, and the waves hit the edge of the wooden platform, creating white waves. On the platform, 4 figures were busy. Lin E, the disinfection cabinet is cleaned. Come and help me move it. Okay, I'll be right there. Lin E responded and immediately walked towards Jiang Xiahan. Jiang Xiahan wiped the sweat off her face with the back of her hand, put her hands on her waist, and said angrily, really, I didn't realize I should clean up first before attacking. How can people be so stupid? It doesn't matter. We only use 1 bowl anyway. The others will be sold. Lin E said helplessly. Hearing this, Jiang Xiahan threw the cleaning rag in her hand into the basin and said, you still want to be stubborn with me? That round wooden table is going to be used anyway. That's easy. Just wipe the table and it will work. Lin E similit accordingly. Just now, in order to mail the lychees to Xiao Jinfeng and the others as quickly as possible, he was indeed a little anxious when he released his critical strike skill, and the kitchen utensils and other things had not been washed yet. But it's not a big problem. The supplies needed by the 5 of them are only a small part, and most of them will have to be sold to Lu Xiaoqing later. Okay, be more careful next time. Jiang Xiahan was still mumbling as she picked up the rag and wiped the table. Then, Lin E moved the disinfection cabinet to the kitchen, put the dishes used yesterday in it, and then cooperated with Su Ying to adjust the layout of the kitchen. Su Ying walked around the shed for a few times and asked Lin, "Keep the 2 stainless steel tables and replace them with the double-hole gas stoves we collected today. Just keep the 2 gas tanks. In the middle, put a round wooden table for preparing food. What do you think?" "No problem, but it would be better to adjust the position of the stainless steel tables and move them all to the north side near the sea so that there will be less smoke," Lin E said immediately. Su Ying nodded. "Yes, let's get started." Once the layout is confirmed, the rest is easy. Lin E quickly brought in a round wooden table and left another one, replacing the previous small stainless steel dining table. The remaining 2 round wooden tables are placed in the platform storage space for use. Because of the round wooden table, there are 2 extra stainless steel tables, which can be moved behind the fish tank on the west side for storage. He put all the remaining refrigerators, disinfection cabinets, newly collected kitchen utensils, etc. into the storage space on the platform. After about half an hour, they finally cleared out all the supplies. Then everyone divided the work and worked together, and by the time lunch was ready, it was already 12:30. It was too sunny at noon, so everyone ate at the dining table in the kitchen shed. Lin E opened the can of Coke he had collected that morning, held it up, and said to everyone, "This is my first can of Coke since crossing over. Cheers, everyone." "Cheers." Several girls also raised their Cokes happily. Lin E took a big gulp, fully feeling the stimulation of the high-sugar carbonated drink on his taste buds. Although it's not iced, it's still refreshing after a simple soak in the seawater. Haha, it's so comfortable. Jiang Xiahan showed off a large piece of braised chicken, then took a sip of Coke and said with a satisfied look on her face. After traveling through time, she found that the oily and high-sugar foods that she hated before had now become the most perfect. After showing off a few pieces of dog meat, Lin E smiled and said, "In a few days, when we reach the 11th level kinetic platform and have electricity, we'll freeze the beer in the refrigerator and then have a barbecue and beer feast." Upon hearing this, Su Ying immediately said, "Speaking of barbecue, I remembered. Just now, when you were transporting supplies, I dug up some vegetable seedlings from the vegetable garden next to our house. Because they're covered in mud, I will take them out after dinner. Transplant them to the planting area. With your skills, they will come in handy for barbecue in a few days." "That's great. I thought about this when I passed by the vegetable garden this morning, but then I forgot about it because of the mutated beast," Lin E said with surprise. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiyao immediately continued, "All right, speaking of the vegetable garden, I also collected some seeds a while ago. I put them in my backpack because I was afraid they would be scattered." Lin E was curious. "What kind of seeds are they?" "I didn't pay attention just now. I'll take it out now." After Wang Xiyao finished speaking, she opened her bracelet and took out a red bag from her backpack. Lin E took it and saw that there were more than a dozen packets of seeds inside. There are green peppers, lettuce, bok choy, cucumbers, celery, coriander, leeks, etc. After reading it, Lin E immediately praised, "Xiao, you've done a great job. These seeds are the key to improving our meals in the future." "No more. Senior, you mentioned to us about collecting seeds before we landed on the island. I will definitely collect them when I see them," Wang Xiyao said sweetly. "Speaking of these little things, I've also collected some in my TV cabinet." Lu Xiaoqing interrupted and took out a plastic bag. Lin E took a look and saw that there seemed to be some pills or something inside. He was speechless and said, "We have Xiao on our team. With her healing skills, we don't need to take medicine even if we get sick." "Then just pretend I didn't say anything." Lu Xiaoqing lowered his head and ate to ease the awkwardness. After a while, Lu Xiaoqing thought for a moment, then took out 2 boxes from the bag and said hesitantly, "I also took 2 decks of playing cards. Will these be useful?" Jiang Xiahan heard this and suddenly said excitedly, "It's useful. This is the most useful. We can play a few rounds when we're bored. Then I'll give it to you. I don't know how to play it anyway," Lu Xiaoqing said and handed it to Jiang Xiahan. "Okay, it doesn't matter if you don't know how to do it. I can teach you later," Jiang Xiahan said and put it away with satisfaction. Lin E was a little helpless. Collecting supplies also required gradually accumulating experience. It was normal to receive some useless things in the early stages. After lunch, Lin E asked Su Ying for the seedlings, and then went directly to the planting area. The seedlings collected by Su Ying include corn, cucumber seedlings, lettuce seedlings, and leek seedlings, which correspond to the seeds of Wang Xiyao. However, planting seedlings is more efficient than starting directly from seeds, so Lin E does not intend to give up. Lin E first checked the plot of land that he had accelerated with his skills last night and found that the new sprouts of the sweet potato seedlings had grown to 20 to 30 centimeters, so he started to separate the seedlings. Then he mixed some nitrogen fertilizer with water and fertilized the sweet potato seedlings. The planting areas are now fully planted. Lin E opened the platform panel and prepared to upgrade and increase the land area. Level 5. Specifications 15x15 meters. Planting area 5 by 5 meters. Upgrade conditions 3,000 wood, 825 organic soil, 25 iron. Remaining wood 4650 wood, 120 organic soil, 60 iron metal. Don't worry about the wood today, better upgrade it as soon as possible. Lin E thought about it, notified a few girls, and prepared to upgrade. He had wanted to save the wood yesterday to use when buying cattle, but today he picked so much fruit and had 3 teams helping him sell it. As long as I wait for the payment to come back, there will be no problem buying the cow. After a few girls are ready, Lin E clicked to confirm the upgrade. Congratulations! The platform has been successfully upgraded to level 6. Top 1% to level 6. Reward 1,500 wood, 1 island refresh opportunity. The reward is 1,500 wood, which is equivalent to a 50% discount on the upgrade cost. Lin E seek it secretly. One step ahead, always ahead. This rule of survival at sea will temporarily drive everyone to constantly roll inward. Lin E returned to the platform and opened the panel again. Level 6. Specifications 18x18 meters. Planting area 6 by 6 meters. Upgrade conditions 3,500 wood, 975 organic soil, 30 iron. Coming soon to the island refresh at 2000 hours tonight. Number of refreshes remaining 2. Length of stay 3 hours. Remaining resources 3,150 wood, 375 organic soil, 35 iron metal. The remaining resources are no longer sufficient to upgrade the platform. Lin E directly exited the panel. After the platform was raised to level 6, a sunshade was added on the east side of the rectangular wooden shed where the beach chairs were located. It can block the sun in the morning, which is better than nothing. The biggest change is that the side length of the platform has increased by 3 meters to 18 meters, which means the area has increased by hundreds of square meters. The central planting area was also upgraded simultaneously, with the edge of the land on one side increased by 1 meter. Lin E looked at the extra 1 meter wide L-shaped plot of land next to the original vegetable garden and began to plan a planting plan. Resurrection of all things can now affect 6 square meters of land. If you want to harvest multiple vegetables at the same time, you'll probably have to plant different seedlings in alternate rows. Chapter 33 Mall Transaction, Bargaining, Psychological Warfare. Lin E walked around the new land and finally confirmed the planting plan. Build ridges in the north-south direction and plant 2 corn plants in each row, with a distance of 1 meter between the plants. Plant 2 cucumbers in the middle and plant chives and lettuce in the gaps on both sides. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. When cucumbers and corn grow up, they will not block all the sunlight for leeks and lettuce. Just do it. Lin E found a shovel and a bucket and started turning the pile of soil. There wasn't much new land, so he quickly piled up the soil and started planting. Period. After seeing this, Wang Xiyao came to the planting area and helped Lin E with some auxiliary work, such as passing the seedlings. Lin E looked at the powerful, dizzying ability on her chest after she leaned over and felt that he could not bear it, so he found a reason to send her away. After working for an hour, he completed the planting of a new plot of land and found a corner to plant the remaining seedlings for future use. Afterwards, he cleared a piece of land within the range of the resurrection of all things, skill, and planted the level 5 red sungrass there. Lin E finished work, went back home, took a shower, and then took a nap. For PM, Lin E was woken up by someone shaking his arm in his sleep. When I opened my eyes, what caught my eye was Lu Xiaoqing's little face. When Lu Xiaoqing saw Lin E wake up, he immediately said, "Hurry up and take a look. I found the cellar." Lin E immediately jumped up and asked, "Cellar? Is someone selling a cow?" Lu Xiaoqing nodded. "Yes, it's an Australian seller, and it seems that he is in a hurry to make a move." Lin, "How much is the price?" Lu Xiaoqing handed the bracelet screen over to Lin E and showed it to him, saying a 1,500-pound purebred Holstein cow. The price they're asking for is 50,000 pieces of wood. 50,000 pieces of wood. Isn't this an exorbitant price? Lin E almost thought he had misheard. With this amount, even if a team can collect 500 kilograms of dry wood a day, it will take more than 3 months. Lu Xiaoqing immediately said, "It's true that the price is a bit high. According to today's situation, a 1,300 jin, approximately 1,000 pound, log was sold for only 30,000 yuan." Lin E took a look at the chat records between Lu Xiaoqing and the foreigner. They were all communicated in English, so he didn't bother to read them carefully. "Please sit down first, and let's discuss this in detail." He patted the seat next to him and motioned Lu Xiaoqing to sit down before talking. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment, smoothed her skirt, and then slowly sat in front of Lin E. "How much wood do we have now?" Lin E asked directly. Lu Xiaoqing said slowly, "Yesterday, I had 1,800 units left from selling water. I didn't take my lunch break today, so I used your suggestion yesterday to create a product using kitchenware, food, and fruit. I priced it at 800 units and sold 8 units in total. So, we now have 8,000 units of lumber that haven't been critically scalped yet." Lin E nodded and said, "If we add the critical hits, it will be more than 30,000. On the first day, other teams could only stay for 30 minutes. Even after upgrading to the level 2 platform, their stay today was only an hour. A team that could afford to spend less than 2 hours over 2 days must have traded in other valuable resources. Such teams are rare. If you can sell 8 orders in one afternoon, your trading is already very successful." Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing was stunned and said, "It's nothing special. We just have enough supplies to do it." Lin E asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Judging from your tone, you don't like it when I praise you." Lu Xiaoqing blushed slightly upon hearing this and immediately said, "Stop talking nonsense. We're still talking business. My brother also sold a few hundred kilograms of lychees today and got over 3,000 pieces of lumber. The market prices are similar. Ask Xiao Zhenfeng. He's definitely sold some as well. If the 3 of us pool our resources after a critical hit, we can collect 50,000 pieces of lumber." Lin E immediately refused. "No. We collected all these supplies with great effort. How could we let that foreigner get away with it?" Lu Xiaoqing looked puzzled and asked, "You were the one who kept talking about buying a cow like a child. Now that you can buy one, do you want to say no?" "Yes, of course, but we have to find a way to lower the price." Lin Yisimidit Juningli. "I've been talking to him for a long time, but the seller still won't give in. If you have any ideas, try talking to him." Lu Xiaoqing said as he handed the bracelet to Lin E. Lin E raised his hand to block it. No, just chat. I get a headache just seeing English." Lu Xiaoqing looked curious. "Didn't you say you wanted a bargain? The seller should have sent pictures, right? Let me take a look first." As Lin E spoke, he grabbed Lu Xiaoqing's hand and started sliding his fingers across the screen. Lu Xiaoqing reacted and tried to pull her hand away, but after trying, she found that she couldn't pull Lin E at all. She puffed up her face and sighed. The other side, Lin E flipped through the chat history for a while and finally saw the photo of the cow. Click to take a look. The cow in the picture is black and white, with strong limbs and shiny black fur. It can be seen that this is a purebred cow. But what was strange was that bubbles were coming out of the cow's mouth, its eye sockets were sunken, and its belly was also concave. It was obvious that he hadn't eaten for a long time. Together with the platform on the opposite side, it is clear at a glance that it is no more than level 3. After Lin E saw the situation clearly, he immediately explained, "With the seller's conditions, it's absolutely impossible to keep this cow alive. If she lands on the island tomorrow and there's no water source, the cow will probably die of thirst. The seller is just asking for an exorbitant price." Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing asked curiously, "How did you figure that out?" Lin E smiled and said, "Because I used to herd cattle for my grandfather when I was a child. I can tell the condition of the cattle." Lu Xiaoqing, "Does that mean the cow is almost dead? Then should we still keep it? If we buy it, we won't die." After Lin E finished speaking, he added with a smile, "Just message him and tell him we can only afford 30,000 yuan and we don't want it. But the cow won't survive until tomorrow morning. If we can slaughter it tomorrow, we'll offer 300 lumber to reserve 10 kilograms of beef. If we can't slaughter it in time and it's not fresh the next day, we won't want it. Aren't we going to buy a cow? Why do you want beef?" Lu Xiaoqing's face was full of question marks. "Just tell the seller what I just said, and then just wait." Lin E said helplessly, "If he refuses to sell, we can only buy beef." "Okay, then I'll talk to the seller for a while." After Lu Xiaoqing said that, he went back to lie down on the beach chair. Lin E had nothing to do for the time being, so he got up and saw Jiang Xiahan and the other three playing cards in the kitchen, so he went over to watch for a while. He ate lychees, drank Coke, and occasionally made sarcastic comment about Jiang Xiahan being too unhealthy. In a good mood. About an hour later, Lu Xiaoqing suddenly stood up in a hurry, walked straight into the kitchen, and came to Lin Yi's side. He said excitedly, "Lin E, I just talked to the seller for a while, and he is now willing to sell the wood at a price of 30,000. Hearing this, Lin E put down the Coke in his hand, stood up, and said with a smile, "That's not bad. This seller is quite aware. Should we buy it now?" Lu Xiaoqing asked anxiously. "Buy it, but only pay 20,000 pieces of wood. Just say that I used the wood to upgrade the platform. You can send a photo to the seller so he can see the scale of our platform." Lin E said with a smile. Lu Xiaoqing immediately said, "I spent a long time negotiating to get this price. I'm sure it can't be any lower." "It's okay, just do as I say. If you don't want to sell it, we can buy it another day," Lin E said in a serious tone. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing fell silent for a moment. "It's up to you. If you don't want it, then don't. If you want to buy it tomorrow, go contact someone else yourself," Lu Xiaoqing said angrily, and quickly left the kitchen with a dark face. After talking for so long and hard, she thought the deal would be done right away, but she was really angry about Lin Yi's change of heart. Hey, why is this girl so anxious? Could it be that she's in such a hurry and hasn't considered that the seller must be even more anxious than us right now? I didn't say I don't want to buy it. I'm just playing psychological warfare and trying to get a good price. Lin Yi mutated helplessly. Then he went to find a big pot, started the fire, and started to cook porridge. "Lin E, what the hell are you two doing? What did you just say you wanted to buy? And you're cooking so much porridge. Are you planning to treat yourselves like pigs?" Jiang Xiahan couldn't help but ask after noticing Lin Yi's abnormal behavior. Hearing this, Lin E turned around and said with a smile, "Hey, you really guessed it right. I was planning to use it to feed the cows." Jiang Xiahan looked puzzled. "So, you're saying you feel really strong? You're imagining yourself as a bull in heat. I find it really hard to have a conversation with you." After Lin E finished speaking, he turned around and continued to pound the rice porridge in the pot with a spoon. "TSK, you can't even keep up a couple of flirts. You're such a wimp," Jiang Xiahan complained and turned back to continue playing cards. Chapter 34. Huge harvest in the mall. Finally traded for a cow. Half an hour later, when Lin E was watering the seedlings, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. When he turned around, he saw Lu Xiaoqing standing in front of him, her face full of excitement. Lin E guessed that the deal was about to be done and asked with a smile, "You seem so anxious. Has the seller agreed to the deal?" Lu Xiaoqing took a deep breath and said, "That's right, and the seller is very anxious and wants the deal now." Lin E nodded and said, "Okay, let's notify your brother now and have him email all the proceeds from selling lychees today." "Okay," Lu Xiaoqing said and took action immediately. Seeing this, Lin E also opened the bracelet and made a video call to Xiaoqing. The call was connected quickly. "How many lychees did you sell today?" Lin E asked straight to the point. Xiaoqing spat out the lychee seeds in his mouth and immediately replied, "Brother, I was just about to tell you. Today was all big orders. We sold almost 300 kilograms. The wood got over 2,000 yuan, and the organic soil got 500 or 600 yuan. That's great. Send all the supplies to me now, and I'll double my critical hits immediately." After Lin E finished speaking, he hung up the video. As for Xiaoqing, although his efficiency was slower than that of Lu Xiaoqing's brother and the others, the selling price was about the same. Although Yu Zihao has a somewhat arrogant personality, he is able to be a class monitor, so there is no problem with his ability. With Yu Zihao in Xiaoqing's team, he will definitely be more reliable in doing things. This is one of the reasons why Lin E is confident in handing things over to him. Soon, Xiaoqing's email came. Lin E clicked on it and saw that there were 2,800 pieces of wood and 550 pieces of organic soil. He put the supplies into his backpack and immediately said, "Lu Xiaoqing, we have received the supplies. Please give me the skill buff now." "Okay, my brother's supplies have just been mailed over." After Lu Xiaoqing said this, he immediately gave Lin E a skill boost. God of Game Buff arrived. Lin E directly clicked on his backpack. Critical hit. The supplies in the backpack have tripled. After Lu Xiaoqing put the supplies from her brother in her backpack, Lin E immediately tapped on her backpack. Critical hit. The supplies in the backpack have tripled. Send 30% of the supplies back to your brother. I'll take care of the supplies in our mall now. Lin E gave an order and immediately opened the mall. After checking, I found that all 10 orders for today have been sold out. It should be that Lu Xiaoqing made another transaction just now. At this moment, there are 7,800 units of wood, 200 units of metal, and 1,200 units of organic soil in the mall. Lin E directly attacked all of them critically. Critical hit success. New items: 23400 wood, 600 metal, 3,600 organic soil. Without counting Xiao Zhenfeng and Lu Xiaoqing's brother, the timber in the mall already exceeds 30,000. It's enough to place an order for a cow. The combination of transactions between the three teams today is definitely a huge gain. Lin E exited the mall and immediately said, "All the wood in the mall space has been hit. Place your order now." "Okay, I'll contact them right away," Lu Xiaoqing said, and immediately typed on the bracelet to communicate with the seller. While Lu Xiaoqing is operating, Lin E opened the email space, took out 3,360 pieces of wood and 660 pieces of organic soil from his backpack, and sent them back to Xiao Zhenfeng. The remaining 70% was all put into the mall space. The email was sent in less than a minute. Xiao Zhenfeng immediately replied with a private message. "Why so many? Didn't they say each critical hit deals half to each side?" Seeing this, Lin E immediately replied with a message. 30% dividend every time you help me sell supplies. No tax. In less than half a minute, Xiao Zhenfeng's message popped up again. Brother Feng has been adrift in the sea of suffering for 2.5 days. Thankfully, you, my brother, have taken care of me. I've been able to upgrade to level 3 today. I'm so grateful. Very sensible. Lin E smiled helplessly and clicked to exit. He gave Xiao Zhenfeng at least 2,000 kilograms of lychees today. They will have some dividends left after upgrading to the level 5 platform from all the sales, which is enough to establish a leading advantage in the top 1% of upgrades. Xiao Zhenfeng's future life will not be worse than his previous life. The other side, after Lu Xiaoqing finished the communication, he immediately placed the order and said excitedly, "Lin, I've already bought it. The cow is now in the mall space. Okay, come with me, and let me handle the rest." After Lin E finished speaking, he happily took Lu Xiaoqing to the south side of the platform. The kitchen is on the north side, and the sleeping, bathing, and toilet areas are on the west side. After the platform rises to level 6, there is a 6-meter wide open space on the south side. He plans to house his cows in this area in the future. Walking to the open space, Lin E opened the mall storage space and clicked on the cow control to take it out. Then, the mall space opened. A light screen, carrying a black and white cow, landed steadily on the platform. Lu Xiaoqing watched the whole process closely. Seeing the cow lying on the ground without any vitality, she immediately pulled Lin Yi's arm with a worried look on her face. He asked softly, "Lin Yi, why does this cow look a little strange?" "Don't worry, he's probably just a little weak because he hasn't eaten in a long time." Lin Yi said something to comfort her, then turned his gaze and looked towards the kitchen. In the north shed, Wang Xiyao and the others were preparing dinner. "Xiao, stop for a moment and come over here. Our newly purchased dairy cows have arrived." Lin Yi waved and shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, several girls curiously poked their heads out of the kitchen. Seeing what was happening over there, they immediately rushed over. "Cow, what the hell?" "Lin Yi, so the cow you talked about this afternoon was real?" Jiang Xiahan took the lead, walked quickly to Lin Yi's side, and asked in confusion. Lin Yi was speechless and said, "Didn't you see it all? This 1,500-pound cow, could it be fake?" "Wow, it's true. Can we milk the cows now?" Jiang Xiahan rubbed her hands together, staring at the cows, and said with an eager look on her face. Lin Yi said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Besides, are you really sure you can do it?" "Just kidding. Milking cows is such a simple thing. It's easy for me," Jiang Xiahan said confidently. Lin Yi said, "Milk is a very precious commodity at sea. You will have to milk the cows every morning, noon, and night. When the work is arranged in the future, just don't complain about being tired. Of course, don't underestimate me," Jiang Xiahan said righteously. "Okay, I'll remember what you said today." Lin Yi didn't say much. He walked directly to the cow, squatted down, and started checking it. When I looked closer, I saw that the cow's mouth was very dry. There were tears in the corners of its eyes, and it looked very listless. When I pressed it with my hand, I found that the skin had very poor elasticity. The cow's health condition at the moment was worse than he expected. Seeing this, Lin E immediately looked up and said, Xiao, use healing magic to restore the cow to its normal state now. Although the cow is very weak, it has no problem recovering thanks to Wang Xiyao's skills. He just stewed rice milk. As long as the cows were replenished with energy as soon as possible, there would be no problem. Okay, leave it to me, senior. After Wang Xiao responded, she immediately stepped forward and cast a healing spell on the cow. Seeing this, Lin E stood up and walked out, calling Lu Xiaoqing and said, Don't worry, the cow will be fine with Xiao here. Come and help me. Lu Xiaoqing came to her senses after hearing this and followed Lin E to the kitchen. She was indeed very worried just now. The process of buying the dairy cow took a lot of energy and resources. If something goes wrong, it's because I wasn't careful enough in my trading. After hearing what Lin E said, Lu Xiaoqing felt a little relieved. Chapter 35. No matter how you look at it, this deal is worth it. Seeing Lu Xiaoqing coming up, Lin E immediately made arrangements. Please help me find the washing basin and large iron spoon we collected in the club's kitchen. Okay. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing immediately opened the bracelet and started operating it. Lin E took the afternoon rice porridge off the stove and poured in half a bag of sugar he had collected in the morning. If you want to replenish energy for dairy cows, sugar is the fastest way to take effect. After he finished, he found that Lu Xiaoqing had also taken out the vegetable sink. Take this basin first. It will be used to hold rice milk for the cows later. After Lin E finished speaking, he lifted the cauldron with both hands and walked straight to the south. When they arrived at the place, he asked Jiang Xiahan to get the cold boiled water that he usually drank. The rice milk is still too thick and needs more water to make it easier for the cows to eat. After that, things are simple. Lin E poured the rice porridge into the vegetable sink, added a large basin of cold boiled water, and then stirred it with a large spoon to make liquid food. Waited for a while. With the help of Wang Xiao's healing skills, the cow finally regained its strength and slowly stood up. The cow seemed to have recovered a lot. Lu Xiaoqing said excitedly. Seeing this, Lin E immediately stepped forward, pulled the rope, and brought the cow over. Under Lin Yi's guidance, the cow put its nose to the rice milk, sniffed it, and immediately began to lick it in big mouthfuls. He watched for a while and found that tears were welling up in the cow's eyes. Lin E confirmed that the food was fine, stood up, touched the cow's back, and said to everyone, Don't worry, the cow has resumed eating and will be healthy soon. Just now, it was all thanks to Xiao's healing technique. Hearing this, Wang Xiao said shyly, No, I don't know anything. I just did what the senior said. If you weren't here, I guess we wouldn't have thought of using rice milk and sugar to supplement the energy of milk. Su Ying continued. Lin E smiled and said, I used to herd cattle with my grandfather when I was a child, so I still remember some of it. Seeing this, Jiang Xiahan punched Lin E on the shoulder and jokingly said, Young man, not bad. You're pretty powerful when you're useful. When did I become useless? Lin E asked back. You know. Jiang Xiahan smiled meaningfully. Lin E ignored her and said to everyone, Okay, everything is fine here. Everyone can go about their own business. Then, everyone returned to their seats. Only Lin E was left there, watching the cows eat quietly. Lu Xiaoqing took the pot of rice porridge back, washed it, and put it away, then watched it from a distance for a while. She thought for a moment, then slowly walked to Lin Yi's side and stood side by side with him, watching the cows eat. Lu Xiaoqing looked at it for a while and asked, You prepared the rice porridge in advance, confirming that they would sell it. Are you trying to say that you predicted this in your previous dream? Upon hearing this, Lin E explained. This time, it wasn't really a prediction. I bet he would sell, because I knew how valuable the wood was in the first 2 days. The initial level 1 platform has a side length of 3 meters. You have experienced it before, and you should know how tiring it would be for 5 people to walk on it for a whole day. Everyone needs to upgrade their platform, and the amount of wood consumed is astronomical. Some people can afford to pay 30,000 wood to buy a cow. They probably got a resource island like a furniture factory or lumber factory in 2 days, or they have the talent to copy wood. But the high price paid in this individual case does not represent the true market value. Lu Xiaoqing pondered for a moment after hearing this, then said softly, I should have thought of this earlier. Because of your skills, we were able to upgrade the platform to level 4 on our first night. We were able to get a refresh opportunity, chose a good target for our first landing, and had a 2-hour layover, so we have so many supplies now. Our situation is indeed not representative of the norm. Lin E nodded and smiled. That's right. If there's something that even we can't afford, it means it's not worth the price. Lu Xiaoqing thought for a moment and said, with this trading logic, I know how to leverage our advantages in the future. Lin E heard this and smiled knowingly. I'm glad you understand. Daily market transactions are the key to our overall lead over others. After all, we can't rely solely on luck to collect key supplies. Various types of fruit plants, E- and D-grade supernatural fruits will gradually appear on the market. Even if we have to compete with all the other travelers, we must try our best to win them. Don't worry, I know. Lu Xiaoqing said seriously. Lin E smiled and said, okay, you have the smartest brain, and I'll have to work hard on the mall transactions in the future. Don't flatter me yet, it's not done yet. Okay, let's go back and eat first. After Lu Xiaoqing finished speaking, he turned around and walked back. Lin immediately followed and said, how about we open a few bottles of beer tonight to celebrate today's deal? My performance today was quite embarrassing. What's there to celebrate? Lu Xiaoqing said with a look of resistance on her face. Lin, he shook his head. Hey, that's not right. Today I got the cow I always wanted, and you gained the most crucial trading experience. No matter how you look at it, this deal is not a loss. You are quite good at comforting people. Lu Xiaoqing was speechless. In the end, at Lin Yi's suggestion, everyone opened a bottle of beer during dinner. There is no shortage of rice, vegetables, meat, wine, and fruit. With new members joining the platform, everyone enjoyed the meal very much and drank until after 7 o'clock before leaving the table. After Lin E finished his meal, he added more drinking water for the cows. Because he was worried that the cows would run away, he took a hammer, nails, and wooden boards and made a wooden stake on the south side of the platform to tie the cow rope. After tying up the cow, only about 5 meters of rope was left. In this way, no matter how much the cows move, they will not be able to touch the fish tank next to the vegetable garden. Then I remembered that there were still a lot of steel pipe racks left that I had collected at the club, so I took them out and built a simple cow sheet of 4 by 2 meters and covered it with a few old sheets, so I wouldn't have to worry about the cows getting too exposed to the sun at noon. When Lin E came back after finishing his work, he saw that several girls had taken a shower and changed into new cost skirts. They were waving their long legs and lying on the happy chairs, chatting and eating lychees. Where's Lu Xiaoqing? He asked curiously since he only saw 3 people. Hearing this, Jiang Xiahan raised her hand over her head and pointed with her thumb at the beach chair behind her, saying, little idiot, lie down early. All right. Lin E had never expected this. Is it true that Lu Xiaoqing can just lie down after drinking 1 bottle? When they first started eating, he thought Lu Xiaoqing was joking. Lin E withdrew his gaze and looked at his bracelet. It was almost 8 o'clock. He was not in a hurry to take a shower, so he just lay down on the happy chair next to Jiang Xiahan. Haven't you always been disgusted with these artifacts I found? Seeing this, Jiang Xiahan immediately started tactical taunting. It's okay to lie down occasionally, but if I stay like you guys all day, I'm afraid 3 wastes won't be enough. Lin E replied after lying down. Jiang Xiahan was puzzled. How come you guys are more delicate than us girls? You won't understand even if I tell you. It's just like ballet. There are some movements and postures that only you girls can do. Lin E replied, turned on the bracelet, and prepared to check the island he would land on tomorrow. Chapter 36, Resource Island Refresh Night. The school beauty asked me to take a bath with her. The other side. After hearing this, Su Ying couldn't help laughing. Sister Su Ying, what's the joke about what Lin E just said? Jiang Xiahan was confused. She suddenly felt like she was out of date and couldn't understand the online memes. Ahem, there's nothing fishy about it. It just means what it says. Take yoga classes as an example. Men and women have different body flexibility, so they have different movement standards. Su Ying explained with a chuckle. Jiang Xiahan suddenly realized, that's right. From this perspective, we girls are indeed strong. After saying that, she immediately raised her small arms towards Lin E, showing off her biceps. Don't bother me. I still have to prepare for landing tomorrow. Lin E said lightly, then clicked on the bracelet. Level 6. Specifications 18x18 meters. Planting area 6 by 6 meters. About to land on the island Shanbei Cemetery, a place with thousands of graves outside a remote rural village, situated in the shadow of a high mountain. The land is fertile and overgrown with vegetation, so it is always green. Refreshable. Number of refreshes remaining, 2. Length of stay 3 hours. Lock in countdown Einsteins, 59, 45. After reading it, Lin E was stunned and said, damn, Tomorrow's resource island is really amazing. Seeing this, Jiang Xiahan asked curiously, what's been refreshed on the island? Lin E repeated, Jimitity. Graveyard. Jiang Xiahan's expression froze. That's right. And what's even more terrifying is that there's a mutant beast that loves to dig up graves and dig up bones. We're going to be finished tomorrow. Lin E was ready to scare her. Then I won't go tomorrow. Jiang Xiahan raised her hands to cover her ears. When Wang Xiyao heard this on the other side, her expression froze and her whole face turned pale in an instant. Su Ying was quite calm and curiously opened the bracelet to check and then said helplessly, it really is a cemetery. There shouldn't be much supplies on such a desolate mountain. Hearing this, Lin E said calmly, the cemetery is fertile. We can dig organic soil and collect discarded coffin boards. Stop talking. If you really go digging graves, don't come back tomorrow. Jiang Xiahan covered her ears and protested strongly. Okay, I'm just kidding. I'll hit refresh now. Lin E replied softly and clicked the refresh button. Refresh successful. About to land on the island Death Gobi, a vast Gobi desert with extremely barren soil, extreme temperature differences between day and night, and few human traces. It is known as the land of death. Refreshable. Number of refreshes remaining, 1. After reading it, Lin E realized that he had been careless. If the first thing that pops up is Death Desert, then he will definitely think it is pretty good if he gets Mountainside Cemetery next. There was no way. He could only continue refreshing. Refresh successful. Coming soon to the island, Wind Power Station. A power station built on the top of the mountain has long since stopped operating due to equipment damage. Because it is located in the south, the road leading up the mountain is overgrown with weeds. Unable to refresh. Number of refreshes remaining, 0. The wind farms in the south are barely acceptable. Lin E said helplessly. In his previous life, he had also visited a similar resource island, and with the tools, he could remove a small amount of metal. However, because the platforms are all made of dry wood, the amount of metal required is very small, and few teams are willing to take the risk of working at height to remove the metal from the wind turbine. He remembered that their team was basically cutting trees and picking mushrooms that time. But things are different now. Now they have an extra dairy cow, and until the vegetable garden can provide enough food, they need to drive the cow to the island to graze every day. So this island is definitely much better than the previous Death Gobi. In the early stages, it is normal for resource islands to be refreshed in the wilderness. Lin E thought of this and said to everyone, everyone's been very busy these past 2 days. There won't be much supplies on the island tomorrow, so let's take a day off. If you want to get some fresh air, you can come with me to the mountains to herd cattle and pick some mushrooms. Su Ying hesitated after hearing this and said, tomorrow's resource island is in the southern region. There should be a lot of trees on the mountain, right? We have the tools, so why don't we arrange to go up the mountain and cut down some trees? Lin E shook his head. Going up the mountain and chopping trees is too strenuous for the 4 of us. Although your stamina is fine, there's no need for you to do such inefficient work. We can sell our supplies to Lu Xiaoqing for another week. Su Ying nodded. Okay, then I'll follow your arrangements. Although she can hold on, she doesn't want to put too much pressure on other teammates. After all, everyone's current physical fitness is just above average. The other side. After Lin E selected the wind power station on Resource Island, he went to take a shower. Because he drank a little wine tonight, after he took a shower, everyone chatted for a while and then went back to bed. Lin Yi's hair was not dry yet, so he continued to lie down. Jiang Xiahan got up again and argued with him for a few words. In the end, he rejected Jiang Xiahan's suggestion to sleep together. He fell asleep around 9 o'clock in the evening. Midnight. In a daze, Lin E once again felt as if he had fallen into an endless deep ocean, being squeezed by the water to the point where he couldn't breathe. He opened his mouth hurriedly and took a deep breath. Looking closely, I saw Lu Xiaoqing's fair little face again. Get up and take a shower with me. Lu Xiaoqing released her hand that was pinching Lin Yi's nose and spoke softly. After hearing this, Lin E almost thought he was still in a dream. In the middle of the night, you asked me to take a shower with you? Lu Xiaoqing, you're playing with contrast, right? He shook his head, forcing himself to wake up a little. Lin E confirmed that Lu Xiaoqing squatting next to the beach chair was not an illusion and asked cautiously, Lu Xiaoqing, are you sure you are awake? Lu Xiaoqing said seriously, of course I'm sober. Do you think I get drunk so easily? I was just sleepy and took a short nap. Lin E glanced at her and said with a firm look, "Are you sure you're not drunk? You want to take a bath with you, right?" Lu Xiaoqing pouted and said coquettishly, "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just scared and alone. You could just come over to the fish tank and stay with me outside for a while. This is all your fault. Who told you to say those scary things about graveyards, digging bones, and picking up coffins at night?" After hearing this, Lin E felt a little disappointed and said speechlessly, "If you're scared, why don't you just go to sleep?" Lu Xiaoqing said seriously, "No, I need to take a shower before going to bed." After hearing this, Lin E regained consciousness. He sat up and said helplessly, Okay, I'll get up and accompany you." "Okay, let's go." Lu Xiaoqing slowly stood up. Lin E followed her and walked to the side of the fish tank. He leaned over and urged, "Hurry up and wash. I'm very sleepy." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing suddenly turned around, grabbed Lin Yi's wrist, and forcibly pulled him behind the fish tank. Lin E was confused. "Didn't we agree that I just have to stand outside the fish tank to accompany you? I changed my mind at the last minute. Take off your clothes quickly." After Lu Xiaoqing finished speaking, she grabbed Lin Yi's sleeves with both hands and pretended to pull them up hard. Chapter 37, A New Day. The platform is upgraded to 2 levels. Lin E looked at Lu Xiaoqing's hand movements and saw that she didn't look like she was joking at all, so he fell into self-doubt again. In the moonlight, her little face looked particularly fair and delicate. Her eyelashes cast a long shadow under her eyes. Her cheeks were flushed, and there was a faint smell of alcohol in her breath. "I can take it off myself." Seeing this, Lin E couldn't bear it anymore. He grabbed the hem of the swimsuit with both hands, flipped it over his head, and threw it to the ground neatly. "Why did you throw away the clothes?" Lu Xiaoqing said, and immediately lowered his head to pick up the clothes. The moment Lu Xiaoqing stood up, Lin E wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her into his arms, saying in a deep voice, "We're about to take a shower together. Why are you still so concerned about your clothes?" Lu Xiaoqing's body froze, and she immediately raised her head anxiously, her eyes trembling as she asked, "Why are you hugging me? Let go. Why are you so flustered? Didn't you just ask me to take off my clothes?" Feeling that Lu Xiaoqing was struggling in his arms, Lin E lowered his head, stared into her eyes, and asked, "You, let me go first." Lu Xiaoqing was not as strong as Lin E and could not break free. She immediately raised her hand and twisted his waist, saying angrily. Lin E felt a burning sensation on his waist, and he let go of his hand with a grin. He resisted the urge to scream because he was afraid of waking up the other girls. "No, what do you want to do?" Lin E was immediately confused by Lu Xiaoqing's operation and asked hurriedly, holding his waist. "What do I want to do?" Lu Xiaoqing stared at Lin E with disdain and gritted her teeth. "I was just about to ask you, what do you want to do by suddenly hugging me so tightly?" Lin E stared at her and asked, "We're alone in the middle of the night, and you asked me to take off my clothes. Isn't it normal to hug each other?" After hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing's face flushed red, and she said anxiously, "I asked you to take off your clothes for a reason, but it's not the disgusting thing you think." After hearing this, Lin E was stunned. "Lu Xiaoqing, you are so good at pulling. Do you want to play top lane? Thank you so much for doing this for me in the middle of the night." Just when Lin E was speechless, Lu Xiaoqing folded Lin Yi's swimsuit in a few seconds and handed it to him, saying angrily, "It's your fault you're so tall. Even a fish tank can't block your vision. Sit down quickly, cover your eyes with your swimsuit, and stop thinking about those dirty things." Hearing this, Lin E asked doubtfully, "Do you think I would peek at you taking a bath?" Lu Xiaoqing walked up to Lin E and stuffed the folded swimsuit into his hands. She said, "Stop talking nonsense. It was you who lied to me last night, saying that drinking a bottle of beer was totally fine. Besides, you're such a big person, standing outside would be too conspicuous, and it would be even worse if you disturbed others. If you come inside with me, you must blindfold yourself." Okay, I'll do as you say. If you want a sense of security, I'll get it to you." After Lin E finished speaking, he sat on the floor leaning against the fish tank and quickly covered his eyes with his swimsuit. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoqing finally relaxed her tangled heart. She leaned over and waved her hands in front of Lin Yi's eyes and asked, "Can you see it? If you don't believe me, how about I blindfold you and test you?" Lin E said speechlessly, "That's not necessary." After Lu Xiaoqing finished speaking, he stood up, walked slowly to the side, and began to change clothes and take a shower. After a while, the scent of shower gel wafted over, and the sound of water was heard softly from the other side. Hearing this, Lin E commented. Can't you use more water? That way it will wash faster. Shut up. Do you still need me to teach me how to take a bath? As soon as Lu Xiaoqing finished speaking, Lin E immediately felt as if water was splashed on his face. He raised his hand to wipe it off and said speechlessly, Is your water clean? Why is the water still a bit salty? Did Jiang Xiahan get lazy when purifying the seawater? How do you usually take a shower? Sitting or squatting? Shut up. If you talk again, I can't guarantee that the water I splash next time will be clean. Lu Xiaoqing finally couldn't help it and chuckled. Okay, I'll shut up. I was just worried that you'd be embarrassed, so I tried to liven up the atmosphere. After Lin E finished speaking, he shut up for a while. He felt so miserable. If I don't find a topic to chat about, I won't be able to suppress the wild power in my body in this ambiguous situation. While Lu Xiaoqing was taking a shower, Lin E pulled with her several times, not only diverting her attention, but also discouraging her from washing her hair, washing clothes, etc. Half an hour later, he finally lay down on the bed as he wished and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin E woke up and found that several girls had also gotten up and were washing up. He looked at the time, and it was just after 7 o'clock. There was no collection task today, so Lin E was not in a hurry and lay down to regain his composure. 5 minutes later, he got up and first checked the condition of the cows. He found nothing unusual. Then he fetched water to feed the cows and went to wash up. When Lin E came back from washing up, Su Ying and the others were also waiting for him to have breakfast. Lin E, let me tell you, I've discovered a new use for my innate skills. Jiang Xiahan greeted Lin E mysteriously as soon as she saw him sit down. What's the use? Lin E picked up the egg noodles and asked curiously. It's about keeping things fresh. Sister Su Ying just said that last night's leftovers had gone bad. I tried using the purification skill out of curiosity and found that there was no sour smell at all. Jiang Xiahan said with a proud look on her face. That's amazing. I never thought your skills could be used in this way. Lin E gave her a thumbs up and continued. Bacteria are also impurities, so it makes sense that they have this use. From now on, whether you have something to do or not, remember to kill the bacteria in the dog meat in the pot. There was still more than 10 pounds of dog meat left in the pot. The day before yesterday, in order to preserve it for a longer time, Lin E specially added extra salt to the brine. With Jiang Xiahan's skill, you won't have to worry about food spoiling and becoming inedible. Jiang Xiahan smiled and said, Don't worry, I've eaten more than you in the past 2 days. As soon as I learned how to use this skill, I immediately disinfected it. Lin E nodded. Okay, then let's have breakfast first. After breakfast, everyone sat and chatted. Because he was going to graze cattle in the mountains, in order to give the cows enough time to eat on the first day, Lin E planned to upgrade the platform again and increase the stay time to 4 hours. He opened the platform panel. Level 6. Specifications 18x18 meters. Planting area 6 by 6 meters. Upgrade conditions 3,500 wood, 975 organic soil, 30 iron. Remaining resources 31,150 wood, 6715 organic soil, 835 metal. I bought cattle yesterday and still have over 30,000 units of timber left. I'll leave most of it for Lu Xiaoqing to trade today. Lin, he had a plan in mind. He asked everyone to stand up first and then clicked to upgrade the platform. After a few minutes, a system prompt popped up. Upgrade success. The top 1% reaches level 7, and rewards include 1,700 wood and 1 island refresh opportunity. Level 7. Specifications 21x21 meters. Planting area 7 by 7 meters. Upgrade conditions 4,000 wood, 1125 organic soil, 35 iron. A few minutes later, the system prompt pops up again. Upgrade success. The top 1% who reach level 8 will receive a reward of 2,000 wood and 1 island refresh opportunity. Level 8. Specifications 24x24 meters. Planting area 8 by 8 meters. Upgrade conditions 4,500 wood, 1275 organic soil, 40 iron. Coming soon to the island, wind power station. Number of refreshes remaining, 2. Length of stay 4 hours. Lock-in countdown 0 Uhr 3 Minuten und 18 Sekunden. Remaining resources, 23650 wood, 4615 organic soil, 700 metal. After Lin E completed the operation, the platform was upgraded to level 8. Soon, they landed on the platform again. Looking at the newly added land in the planting area, Lin E knew that there would be something to do in the afternoon. A new day, the platform has been upgraded to level 2, and the warehouse is fully stocked with supplies. He was in a good mood. Seeing that it was almost 8 o'clock, he immediately called out, "Any of you want to go up the mountain with me to herd cattle?" Chapter 38, The Cowherd and the Mushroom-Picking Girl. The morning light is bright, and the sea and sky are one color. After 8 o'clock, on the seaside boardwalk, Jiang Xiahan held her hands in front of her with her claws raised, pretending to be crazy as she chased after the plump girl in front of her and screamed, "Xiao, I've already taken on the task of milking the cows today. You're so pretty. Why don't you let me practice your technique first?" "Senior Jiang, stop teasing me," Wang Xiyao shouted, hurriedly clasped her hands over her chest, and ran forward faster. Lin E was leading the cow, walking side by side with Su Ying behind. Looking at the two people fighting in front, he smiled helplessly. He really didn't expect that on the third day of sailing and survival, the atmosphere in the team began to become wild. Perhaps because of the huge changes in their lives, the relationship between the four girls quickly heated up. Even Lu Xiaoqing's personality has changed a lot. Lu Xiaoqing was known for being cold and aloof in school, and she had never had any contact with any boys in private. Lin E guessed that her personality was probably influenced by her father's infidelity. Fortunately, through the contact over the past few days, he found that Lu Xiaoqing's condition seemed to be gradually improving. Judging from the fact that she woke him up twice at night, Lu Xiaoqing at least didn't dislike contact with him. "Lin E, do you want Xiao and the others to walk slower?" Su Ying's sudden words interrupted Lin E's thoughts. Lin E came back to his senses and said, "It's okay. The mutant beasts yesterday were actually not common. Most of the resource islands in the early stages are safe. We just need to speed up a few steps." "Yeah, maybe I'm worrying too much," Su Ying replied, and then quickened her pace. Soon, Lin E and the other two followed, and after stepping out of the mountain path to the island, they also reunited with Jiang Xiahan and the other two. Because there were no collection tasks, and Lu Xiaoqing also wanted to stay on the platform to trade, he did not come with us today. The mountain path leading to the island was quite steep, so Jiang Xiahan was tactful enough to stop teasing Wang Xiyao. Now, she held Wang Xiyao's arm with one hand and a vegetable basket in the other, and asked, "Lin E, tell me, where can you find mushrooms on the mountain?" Hearing this, Lin E glanced up the dirt road and found that the entire mountain is only about 100 meters high, with lush vegetation and many serrated, high-crowned redwood trees. Seeing this, he immediately said, "Mushrooms usually grow in the dead leaves under the trees. Just go where there are more trees." "Okay then we two little mushroom pickers are going to set off now." After Jiang Xiahan finished speaking, she immediately pulled Wang Xiyao up the mountain. Seeing this, Su Ying immediately said, "I'll go with you. I can also keep an eye on them." Lin E nodded. "Okay, I can rest assured with you here. Just take them to have some fun. It doesn't matter if you can't harvest anything. We don't lack food now." "Yes, I understand. If anything happens, just contact me through the bracelet. I'll be there first." After Su Ying finished speaking, she followed Jiang Xiahan and the others into the forest. Alas, a cowherd boy, two little girls picking mushrooms, and a big sister staring at her aunt. They went to the island to survive, but our team went to the island for fun. Lin E complained and pulled the cow towards the mountain road. Soon, they arrived at a meadow. After he took off the rope leading the cow, he let the cow eat grass on its own. This Holstein cow has a very docile temperament, and there is no need to worry about it running around. While herding cattle, Lin E also walked around the mountain road a few times. During the trip, he saw some patches of foxtail grass growing well on the roadside, so he took out the sickle and gloves he had collected in the orchard yesterday, put on the gloves, and cut dozens of bundles for preparation. You may not have the opportunity to herd cattle every day in the future. It is best to have enough fodder for the cows to eat for 3 or 4 days. Lin E walked and stopped and was busy for almost 3 hours. After piling the hay together, he lay down on the stones beside the haystack to rest. At this moment, his swimsuit was soaked with sweat and he felt hot all over. Alas, in my previous life, I developed a bad habit of working every day just to survive. Now I just want to find something to do when I have nothing to do. I really was born to be a slave. Lin E laughed at himself, then took out a large 1.5-liter bottle of cold water from his backpack and drank it in big gulps. After drinking the water, I enjoyed the cool air alone. After a while, I looked at the time and it was almost 11:30. Just as he was trying to contact Su Ying, he suddenly heard light footsteps approaching. Lin E was just about to stand up when he suddenly caught sight of a figure suddenly jumping up from the side, and a small head instantly blocked his view. "Whoa, Jiang Xiahan screamed like a ghost, pulled pulled the corners of her eyes and mouth with her hands, made a grimace, and tried to scare Lin E by surprise. "You childish boy. I heard your footsteps a long time ago." Lin E complained lightly, raised his hand and placed it on Jiang Xiahan's forehead, slowly pushing her away. "What? You heard it all. Why didn't you say anything earlier?" Jiang Xiahan said with a look of annoyance. "Because I guessed it must be you." After Lin E finished speaking, he sat up. "Forget it, boring person." Jiang Xiahan rolled her eyes at him and then sat down on the rock. Seeing this, Lin E asked with a smile, "Why are you not with them and coming here to find me?" Jiang Xiahan's expression changed instantly when she heard this, and she said in a sly tone, "Hee, because I want to show you the big mushrooms I picked." "Lin E, what big mushroom?" "You'll understand once you see it," Jiang Xiahan said, slowly holding up a red mushroom that had not opened its umbrella and shaking it in front of Lin Yi's eyes. The mushroom cap is thick and red. The mushroom stem is thick and light pink. Lin E Gong had also seen it on the roadside and recognized it as red pine mushroom. It is distributed in small quantities in parts of Lingnan and Aklan province, and is considered the Hermes of wild mushrooms. Red pine mushroom, of course I understand. Lin E withdrew his gaze and smiled at Jiang Xiahan. "What did you say?" "Sister, I want to tell you about the shape of this mushroom. Can you tell me its name?" After Jiang Xiahan finished complaining, she showed an expression of disappointment. Lin E said calmly, "Don't all mushrooms look like this?" He could naturally see that Jiang Xiahan was trying to do something dirty again, but he just didn't want to agree with her. "A weakling is a weakling. I guess you're even worse than this mushroom," Jiang Xiahan said with a look of disgust. Hearing this, Lin E calmed down and said, "Jiang Xiahan, don't go too far." Jiang Xiahan said disdainfully, "I think what I said is right. You used to go to the hotel with that green tea every weekend just to chat, right?" Lin E was puzzled. "You even know what I did on the weekend? Did you install surveillance cameras on me?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiahan said anxiously, "If I really had surveillance cameras installed on you, I would have exposed all the evidence of your incompetence long ago." Hearing this, Lin E raised his hand and grabbed her wrist and asked, "Oh, you care about me so much. Do you really like me?" Jiang Xiahan heard this and said with a sigh, "Are you stupid? Your sister is so devoted to you, and you can't see that? You must still be thinking about that bitch." After hearing this, Lin E pondered for a moment and sorted out some of the clues. The person Jiang Xiahan was scolding was naturally his ex-girlfriend, Shen Jiayue. Shen Jiayue and Lin E were in the same class, but Jiang Xiahan often saw them in open classes and knew them. As for why Jiang Xiahan has such a big opinion about Shen Jiayue, Lin Yi said, probably because after he got together with Shen Jiayue stopped him from having any private contact with Jiang Xiahan. Jiang Xiahan originally had a very good relationship with Lin E, but because of this reason, she and Shenjue never got along well. Lin E came back to his senses and asked softly, "You scolded Shenjue so harshly. Do you think I still can't let her go?" Jiang Xiahan, "Isn't it? It was a week ago, but not now," Lin E said seriously. Jiang Xiahan rolled her eyes. "TSK, I don't believe you." Lin E, "Why don't you believe it?" Hearing this, Jiang Xiahan puffed out her chest and leaned closer, emphasizing each word. "This is the result of my sister's personal testing of her charm, so it can't be wrong. I'd rather believe you're no longer capable than to believe you've let go of that bitch. After all, when you were pursuing her, you wanted to lick her every day." After listening to this, Lin E pulled Jiang Xiahan closer, put his face close to hers, and asked, "What do you want in exchange for believing me?" Jiang Xiahan snorted coldly and said with a provocative look, "That's easy. If you want me to believe you, you have to sleep with me right now." Chapter 39 on the Mountain. A warm response to Jiang Xiahan. Lin E looked at Jiang Xiahan's provocative eyes and was very sure that this was something she could do. She has always been like this, straightforward, and dares to say and do what she wants. If faced with Jiang Xiahan's straightforward confession before his first time traveling, Lin E might have had some concerns, worrying that his mental or living conditions were not good enough and that he would not be able to devote himself wholeheartedly to a new relationship. But a month in his previous life completely changed his mindset. Drifting on the sea may last 3 to 5 years, or even a lifetime. While surviving, you must enjoy yourself in time so that you can live a free and easy life. Lin E was silent for a moment, then asked, "Do you really want to date me? You can just remove the word object." Jiang Xiahan said seriously. Lin E has a good figure and looks, is good at playing games, and can chat with her easily. When she first met Lin E, she knew that he had someone he liked, and she really only treated him as a good friend. Jiang Xiahan originally thought that she wouldn't care whether he had a partner or not, until he was with Shen Jiayue. Jiang Xiahan only then realized that she felt extremely uncomfortable and couldn't help feeling lost for a long time. It's like the cabbages I've been growing for a long time have been eaten by someone else's pigs. What's even more outrageous is that the pig not only took her cabbage, but also often spit at her arrogantly. Jiang Xiahan could not forget that after Shen Jiayue got together with Lin E, she arrogantly told her not to get close to her boyfriend again. She even seriously considered doing something to sabotage them and break up their relationship. Hearing this, Lin E asked, "Are you really just going to sleep with me?" "No, it's more than just one sleep," Jiang Xiahan said, without changing her expression. Lin E was stunned and said, "Jiang Xiahan, you didn't forget that we traveled through time, right? There are 3 girls on our ship. Do you still want to sleep under their noses every day? Why do you think so much? Let's go to sleep first," Jiang Xiahan said, grabbing the hem of her swimsuit with one hand and pretending to pull it up. Lin E raised his hand and pressed it, saying hurriedly, "You can do it if you want, but not now. Su Ying and Wang Xiyao are still nearby. Wait for them to come over." "Stop talking nonsense." Jiang Xiahan pulled hard and pulled Lin E to the side. Crash! The basket of red shiitake mushrooms that Jiang Xiahan had placed next to her was also knocked over, and the mushrooms were scattered all over the ground. Lin E fell on the haystack, a few mushrooms popped onto his face, and then he felt a soft touch on his body. "Wait, Jiang Xiahan, I don't want to die with you." Seeing that Jiang Xiahan's head was about to fall, Lin E temporarily gave up the idea of collecting mushrooms, raised his hands to support Jiang Xiahan's shoulders, and said. Seeing this, Jiang Xiahan grinned and said, "Forget it. Considering your weak body, I won't scare you for now, so as not to affect your performance. Sister Su Ying and the others have gone back to make lunch. Now it's just the 2 of us on the mountain, so we can have fun as we please. Are you really that greedy?" Lin E was speechless. "Yeah, when there's no one in the dormitory, I often think about you. Just entertaining myself, you know," Jiang Xiahan said meaningfully. "Now, I finally have the chance to experience it myself. I'm a little excited." When Lin E saw Jiang Xiahan's attitude, he knew that he would not be able to stop her today, so he said, "Then we have to make it clear first. You can sleep, but in order not to disturb others, we can only do it outside secretly." Jiang Xiahan's eyes fixed when she heard this. "From what you said, it seems that you not only want to have a secret affair, but also don't want the other sisters to know. Could it be that you really want to play the game of a philanthropic scumbag? Sister, the 5 of us might have to live on this boat for the rest of our lives. If I weren't a jerk, do you really want those sisters to live out their lives in loneliness?" Lin E had nothing to hide. When he chose 4 girls as his teammates, he anticipated that daily life on the boat would not be easy. Jiang Xiahan was immediately furious after hearing this and put a hand on Lin Yi's forehead. "Great. I didn't expect you to be so open about it. Are you trying to make a scene? Get lost. I'm the only boy on our team now. You have to accept it even if you don't want to." Lin E looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Jiang Xiahan sneered, "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. With your body, can you bear it? You have a profound misunderstanding of me. No matter how I explain, it's useless. If you can accept this, you could try it now." After Lin E finished speaking, he loosened his hands and stopped supporting her. After a while, Lin E took out the red shimeji mushroom that had fallen behind his neck, and when he saw Jiang Xiahan holding him down but not making any further moves, he said, "Jiang Xiahan, weren't you quite brave just now? If you can't accept it, just get up and pick some mushrooms. Just don't talk nonsense to me anymore." Lin E also knew that it was normal for Jiang Xiahan to be unable to accept it for the time being since things had come to this point. The time at sea was long, and Lin E had plenty of time to let her adapt. Jiang Xiahan's thoughts were interrupted by Lin E. When she came to her senses, she raised her hand and slapped him on the chest, cursing, "You damn scumbag. It's no use being stubborn now. Let me check the goods first." After she finished speaking, she leaned over and used her mouth to block out any rebuttal Lin E wanted to make. Lin E paused, put down the red shiitake mushroom in his hand, and responded to her kiss enthusiastically. Soon, several swimsuits were thrown onto the huge rocks next to the haystack. The sunlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves, dappled onto the haystack, and the spots of light began to tremble constantly. Not far away, a cow was leisurely swinging its tail, its thick tongue rolling up the fresh green grass, making a rustling, chewing sound. The mountain air was filled with the fragrance of grass juice, but it was stirred and dispersed by a sudden, rising heat wave. The fresh and charming taste became increasingly sweet. Half an hour later, Lin E opened the bracelet screen and found that the time had reached 11:45. Jiang Xiahan, we don't have much time left. Get up quickly. He curled up his arms, grabbed Jiang Xiahan's bun, and started to pull her up. Just hold me for a while, Jiang Xiahan said coquettishly, and continued to bury her red face in Lin Yi's arms. We only have 15 minutes left. The ground is covered with mushrooms. If you don't get up now, you won't have time to pick them up. Lin E continued to urge. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiahan hurriedly stood up and said in sudden realization, Yes, I spent several hours picking up these mushrooms this morning. Then find some clothes quickly and wash off the sweat with clean water later. Lin E said and stood up immediately. Seeing this, Jiang Xiahan immediately reached out and took his hand, saying, Kiss a few more times. You never know when we'll have the chance to play again. Sister, I've just kissed enough. After Lin E finished speaking, he immediately turned around and left. Lin E, hurry up. Otherwise, I will really go looking for mushrooms. Jiang Xiahan suddenly pulled Lin E back to sit on the haystack, and her hand was about to reach out to Lin E dishonestly. Okay, I really admire you. Lin E dodged sideways while complaining. Then, he held Jiang Xiahan's face and kissed her several times until she was satisfied. Then he got up and went to look for clothes. Chapter 40, The Secret in Jiang Xiahan's Backpack. A few minutes later, the two of them dressed and simply washed their faces with clean water. After they picked up all the red chestnut mushrooms next to the haystack, Lin E put all the hay into his backpack. He went to the open space, led the cow, and called Jiang Xiahan to go down the mountain. Jiang Xiahan followed behind Lin, mumbling to herself, hugging a basket of mushrooms to her chest, and unconsciously tapping her still hot cheek with a mushroom. Hey, can you find more opportunities to herd cattle in the future? I think picking mushrooms is fun. She was silent for a while and asked casually. Hearing this, Lin E said, Jiang Xiahan, I just said that from now on, we should focus on collecting tasks. Whatever you have in mind can only be considered when there are no more resources. After hearing this, Jiang Xiahan cursed. Bah, you scumbag. That's not what you meant. Lin E, what did I say? Did you remember it wrong? You're playing dirty with your sister, aren't you? Jiang Xiahan immediately ran to Lin E and said angrily, I still remember clearly that you said that as long as there were no resource collection tasks on the island like today, you would definitely use the excuse of herding cattle and come back later with me. Lin E was speechless. Isn't this what I just said? Jiang Xiahan said firmly, no, what you just said, we'll see what happens when we don't have the resources. And what you said before, if we don't have the resources, we'll definitely do it. The two have completely different meanings. Lin E said helplessly, why do you have to be so picky about words? I'm a grown man. How can I lie to you? Jiang Xiahan rolled her eyes at him and said disdainfully, TSK, you slept with me without telling anyone else, and now you're pretending to be honest. Lin E was confused and said, you agreed to this condition just now. What's the point of mocking me now? Jiang Xiahan said seriously, I don't care what you think or what happens to other people in your future. Anyway, out of 7 days in a week, I'll only give you 3 days off. After hearing this, Lin E was speechless for a moment. He thought for a moment and said, okay, let's do as you said just now. As for the future, don't think too much about it for now. He had a premonition that once this dirty girl got a taste of sweetness, it would most likely be out of control. The 3 years of being single in college created me into a peerless minor, and that's no joke. Jiang Xiahan thought for a moment and said, that's fine, you're quite sensible. I'll just take care of myself first. As long as you listen to me, we can talk about the future later. After hearing this, Lin E was speechless and didn't want to argue with her anymore. So he took her and continued walking down the mountain. The two arrived at the mountain path leading to the island. Lin E suddenly remembered something, stopped, turned around, stretched out his hand to Jiang Xiahan, and said, give me those things you just had. What did you say? What is it? Jiang Xiahan pretended not to understand and avoided the question with her eyes. Hurry up. Emergency contraceptive pills are very harmful to your body, and these were collected at the club, so they must have expired long ago. Lin E continued to urge. When Jiang Xiahan took out this thing just now, Lin E finally understood why she had been asking him to critically attack the backpack on the first day. Naturally, he disagreed with her taking medicine, but instead took the safest protective measures. But now I am at sea, drifting aimlessly. In order to avoid unknown risks, Lin E had no choice but to do this. Jiang Xiahan was unmoved when she heard this. Why are you worried? The shelf life of medicines is usually written several times shorter by manufacturers. I just gave you my virginity. I just wanted a sense of ritual. Lin E stepped forward, stretched his hand directly in front of her, and said seriously, "It's best if you don't dwell on this inexplicable sense of ritual. Given the current situation, we can't afford this risk." Okay. Jiang Xiahan couldn't persuade Lin E, so she took out a black bag full of things from her backpack and threw it to Lin E with an angry look on her face. Lin E raised his hand to take it and took a look. There were 4 boxes of pink Xiaoqing inside. He looked at her again and said, "I just saw that you took out 2 kinds in total." Okay, I was just worried about your poor health before, but now it seems like you don't need it anymore, so I'll give it to you. After Jiang Xiahan finished speaking, she quickly took out 4 tablets and handed them to him. Lin E took it and looked at it. The pill was diamond-shaped and printed with the Sanskrit letter P on it, but since it had a Chinese label, he could naturally understand what it was. Lin E put everything away and asked, "Are you sure you don't have anything else?" "No more," Jiang Xiahan said with certainty. Lin E nodded and said, "Okay, let's go. Remember when you get back, don't talk nonsense in front of them. TSK, a guilty conscience is always a thief." Jiang Xiahan complained and followed Lin E down the mountain path. After a while, the two returned to the platform before 12 o'clock. After tying up the cow, Lin E went to wash his hands. When he rushed to the kitchen, he found that the lunch dishes had already been prepared and placed on the table. Wang Xiyao was setting the table when she looked up and saw Lin E walking in. She asked in confusion, "Senior, why are your clothes all wet with sweat? Is it because herding cattle is too hard?" "It's okay. It's too hot on the mountain, so I poured some cold water to cool down." Lin E replied with a smile, pulled out a chair, and sat down next to Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing turned off the bracelet screen, turned her eyes away, and said speechlessly, "I've been sweating all over. Can't you change clothes before eating after coming back?" "Why bother? I'll sweat while eating anyway, and I'll get the new land dirty by planting vegetables in the afternoon." Lin E said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing retorted, "Everyone has 4 swimsuits, and they dry so easily. How hard can it be to change? You're just too lazy to do laundry." Lin E spread his hands and said with a smile, "Yeah, I'm just too lazy to wash it. If you don't like it, just wash it for me. I can change it 3 times a day. Then you will always be dirty. I don't want to bother with you." After Lu Xiaoqing said that, he stood up and moved the chair away. Seeing this, Wang Xiyao suddenly interrupted. "How about, let me help you wash your clothes from now on?" "Okay, classmate Xiao is still the best." Lin E smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Wang Xiyao heard this and said shyly, "No, it's very simple. I wash it every day anyway." The brain is really sick. Lu Xiaoqing cursed, stood up, and walked toward Su Ying. Seeing this, Lin E deliberately raised his voice and joked to Wang Xiyao, "Your senior sister, Lu, has such a bad temper. No wonder she couldn't find a boyfriend in 3 years of college." Wang Xiyao was embarrassed when she heard this and replied weakly, "No, it's just because I don't want to fall in love." After a while, the food was served and the 4 of them sat down. "Jiang Xiahan, it's time to eat first." Su Ying found Jiang Xiahan still washing her face behind the fish tank and immediately called out, "Coming." Jiang Xiahan replied from a distance and hurried over. Soon, the 5 people gathered. "Why is your face so red? Did you get heat stroke because it's too hot on the mountain?" Su Ying noticed the abnormality on Jiang Xiahan's face and asked with concern. Jiang Xiahan's face immediately turned confused when she heard this. She asked, "Huh? I washed my face several times, but it's still red." Seeing this, Lin E quickly continued, "Maybe she got sunburned while picking mushrooms." Jiang Xiahan's thoughts flashed when she heard this. She stared at Lin E with a half smile and said, "Lin E is right. I was a little too excited when I was picking mushrooms in the mountains. I forgot to put on sunscreen and almost got sunburned afterwards." Lin E was worried that Jiang Xiahan might say something outrageous, so he picked up his bowl and quickly changed the subject, saying, "Heat stroke or sunburn aren't serious matters. We could just ask Xiao to use some healing magic on her later. I'm sure everyone's hungry, so let's eat first." Hearing this, Jiang Xiahan picked up the bowl and said nonchalantly, "That's a good suggestion. I think I strained my thigh while climbing the mountain today, and it's really sore and swollen now. I can ask Xiao to treat me at the same time." After hearing this, Wang Xiyao quickly swallowed the food she had just put in her mouth and said with a smile, "Okay, if you have any discomfort, you can come to me next time." Lin E directly picked up a piece of dog meat and stuffed it into Jiang Xiahan's bowl, saying, "Eat first, we could talk about other things later." Every word Jiang Xiahan said, intentionally or unintentionally, was related to that matter. Lin E suddenly had a premonition. In the future, I am destined to have to keep pulling and struggling to keep this thin-skinned but extremely playful little girl steady. Chapter 41. We are a match made in heaven. After lunch, Lin E took a quick shower to wash off the sticky sweat stains on his body and walked out from behind the fish tank shirtless. When he looked up, he saw Wang Xiyao trotting towards him happily before he could react. She had already snatched the swimsuit he had just changed from his hands. "Xiao, you don't have to wash it. I was just joking." Lin E felt helpless and wanted to reach out and take it back. Wang Xiyao shook her body and quickly hid her clothes behind her, preventing Lin E from succeeding. She crossed her hands behind her and clenched them tightly, saying anxiously, "Senior, I'm serious. I need to wash my clothes later, so let me help you wash them." As soon as she took this pose, the curve of her chest was instantly outlined to perfection. Lin E looked away, thought for a moment, and finally nodded. "Okay, thank you, Xiao. I'll make you a delicious red shiitake mushroom and chicken soup tonight." "That's a deal then. I picked a ton of these mushrooms this morning, and Su Ying just said she didn't know how to cook them to make them delicious. Now that you've mentioned this, I'm super excited." Wang Xiao smiled happily. "Okay, then I'll find some clothes to wear first. I have to help Sister Su Ying wash the mushrooms later." After Lin E finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to go back to find his clothes. Just as he reached the beach chair, Wang Xiao hurriedly caught up with him and asked anxiously, "Senior, I just saw a lot of cuts on your back. Did you accidentally fall on the mountain?" Lin E was stunned when he heard this, and then he remembered the burning feeling on his back when he was taking a shower. It might be that he was cut by the hay when Jiang Xiahan pressed him down on the haystack. "I did fall, but it's not a big deal," Lin E said as he was about to put on his swimsuit. Seeing this, Wang Xiyao stepped forward and held Lin Yi's hand, saying, "How can that be? Let me help you recover. My healing skills can deal with such minor injuries in no time." "All right then." Lin E nodded, turned his back, and then asked Wang Xiyao to perform the healing technique. Then, Jiang Xiahan came back from the kitchen with a can of Coke. Seeing this situation, she immediately pulled Wang Xiyao to use healing magic on her. Period. She also deliberately said something loudly. Her knee was cut, her thigh was sore, her lower abdomen was bloated, and she might be having her period. Lin E listened for a while, but couldn't stand her vicious words anymore. So he went to the kitchen to wash mushrooms with Su Ying and her. It was noon, and the sun was scorching. After lunch, everyone started working on the platform in the afternoon. Su Ying took out the lychees from the warehouse and sprinkled some water on them with a kettle to keep them fresh. Lu Xiaoqing sat on the chair, staring at the mall she was in charge of. Jiang Xiahan and Wang Xiyao were cleaning the cow shed and washing the cows. Lin E was in the field. After upgrading the platform in the morning, a 2-meter-wide L-shaped piece of land was added to the planting area. He took the spare seedlings in the afternoon and planted them in the new land. After 30 days of being stimulated by the skill resurrection of all things, the sweet potato seedlings have grown all over the land. When Lin E was arranging the seedlings, he also pinched off a lot of sweet potato vines and put them in the hay pile on the cow shed for the cows. After finishing work in the afternoon, in order to make soup, Lin E asked Xiao Zhenfeng for an old hen. Because chicken soup is not easy to preserve, just prepare to boil it first and then stew another one. After Lin E killed the chicken, he was about to ask Lu Xiaoqing for skill enhancement when he found that she was walking towards him. Lu Xiaoqing walked up to him and said straight to the point, "Lin E, I just found my trading target for today." "What is it?" Lin E put down the hen in his hand and stood up curiously. Lu Xiaoqing, level 2 goldenrod grass, matures in 120 days and produces 2 endurance fruits in 1 fruiting cycle. Lin E was surprised. "What? Someone is actually selling this now." Lu Xiaoqing, "That's right, the other side is still at level 1 platform a day, so we want to exchange it for resources as soon as possible." After hearing this, Lin E didn't know whether to say that the other party had good luck or bad luck. He didn't collect any wood, but unexpectedly harvested a plant of attribute fruit. Endurance attribute fruit when eaten, can increase physical strength and defense. Like several other basic attribute values, it is also very important. He thought about it and knew that this was a very good opportunity. Then he asked, how much did the other party offer? Lu Xiaoqing, the seller, just said in the chat channel that he wanted 80,000 wood and 2,000 soil, but right after posting it, 2 people wanted to buy it, and the price quickly went up to over 100,000. Hearing this, Lin E was a little surprised and said, this is 100,000 kilograms of wood. How come 2 such arrogant people suddenly appeared? Seeing this, Lu Xiaoqing explained, I took a quick look, and it seems the resource islands both competitors landed on today are lumberyards. They all have A-level talents that allow them to replicate any wood 5-fold. After hearing this, Lin E felt a little relieved and replied, I see. It's not surprising that these A-level talents, which are only for specific materials, can be replicated 5 times. Over time, these people might even disrupt the timber market. Lu Xiaoqing heard this and asked, then what should we do? We only have a little over 20,000 pieces of wood right now. Even if I wait for my brother and the others to mail back the several thousand pieces of wood they traded today, we can only get together 80,000 pieces of wood at most a day. Lin E asked, have we used up our trading quota for today? Lu Xiaoqing, one more time left. After listening to this, Lin E directly took out the remaining D-level talent fruit from his backpack, handed it to her, and said, since those 2 people have so much wood, you could put this talent fruit on the store and ask for 2 million wood. Then contact them and ask if they want it. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing said unsurely, this fruit can be worth 2 million? The price you mentioned is too exaggerated. Lin E heard this and said with a smile, I'm only offering this friendly price because I've already awakened the S-rank resurrection of all things. Millions and up is the normal market value of early-stage talent fruit. Talent fruit, the highest level is D. Eating it can awaken the second talent. Having one more talent skill doubles your advantage over others. Once it appears on the market, it will definitely cause a scramble. This is why Lin E asked Xiao Zhenfeng to wait for a while before selling it. Lu Xiaoqing pondered for a moment and asked again. Even if those 2 really wanted to, they couldn't come up with 2 million in lumber, right? Hearing this, Lin E said, I'm not releasing the talent fruit to sell it today. You just need to use the talent fruit to lure them in and promise to give them time to gather the wood. After listening to this, Lu Xiaoqing suddenly said excitedly, understand, if we follow your method, no one will compete with us for the level 2 golden rock grass. Lin E smiled and said, as expected, I understood it right away. This level 2 golden rock grass will be able to sell for at least 1 million in a month. It is definitely a great bargain to be able to buy it for 80,000 now. But you also have to remember that even if those 2 people are incredibly lucky and can replicate wood 5 times, they still can't beat us. Because we are a perfect match made in heaven. When we work together, any material can be critiqued 4 times, and those 2 woodcutter idiots can't stand up to us. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing immediately snatched the fruit from Lin Yi's hand and said, who said we were made for each other? I was just about to praise you, but you're just a dog with no ivory in your mouth. Seeing that she wanted to leave after scolding him, Lin E immediately stopped her and said with a smile, I was just joking. Don't leave in such a hurry. We have business to attend to. If you have anything else to say, tell me quickly. Lu Xiaoqing asked with a cold face. Lin E pointed towards the basin and said, give me a skill buff so I can crit the old hen. Lu Xiaoqing's expression remained unchanged. Is this the serious matter you were talking about? Lin E said seriously, yes. You've worked so hard on the deal these past few days, so I specially prepared this red mushroom and chicken soup tonight just to reward you. This is the most important thing. Lu Xiaoqing's expression softened upon hearing this, and she asked, are you really that kind? Lin E said with a look of conviction, of course, after all, you and I are made for each other. Stop it now. Lu Xiaoqing interrupted Lin E, then turned around and tapped the bracelet a few times, saying softly, you still have some conscience. I've given you the perfect skill buff, so I won't delay you from doing your work. Chapter 42, New Deal. Harvest Endurance Fruit Plant. After successfully attacking the old hen, Lin E found a chair and sat down. I opened the bracelet and received the email sent by Xiao Zhenfeng at noon. Open it and take a look. Found 20 logs inside, plus some colorful mushrooms. With this little gain, he still keeps sending me private messages urging me to give him a critical hit. Lin E complained helplessly, clicked on the critical hit, and collected taxes from 40 trees. Xiao Zhenfeng's mushrooms were too low-end, not as good as red shiitake mushrooms, so he looked down on them. He put all the wood into the mall and exchanged it for 800 units of wood. When Lin E was about to pack his things and mail them back to Xiao Jinfeng, a video request suddenly popped up on his bracelet. He clicked on it. In the video, Xiao Jinfeng was lying on a beach chair with a large branch above his head for sun protection. His skin is tanned, like an African. Wow, it's level 4. How are the lychee sales today? Lin E greeted first. Xiao Jinfeng heard the sound and immediately shouted, "Fuck, how dare you tell me that? You deserve to die." Lin E, why are you so excited? I've already killed the old hen. It's not like I won't return it to you. Xiao Jinfeng, I'm talking about the D-level talent fruit. Lin E, what's the matter? Didn't I borrow 1 and return 2 to you? Xiao Jinfeng, but you didn't say it was that valuable. The school beauty just asked for 2 million, and now the chat channel is going crazy. Lin E was confused. A high price is not a good thing? After hearing this, Xiao Jinfeng immediately turned the camera to show his shoulder and said angrily, "Look at this shoulder injury, and you'll understand why I'm so excited. There are hundreds of kilograms of living trees. I carried back more than a dozen from the mountain today. If you had made it clear earlier, would we have had to suffer every day these past few days?" Hearing this, Lin E said calmly, "Didn't I tell you it was very valuable? I also told you to sell it back here after a while. Why shouldn't I sell it? Aren't you selling it too?" Xiao Jinfeng was confused. Lin E explained, "Because no one can afford it now. It's useless for you to put it up. I only put it up for fishing." Xiao Jinfeng, what kind of fish are you fishing for? Here's what happened. Lin E briefly told him his plan. After listening, Xiao Jinfeng said, "I think I understand what you mean. But with just 1 fruit, are you sure you can catch 2 fish?" Lin E said, "Don't worry. No one else can take this thing out. They can only take the bait. If you really want to sell it at a low price in advance, I can give you a share of the fish. The main point of this matter is that there will be sweetness after bitterness. If you can't bear the bitterness in the early stage, the later stage will definitely not be so sweet." Lin E didn't care. He accumulated a large amount of timber in order to maintain his advantage in the mall transactions, so it didn't matter if he made less money in the early stages. In the early stages of upgrading the platform, there's no need to use so much wood. Because the platform has upgrade restrictions, the system will wait until 1% of the teams reach level 11 before enabling matching on the secondary resource island. Xiao Jinfeng pondered for a moment and replied, "Then I'll think about it first. If I really can't bear it anymore, I'll sell it." Lin E nodded. "Okay, please send me the proceed from selling lychees today. After I hit the target, it will be enough for your platform to upgrade to level 5. With the parasol tomorrow, you won't be exposed to the sun." Xiao Jinfeng, no problem, then I'll continue selling lychees. Also, remember to pack up 2 old hens and mail them back to me. Lin E made an okay gesture and then turned off the video. Then, he also took action, put the old hen into the pot and simmered it slowly, and took some red shiitake mushrooms for later use. Lin E finished preparing the dishes and just sat down for a while when he saw Jiang Xiahan returning to the kitchen with an iron bucket. She put down the fresh milk and immediately put her head next to Lin Yi's ear, laughing and saying, "He's sister has a thin and slender body, and she is quite satisfied with eating mushrooms at noon. But you are tall and strong, so I was worried that you didn't have enough at noon, so I squeezed the milk for you myself as compensation. Remember to drink more at night. Fresh water is definitely a great tonic." Lin Yi's face was dark, and he replied, "Jiang Xiahan, you can act so dramatic just milking a cow. Are you possessed by a spirit of drama? What kind of drama queen are you? What I said is not the truth," Jiang Xiahan said in a playful tone. Hearing this, Lin E said seriously, "Stop pretending and don't be so filthy every day. If they get suspicious, forget about herding cattle with me." Jiang Xiahan heard this and said anxiously, "Are you looking for an excuse to go back on your word? I've always been like this. How could they possibly doubt me?" Shadash. Lin E noticed her expression change drastically and quickly reminded her, "Speak softly. I didn't say I'd regret it. You'd better tell the truth. Otherwise, if you make me angry, I will definitely make you permanently socially obliterated in front of them." Jiang Xiahan stood up straight and said in a threatening tone, "I will never regret it." Lin E became serious now. Although he said this, his heart was already full of excitement. "I didn't expect that she would catch me this time, and the situation changed immediately." "That's good. I don't think you dare," Jiang Xiahan said, and hurried back to the cowshed with a smug look on her face. An hour later, after dinner was ready, Several girls gathered around the table to help serve the dishes and rice. Lin E brought out a pot of old chicken and red mushroom soup that was shimmering with oil and had a bright red color. Seeing this, Wang Xiyao immediately helped to move the chair that was blocking the way and said happily, "Wow, this chicken soup smells so delicious. Senior, you are so amazing." Lin E put down the chicken soup and said with a smile, "This natural red shiitake mushroom tastes sweet. It's all thanks to everyone." Su Ying brought up the last plate of fried sweet potato leaves and said, "Please sit down, everyone. All the dishes are here." "Okay, then I'll help serve the soup. Everyone has worked hard today." Wang Xiyao responded enthusiastically and immediately started working. Soon, she poured a bowl for Lin E and said sweetly, "Give it to Senior first." "Okay, thank you, Xiao." Lin E nodded in response. While Wang Xiyao was serving the soup, Lin E noticed that Lu Xiaoqing beside him was looking at the bracelet. He touched her with his hand and said, "Let's eat first. We can talk about the deal later. Stop arguing. I'm not a child anymore. Don't bother me bargaining." Lu Xiaoqing replied without even raising her head, her fingers continuing to type frantically on the bracelet screen. When Lin E saw it, he immediately regretted his previous action. He shouldn't have collected the supplies sold by the 3 teams today and attacked them all before dinner. After collecting 80,000 pieces of wood, Lu Xiaoqing has been communicating with the seller of Jinyang grass. According to Lu Xiaoqing, their plan was already half successful. After she talked with the 2 people who wanted to buy goldenrod grass at the beginning, there was no one competing with her for goldenrod grass anymore. However, the seller of Jinyang now says it costs at least 100,000. Lin E could also understand. After all, when the 2 of them were bidding against each other, the price reached over 100,000, which had already raised the seller's psychological expectations. It is normal for the seller not to give in. Seeing that Lu Xiaoqing looked like she didn't want anyone to approach her, Lin E didn't know what to say. During meals, Lu Xiaoqing didn't pick up her chopsticks, but just focused on typing on the bracelet to communicate. When she had some free time, she just drank some soup. Finally, after giving her 3 more bowls of chicken soup, Lin E couldn't bear it anymore. He raised his hand and wanted to hold her. Lin E's hand had just stretched out halfway when Lu Xiaoqing suddenly raised her head and grabbed him. "I've already bought it," Lu Xiaoqing said with excitement on his face. Lin E nodded. "Now you can eat in peace. Let me show you first." As Lu Xiaoqing spoke, she took out a plant with golden veins and golden spots all over its body from the mall space, held it in her palm, and happily showed it to Lin E. There was a hint of childish, innocent expectation in her expression, and she almost had the words "seeking praise" printed on her forehead. What an incredible bargain. Let me take a look and introduce it to everyone. Lin E took it and said with a smile. Chapter 43. Can this kind of thing still stimulate potential? The heat of the day subsides and dusk gradually falls. After dinner, everyone came to the planting area and watched Lin E work. Lin E cleared out the 2 rows of vegetables in the mixed crop plot yesterday and created a 1 meter long and 0.5 meter wide open space. Then he planted the level 5 goldenrod grass he had just obtained from the critical hit and the level 5 red sungrass he had obtained from the previous attack side by side. The land area occupied by a single attribute fruit plant is 0.25 square meters, so this location is just right. After Lin E finished, he opened his property panel to check. Spirit, 32. Spirit, 180 of 320. To use resurrection of all things on 6 square meters of land, you need 300 points of mental power. You must replenish your mental power first. Lin E thought of this, walked out of the vegetable garden, and greeted everyone. "I've finished it all. There's nothing to see anymore. Everyone can go take a shower if you're fine." Seeing this, Lu Xiaoqing asked curiously, "You haven't used your plant growth promoting skill today, right? Why don't you use it now?" "Oh, that's what I was going to say." Lin E replied, looking at Wang Xiyao, and said, "Xiao, use your skills to restore my mental strength now, so that I can fully unleash my plant growth promoting skills." Wang Xiyao nodded and said, "Okay, it will take a little longer to recover your mental strength. Senior, we can sit down first." "Yeah, okay." After Lin E answered, he immediately sat down next to the planting area and asked Wang Xiyao to help him recover his mental strength. About 10 minutes later, Lin E looked at the panel and found that his mental power was full. He immediately cast Resurrection of All Things controlling the skill to draw a long green particle light screen that was 6 meters long and 1 meter wide, and then introduce the mixed vegetable planting area to complete the skill release. After Lin E completed the task, he continued to let Wang Xiyao use healing magic on him. After his mental strength recovered to 100, he said softly, "Xiao, I'm fine now." Okay. Wang Xiyao stopped releasing skills upon seeing this. Lin E came back to his senses and said to Wang Xiyao, who was sitting behind him, "Xiao, because I need to conserve my mental energy to crit supplies during the day, and there are usually no tasks after dinner, is the best time for me to use the plant growth skill. Every day after dinner, I need you to use your skills to restore my mental energy, so you can only take a shower later every day." Wang Xiao heard this and said happily, "Yeah, I get it. Usually, the seniors have their own tasks, and I can't help much. Now that you have assigned me this task, I'm really happy." Hearing this, Lin E said softly, "You're very proactive in helping with everything on the platform, big and small. Everyone can see your daily efforts, so don't underestimate yourself." Wang Xiao blushed slightly when she heard this and nodded obediently. "Yeah, I won't do that again. Thank you, senior, for comforting me so attentively. Well, that's it for tonight. Let's go back and get ready for a shower." After Lin E finished speaking, he stood up and asked Wang Xiyao to go back with him. When I returned to my beach chair, I could hear the sounds of people playing in the water and playing behind the fish tank. "Jiang Xiahan, next time, please don't come in when I'm taking a shower." The first voice that came was Lu Xiaoqing's very angry voice. "Why not? It will be so much fun if everyone takes a shower together." Sister Su Ying has no objection. Jiang Xiahan's voice. "Then please be serious. I don't like people touching me." Lu Xiaoqing's voice. "I won't tease you anymore. I was just a little curious and wanted to compare our body shapes, but in the end I found that there wasn't much difference, haha." Jiang Xiahan's voice. Wang Xiyao saw this and immediately said, "Senior, I'm going to collect my clothes and prepare to take a shower." Lin E nodded and then sat down on a beach chair. After spending a few days together, the four girls now even take a shower together. He is no longer surprised. Lin E had just laid down when the sound of conversation came from behind the fish tank again. "Su Ying, Xiahan, are you having your period today?" Jiang Xiahan, "That should be the case. I didn't even notice it, ha." Lu Xiaoqing, "Jiang Xiahan, you're so disgusting. It's even got on my legs." Jiang Xiahan, "What's so disgusting about that? Don't you have it too?" Lu Xiaoqing, "Why didn't you prepare sanitary napkins in advance?" Jiang Xiahan, "Isn't it normal to be unprepared on the first day?" Lu Xiaoqing, "Before you came, didn't you feel any soreness in your lower abdomen?" Jiang Xiahan, "No, maybe it's because I have a better physique." Lu Xiaoqing, "Strange, your body really didn't give you any warning at all?" Jiang Xiahan, "No. How about you check for me to see if it's normal?" Lu Xiaoqing, "Don't come over here. I'm just asking out of curiosity. I'm not a doctor." Jiang Xiahan, "So, you're also a curious baby, huh?" Lin E lay there for a while, but he couldn't calm down because of their noises. "I had to get up and go to the cowshed to get some grass to feed the cows." Lin E fed the cows, then remembered that the milk they had milked in the afternoon had not been processed yet. So he went to the kitchen to boil milk. Half an hour later, he boiled the milk, left it in the kitchen to cool, and went to take a shower. After a while, Lin E came out of the shower. Jiang Xiahan immediately set her sights on him, lying on a chair and shouting, "Lin E, it's almost 8 o'clock. Come over quickly and prepare for tomorrow's resource island." Lin E felt helpless when he heard this. Jiang Xiahan basically never cared about the resource island before, but now she is so active. He doesn't need to guess what she is thinking. "I'll put on some clothes and come right back." Lin E replied, took some clothes from the rack at the back and put them on, then found a chair next to them and sat down. "Lin E, I poured each of us a bowl of freshly boiled milk. It should be cold by now." After seeing Lin E sit down, Lu Xiaoqing pointed at the table behind him and reminded him, "Okay, I'll drink it later." Lin E replied, then opened his bracelet and saw that it was already 8 p.m. He opened the platform properties panel. Level 8. Specifications 24x24 meters. Planting area 8 by 8 meters. Island coming soon, dry sea desert. In this scorching, desolate world of yellow sand, the temperature difference between day and night is enormous. Within the sand valley, some drought-resistant plants still tenaciously survive. Refreshable. Number of refreshes remaining, 2. Length of stay 4 hours. "You idiot system, thank you so much." Lin E couldn't help but curse. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiahan suddenly leaned forward and asked curiously, "What resource island will we be on tomorrow?" "The desert can only be cleared," Lin E responded, and just as he was about to click refresh, Jiang Xiahan suddenly reached out to stop him. "Wait, there are plants in the sand valley. Isn't that great? We can go find some cacti. Cactus is high in water and fiber, perfect for feeding cows," she explained hurriedly. After hearing this, Lin E was stunned for a moment. How come Jiang Xiahan, this crazy woman, suddenly thinks so quickly? Is this evolution? Could it be that her potential was indirectly stimulated at noon, and her cerebellum opened up to her brain? Chapter 44 That night, Jiang Xiahan said she figured it out. Lin E pondered for a moment, pushed Jiang Xiahan's hand away, and explained, "We only have one shopping opportunity in the mall each day, and it can only be used to purchase important supplies. We need to collect daily necessities ourselves. Tomorrow, we still have to find a modern resource island. But don't we have plenty of supplies now?" Jiang Xiahan asked. "We are still short a lot of supplies, such as plastic bottles. Now that the cows have started to produce milk, we need dozens of empty bottles every day. Our inventory can only last for 3 or 4 days." Lin E said seriously. "Okay then," Jiang Xiahan replied helplessly. Then Lin E clicked refresh. Coming soon to the island grassland ranch. A vast expanse of emerald green plains, seemingly connected to the clouds on the horizon. The grasslands are lush with grass and scattered with traditional nomadic yurts. Refreshable. Number of refreshes remaining, 1. Length of stay 4 hours. This seems like a good idea. There are nomads on the grasslands, and there must be modern supplies. Most importantly, if we can find large livestock on the pasture, we'll make a fortune. Jiang Xiahan stayed close to Lin E and made a quick comment the moment she saw the screen information refresh. Lin E was once again impressed by her reaction speed. "This time I'm truly convinced." What Jiang Xiahan said was completely on point, and there was no way to refute it. Since this is a pasture, there is a probability that large livestock will appear. All other supplies must give way to this probability. Lin E came back to his senses and nodded. "You're quite clever this time. This grassland ranch is definitely worth exploring." "Great. We can also go herd cattle tomorrow." Jiang Xiahan said this and couldn't help but jump up happily. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoqing suddenly said, "Jiang Xiahan, you're so excited. Is herding cattle really that fun?" Upon hearing this, Lin E took the lead and said, "She just wants a novelty. What's so fun about herding cattle? Once the novelty wears off, she'll soon say she's bored and too lazy to go." When Jiang Xiahan heard this, she immediately counterattacked. Who said I'd be bored? I think herding cattle is super fun. Even if I have to herd cattle every day from now on, I will never be lazy." "It's useless for you to say it now. We just have to wait and see." Lin E didn't want to continue discussing this topic with her, so he stopped talking immediately after he finished speaking. The other side, Lu Xiaoqing thought about it and suddenly said, seeing Jiang Xiahan's reaction, "I'm a little curious. Lin E, I want to go herding cattle with you tomorrow." "No, Lu Xiaoqing, you can't go," Jiang Xiahan almost blurted out. Lu Xiaoqing looked puzzled and asked, "Why can't I go?" This. Jiang Xiahan realized that she had overreacted and didn't know how to explain it for a moment. Jiang Xiahan might think you need to oversee the mall's transactions and is worried that herding cattle is a waste of time. Lin E hurriedly thought of a way to make amends and interrupted. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiahan quickly continued, "Yes, I saw you talking about trading during dinner tonight, and I was a little worried that you might be too busy." Lu Xiaoqing was speechless when she heard this. "For what you said, it seems like you can't wait for me to live in the mall." Jiang Xiahan heard this and immediately said, Qing, don't misunderstand me. I don't mean to put pressure on you. After thinking about it, I think it would be nice if you could come with us to relax." Lu Xiaoqing said slowly, "Don't worry, it won't take long to sell the supplies tomorrow. We have a lot of supplies, and I've already made the mall famous these past few days. Transactions will only get easier." Seeing this, Lin E immediately said, "Well, let's make a deal then. We'll all go out tomorrow and herd the cattle together. We don't know what the pasture will be like tomorrow, and there might be cattle and sheep on the island, so we need to prepare in advance." "Yeah, no problem." Jiang Xiahan agreed quickly this time. "Okay, since there's a mission, I'll definitely go along." Lu Xiaoqing replied, then turned around and stopped talking. Although she felt that Jiang Xiahan's reaction just now was a little strange, but when she thought about her crazy behavior, she seemed to be able to accept it. The other side, Lin E selected Grassland Ranch on the system, and then found that Jiang Xiahan had returned to the chair and lay down, looking a little annoyed. It can be seen that she really wants to herd cattle with Lin E. This little greedy cat should learn some lessons after this incident. Lin E complained helplessly, then rushed to the kitchen to help Su Ying bottle the cooled milk. That night, there were no other trivial matters. 10 p.m. Everyone washed up and prepared to go to bed. Jiang Xiahan lay there thinking about this and that, feeling a sense of pent-up resentment in her heart. She turned her head and found that Lin E had closed his eyes, as if he was not affected by what happened just now. Jiang Xiahan opened the bracelet, quickly edited a message, and sent it to Lin E. Then he quietly stretched out his long legs and kicked him. Lin E sensed the movement, opened his eyes, and looked sideways. He noticed that Jiang Xiahan was staring at him with her head tilted to the side, with one finger raised to her lips to signal him not to speak, and the other finger pointing at her bracelet. Lin E opened the bracelet and saw Jiang Xiahan's private message. "You silly dog, you haven't even planned anything happy for tomorrow. How dare you sleep? And how can you sleep at all?" Lin E typed and replied quickly, "I advise you to lower your expectations in the future and go with the flow. Don't be so depressed all the time. What kind of look does that make you look like?" Jiang Xiahan replied, "You're already getting hard the moment you put on your pants? Weren't you talking a lot of dirty talk at noon? Are you trying to rebel?" Lin E replied, "I sent that just to cooperate with you." Jiang Xiahan replied, "I don't care. For you, my sister has used up all the strength she's accumulated over the past 20 years. You must take the initiative and fight for the opportunity for us to herd cattle alone." Lin E, "There are 5 of us. Sister, how are we going to win this over?" Jiang Xiahan, "I've come up with a solution." Lin E, "Then you say," Jiang Xiahan, "After they fall asleep, let's go to the bow and have a deeper chat." Lin E, "Don't you know how loud your voice is? Absolutely not allowed on the boat. Remember the bottom line." Jiang Xiahan, "That seems to be true." Lin E, "Go to sleep if you have nothing to do." Xian, "No, I've been thinking about it, and it feels like being a cat that wants to steal food every day is extremely painful. I want to come clean." Lin, "If you dare to show your hand, we will both die together. I will never take you with me when I herd cattle in the future." Jiang Xiao, "No. I was just kidding. Lin, that's all. Remember to think more positively." Jiang Xiahan, "Don't sleep yet. I have another solution." Lin E, "Is this ever going to end?" Jiang Xiahan, What I actually want to say is that I will do my best to help you conquer them." Lin E, "Are you serious?" Jiang Xiahan, "Sister, I figured it out." Lin E, "What have you figured out?" Jiang Xiahan, "I figured it all out. Anyway, no matter what, I can't stop you from being a scumbag in the end. So why not focus on the current situation?" Lin E, "Brother, are you sure your mind is clear?" Jiang Xiahan, "Don't act like that. I know you must be so happy right now, but don't be too excited yet. Because after this is done, I will only give you 3 days off a week. Is that acceptable?" Lin E, "I feel like you're a bit impulsive. Let's talk about this later." Jiang Xiahan, "If it's okay, it's okay. If it's not okay, it's not okay. What does next time mean? Don't bother me anymore. Go to sleep now. I might think about it. If you keep bothering me, I'll make things difficult for you when I schedule my weekly shifts." Lin E sent Jiang Xiahan a final private message. Turn off the bracelet and fall asleep. Chapter 45, Adventure on the Grassland Ranch 1. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning, Lin E led the cow and took the 4 girls to the seaside boardwalk on time. The morning light was bright, and the waves hit the rocks under the cliffs of Ziyuan Island, stirring up clouds of mist. It was a brand new day, and everyone was full of energy and soon set out on the hiking trail. Lin E was walking in front, and he looked up as he stepped out of the hiking trail. In sight, there's a vast grassland. There is a small pond in the center of the grassland. Not far to the east of the pond, there is an old yurt. The entire resource island can be seen through at a glance. Where are the cows and sheep? You can't even see a single hair? Lin E was speechless for a moment and just stood there in a daze. "Lin E, why don't you leave?" Lu Xiaoqing, who was following behind, saw Lin E stop and couldn't help asking. Lin E came back to his senses, turned around, and said helplessly, "I don't think there's any need to go any further." Lu Xiaoqing couldn't help but feel curious when he heard this. She quickened her pace and walked forward to take a look. After discovering the situation, she nodded and said, "Indeed, the herds of cattle and sheep you expected last night did not appear." Just then, 3 of the girls came up. Seeing the situation at the scene, everyone's expression was a bit amusing and helpless. Jiang Xiahan reacted and immediately burst into laughter, saying, "Ha ha, this is killing me. Just before we landed on the island, you told us that we needed everyone's cooperation to herd the sheep. Now I guess we can only herd empty air. It's okay. Even though we didn't harvest anything, we can still herd the cows." Lin E replied, took off the rope that tied the cow, and let it go, letting it graze on its own. Jiang Xiahan's eyes lit up after hearing this, and she asked, "Then what should we do?" "Go back. This island is so narrow that we can see the end. Once we release the cows, we don't have to worry about them getting lost." Upon hearing this, Lin E immediately waved to everyone and shouted, "Since we're here, let's go take a look together." Jiang Xiahan quickly complained, "Isn't it just a shabby little yurt? What's so good about it?" "Jiang Xiahan, if you don't want to watch, go back first." Lin E replied with a smile and walked forward with Lu Xiaoqing and others. "Lin E, you are deliberately making me angry," Jiang Xiahan shouted, but seeing that they had no intention of going back, she had no choice but to follow them. Not only did he not try to find a way to send Lu Xiaoqing and the others away, he even deliberately told me to go back. "This bastard is really pissing me off." Jiang Xiahan became angrier the more she thought about it, so she stopped and kicked her calves hard a few times. "Next time, when there are only two of us herding cattle, I will definitely take revenge." "Yes." "Then bite him and pinch him hard. And I have to press his forehead and force him to kiss my lips. Sister is really a genius." Jiang Xiahan was thinking in her mind as she walked. After a while, she added a few more interesting ideas to her cattle herding plan list. Jiang Xiahan was happy for a while, then looked up and saw Lin E leading Lu Xiaoqing and the others into the yurt. She was about to follow when she suddenly heard a noise coming from behind the yurt. Jiang Xiahan stopped, walked around the yurt curiously, and went to the back. The other side, Lin E let a few people into the yurt and looked around. There were 2 quilts and a hanging curtain inside, many ropes hanging on the walls, and a large white plastic water tank next to the door. There is a dual-purpose stove in the middle of the house, which should be used for burning firewood for heating or cooking. There is nothing else besides this. So the living conditions of these herdsmen are so difficult. Lu Xiaoqing suddenly said as he looked at the simple room. Hearing this, Lin E smiled and explained, "A yurt is just a temporary residence. Nomads need to move frequently depending on the conditions of the pasture, so it's normal for them to have few things. Don't underestimate the harsh conditions here. I guess most nomads have houses and cars in the city." When Wang Xiyao heard this, she immediately continued, "Senior, you actually know this. I thought few people in the South knew this." Lin E said, "I've only watched some related videos online, so I know a little bit about it. Looking at your situation, you usually focus all your energy on short videos." Lu Xiaoqing couldn't help but complain. Hearing this, Lin E hurriedly said, "Don't get me wrong. Although my academic performance is average, I rarely skip classes unless I have a date or something like that." After listening to this, Lu Xiaoqing sneered. Since one has not skipping classes except for messing around becomes something to brag about. Lin E immediately protested. "What do you mean by messing around? Lu Xiaoqing, don't say such harsh words." "I'm too lazy to talk to you." Lu Xiaoqing snorted coldly, then turned and walked away. Lin E ignored her and was about to go out for a stroll when he suddenly heard a shout coming from behind the house. "Everyone, come out. I found a sheep." It was Jiang Xiahan's voice. Seeing this, everyone immediately walked out of the yurt and rushed to the back. Lin E turned to the corner and looked up, only to find Jiang Xiahan kneeling on one knee and half squatting on the grass, holding a white thing in her arms. "Lin E, come and see. There's a cute little white sheep here." Jiang Xiahan waved to them immediately when she saw Lin E and the others coming out. Lin E approached and squatted down to take a look. He found that Jiang Xiahan was holding a little lamb, which weighed only about 10 pounds and looked a little listless at the moment. He immediately asked, "This little lamb looks like it hasn't been weaned yet. How did you find out?" "When I just approached, I heard a little noise. When I walked out, I saw the little white sheep rolling on the ground. I used purification magic to remove the alienation virus from it, and it got better." Jiang Xiahan explained immediately. "I see. This lamb isn't in good condition. Let Xiao use healing magic on it first," Lin E said, turning his gaze to Wang Xiyao. "Yeah, okay." Wang Xiyao responded and walked over. Lin immediately stood up and made room for her. After a while, Wang Xiyao performed healing magic, and soon the little lamb became energetic. It should be fine. Wang Xiyao put away the healing spell, squatted down, and stepped back a little. Then I'll try letting it go, Jiang Xiahan said as she loosened her grip. The little lamb broke free and started jumping around. The little lamb turned around happily a few times, then suddenly lowered its head and rushed straight towards Wang Xiyao's chest, who was closest to it. Ah! Wang Xiyao screamed and was knocked to the ground unexpectedly, and the curve of her chest began to rise and fall. The little lamb succeeded in its attack and immediately changed direction, heading towards Lu Xiaoqing's little feet. Lin E! Lu Xiaoqing shouted hurriedly, then jumped, took Lin Yi's arm, and blocked him in front of her. Lin E just took his eyes off Wang Xiyao, and when he saw the situation clearly, he immediately reached out and pressed down on the little lamb's head. Good boy, you're so naughty. Looks like we're going to have roast lamb to eat tonight. Lin E said this, and with a strong lift, he happily picked up the little lamb. Jiang Xiahan saw this, and her face turned anxious. She immediately stepped forward and snatched the lamb from Lin Yi's hands, shouting, "The little lamb is still too young. We can't eat it now." Lin E smiled and said, "Young lamb is tender. When I make it, I'm afraid you'll be the one who enjoys eating it the most. Are you annoying? I told you not to eat it yet. I have to raise the lamb first. If you want to eat it, you could talk to me later." Jiang Xiahan retorted and walked out with the lamb in her arms, muttering to herself, "Be good, don't be so naughty next time. Mommy will take you to drink milk now, and will take you to the island to eat grass every day in the future." Seeing this, Lu Xiaoqing forgot that her chest was still pressed against Lin Yi's arm and asked weakly, "Lin Yi, is there anything wrong with Jiang Xiahan's brain?" "It should be okay." Lin Yi responded gestually. "Do you want to go back tonight and ask Xiao to give her a try with some healing magic?" Lu Xiaoqing looked serious. Lin Yi was immediately speechless by her question. "What the hell? Jiang Xiahan, you collect pets and bring them all here? Or do you just want to find an excuse to herd sheep so that you can follow me to the mountains to herd cattle every day?" When he thought of this, his heart suddenly began to gallop. Chapter 46, Adventure on the Grassland Ranch 2. After a while, everyone returned to the door of the yurt and stared at Jiang Xiahan in the distance. After she put the lamb down, she found that the lamb was still too short, so she immediately picked it up and brought it over to feed. Seeing that no one was talking, Su Ying broke the atmosphere and said, "We already have a dairy cow, so it wouldn't be difficult to raise a sheep. Just let her be happy." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiyao also said weakly, "Yes, this little white sheep is actually quite cute, except for his slightly mischievous personality. As long as it's tied up properly and doesn't bump around on the platform, I have no objection," Lu Xiaoqing interjected. "All right then. The meat will be chewier if we raise the sheep until it's older, so we'll leave it alone. I just noticed the water level in the pond over there seems to have dropped a lot, so let's go take a look." After Lin E finished speaking, he led everyone to the pond in the west. Walked for 2 minutes. Lin E came to the pond and found that it was a pool of water in a stream. Because of the terrain, the bottom of the water is also very flat. The source of the stream has dried up and the water level has dropped a lot. It is only half a meter deep and many dark fish shadows can be clearly seen. Seeing this, Lin E turned around and said with a smile, "Since I have nothing to do here herding cattle, are you interested in catching some fish?" "Of course we can, but we don't seem to have the tools to catch fish," Lu Xiaoqing replied. Lin E asked, "Have you forgotten what was in the yurt just now?" Seeing this, Su Ying continued, "I know what Lin E is talking about. I'll go back and get the 2 hanging tents and the water tank." "Okay, thank you for your help." Lin E nodded. Wait for Su Ying to leave. Lin E walked to the edge of the pond and observed it. He found that most of the fish in the pond were the size of 3 or 4 fingers. Judging from the color of their backs, they should be Chinese sturgeons. This size is great for pan frying or making dried fish. Soon, after Su Ying retrieved the things, she filled the water tank with clean water. They worked in pairs, each holding a hanging tent, and began to prepare to catch fish. Lin E and Lu Xiaoqing were in a group. After seeing her take a few tentative steps into the water and then get used to the action, they said to Su Ying and Wang Xiyao, "Let's surround them from both sides. This way, the fish's movement space will be compressed, which will increase the efficiency of fishing." "Yeah, okay." Su Ying responded and immediately walked to Lin Yi's side and opened the tent with Wang Xiyao on the other side. Seeing this, Lin Yi demonstrated the technique to them while explaining, "We need to sink into the water. With one hand, hold on to the bottom of the tent, keeping it close to the muddy surface. With the other hand, hold onto the top of the tent, keeping it close to the water surface. Use both hands to exert force, and try to keep the same speed. After seeing them all nodded, while guiding Lu Xiaoqing, Lin E pulled the tent forward in the depths. As they moved forward, the fish in the water were frightened and began to run around in panic. Some jumped out of the water, while others slammed into the tent. For a moment, the sound of splashing water spread all around. During the net pulling period, Lu Xiaoqing was hit in the face by several high-jumping fish. At this moment, he learned to be smart and buried his entire mouth in the water, leaving his nose above the water to keep breathing. While cooperating with Lin E, she observed the fish on the water surface with vigilant eyes, looking particularly cute. Seeing this, Lin E reminded, "We're almost at the shore. Let's speed up. The fish will panic when we pull up the net, so remember to hold on tight." "Yeah." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing nodded with a firm look in his eyes, creating ripples on the water surface. Soon, the two teams simultaneously pulled the tent to the shore. After Lin E signaled to Su Ying with his eyes, both sides accelerated at the same time and pulled the tent to the shore together. Wow, wow, wow. The moment the tent came out of the water, the fish inside suddenly jumped up and hit the tent, causing it to twist all over the place. "Hand me the hanging curtain." Lin E suddenly discovered that the fish was stronger than expected. He immediately reached out and grabbed the end held by Lu Xiaoqing, quickly closed the net and wrapped it tightly, and then dragged all the fish in the net ashore. Seeing the fish in the net jumping violently, Lu Xiaoqing was worried that the net would be broken, so he immediately knelt down and held on with both hands. She turned her face to the side, tried to avoid the mud splashed by the fish's tail from entering her mouth. Seeing Lu Xiaoqing's nervous expression, Lin E said, "Don't worry. We have at least dozens of kilograms of fish in our net. It won't be a big deal if a few escape." "No, I caught all of these through my own hard work. Not a single one is allowed to escape," Lu Xiaoqing said stubbornly. When Lin E heard this, he immediately felt that the tone was particularly familiar. Just now, Lu Xiaoqing was still finding it difficult to understand Jiang Xiahan's behavior. "At this moment, I personally went in a battle, and before I knew it, I seemed to be trapped in it. We really appreciate the things we get with our own hands." Seeing this, Lin E smiled and said, "Okay, then you hold it down first. I'll collect the fish as soon as possible." Then he stood up and took a look and found that the situation on Su Ying's side was similar to that of Lu Xiaoqing. Both of them were frantically trying to hold down the fish that were jumping around in the net. Lin E immediately walked over and helped tighten the opening of the tent so that Su Ying could collect the fish as soon as possible. He and Su Ying each took one side and began to grab things from the net bag. During this period, Lin E paid a little attention and found that most of the fish caught were Chinese catfish, including some crucian carp and whitebait. He accepted all the water and put it all into the big water tank. 5 minutes later, the tank was almost full. Everyone stared at the black fish in the tank with a happy look on their faces, not caring at all that their bodies were covered in mud. Lin E roughly estimated that the first batch of fish caught should weigh about 60 to 70 kilograms. Afterwards, he arranged for Su Ying to transport the fish in this tank back first and pour them into the large fish tank on the platform for temporary storage to prevent lack of oxygen. They continued to stay in the pond and catch fish. That's all. The group worked for several hours, during which time Su Ying was responsible for transporting the fish and made 6 trips. Seeing that the sun was getting hotter and hotter, Lin E said to Lu Xiaoqing, "Qingqing, we'll call it a day after we finish this last net." Lu Xiaoqing, whose face was now covered in mud, said, "Don't we still have 30 minutes left? We can catch another net." Lin E shook his head. "The fish we caught today should weigh several hundred kilograms. Including the critical hits, it's enough to eat for a long time. If we catch too much now, we will get tired of it after a long time." "Okay, I'll listen to you." After Lu Xiaoqing finished speaking, he immediately focused his attention back on the water. Lin E and Lu Xiaoqing worked together and quickly pulled the last net of fish to the shore. Just now, Jiang Xiahan discovered that they were all catching fish in the pond. I followed curiously and helped pick up fish on the shore. Jiang Xiahan saw Lu Xiaoqing skillfully tie the tent and pull a large bag of fish out of the water. She immediately praised him. "Damn it, Lu Xiaoqing, are you the reincarnation of a kappa? You've mastered this slacking skill so quickly." Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing suddenly said a little embarrassedly, "No, I learned all this from Lin E." Lin E, standing nearby, also encouraged, "Jiang Xiahan is right. You really do have a strong learning ability. I just couldn't believe you grew up in a big city. As long as I don't hold everyone back. Lu Xiaoqing whispered, changing the subject. Let's collect the fish as soon as possible. Otherwise, they will be deprived of oxygen. When everyone heard this, they came over to help collect the fish without hesitation. After collecting the fish and cleaning off the mud, scales, and other stains on them, they headed back together. On the resource island, the sky is clear and the green grassland is connected to the blue sky. Jiang Xiahan and Wang Xiyao were chasing and playing in front, and the little white lamb was jumping closely behind them. Lin E led the cow, and he and Lu Xiaoqing followed behind, talking and laughing all the way. Although there were no herds of cattle and sheep on the ranch today as Lin E had expected, he felt a warmth in his heart when he saw the joy of harvest on everyone's faces. Lin E suddenly remembered what he said to Jiang Xiahan last night. If you lower your expectations a little, you can indeed live more easily and comfortably at sea. Thanks to the readers who have been following the update. Because it is a team-based story, there are more interactions with several girls at the beginning, and the plot will gradually unfold. The verification data is not bad. You can rest assured to add it to your bookshelf. Chapter 47 Something is wrong. Prepare to upgrade the platform. Return to the platform. Seeing that the little lamb suddenly wanted to rush into the vegetable field, Lin E immediately went to the toolbox to get wire, put a collar on it, and tied it up in the cow sheet. When I came back, I found that the 4 girls had already divided the work and were preparing lunch. The kitchen was bustling with activity. Seeing this, Lin E didn't go over to join the fun. All the fish that Su Ying brought back in the morning were now placed in the 2 fish tanks in the east and south. Although the fish tank space is large enough, the platform currently has no electricity supply and the oxygen supply equipment cannot work. Each tank contains at least 150 kilograms of fish. The density is too high and they will probably run out of oxygen soon. When Lin E thought of this, he immediately went to find a few large basins, filled them with water, and took out half of the fish. Then he took some thatch he had cut from the club's parking lot and covered the fish tank and the basin containing the fish tightly. After that, as long as Jiang Xiahan uses her skills to purify the water in time, and Wang Xiyao uses healing magic to rescue the fish that turn white, it should not be a problem to preserve these fish for a period of time. When you want to eat it, just take it out, kill it, and then critically attack it. After finishing work, he went to the kitchen and saw that Lu Xiaoqing and the others had already gutted all the white poplar fish they had just caught. After washing them, they filled a full basin, which looked to be about 10 pounds. Seeing this, Lin E asked Lu Xiaoqing to give him a critical hit buff, took out a large bucket, and filled it up directly with a critical hit. He scooped out a pot and asked Su Ying to make fried food at noon. The rest will be fried into small dried fish after dinner. Poplar fish, also known as boat fish, is only found in waters with particularly good water quality. After frying, it tastes crispy and delicious, and is also a great side dish to go with rice. Soon, lunch was ready, and the 5 people, who had been busy all morning, sat around the dining table hungry. The lunch dishes smell so good. Let's eat. Jiang Xiahan greeted him, then immediately picked up the bowl, picked up the fried fish, and started showing off. Seeing this, everyone started to eat. Lunch consisted of half a braised chicken with red mushrooms, a bowl of braised dog meat, a plate of pan-fried boatfish, and a portion of fried sweet potato leaves. Although it was simple, everyone enjoyed it very much. In less than half an hour, the 5 people had cleared out all the dishes. After dinner, the 4 girls rested for a while and then went to take a shower together. Seeing this, Lin E immediately took the pot off the stove and prepared to process the remaining minnows. He was busy for a while and heard footsteps behind him. When I turned around, I found it was Lu Xiaoqing. After taking a bath, she actually changed into a maid outfit. This set of clothes is exactly the costume that Lin E collected on the 8th floor of the club. But everyone knows about the club's clothes. The hem is very short, with lace on the chest and a hollow design specifically designed to show off the cleavage. Plus this long wet hair. Seeing Lu Xiaoqing's outfit, Lin E couldn't help but have some fantasies. Lin E never expected that she would be the first person wearing a maid outfit on this platform. It was at this time, Lu Xiaoqing walked up to Lin E and noticed the strange look in his eyes. She said coldly, "You look like a lustful ghost. What are you staring at?" Lin E came back to his senses and said calmly, "I'm just staring at you. Who told you to dress so beautifully?" Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing said with disdain, TSK, you just can't hide your nastiness at all?" Hearing this, Lin E was speechless. How can you be vulgar just by looking at it for a few seconds? Didn't you wear it on your own initiative? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing hurriedly said, of the over 100 pieces of clothing you collected last time, aside from those fluffy, heavy princess dresses, there's not a single normal piece. I want to be able to move around more easily. So, besides my swimsuit, this is the only way I can wear it. Lin E said, okay, I understand. You can do whatever you feel comfortable with in the future. I didn't say that you can't wear it. Lu Xiaoqing snorted coldly and said, judging by your expression just now, I think you're just waiting for me to wear this, aren't you? Lin E nodded and said seriously, that's right. You are really good at judging people. You. Lu Xiaoqing was a little excited. She never expected that Lin E would not even act, and everything he said was straightforward. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Seeing that she was about to lose her temper, Lin E immediately took a fried fish from the basin, handed it to her mouth, and said with a smile, how about you help me taste the dried fish? Lu Xiaoqing calmed down and let out a sigh of helplessness. Then he gently took the fish in his mouth and ate it. How about it? It's very crispy, even the fish bones are fragrant, but the saltiness is a little too strong. Fish tastes better when it's salty. That seems to be the case. Fried food that is saltier will be more fragrant. Yes, if it's too light, it won't be easy to preserve. I want to have another one. Don't worry, we have as much as you want. Yeah, then I'll help you fry the dried fish here. After Lu Xiaoqing finished speaking, she stood beside Lin E and kept taking small dried fish from the basin and stuffing them in her mouth. After eating 5 or 6 pieces, Lu Xiaoqing seemed to remember something and said hurriedly, oh, that's right. I came to see you because I seem to have something important to discuss. What's the matter? Lin E was curious. Lu Xiaoqing wiped the oil off his mouth with his hand before saying, it's about a trade. The seller who sold the golden rock grass yesterday collected another constitution attribute fruit today and asked me if I wanted one. Why is it still him? His luck is too incredible. Lin E felt unbalanced instantly. The starting price of various attribute fruits in the later stage is at least 20,000 wood. If there hadn't been a critical hit, the lychees picked by the 5 of us a few days ago would have barely been exchanged for one. The seller is definitely lucky. I've only seen about 10 fruits of various attributes in the market these past 2 days. Lin E nodded after hearing this, and then said, most people won't sell attribute fruits easily, but we definitely want them. Whether to attribute fruits, attribute fruit plants, or various supernatural fruits, we accept them all. Among the 4 basic attributes, the physical attribute is relatively metaphysical and cannot be simply understood as qi and blood. Eating fruits with physical attributes can improve one's qi, blood, essence, and resistance, so that one can better exert one's strength and endurance. Simply put, eating will make you feel healthy, and you can do anything. The effect of this fruit on the body is more advanced than kidney nourishment and the like. If you have the chance to buy it, you must eat it. Lu Xiaoqing nodded and replied, all right then. In that case, I'm going to make the deal. They're asking for 6,000 organic soil, and we're still a few hundred short. Well, go ahead. Lin E responded and turned around to continue frying the dried fish. The other party's offer is reasonable. In the early stage, the price of exchanging organic soil for attribute fruit is indeed around 6 or 7,000. Okay, then I'll get another small fish. After Lu Xiaoqing said that, he quickly took out a fried fish from the basin and stuffed it into his mouth. Etc. Lin E suddenly remembered something, shouted urgently, raised his hand, grabbed Lu Xiaoqing's arm, and pulled her back forcefully. As soon as Lu Xiaoqing turned around, she was caught by Lin E, and her head was a little confused. Didn't you just say I could eat whatever I wanted? Why are you suddenly going back on your word? After Lu Xiaoqing swallowed the fried fish in her mouth, she shook her shoulders to try to break free from Lin Yi's control while pretending to be calm. Lin E realized she had misunderstood when he heard this. He slowly loosened his hand and said with a smile, I didn't arrest you for this, but for the deal. Then why are you so startled? Are you trying to scare me to death? Huh? After Lu Xiaoqing finished speaking, he let out a long sigh. I was just a little anxious. Lin E apologized and added, we bought golden rock grass yesterday and paid the seller 80,000 yuan for the wood. Today we can no longer give him organic soil. Why is this? Lu Xiaoqing also became curious. Lin E explained it. Because if we give the seller another 10,000 organic soils, they will have enough resources to upgrade the platform to level 11, which we cannot accept. Lu Xiaoqing heard this and asked doubtfully. From what you mean, we can't give the other party a chance to upgrade. Lin E replied, that's right. The first team to reach the 11th platform will be rewarded with a very useful item. We must get it. We have to speed up. I'll help you sell things in the mall at noon. Once we get the supplies, we'll immediately upgrade to a level 11 platform. After we succeed, I'll take you to a good place. Chapter 48. You can take a relaxing vacation in next week. After listening to this, Lu Xiaoqing still had many questions in her mind. She asked curiously, what is the reward for reaching level 11? Where's the good place? Lin E heard this, but did not give a direct answer. He took a look and found that there were not many minnows left in the bucket. So he turned off the fire and asked Lu Xiaoqing to sit at the dining table. After the two sat down, Lin immediately said, I'll explain your question later. The most urgent thing right now is that we have to stabilize the cellar first. When he thought about the possibility of the cellar upgrading, he was actually a little surprised. In the previous life, it was only on the 7th day of the time travel that someone upgraded the platform to level 11. It's only the 4th day and this lucky guy has appeared. The opponent has dropped some good stuff in a row. If I can successfully sell the attribute fruits today, I will indeed get enough resources to upgrade the platform to level 11. Lin E originally planned to wait until the three teams completed the transaction in the afternoon and pooled their resources before upgrading to the level 11 platform. The situation suddenly changed at this moment, and we had to speed up our plans. Lu Xiaoqing replied, the seller just asked me to reply as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will sell it publicly in the chat channel. Lin E asked, have you seen any attribute fruits sold with organic soil in the past 2 days? Lu Xiaoqing shook his head. Because organic soil is more difficult to collect, previous transactions were mainly based on wood. Lin E said to himself, the seller must be very eager to switch to organic soil for the attribute fruits he collected today. Lu Xiaoqing nodded. That's right, the sellers now have so much wood, and without organic soil, they can't upgrade the platform. Lin E thought for a moment and asked again, what is the transaction price of the attribute fruit in the past 2 days in terms of wood? Lu Xiaoqing said, if we exchange it for wood, the price will be double, about 12,000. Lin E pondered for a moment and said, I've got an idea. Try offering him 20,000 lumber. We'll offer nearly double the market price, and that's sure to impress him. Lu Xiaoqing heard this, thought for a moment, and said, it should be possible. Although the other party can't directly obtain organic soil through this transaction, 20,000 would can eventually be traded for 10,000 organic soil in the mall through material trading. Although it's a bit troublesome, the extra 4,000 organic soil is still very tempting. Lin E nodded and said, then we'll split up. You go talk to the seller and contact your brother to get him to lower the price of the lychees. Today, we'll focus on volume. I'll contact Xiao Jinfeng and prepare the supplies for today's transaction. We'll try to pool the resources sold by the three teams within an hour, and then we'll upgrade the platform. Lu Xiaoqing nodded. Okay, then let's get started. After explaining it clearly to Lu Xiaoqing, Lin E immediately contacted Xiao Jinfeng and asked him to handle today's transaction as soon as possible. Then, he opened them all on his bracelet and found that Lu Xiaoqing had already put together 10 supply packages, but they had not yet been put on the shelves. The package includes 5 kilograms of rice, 2 kilograms of smoked dog meat, 1 can of cola blend, 2 bottles of milk, 25 kilograms of lychees, a set of basins and bowls filled with fresh water, several lighters, and 2 kilograms of fertilizer. Most of them were supplies they had collected in the past few days, and they were now in relatively abundant supply. The price is 1,000 wood, which is not expensive. Most of the packaging work in the package was done by Lu Xiaoqing alone. She has put all her energy into the mall's transactions these days. Lin E looked around the mall and thought about what he had gained this morning. Then, he asked Lu Xiaoqing to give him skill buffs. I immediately caught 10 Chinese sturgeons from the fish tank, smashed them all to death, and then the number of them was reduced to 40. Lin E randomly found some straw, strung the 4 fish together, and then put it into the mall space as a portion and added it to the combination package. A Chinese fish weighs about 1 kilogram. With another 4 pounds of fish, today's package can be said to be an even better deal. Lin E completed the operation and put it on the shelf immediately, then opened the provincial channel. Share products. Message sent successfully. This consumes 10 points of mental power. Less than 10 seconds. He gradually began to receive private messages. Hey, I'm a girl. Can you give me a discount? How about 500 pieces of wood? Lin E clicked to block. Rubbish, selling dog meat? They even eat dogs. Are they no longer human after traveling through time? Lin E clicked to block. Hello, I don't want lychees and rice. Can you give me 400 off? Lin E, not just for sale, thank you. Unspeakable censored picture.jpg. Real person filming ID verification. Can I exchange it for a bottle of milk? Lin E clicked on it and saw that the figure was too bad, so he blocked it decisively. Then he looked through a few more items, almost all of which were bargained for. Fortunately, in about 2 minutes, someone placed an order silently. This is a great consolation. Lin E saw that the message about sharing the product just now was drowned out by the information in the channel. Keep sharing products. Message sent successfully. This consumes 10 points of mental power. This time, it took 5 minutes before a deal was completed. Lin E continued to share products. After a while, I found that most of the private messages were about mindless bargaining. He simply stopped reading private messages. After waiting for 10 minutes without making a deal, Lin E continued to send out promotional messages. While waiting for the order, Lin E opened the comment section of the mall and unexpectedly found hundreds of messages on it. And most of them left messages saying, I am interested in buying it and would like to be notified when it is available. No wonder Lu Xiaoqing was so confident yesterday that trading would become easier and easier. It turns out the mall has accumulated so much attention. Lin E was a little surprised. He had no idea how Lu Xiaoqing did it. Because at this stage, most teams are focused on upgrading their platforms, and only a few can afford to spend thousands of pieces of wood to purchase supplies. However, there are too many time travelers, and the effect of promoting products in the chat channel is the same as what he just encountered. Most of the private messages are invalid inquiries. It is not an easy task to filter out potential buyers from a huge amount of invalid inquiries. The fact that Lu Xiaoqing was able to run the mall so successfully in just 3 or 4 days far exceeded Lin Yi's expectations. Lu Xiaoqing's learning ability is indeed extraordinary. There is a reason why he can become a top student. Lin Yi sikit inyardly. Since there's a large number of potential buyers in the comment section, things are simple. He directly screened 20 buyers in the comment section and sent the product information to them one by one via private messages. After sending the message, 6 orders were completed in less than 5 minutes. Fuck, this high-quality customer is really straightforward. He didn't even ask any questions and just bought it after confirming the supplies. This transaction efficiency really surprised Lin E. Then he looked again. I just sent a message and received several replies. One person said he wanted 100% organic soil and 2 pounds of dog meat. Another wanted to replace all the lychees with rice. And another said he would sell supplies to get lumber. The requirements were simple, and Lin E immediately adjusted the combination product package upon seeing this. Another 5 minutes later, he finally completed all 10 orders for the day and obtained a total of 10,000 pieces of timber from the transaction. Then, Lin E exited the mall and checked the time. Only 40 minutes had passed since he and Lu Xiaoqing split up. While I looked up, I saw Lu Xiaoqing staring at the bracelet screen at the dining table, muttering something. Lin E walked over directly, put his head close to her ear, and asked softly, "Were you mumbling to yourself?" Without even turning around, Lu Xiaoqing glanced at Lin E from the side and said speechlessly, "You're scolding my brother." Lin E was puzzled. Why is this? It's been several days, and he still doesn't even understand the basic functions of the mall. Of course he deserves to be scolded. Lu Xiaoqing finished speaking fiercely and added, "Just now, under my surveillance, my brother has sold over 500 kilograms of lychees. I'll have him pack the wood and mail it over right away. Don't be so aggressive. We have a cooperative relationship with your brother." Lin Yi similed helplessly. It's normal for a sister to scold her brother. Just ignore it. Lu Xiaoqing just said this and then started typing frantically on the bracelet screen. Judging from her attitude, she will probably put pressure on her brother again. Seeing this, Lin E did not hesitate and immediately contacted Xiao Zhenfeng to inquire about the transaction status. Then discovered Xiao Zhenfeng's situation was similar. He sold more than 400 kilograms and exchanged them for 3,500 pieces of wood. Lin E asked him to pack it up and mail it immediately. A few minutes later, Lu Xiaoqing's brother mailed back 4,000 pieces of wood. The 3 teams obtained a total of 17,500 units of wood from today's trade. After these woods are increased by critical hits, they become 70,000, which is enough to buy physical attribute fruits and upgrade to the level 11 platform. Seeing this, Lin E said to Lu Xiaoqing, "Give me a skill buff. Once we reach platform 11, The system will send us to a resort island to wait. We can enjoy a relaxing vacation for the next week without having to drift on the sea all the time. Lu Xiaoqing was puzzled when he heard this. Vacation? What do you mean? Aren't we sailing for survival? Literally. Lin E smiled and explained, the resort island has seaside villas, beaches, yachts, coconut trees, orchards, everything you need to eat and use. The most important thing is, the waters of the resort island are different from the dead and silent, endless ocean. The marine life there is the same as on the blue planet. It is the only place where you can catch seafood during your voyage. Chapter 49. The first level 11 platform. Obtain the artifact Early Warning Radar. Lin E briefly explained the matter of the resort island to Lu Xiaoqing, and then asked her to give it a buff skill to quadruple the resources obtained from the transaction. He clicked on the platform panel to check. Level 8. Specifications 24x24 meters. Planting area 8 by 8 meters. Upgrade conditions 4,500 wood, 1275 organic soil, 40 iron. Remaining resources 73,850 wood, 76, 15 organic soil, 1,500 metal. Lin E confirmed that the resources were sufficient and said to Lu Xiaoqing, contact the seller now and buy the physical attribute fruit as soon as possible. After a pause, he added, because when you reach level 11, the platform will undergo significant changes and I have to prepare for that. Lu Xiaoqing nodded and said, okay, I've almost finished talking to the seller just now. I will be ready soon. Then, Lin E left the kitchen first and went to the beach chairs to briefly explain the situation to the other girls. After listening, Su Ying asked, you mean, when we reach the 11th platform, we will have a room to rest? Lin E nodded and replied, that's right, so we need to move the tables and sofas around the beach chairs further away. We need a house to live in. Great, let's get started right away. Jiang Xiahan shouted excitedly and immediately got up to clean up. I saw several girls taking action. Lin E returned to the kitchen and put the awning he had built earlier and all the supplies in the kitchen into the platform storage space. Just then, seeing that Lin E had finished his work, Lu Xiaoqing also came over and handed him the physical attribute fruit he had just bought. He said, Lin E, the skill buff I gave you hasn't worn off yet. You can use this fruit to attack critically. Yeah, okay. Lin E took the green fruit from Lu Xiaoqing's hand, broke it into 4 pieces, and then put them into the backpack space. Upgrading the platform is important now. As for the distribution, he wanted to plan it in detail later. The resources in the team were obtained through everyone's hard work, and Lin E did not intend to eat all the attribute fruits by himself. However, in order to make the action more efficient, we cannot simply distribute it evenly in the early stages. Because when landing on a resource island, if you encounter special situations, you may need to act in groups, and suing alone is not enough. The strength and endurance attribute fruits planted in the field last night will yield a harvest every day starting today. Anyway, there's plenty of time, so Lin E is not in a hurry now. Then, he looked over at the beach chairs and found that Jiang Xiahan and the others had also finished tidying up. He then shouted, it will probably take more than 10 minutes to upgrade the platform this time. Everyone, find some clothes to cover yourself from the sun. Upon hearing this, everyone took a swimsuit and put on without delay. Seeing that everyone was ready, Lin E immediately opened the platform panel. Click to upgrade. The familiar light curtain appeared on the platform again. It lifted everyone and the supplies on the platform to 5 meters in the air. Upgrade in progress. After a few minutes of disassembly and reassembly, calm was restored. Upgrade success. The first 1% to reach level 9 will receive a cashback reward, 2,200 wood and 1 island refresh. Level 9. Specifications 27x27 meters. Planting area 9 by 9 meters. Upgrade conditions 5,000 wood, 1425 organic soil, 45 iron. Remaining resources 50,550 wood, 6340 organic soil, 1455 iron metal. Lin E continued to operate. Upgrade in progress. The platform was disassembled and reassembled again. After a few minutes, a system prompt popped up. Upgrade success. The first 1% to reach level 10 will receive a cashback reward, 2,500 wood and 1 island refresh opportunity. Level 10. Specifications 30x30 meters. Planting area 10 by 10 meters. Upgrade conditions 19800 wood, 3,300 organic soil, 200 iron. Remaining resources 48,050 wood, 4890 organic soil, 1410 iron metal. Congratulations! The platform has been successfully upgraded to level 10. After the platform is upgraded to level 11, it enters the kinetic platform stage, where living conditions will be greatly improved. Please collect resources and upgrade the platform as soon as possible. The first team to upgrade to the 11th level platform will receive additional system rewards. It's finally here. Lin E muttered to himself and clicked to upgrade. Upgrade in progress. Since the upgrade to the level 11 platform involves structural changes, the disassembly and assembly time this time is twice as long as before. After all, after reaching level 11, the thickness of the platform doubles. For each subsequent level up, the platform side length increases by 6 meters, and the planting area side length increases by 2 meters. In addition, new features will be added, so it is normal for the upgrade time to be longer. After 5 minutes, the main body of the platform was finally assembled. The system prompt sounded. Please select the layout of the bedroom, kitchen, breeding shed, metal breeding cage, and cab. Lin E directly operated according to the platform's previous layout. The bedroom is still on the west side. 11x 3M wooden house bedroom successfully placed. The kitchen is still on the north side. Successful placement of the kitchen in a 6x6M wooden house. Breeding is still in the south. 5x5M breeding wooden shed was successfully placed. The cages are placed next to the breeding shed. Can the cow dung be put into the cages for breeding marine fish? 5x5M metal aquaculture cages were successfully placed. The cab must be to the east, facing the wind. 5x2M cab placed successfully. Lin E successfully placed all the buildings, and the system information was updated immediately. Congratulations! The platform has been successfully upgraded to level 11. Level 11, kinetic platform. Specifications 36x36 meters, planting area 12 by 12 meters. Power, 10 knots, 18.5 kilometers per hour. Energy reserve 100 kWh. Landable islands, secondary resource island. Refreshable. Number of refreshes remaining, 5. Permitted stay time, 5.5 hours. Remaining resources, 28,250 wood, 1590 organic soil, 1210 iron metal. Congratulations! You're the first team to reach the level 11 platform. Receive a unique reward. A multifunction early warning radar. Early warning radar detects extreme weather and sea animal activity along the platform's route. Weather warning range, 50 nautical miles. Sea animal warning range, 5 nautical miles. See more features after successful installation. Automatically installing. Great. I finally got this divine weapon. Lin E looked at the early warning radar that was gradually generated above the cab and said excitedly. His previous life experience gave him a deeper understanding of the living conditions at sea. After the safe period, various weather conditions may occur at sea. Lin E and his friends were pretty lucky in their previous life. We only encountered ordinary wind, thunder, rain, and snow. Although it is tiring, it is not fatal if you have enough defensive supplies. But if you are unlucky and encounter extremely extreme weather conditions, the platforms below level 21 in the early stages may even be completely overturned. Now that he has the early warning radar, Lin E will never have to worry about this situation happening again. Most importantly, the early warning radar can also detect sea beasts approaching the platform. Once the safe period is over, any team may encounter scattered sea beasts. Be prepared for sea monster attacks at any time, day or night. Without early warning radar, someone would have to be on guard at night. But as long as we have early warning radar, all the above troubles can be easily solved. This is why Lin E attaches so much importance to this reward. Chapter 50, New Level 11 Platform. Heading to the resort island. After the platform was successfully upgraded, everyone landed on the platform again. Wow! After traveling through time for days, we finally have a room. I'll go check it out. Jiang Xiahan saw the wooden house where the beach chairs were originally located, shouted, and immediately ran over happily. Seeing this, Lin E immediately smiled and said, "Everyone should go and take a look at the upgraded platform. The new bedrooms and kitchen have sockets, so we can use the previous refrigerator and disinfection cabinet." Upon hearing this, Su Ying immediately replied, "Then I'll go relocate the large items now. Leave the kitchen matters to me. Then I'll go and help too." Wang Xiyao followed. "Okay, thank you all for your hard work." Lin E responded. After a few people left, Lu Xiaoqing suddenly found that a system notification popped up on the bracelet. This notice is the same as the rules introduction when I just crossed over. It's still aimed at all time travelers. The first team to reach the level 11 kinetic platform has appeared. Team ID 80064399. System prompt. When 1% of the teams reach level 11, the dual team matching mechanism for the secondary resource island will be enabled. Teams that upgrade to platform level 11 before matchmaking begins can freely choose whether to suspend their daily island landing plan. If you're planning to visit the island, you can rest and recuperate on the resort island. There are safe villas on the resort island and food is provided daily. However, except for food, other supplies in the safe villa cannot be taken away. If you violate the system, they will be confiscated. After Lu Xiaoqing finished browsing the information, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly stepped forward to grab Lin E and asked, Lin E, are you preparing to enter the resort island now? Lin E had just received the returned timber reward and was in the process of confirming his entry into the resort island when she suddenly grabbed him and interrupted him. He had no choice but to stop and reply. Yeah, didn't I say I would take you on vacation? Lu Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment and said, although we have the advantage in level and resources now, if we give up the plan to land on the island, the subsequent resources will eventually sell out. We have only been through the journey for a few days. I don't think we should rush to enjoy it. Lin E heard this and replied with a smile. Don't worry. Even though we're just going on vacation, the rewards will definitely be greater than landing on the island. Once we reach platform level 11, the seafood on the resource island will be exclusive. Fresh seafood is worth more than most supplies. After listening to this, Lu Xiaoqing said, but we don't have the tools, so it's still difficult to catch seafood, right? Hearing this, Lin E smiled and explained. It's not difficult, actually. The resort island is rich in seafood. I can even catch giant lobsters with my fishing net. Isn't this dangerous? Lu Xiaoqing asked with a troubled tone. Don't worry, I'm a pretty good diver. Besides, we can still buy fishing tools in the market. Lin E immediately comforted. Lu Xiaoqing pondered for a moment, then finally nodded and said, then I'll listen to you. If you really want to go into the sea, then I can help you buy the necessary props today. Lin E was stunned and said, didn't we use up our chance to place an order today? Lu Xiaoqing laughed when he heard this and said, my brother hasn't used up his purchase quota today. I could just find a seller and ask him to place the order for me. Lin E pondered for a moment and asked doubtfully, if I use your brother's order opportunity, won't his teammates have any objections? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing immediately said, they've only been able to reach the level 5 platform these past few days by helping us sell supplies. If they're not willing to help us with even one purchase opportunity, that's outrageous. Besides, only when we gain enough resources will they have the opportunity to continue cooperating with us. I want this purchasing opportunity to improve the efficiency of our seafood harvesting. After listening to this, Lin E said, if that's really okay, then please help me find some diving oxygen tanks, spear guns, fishing nets, and waterproof searchlights. We're the only ones who need this right now, so the price won't be expensive. He just thought about it and felt that what Lu Xiaoqing said made sense. Her brother's team had mediocre results on the island these days, and there were no extra resources to spend in the mall. Okay, then I'll go find what you want now. Lu Xiaoqing said excitedly when she saw Lin E agreed. Lin E nodded. Yes, I am sure I can trust you with this matter. I just seen that you run them all very well. Lu Xiaoqing heard this and said happily, of course, I took the initiative to contact and screen those high-quality buyers. I promised to complete the task this time. Did you take the initiative to contact those sellers who left messages? Lin E said in surprise. Lu Xiaoqing immediately said, most of them. Whenever I see someone selling good stuff, I'll contact them and ask if they want to buy our supplies. Because if they have good stuff to sell, it proves that they've made a good profit and there's a high chance they can afford our supply sets. Lin E couldn't help but feel sad when he heard this. He hadn't expected Lu Xiaoqing to use the simplest method. She had proactively contacted so many buyers, which must have taken a lot of time and effort. Given their situation, there was actually no need for her to worry so much. Lin E was silent for a moment, then said, thank you for your hard work during this period. In the future, please set the price of your products lower. We won't have to pay attention to those people who privately message us to bargain. It's up to them to buy or not. Lu Xiaoqing was stunned when he heard this and immediately said, I'm not tired. Sister Su Ying cooks every day Jiang Xiahan purifies the seawater every day, and Xiao rushes to do all the work. Everyone is working hard. I'm just checking the chat channel. It's not that hard. After listening to this, Lin E earnestly warned, just listen to me on this matter. Communicating with people is very draining. I'd rather be working on the farm than arguing with people. We have plenty of resources, so we don't need to put up with this. After listening to this, Lu Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently and said, okay, I'll do as you say from now on. If I don't have to waste too much time in the mall, I can also help everyone with the work. Lin E smiled and said, okay, you can help everyone take care of things on the platform, so you don't have to be alone all the time. Yeah, I got it. I'll get busy then. And by the way, I'll also check out the new changes on the platform. After Lu Xiaoqing finished speaking, she waved to Lin E and happily ran towards the new wooden house bedroom. In the new bedroom, Jiang Xiahan and Wang Xiyao were jumping happily on the brand new wooden bed. Lin E withdrew his gaze and clicked on the bracelet screen again. Are you sure you want to enter the resort island? He clicked confirm. Confirmed. The route has been automatically planned for you. The platform will dock at the resort island in 1 hour. Happy vacation. After Lin E confirmed the information, he took a tour around the platform and took a rough look at the new appearance after the upgrade. A large amount of new land has been added to the planning area. There are also brand new bedrooms, kitchens, breeding sheds, underwater cages, cabs, and early warning radars. This is a brand new level 11 kinetic platform. The newly added power system will play a key role in future encounters with beast tides. The newly added power system means that you can drink ice-cold beer and cola as you like in the future. Chapter 51, The Sin of the Time Traveler. Not leaving incense for parents. After the platform was successfully upgraded, Lin E spent some time with Su Ying to rearrange the items in the kitchen. The new kitchen covers an area of 36 square meters, which is much more spacious than the simple awning built before. A multifunctional cabinet was also added. They moved the 2 gas stoves to the top of the cabinets, and then found a place to put the sterilizer and refrigerator. After being busy for a while, Su Ying looked at the neatly arranged items in the kitchen, smiled with satisfaction, and said, with a kitchen, washing vegetables and cooking are very convenient. From now on, I can cook any dish, no matter how difficult it is. And there's an extra light, so it'll be convenient for me to have a midnight snack in the future. Lin E added with a smile. Yeah, today's upgrade did bring a lot of surprises. Su Ying said, and opened the refrigerator that had just been tidied and took a look. Suddenly, he asked again, I'm in a good mood today, and I want to make you a nice meal tonight. We currently have half a chicken, mushrooms, eggs, smoked dog meat, and the fish we caught today. Also, the chives in the vegetable garden that you used this stimulating skill to plant yesterday are almost done. I just saw. Tell me, what would you like to eat tonight? Lin E smiled and said, everyone has been tired of the dishes you mentioned these days. Let's change the taste tonight. I'll go catch some seafood this afternoon, and we'll see how things go then. Su Ying was stunned when she heard this and asked, there's not even a trace of shrimp in the sea. How can you catch seafood? In about 40 minutes, we can go to the island to catch seafood. You just got busy as soon as you returned to the platform and didn't even check your bracelet. I guess you're the only one who doesn't know about this. After Lin E finished speaking, he explained the situation of the resort island to her. After listening to this, Su Ying pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, it seems that we really need to add something to our dinner. But I don't trust you with catching seafood, so I guess I'll have to do it myself. Lin E asked doubtfully, why don't you believe me? I'm a very good swimmer. Hearing this, Su Ying asked curiously, then tell me first, what is your level of free diving? Hearing this, Lin E said confidently, you go to the gym's swimming pool often, so diving for more than a minute is no problem at all. I've also tried free diving at sea, and I can probably hold on for about a minute. If you are at this level, then you're still barely qualified among amateurs. Su Ying couldn't help laughing. Lin E was stunned when he heard this. Is this just barely passable? You know, brother, okay. Right, I often watch his videos and learn a lot from them. You should be able to catch some simple seafood without any problems. Su Ying laughed when she heard this. Of course I know. I was so captivated by his videos a couple of years ago that I even took the time to get a Potty Master Freediver certification. You even passed the exam. Lin E was a little confused. He just wanted to show off a little, but he didn't expect that he had chosen the wrong person and instantly became a clown. Su Ying heard this and said with a smile, yes, a constant weight dive to 32 meters and a static breath hold for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That's the basics for the certification. Oh, I see. Then my level is indeed a little bit low in front of you professionals, Lin E said with a wry smile. Seeing this, Su Ying smiled and said comfortingly, actually, getting a certificate is nothing. It just requires a process of learning and adapting. You're still in school and don't have much time or energy to study. It's already very good that you can reach this level by practicing on your own. Lin E sighed and said speechlessly, when I hear this, it feels like the 3 minutes is already impressive meme. After listening to this, Su Ying suddenly laughed and said, haha, at your age, you can actually relate to this joke? Lin E said helplessly, that's not the case. Although my 3 basic values are not as good as yours, I am still confident in my body's functions. After listening to this, Su Ying asked casually, you sound like you have a lot of experience. Lin E immediately said, I've had a girlfriend before, so I am definitely experienced. Su Ying was stunned when she heard this and said speechlessly, you really dare to talk about anything. Lin E smiled and said, didn't you just ask me? Why should I be shy as a boy? Su Ying said with a dark face, well, since you're young, maybe you don't need to be shy. But as your elder sister, we have a lot more to consider. Lin E thought about it and said with a smile, I just thought you were asking this question because you were going to come up with some amazing trick to crush me, just like the diving thing. Su Ying waved her hands and said, you think too much. I've been a solo mother for 25 years, so there's no way I can explode. Lin E smiled and said, come to think of it, you started your own business right after graduation, and you've been focusing all your attention on making money. I guess you don't have time to think about that. He had had an in-depth conversation with Su Ying in his previous life, so he naturally knew her situation. The reason I asked this question was mainly because I wanted to start a flirtatious chat with her. Maybe because she is a few years older than the other 4. Su Ying has been keeping a serious look these days. But after in-depth communication in the previous life, Lin E realized that Su Ying actually had a girlish side in her heart. She always acts like a strong person just to better manage her employees. Lin E believed that as long as he chatted with her a few more times, she would definitely let down her guard and become friends with the 4 of them more quickly. After listening to this, Su Ying suddenly said with a worried look on her face, you're right. Ever since I was in college, I've only been focused on making money and never thought about enjoying life. But after all these years of hard work, I couldn't bring anything with me after traveling through time. Hearing this, Lin E also said with a worried look on his face, actually, it's the same for everyone. My parents were in a car accident a few years ago and left me a large insurance settlement. I had been planning to find a wife after graduation and work hard to carry on their family line, but I didn't finish that plan before I traveled through time. Su Ying heard this and said slowly, you actually have such a family experience. Why haven't I heard you talk about it before? Seeing this, Lin E smiled faintly and said, there's nothing much to bring up. It happened several years ago. I just mentioned it casually following up on what you said. I guess I was upset because I thought about this and the fact that I would be labeled an unfilial descendant in the future. Su Ying was stunned when she heard this and said helplessly, if your parents knew that you didn't forget to give them children after traveling through time, they would probably be overjoyed. Upon hearing this, Lin E immediately changed the subject and continued, speaking of which, I think you might be even worse off than me. Your parents didn't travel through time, and now that you've traveled through time, you haven't left any incense for them. I guess they'll curse you for the rest of their lives on Blue Star. Su Ying was stunned when she heard this. She had never expected that Lin Yi's response would be so unexpected. Chapter 52. A captain who is unwilling to have children with his teammates is not a good captain. Su Ying was silent for a moment after hearing this, then suddenly said angrily, just now I felt sorry for you and was even thinking of saying a few good words to your parents in the afterlife. I didn't expect that in the end, Lin E, you would actually imply that I was an unfilial descendant. Lin E spread his hands and said, but what I said is also the truth. After hearing this, Su Ying's face darkened. She then puffed out her chest and said angrily, even if I'm telling the truth, this won't work. Before I traveled through time, your sister left old Su and his family a full 500,000 yuan in cash, plus a gym. You're deliberately saying they'll scold me for the rest of my life. Aren't you just trying to drive a thorn into my heart? Seeing Su Ying approaching, Lin E quickly raised his hands and placed them on her shoulders, saying, no, calm down first. You've awakened your power talent and skill now. You're no longer an ordinary girl. Don't be too impulsive. Su Ying's eyes narrowed. You know how powerful I am. So why do you deliberately provoke me? I'm not trying to provoke you. I brought this up because I've thought a good idea for you. Lin E said seriously. A good idea? Su Ying was confused. Lin E replied, yes, it's a good way to prevent you from being scolded by your parents for the rest of your life. Su Ying, what does this mean? Lin E calmed down and asked, do you still remember the rules by which the system selects travelers? Su Ying, ages 18 to 55, but does it have anything to do with what you're talking about? Lin E said with a look of certainty. It must be related. Not selecting those under 18 years old is the key to this matter. Su Ying, don't be a riddler. Lin E, okay. Then think about it from another angle. If someone under the age of 18 appears on our platform, do you think the system will send him back? Su Ying, all time travelers are over 18. This is simply impossible. Lin E, why not? If there is a newborn baby, then this condition will be met. Su Ying looked confused and said, a newborn baby? What does this have to do with me? After listening to this, Lin E quickly explained. Of course it does, because you can give birth too. Once you have a child, if the system sends it back to your parents, they'll definitely stop scolding you. How can I give birth to a child by myself? Su Ying's face was full of disbelief. If you really want to have a baby, as captain, I will definitely help you. Lin E took a step back and replied slowly. In order to help Su Ying get rid of her pretended indifference and integrate into the team as soon as possible, he was determined to shock everyone and was completely determined to do so. Lin E also knew that this was a test that a dedicated captain had to go through. Don't want to have a baby with your teammates? What kind of captain is that? Of course, if by some chance I could actually trick Su Ying, then he would be even more satisfied. After hearing this, Su Ying immediately clenched her teeth. Then she let out a long breath and said in a deep voice, if you're greedy for my body, you can just say it directly. There's no need to beat around the bush and find such excuses. Don't think too much. This is the solution I came up with after careful analysis. I don't have any unnecessary thoughts. Lin E pretended to be calm. Upon hearing this, Su Ying took a few steps forward, grabbed Lin Yi's shoulders, and asked with a piercing look, if you don't have any extra thoughts, why do you always step back? I'm just afraid you'll misunderstand. Are you afraid I'll misunderstand you? I see you're clearly guilty. Hey, I can accept your disagreement with my method, but please don't question my motives. Go explain to my 2 fingers. It hurts. In the end, Lin E was driven out of the kitchen by Su Ying, and her pinch on his arm left a purple mark. He went to the bedroom of the wooden house and found that all the sliding wooden doors had been pushed to both sides of the front door and stacked up. All the sliding windows on the back wall were also opened. When all the doors and windows are opened, the bedroom can be seen through at a glance. It is bright and airy. In addition, the roof is equipped with solar panels, which extend about 1 meter around it and can also provide shade and shelter from rain. The bedroom at this moment, compared with the previous configuration of beach chairs and sunshade wooden shed, it is indeed a big improvement. The interior was replaced with 5 wooden beds, each 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, and each bed was equipped with a bedside table. There's a 1 meter aisle between the 2 beds, between the beds and the left and right walls, and in front of the beds. The space is also quite spacious. Lin E looked to the far left. Jiang Xiahan and the other 3 were now crowded on his bed. On the 11th level platform, there's only a ceiling fan and an outlet in the bedroom. All functional configurations will be improved through subsequent gradual upgrades. It happened to be Lin Yi's location. They also took out a refrigerator and placed it next to Lin Yi's bed. At this moment, the 3 doors of the refrigerator were wide open and cold air was constantly coming out. Jiang Xiahan and Wang Xiyao sat on the edge of the bed, leaning forward, wishing they could put their heads in the refrigerator. Lu Xiaoqing was sleeping on the bed, lying flat on her back facing the ceiling fan, and was concentrating on looking at the screen of her bracelet. Seeing this, Lin E walked over and complained, I've endured these past few days lying on the beach chair. Are you guys really that exaggerated? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiahan immediately turned around and continued. Yes. It's so damn hot at noon. You know that our swimsuits haven't been dry in the past few days. It seems that the environment of the past few days has not tempered your willpower. As Lin E spoke, he walked up to Jiang Xiahan and reached out to take the bottle of Coke placed at the cold air vent of the refrigerator. Go to hell. If you want to strengthen your will, don't take our freshly frozen Coke. Jiang Xiahan said this and reached out to snatch the Coke from Lin Yi's hand, but he quickly dodged her. It turns out you're just good at talking. Jiang Xiahan cursed. You guys have taken over my bed, so this first can of iced Coke can barely be considered interest. Lin E took another sip happily and deliberately burped. So cool. Then, Under Jiang Xiahan's contemptuous gaze, he slowly walked to Lu Xiaoqing's side. As soon as his butt touched the bed, before he could say anything, Lu Xiaoqing raised her hand and pushed him out. Don't bother me. I'm communicating with the seller now. Lu Xiaoqing said coldly without even raising his eyes. Lin E smiled and asked, would you like some coke? Lu Xiaoqing, no. Good. Lin E really lifted his butt, stood up and took another sip, then handed the remaining half can of coke to Jiang Xiahan. It will take another half an hour before the platform enters the resort island. There is no time for lunch break, and there is nothing to do. Lin E walked outside and took a look at the breeding shed. Today's breeding shed has a side length of 5 meters and is much larger than the simple cattle shed built before. More importantly, the roof has now become an airtight wooden sloping roof, so there is no need to worry about wind and sun in the future. In addition, fences more than 1 meter high were installed around the wooden shed, allowing cattle and sheep to move freely inside. Lin E took a look and found that there were long troughs for hay and drinking water inside the fence. Then, he took some fodder and put it in, and also brought some water for the cows. When Lin E was about to leave work, he suddenly saw Lu Xiaoqing running towards him. Then he said from a distance, slow down, don't be so anxious. Lu Xiaoqing ignored him and trotted over to Lin E, saying happily, I bought something. Lin E was stunned when he heard this. The efficiency is so high. What did you buy? Lu Xiaoqing, I bought everything you just mentioned. Lin E asked in disbelief. Have you bought the oxygen tanks, spear guns, and fishing nets? That's right. And not only that, I directly bought a small fishing boat. There are many kinds of fishing gear on it that I don't understand. Ha ha ha. Lu Xiaoqing said excitedly. Chapter 53 Vacation Villa. Girls sleep in separate rooms. Small incident. Lin E looked at Lu Xiaoqing's bright smile, which was completely relaxed at the moment, and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Her little cheeks were slightly flushed with excitement. Her eyes were shining with water, and her whole body exuded an innocent and romantic aura. This kind of cuteness and liveliness that is revealed inadvertently can't help but make people's hearts beat faster. Lin E couldn't help but raise his hand, touched her little head, and said with a smile, Lu Xiaoqing, you're amazing. You even managed to get a boat. I told you everything. I promised to complete the mission. I'm not kidding. As Lu Xiaoqing spoke, a smug look appeared on his face. Lin E smiled and said, well done, you're the first to win today. Tell me what you want for dinner, and I'll get it for you even if it costs me my life. You haven't even seen the boat yet, and you're already bragging. Lu Xiaoqing said, pulling Lin E up and walking toward the platform. As he walked, he added, in case you don't know how to use it later, I'll take it out and show it to you. Lin E raised his hand in a hurry and saw that there were less than 10 minutes left before landing on the island. He retracted his gaze, immediately pulled Lu Xiaoqing back, and said, wait a minute, we will arrive at the resort island soon. Lu Xiaoqing turned around and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Didn't the platform just get upgraded? How'd an hour go by so quickly? You've been busy looking for sellers, so of course you feel that time has passed quickly. Let's go and notify them to get ready first, and then take out the fishing boat when we get to the island. Lin E playing it. Yeah, okay then. Lu Xiaoqing nodded immediately. 5 minutes later, Lin E brought everyone to the platform and waited by the driver's side. Over time, a large protective shield hundreds of meters high appeared on the sea level. Their platform, maintaining its usual speed, slowly moved into the protective shield. As soon as Lin E and the others entered the protective shield, the scene before them suddenly changed. A lush island suddenly appeared before their eyes. The waters around the island are crystal clear and azure, which is a unique sight of coral islands. The visual experience they give is completely different from the waters in the endless ocean, which are so blue that they are almost black because they are too deep. Jiang Xiahan suddenly raised her hand and pointed, shouting excitedly, wow, everyone look over there. There's a small villa. Seeing everyone's curiosity, Lin E explained, the facilities in the villa are comparable to those of star-rated hotels on Blue Star. We should be able to stay here for about 10 days, so everyone should enjoy themselves during this time. Because the next time you want to go on vacation, you will probably have to wait until the platform reaches level 21. Of course, what I'm best at is enjoying life. I promise to eat a lot of it in these 10 days. Jiang Xiahan shouted excitedly. Su Ying heard this and suddenly asked, is there a bathtub in the villa? I suddenly want to take a bath. Lin E nodded and replied, of course there is. You'll know when we get to the island. After a while, under the expectant gaze of everyone, the platform finally sailed into the bay on the island and stopped steadily at the berth. Lin E noticed that Jiang Xiahan's eyes had been drawn to a small yacht at the berth, so he quickly said, "We'll be assigning rooms later, so let's go to the villa first." Jiang Xiahan's eyes lit up when she heard that. She immediately turned around and asked curiously, "Divide the rooms? Does that mean everyone has their own room?" Lin E could naturally see the little thoughts in Jiang Xiahan's mind and said, "Go up first, we'll talk later." Soon, he led everyone out of the platform, stepped on the seaside boardwalk, then crossed a soft sandy beach and came to a 2-story villa on the beach. In front of the villa is a small courtyard with flowers and plants everywhere, and a large swimming pool. On the right, there is a separate kitchen and a covered dining room. "Wow, let me go in and take a look first," Jiang Xiahan shouted and rushed to the villa gate. Soon, everyone followed Jiang Xiahan into the living room on the first floor. Then, they started exploring on their own. Some went to turn on the air conditioner, some went to find the bathroom, some went to check the room, and some ran up to the second floor to check. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the villa became lively. Lin E walked to the big sofa in the living room, collapsed, and lay dead. "If it weren't for the time travel, with my life as a beast of burden, I would never be willing to stay in such a nice villa hotel in my entire life." He looked up at the luxurious crystal chandelier on the ceiling, as if he was in a dream. He lay there for a while, and the 4 girls came back after exploring the interior of the villa. Seeing him lying there with a comfortable look on his face, Jiang Xiahan immediately climbed onto the sofa from behind, put her arms around his neck, and asked Lin E, "How come there are only 3 rooms in such a big villa?" "Don't mess around." Lin E pulled Jiang Xiahan's hand and pushed her down on the sofa, saying, "Why are you in such a hurry? With such a big room and a big soft bed over 2 meters wide, it's no problem for 2 people to stay in one room. Then how should we divide it?" Lu Xiaoqing asked from behind. Seeing this, Su Ying immediately said, "The 4 of us girls will share 2 rooms, and the remaining room will be given to Lin E." After hearing this, Wang Xiyao thought about it and immediately walked to Lu Xiaoqing's side and took her arm. Qing said, "Then I will be in the same group with senior sister Lu," etc. Jiang Xiahan got up, rushed over, and pulled Wang Xiyao over, and said hurriedly, "Classmate Wang Xiyao, senior, Jiang wants to live with you." Jiang Xiahan's sudden action made everyone look at each other in confusion. Jiang Xiahan also noticed something was wrong and immediately explained, "Here's what happened. I've been having a stiff neck lately, and being with Xiao in the morning is just the right time for her to help me with the treatment." Lu Xiaoqing looked at Su Ying and found that her face looked a little strange. She immediately stepped forward and took her arm, smiling and saying, "That's settled then. I also want to take advantage of this time to learn swimming from Sister Su Ying, and it will be more convenient to live with her." Seeing this, Lin E immediately continued, "Okay, then all of you girls will stay on the second floor, and I'll leave the room on the first floor. Everyone, go to your rooms now and put away the clothes and daily necessities you prepared earlier. Meet in 10 minutes, and we'll go out to catch seafood together later." Lin E naturally saw the situation clearly. Just now, Wang Xiyao and the other one were rushing to find someone to live with, but they didn't expect that there was also a Su Ying. Su Ying didn't talk much with them to begin with, and seeing this situation, she probably couldn't help but think about it. So, he took over from Lu Xiaoqing and changed the subject, thus skipping over the matter. After hearing what Lin E said, everyone quickly took action. After 5 or 6 minutes, Jiang Xiahan came down from the second floor early. When she saw Lin, she immediately trotted over and sat down next to him. Lin E turned his head and asked seriously, "Jiang Xiahan, why did you insist on dragging Wang Xiyao to live with you just now?" Jiang Xiahan naturally noticed Lin Yi's displeasure and immediately took his arm and said coquettishly, "Don't be angry I was wrong just now. It's not that I don't want to live with Sister Su Ying." "Then what were you trying to do by making such a big noise just now?" Lin E asked immediately. After listening to this, Jiang Xiahan put her mouth close to Lin Yi's ear with a mysterious look on her face and said softly, "I did that to help you. Didn't I say last time that I would help you conquer them? And Wang Xiyao is the easiest one to conquer among them." Chapter 54. First cast 500 traps, then go to the sea with my sister. Hearing this, Lin E was stunned and said, "I think you've read too many tomato novels? You think it's easy to capture Wang Xiyao? Do you think you're the most affectionate person in Jiangqing?" Jiang Xiahan was speechless. Girls understand girls best. So don't be so hasty to question me, okay? Let me tell you, even though Wang Xiyao always looks weak, she's actually quite sultry inside. Lin E was stunned. Why do you say that? Jiang Xiahan said, because I have discovered Wang Xiyao's little secret. She likes to sleep with her legs crossed. Lin E said, everyone has different habits. Can a sleeping posture give you such a wild association? Jiang Xiahan said with a wicked smile. You wouldn't understand girls' affairs even if I told you. She was doing it secretly, a very low-level method. Lin E was speechless and said, Jiang Xiahan, what kind of mess do you usually focus on? Don't worry about it. It will only take a week at most. I will definitely train Wang Xiyao into something useful. Then, I'll find a chance to send her to your room. After Jiang Xiahan finished speaking, she glanced at Lin E meaningfully and said, Of course, I'm not doing you a favor for free. Lin E was confused. With such absurd statements like yours, you still charge? Of course. I'll be on the first floor after midnight tonight and collect the fee from you on time. Jiang Xiahan said, and without waiting for Lin Yi's reply, she stood up, jumped up, and walked out the door happily. As soon as Jiang Xiahan left, footsteps were heard on the stairs. Lin E looked up and saw that it was Lu Xiaoqing and the others coming down. Because they had just said they were going to catch seafood, they put on their swimsuits again. He didn't have time to think about what had just happened, so he quickly walked out and greeted. Let's go back to the platform first. We'll take out the small fishing boat that Lu Xiaoqing just bought and see what fishing gear it has. We'll arrange to catch some seafood this afternoon to improve our recent meals. As for the rest of the island, we can explore it tomorrow. After hearing this, everyone had no objection and followed Lin E out. After a while, the group returned to the platform again. Lin E first asked Lu Xiaoqing to give him a skill buff, and then the number of critical hit fishing boats increased to 4. Soon, one of the small fishing boats was taken out and moored next to the platform. After he took out the fishing boat, he took a closer look. This fishing boat looks to be about 7 or 8 meters long and 3 meters wide. It is the kind of small fishing boat commonly seen on the seashore. The cabin was filled with all kinds of fishing tools. When the fishing boat stopped, Lin E jumped on board first to check it out. After looking around, I found that there were hundreds of ground traps, several bundles of sticky nets, and 2 small trawl nets. He continued to explore forward and indeed found a set of diving equipment, some lighting equipment, and a harpoon in the front cockpit. Although there was no spear gun as he had imagined, it didn't really matter. The ground trap in the cabin is the most important fishing tool. Because of the ground traps, they can ensure that they catch seafood alive. Any leftovers can be placed in the newly added cages on the platform. This method is much better than catching with a net or spearing with a spear gun, and there is no need to worry about the subsequent storage of seafood. After confirming the supplies, Lin E immediately took out the 4 fishing boats. He thought about it and decided to put up the trap first. There are now 4 boats in total. If you want to release the cages more efficiently, it is best to divide them into 2 groups. Then, Lin E took Su Ying with him and studied the driving method on the boat. They learned as they drove, and after half an hour, they had basically mastered how to drive a fishing boat. Afterwards, Lin E asked Su Ying to take Jiang Xiahan and Wang Xiyao with him, while he was in a group with Lu Xiaoqing. Soon, the 2 teams drove their fishing boats out of the bay. Lin E drove the fishing boat to the outskirts of the bay and stopped. He walked to the stern and threw down a large buoy with the ground trap hanging on it. Then, he tidied up the trap and confirmed that there was no problem, then said to Lu Xiaoqing, "These traps are all tied together, so there won't be any problems if they're lowered properly. Watch here. If you find any loose knots or stuck traps, tell me." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing immediately said, "Okay, then you should be careful and try to drive slower." Lin E nodded, returned to the cockpit, and slowly drove the boat forward. As time went by, all 5 traps, totaling 200 meters in length, were successfully lowered into the water. Lin E drove the boat back, changed to another boat, and repeated the process. In this way, the 2 groups of people worked for 2 hours before they set all the traps. According to the plan, they set up 4 layers of traps from the inside to the outside, almost surrounding the entire bay. By the time everyone returned to the platform, it was already evening. Lin E returned to the platform and first went to the kitchen to get 5 cans of iced Coke. He gave one to each of them and said with a smile, "This concludes the afternoon's mission. Thank you all for your hard work." Jiang Xiahan cheered when she heard Lin E say this. "Great. I was almost exhausted from helping to sort out the traps just now. I didn't expect it would be so difficult for fishermen to catch fish." Lin E took a sip of Coke and explained with a smile. Setting the traps is the easiest. It's tomorrow's tiring part. I have to untie nearly 500 traps one by one to collect the seafood, and then tie them back together again. Huh? Doesn't that mean I'll have to be busy all day long? Jiang Xiahan said with a look of despair. Lin E said, I don't know yet, but I'm sure he won't be able to escape for half a day. Su Ying heard this, thought for a moment, and suddenly continued, My physical fitness is better than all of you. Let me do the work of collecting the traps tomorrow. Lin E shook his head and explained. It's not just a matter of physical strength. If you're the only one doing the heavy work, even if you can collect one trap a minute, it'll take 8 or 9 hours without a break. Since collecting traps is so tiring, we can do it over several days. Lu Xiaoqing interrupted and asked. Lin E immediately explained, Based on my observations and analysis of the fish situation, I think we can catch a lot of seafood if we leave the traps out for a day. If we wait for 3 days, many fish will probably suffocate. Collecting the traps over 2 days should be possible. Lu Xiaoqing nodded and replied, That's fine too. We could just work together over 2 days. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiahan immediately revealed a painful expression and complained. Didn't we agree that we were here for vacation? After listening to this, Lin E suddenly remembered something and looked towards the middle of the platform. Only in the planting area. The level 5 red sun grass planted the day before yesterday has now produced 5 bright red fruits. The level 5 golden rock grass planted last night is now almost ripe. I think I've figured out a solution. Lin E retracted his gaze and added, We can harvest all the attribute fruits we planted yesterday tonight. As long as I improve my strength and endurance first, and with Xiao helping me recover my physical strength, tomorrow's hard work will not be difficult. Upon hearing this, Su Ying immediately said, That's a good idea. Then we'll regroup tomorrow, and Lin E will take Xiao with him. The 2 of us will do the hard work, and the others will just help out. Okay, that's settled then. Lin E nodded and greeted everyone. There's nothing else to do on the platform. Let's go back and rest for a while. We'll prepare dinner later. Okay, let's go back and rest. Jiang Xiahan shouted and immediately pulled Wang Xiyao back. Seeing this, Lin E immediately followed. He had just taken a few steps when he was suddenly grabbed from behind. Looking back, he saw Su Ying holding his arm tightly. Su Ying stared at him and asked, Didn't you say at noon that we wanted to try something different tonight? Have you forgotten about catching lobsters? Lin E calmed down and said slowly, I saw that everyone was tired, so I wanted to take them back to rest. Su Ying heard this and said with a look of contempt, They're not children anymore. It's less than 200 meters back to the villa. Do they still need you to lead them? Lin E asked, You mean you want to catch lobsters now? Su Ying nodded and said yes. You stay and go to the sea with me. You were so good at talking at noon, you won't be scared now, right? How could I be a coward? I'm just accompanying you to the sea. For my sister, I'm not afraid even if you ask me to go to the Sakura country to play in the sea. Lin E continued with a stern face. Chapter 55. Men and women work together. Spearing fish is not tiring. Then, Lin E took out the holiday food provided by the system today from the email, gave it to Lu Xiaoqing, and arranged for them to go back and prepare dinner first. He followed Su Ying onto a fishing boat and headed towards an area covered with coral reefs. After a few minutes, we arrived at the target sea area. Su Ying stopped the boat and took the diving suit she had brought from another boat from the storage box in the cockpit. Said to Lin E, There's also a diving suit in the storage compartment of this boat. You can put that on later. The ocean environment is quite complex, and the water temperature is unknown. Wearing a diving suit and gloves will provide good protection. Okay, then I'll change now, Lin E said, and then walked towards the storage box. Su Ying raised her hand to stop him, her face dark, and said, Get out first. Wait until I'm done changing before it's your turn. It's getting late. To finish work before dinner, we could just change together. I won't peek. After Lin E finished speaking, he gently pushed her arm away and continued walking towards the storage box. Su Ying saw Lin E quickly take off his swimsuit and pull down his pants, so she could only turn around helplessly. She turned around helplessly, took a deep breath, and then began to change into her diving suit. The other side, Lin E quickly changed into his diving suit. Hearing that Su Ying had not stopped moving behind him, he stood there and waited for a while. After a while, Su Ying's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Lin E, the zipper of my diving suit is stuck. Come and help me. He turned around and took a closer look. Su Ying's movements were funny. She bent her arms and tried to pull at her back, but the zipper couldn't be pulled up revealing a V-shaped, delicate, and beautiful back. "Don't worry, I'll help you." Lin E withdrew his gaze, walked forward, and took the zipper from her hand. After Su Ying felt the movement of Lin Yi's hand, she explained softly, "Maybe I didn't control my strength well, and it got stuck just now." After hearing this, Lin E took a closer look and found that the position of the clip was slightly offset, which caused the zipper to get stuck. He tugged at it a few times, and after a while he finally got the zipper back in place. Then he helped her zip it up. "Thank you." Su Ying said this and slowly turned around. Lin E took a look and found that Su Ying's figure became more prominent after she put on the tight diving suit. "Pervert, stop looking. You just said you were in a hurry." Su Ying naturally noticed Lin Yi's undisguised gaze, said something contemptuous, raised her hands, and pushed him away. Then, Su Ying moved aside and walked to the storage box. She squatted down and rummaged through it a few times and found 2 goggles that matched the diving suit. She also gave one to Lin E. After getting dressed, they quickly went into the water with waterproof flashlights and metal harpoons. It was Lin Yi's first time wearing fins, and he felt a little uncomfortable after going into the sea. Seeing this, Su Ying immediately swam over and helped Lin E correct his posture. She then demonstrated the key movements swiftly. After a few minutes of adaptation, Lin E was able to swim flexibly. Seeing this, Su Ying made a diving gesture to Lin E, then sank her body and disappeared on the sea. Lin E didn't hesitate and followed Su Ying closely, diving to the bottom of the sea. Soon, Su Ying took Lin E and dived to a depth of about 4 or 5 meters, arriving above a large coral reef. She held a flashlight in one hand and a harpoon in the other. Her body moved nimbly, and she sank quickly like a fish and began to explore under the reef. Lin E followed behind and lay on top of the reef for leverage. As soon as he settled down, he found that Su Ying was creating bubbles under the reef. After a while, Su Ying's body quickly jumped up, and a large lobster as thick as an arm appeared on the harpoon. Su Ying swam to Lin E, handed him the harpoon in her hand, and motioned him to go up first. Then he took the empty harpoon from his hand and continued to dive towards the reef. Lin E also held on to his limit and floated to the surface of the sea with the lobster. He then removed the lobster and threw it overboard, once again sinking into the sea with an empty fork. Lin E had just dived halfway when he saw Su Ying swimming upstream. This time, she had 2 large lobsters on the harpoon in her hand. Lin E saw the situation clearly and was greatly encouraged. He instantly sped up and dived towards a reef. Soon, he came under the reef and found that the cracks in the rocks below were empty, with no trace of any lobster. He lay on the reef, turned half a circle, and finally, before he could no longer hold on, I found an orchid crab that didn't look very smart. Lin E hit the target with one strike and quickly floated up with the harpoon. When he was almost at the surface, he found with the help of the flashlight that Su Ying had dived to the bottom of the sea again, but had moved to a deeper reef. He withdrew his gaze and then surfaced. Lin E took a long breath and breathed in the fresh air. Then, satisfied, he removed his prize from the harpoon and threw it overboard. He rested for a while and heard the sound of water splashing. Hear the sound and take a look. Su Ying emerged from the water, with 2 large lobsters skewered on the harpoon. "Why are you so lucky?" Lin E asked in surprise. Su Ying took out the lobster, threw it onto the boat, and said, "Just now, I made too much noise trying to catch 2 at once, and all the lobsters under the reef were scared away and moved away. If you go down next time, you definitely won't be able to catch any." "I see, then I understand." After Lin E knew the reason, his confidence suddenly increased a lot, and he dived again. This time, he found a smaller reef. He grabbed the reef, turned around, and finally saw a few lobsters in a crevice. Because he was out of breath, he surfaced to take a breath and then turned back again. Lin E quickly spotted the lobster on the outermost edge, raised his harpoon, and slowly approached it. "Use a hard fork. Direct hit." The big lobster was pierced through the body and kept struggling on the harpoon, making a swish scream. Lin E returned satisfied, floated to the surface, and threw the lobster into the cabin. Then, the 2 of them repeated this process, diving and surfacing more than 10 times, and they gained something almost every time. So I don't feel tired at all. The resources on the resort island are indeed amazing. During this period, Lin E caught 3 more lobsters and 4 crabs with his fork. In some rounds, in order to avoid coming up empty-handed, I also picked up 5 spider snails. Lin E guessed that Su Ying's harvest must be better than his, but had to wait until he got on the boat to take inventory. We had harvested quite a lot. It was getting dark soon. Lin E floated up for the last time and waited on the sea for Su Ying to surface, getting ready to finish the work. After a while, Su Ying surfaced and immediately raised the harpoon in her hand after seeing Lin E and said happily, "I just chased it for a few minutes and finally I caught it. Ha ha ha." Lin E looked closely and saw a big black fish hanging on her harpoon, with its head pierced directly by the fork. Hearing this, Lin E was stunned and said, "How could you catch such a big fish with your bare hands? This grouper must weigh at least 10 pounds. Su Ying heard this and said with a smile, "I might not have been able to do it before, but with my current physical fitness, once I set my sights on a fish, no matter how big it is, it can't escape." That seems to be true. You are a good swimmer, and you will definitely be able to take advantage of your physical fitness in the water. Lin E thought about it and nodded. Su Ying immediately replied, "Yes, then I'll go catch another one." Lin E quickly raised his hand to stop him and said, "Goodbye. We've caught enough and must go back to dinner." Su Ying hesitated for a moment after hearing this and replied, "Okay, then I'll listen to you. Then let's go up first," Lin E said, throwing the harpoon onto the boat. Su Ying looked up and immediately said, "This boat is a bit high, and there's nowhere to get support on the sea. Let me climb up first, and then I'll give you a hand." Finished. She kicked the water hard with her legs, creating a huge wave on the sea surface. Then she used the force of her body to jump high out of the water and directly hung her hands on the hull. The next moment, Lin Yi's body was swayed by the waves created by her brute force. He suddenly realized that he might never need to and would never be able to act tough in front of her. Lin Yi steadied himself and looked up, only to find Su Ying doing pull-ups, trying to climb onto the boat. But as her arms kept bending, the diving suit on her body became tighter and tighter. The next moment, with a pop sound, the zipper on her back burst open and the diving suit exploded to both sides. A broken zipper popped out and hit Lin Yi's upturned face. Without the zipper, the hem of the diving suit instantly fluttered in the sea breeze. Chapter 56. The atmosphere in the holiday villa became lively. "Ah!" Su Ying screamed in panic and instinctively withdrew her hands, trying to protect her chest. Suddenly, his hand slipped and he fell into the white water. Two big white splashes of water were created. Her diving suit, which had originally been able to cover part of her body, had completely fallen off her due to the fierce impact of the seawater. Su Ying quickly steadied herself, keeping her head above the water, her hands in front of her, and looked at Lin E with a flushed face, saying angrily, "Lin Yi, are you still watching? Hurry up and help me find a solution." "Oh, I'll help you right away." After Lin E finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed her diving suit floating in the sea and handed it to her. Seeing this, Su Ying said angrily, "The diving suit is no longer wearable. What's the point of giving it to me? Let me give you my diving suit." Lin E said this as he was about to take off his shirt. Su Ying thought about it and suddenly made a decision in her heart. She said, "It's not convenient in the water, and I have to change into a swimsuit later. I'll just get on the boat." Hearing this, Lin E immediately said, "Okay, then you go up first." After he said that, he naturally turned his face to the other side. After a while, Lin E heard the sound of Su Ying jumping out of the water. You remember the scene just now? This time, I couldn't help myself and looked back to enjoy the feast from my eyes. Anyway, this time it was Lin E who took the initiative to look away, and Su Ying didn't have the chance to say no. No promises, no commitments. He thought it was reasonable. A few minutes later, Su Ying changed into her previous swimsuit and pulled Lin E out of the sea onto the boat, with a hint of red still on her cheeks. "Let's take stock of our harvest and then go back. I'll go back later to take a shower and change clothes." As soon as Lin E stood firm, his attention was attracted by the seafood piled up in the cabin. He said something to Su Ying and immediately went to find a plastic bucket to pack the seafood. Seeing this, Su Ying immediately said, "Okay, then I'll go drive the boat." Then, Lin E began to happily collect the seafood. In the process, he carefully counted what the two of them had just gained. A large grouper weighing more than 10 pounds, a pink snapper weighing about 3 pounds, 5 spider snails, and 5 swimming crabs. What satisfied him most were the 20 big blue dragons. They are well proportioned in size, mostly weighing around 2 or 3 pounds. After a while, the fishing boat stopped at the berth, and Lin E immediately went to tie the boat. Seeing this, Su Ying also put a full bucket of seafood into the backpack space. Then, the two of them rushed to the villa. When they returned to the villa, the lights in the yard were already on. Jiang Xiahan was in the yard, busy at a barbecue grill. Lin E smelled the aroma of barbecue from afar and walked over to greet them. "What have you prepared to eat?" Jiang Xiahan looked up upon hearing the voice and shouted excitedly. "You guys are back. We're having grilled steak tonight." Lin E walked over and saw that there was a large steak weighing about 2 pounds on the grill, sizzling with oil and steam. There were also some sweet corn and some roasted leeks. At the dining table in the back, Lu Xiaoqing and the others were setting out tableware and drinks. The food provided daily on the resort island includes 5 kilograms of steak, 5 kilograms of chicken, 5 kilograms of rice, 5 kilograms of cabbage, 10 heads of corn, and 5 bottles of 3L mineral water. The steak and sweet corn she was grilling at the moment were sent by the system. Jiang Xiahan was holding an oil brush in her hand, her face stained with charcoal, and she said to Lin E with a playful smile, "I just went back to the platform to pick some chives I planted yesterday. You can eat more later." Seeing this, Lin E encouraged him. "Okay, thank you in advance. This steak is grilled quite well and cooked well. Put on a plate first. I'll use my skills to attack it later." "Okay then." Jiang Xiahan immediately went back to the dining table to find the bowl. Then, Lin E said to Su Ying, "Put the seafood we just caught in the kitchen. I'll go in and do some critique later. You should take a shower right after we got out of the sea. Just let me fix dinner." Su Ying heard this and asked, "The steak they made should be enough to eat after your attack. Do you still want to make seafood?" Lin E smiled and said, "Having enough to eat and having a good meal are two different things. Today is the first day of our vacation, so we must definitely pursue a good meal." "Okay then." Su Ying didn't hesitate and walked towards the kitchen after she finished speaking. Then, Lin E went to Lu Xiaoqing to ask for skill enhancement. "I gave them the food I had just prepared, and they all had a critical hit." When Jiang Xiahan saw that everything was ready, she immediately shouted excitedly, "I'm going to get some cold beer. Let's get ready for dinner," etc. Lin E shouted, quickly grabbed Jiang Xiahan, and said with a smile, "We just caught some seafood. We can add a few more dishes." Jiang Xiahan was stunned. "Did you catch any seafood? I just saw you two didn't bring anything when you came back. I thought you were empty-handed." "How could I possibly be empty-handed? Just follow me into the kitchen and you'll see." After Lin E finished speaking, he called Lu Xiaoqing and the other person who were tidying up the table and rushed to the kitchen together. Jiang Xiahan was also curious and rushed into the kitchen before the others. She walked straight to the large plastic barrel and exclaimed, "Oh my God, so many big lobsters." Lin E went forward, took out 2, and put them into the sink, and said with a smile, "Jiang Xiahan, wash these 2 lobsters first. The most important task of grilling the lobsters later will be left to you." Okay, I'll take it," Jiang Xiahan said, and immediately started to work. "Then I'll come and help too," Wang Xiyao said as she walked over. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoqing immediately said, "Then I'll go organize the refrigerator, otherwise it won't be able to fit more things later." Soon, everyone started busying themselves in the kitchen. Lin E found a few buckets and used critical strikes on all the seafood except the sea bream. Seeing Lu Xiaoqing sorting out the food that the system had rewarded him for today, he also gave him a critical hit. During this time, Jiang Xiahan and the others washed the lobsters. Lin E took a kitchen knife and cut it in half. It was hit hard and split into 16 pieces. Then, they gave it to Jiang Xiahan and the others to take out and roast first. Lu Xiaoqing stayed in the kitchen to process the seafood that Lin E had just prepared. She sorted the items into plastic bags and then fiddled with them in the large freezer, trying to save as much storage space as possible. Lin E did not waste any time and immediately took out the sea bream that had not been attacked yet and prepared to cut it up and make sashimi. He quickened his pace, skinned and deboned the sea bream, took out 2 pieces of fish meat, and then cut them into 8 pieces. He did not waste the remaining fish head and bones. After the explosion, he put them in a plastic bag and planned to mail them to Xiaoqing for him to try after he was done. "Starting tomorrow, we will be trapping the ground, and I estimate that there will be a lot of seafood that will not be long-lived. These seafoods will have to be mailed to the other 2 teams for sale tomorrow. Therefore, it is only right to give Xiaoqing some benefits first." The sea bream meat removed weighs about 1 pound per piece. Lin E took out 3 slices and cut them into sashimi, and wrapped the rest in absorbent paper and plastic bag, and stored them in the refrigerator, ready to eat tomorrow. It's not that he deliberately wants to save money. The main reason is that there are too many dishes tonight, and the sashimi tastes best when it is fermented in the refrigerator for about a day. Everyone did their job, and after finishing their work, it was finally time for dinner. A large plate of grilled steak, a large plate of grilled lobster, a plate of sashimi snapper, and a pot of grilled fish, corn, and leeks. A large table was filled with food. The ice-cold beer was opened, and the 5 people raised their glasses. Let's have a drink. Okay. Happy vacation. Happy vacation. Happy vacation. After everyone finished their drinks and sat down, they grabbed the lobsters and started to eat them. Night falls and the sea breeze blows gently. The atmosphere in the villa's yard quickly became lively. Lin E ate sashimi, lobster, and steak, and occasionally clinked glasses with Su Ying to celebrate. After all, the two of them had just teamed up and fought in and out of the sea more than a dozen times, making them invincible. After a while, Lin E suddenly discovered, I don't know when a bunch of roasted leeks were put into my own bowl. Chapter 57, I really like your figure. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they went for a walk together on the beach. After playing around for a while, seeing that the time was almost up, Lin E called Wang Xiyao and went back to the platform together to prepare to add the resurrection of all things skill to the planning area. The two came to the planning area. Lin Yi's attention was immediately attracted by the red and yellow fluorescence emitted by the red sun grass and the golden rock grass. These fluorescent lights are the signs that the strength and endurance attributes of the fruits are ripe. He immediately went into the garden and picked all the fruits. Then, Lin Yi walked out of the yard and asked Wang Xiyao to sit down at the edge of the planting area, asking her to help him recover the mental power lost in today's critical strike. During this time, he took out the 4 physical attribute fruits that were successfully attacked at noon and placed them together with the 10 fruits he had just picked. It's a pity that after the attribute fruit plant has been critically hit once, the fruit it produces cannot be critically hit again. Lin E looked at the fruits piled in his palms and said helplessly, there are actually certain skills involved in using resurrection of all things. Lin E would just plant ordinary seedlings and seeds directly, and then use critical strikes after they were ripe and picked. This can save land, fertilizer, and labor for planting and management. But the attribute fruit plants are different. After their levels are upgraded, not only can the ripening period be shortened, but the number of fruits can also be increased simultaneously. Therefore, for attribute fruit plants, the critical hit level can maximize the benefits. Lin E collected his thoughts and then opened his attribute panel. Name Lin E. Strength, 12. Endurance, 11. Constitution, 15. Spirit, 32. Lin E checked the panel and then ate all 14 attribute fruits. The next moment, he felt a warm sensation in his stomach. As the medicinal power of the attribute fruit spread, beads of sweat appeared on Lin Yi's forehead, and he felt that the blood in his body began to flow faster. I didn't expect my body to react so quickly after eating 4 constitution attribute fruits at once. Lin Yi could clearly feel that he was about to lose control of the wild power in his lower abdomen. There are 4 different kinds of fruits with different attributes. When you eat them, your attributes will be improved and your body will be transformed at the same time. Among them, the physical attribute fruit has the most direct impact on the body because it can enhance resistance, endurance, qi, blood, and essence. Once the qi and blood are strong, you'll have endless energy to work. Lin Yi suddenly became curious about what would happen tonight. It is probably a big question whether Jiang Xiahan, that fragile and dirty girl, can last for 3 minutes with just 1 health bar. I guess the attribute fruits of the last few days have to be given to Jiang Xiahan first. Lin Yi withdrew his thoughts and opened the attribute panel again to divert his attention. Name Lin E. Strength, 17. Endurance, 16. Constitution, 9. As a sports student, Xiao Jinfeng's initial average of the 3 attributes didn't even reach 14 points. Based on his previous inferences, an average of 15 points would be the physical fitness standard for a national-level athlete. Going further up, even the average attribute of athletes at the international competition level will not exceed 16. Because the higher the level of the athletes, the smaller the gap between them tends to be. Now, my average value of the 3 inheritance items has reached 17.3. Starting tomorrow, I won't have to worry about my physical fitness anymore. Just as Lin Yi was looking at the panel and thinking in his mind, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a small hand waving up and down in front of him. Lin Yi looked up and found that Wang Xiyao had stood in front of him without him noticing. She stood with her legs together, leaning forward, with a sweet smile on her face and said, "Senior, I'm fine now. Yeah, okay, I got it." Lin E withdrew his gaze from Wang Xiao's upper body and quickly turned off the bracelet screen. When Wang Xiao bent down, the scenery on her chest was too impactful for him. His energy and blood are not stable at the moment, and he will really explode if he sees another look. So he could only turn around quickly and immediately release the skill, Resurrection of All Things, to divert attention. After Lin E finished releasing his skills, he turned around and immediately called out, "Xiao, our mission is complete. It's time to go back and prepare to take a bath." After saying that, he rushed out first. Seeing this, Wang Xiao immediately chased in front of Lin E, walking backwards while saying, "Senior, I want to learn how to swim during this vacation." Lin E slowed down his pace a little and said with a smile, "Sure, we're at sea, and we might encounter special situations in the future. If you learn to swim, you won't have to worry about falling into the water." Wang Xiao paused for a moment, her face flushed slightly, and she asked softly, "Then can you teach me, Senior?" Lin E replied, "Sister Lu, you want to learn too, right? The other three of us all know how to play the game. If you want to learn, we can all teach you." Wang Xiao heard this and said hesitantly, "Senior Jiang always loves to tease me, and I feel like Sister Su Ying is a bit serious. I'm a little worried that I'm too stupid and will make her unhappy." Lin E laughed and said, "Although Sister Su Ying doesn't usually like to joke around, she actually really wants to get along with everyone, so don't worry about her scolding you. Of course, if you just want me to teach you, that's fine too." "Yeah, okay. Then I can learn from you first. After I've mastered some basic moves, I can ask Sister Su Ying later." Wang Xiao said excitedly, "Okay." Lin E nodded. Wang Xiao nodded and immediately asked, "Then when we get back later, will you have time to teach me?" "Sure. There's a swimming pool in the villa yard anyway, and I don't have anything else to do tonight." Lin E didn't want to dampen Wang Xiao's enthusiasm, so he agreed. "That's great. Then I'll go back and change into my swimsuit." Wang Xiao said this happily and hurried back. Lin E submitted. The next moment, Wang Xiao suddenly stepped on empty air, her body tilted, and she fell from the edge of the plank road. "Careful!" Lin E quickened his pace and walked forward, wanting to reach out and pull her, but he was still a step too late. Then, a loud bang sound came from under the sea. Wang Xiao fell into the sea, causing a circle of white waves. Lin E did not dare to hesitate, and immediately jumped towards the waves. He jumped into the sea, immediately surfaced, swam to Wang Xiao's side, clasped his hands under her shoulders, and lifted her up from under his face. Wang Xiao thrashed around in the sea, extremely frightened. Feeling Lin Yi's hand beside her, she felt as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. She immediately pulled hard and threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly with both hands. The next moment, Lin E was entangled by Wang Xiao's hands and feet. With his hands and feet restricted in movement, his body was about to sink into the sea. He was worried about hurting Wang Xiao, so he didn't dare to move too hard. When he looked carefully, he found a pillar supporting the plank road in front of him. Seeing this, Lin E hugged Wang Xiao with one hand and rushed forward, while grabbing the pillar with the other hand for leverage. "Xiao, relax. You don't have to be afraid. I'm here." Lin E felt that Wang Xiao was still leaning on him, her body tense with fear, so he immediately comforted her. Wang Xiao opened her eyes upon hearing this, and found that her hands were around Lin Yi's neck. He was now holding her up above the sea, and she no longer felt the suffocation and weightlessness she had just felt. She saw the situation clearly and felt a sense of security. She relaxed a little and said with a look of self-blame, "I'm sorry, Senior. I didn't pay attention to my feet just now, so I caused this trouble." Lin E immediately joked, "What's the trouble? Didn't you just jump into the sea bravely because you couldn't wait and wanted to learn how to swim right away?" When Wang Xiao heard this, she couldn't help but burst into giggles. Then he realized that his laughter was inappropriate and changed the subject quietly. "I really have always wanted to learn how to swim, but I just haven't found the opportunity." Hearing this, Lin E asked, "Both the school and Sister Su Ying's gym have swimming pools. Why didn't you learn before you wanted to?" "Oh, well. Wang Xiao's face suddenly turned red, and she lowered her voice and said, "When I was a child, boys often made fun of me for my figure. So when I grew up, I never dared to wear a swimsuit." Hearing this, Lin E almost couldn't help but complain. This innocent schoolgirl is really a treasure in herself, but doesn't even realize it. He thought for a moment and said with relief, "My dear classmate Xiao, please stop paying attention to those stupid remarks. Compared to other people, your figure is precisely your advantage." "Really? Senior, you really don't think my body is out of proportion?" Wang Xiyao murmured, not daring to look Lin E in the eye. Hearing this, Lin E hugged her a little tighter and nodded, "Yes, I really like your figure." Chapter 58. The first night in the villa, outrageous accidents happened one after another. After Lin E teased her like this, Wang Xiyao suddenly became shy. She hugged him tightly, quickly buried her face in his shoulder, and said with a breath of hot air, "Senior, you don't make fun of me." Lin E and Wang Xiyao were pressed against each other, and he could clearly feel her heartbeat gradually accelerating, breaking through the soft barrier and violently hitting his chest. Such an ambiguous atmosphere instantly made his blood boil. Lin E had just eaten 4 physical fitness fruits, and his energy and blood were now strong. How could he withstand a test of this degree? Soon Wang Xiyao also noticed the changes in Lin Yi's body, and instantly became even more nervous. She was so tense that she dared not move at all. "Okay, let's not talk about it for now. I'll take you ashore first." Lin Yi didn't dare to tease her anymore, and immediately got to the point. "Yeah, okay," Wang Xiao replied in a low voice. Lin Yi asked her to relax first. Then he carried her and swam towards the shore. Because his physical strength had increased a lot, it didn't take much effort. "Wait until we get ashore." Wang Xiao straightened her dress and said awkwardly, "Senior, I was a little scared just now. I'll learn swimming from you tomorrow night." "Well, I'm sure you'll learn it quickly. You were very brave when you first came ashore." Lin E also knew that she probably couldn't concentrate tonight, so he comforted her. After a while, we returned to the villa. Before Lin E entered the door, he heard Jiang Xiahan's singing coming from the hall on the first floor. When I walked in, I found that Jiang Xiahan was the only one sitting on the sofa singing K, and the music was playing very loudly. Wang Xiao didn't stop and went straight up the stairs to her bedroom on the second floor. Lin E walked in and shouted, "Where are they?" Jiang Xiahan didn't hear it and was still immersed in her own singing. Lin E was speechless. He picked up a pillow from the sofa and threw it over, hitting Jiang Xiahan directly on the back of the head. Jiang Xiahan looked over from the TV and immediately called out into the microphone, "Lin E, come over and sing with me. Let's sing together." "Wait a minute. I'm going to take a shower first." "Where are they?" Lin E replied lude. Having just come out of the sea, he wanted to go back and take a shower. "They're taking a bath, so hurry up." Jiang Xiahan finally heard it clearly this time, replied, and then turned back to sing. Afterwards, Lin E also walked towards his bedroom. In fact, there's a more spacious public bathroom on the first floor of the villa. But Jiang Xiahan just said that Su Ying and the others were taking a bath, so they must be in there now. So he had no choice but to go back to the small bathroom in his bedroom to take a shower. He went into the bedroom, took off all his clothes that were wet from the sea water, and threw them into the laundry basket. Then he opened the bathroom door. "Ah!" A girl's scream suddenly sounded in the bathroom. Lin E looked carefully and saw Lu Xiaoqing sitting on the toilet. She was wrapped in a bath towel and had her eyes covered with her hands. He looked like he wanted to stand up, but didn't dare, and wanted to continue sitting, but felt very uncomfortable. His body movements were very funny. "Isn't Lu Xiaoqing taking a bath with Su Ying? Why did you come into my room?" Jiang Xiahan clamored to come and collect a fee in the evening. In the evening, Su Ying's diving suit burst. Just now, Wang Xiyao fell into the water due to excitement, and now Lu Xiaoqing came to the house to poop in a bath towel. There were so many outrageous surprises on the first night of staying in the villa. Lin E was also confused at this time. However, he soon realized it. There is such a good opportunity to play a trick on Lu Xiaoqing. He naturally wouldn't let it go. Lin E closed the door slightly, stood in front of the sink, and asked while washing his hands, "You were taking a bath. Why are you in my bathroom? Is there even need to ask? Sister Su Ying is still taking a bath in the big bathroom. That's why I came here to use the bathroom." Lu Xiaoqing shouted, then suddenly remembered something, turned around in panic, and pressed the flush button on the toilet. "It doesn't taste like anything. Are you pooping?" Lin E asked nonchalantly. "No way. You're disgusting. Why are you asking so clearly?" She looked hopeless, but she didn't dare look at Lin E anymore. She could only continue to curse loudly. "You rascal. Get out now, and put on your clothes first." Lin E washed his face and replied, "I'm covered in seawater, and I'm about to take a shower. So why should I wear clothes? And you just saw everything. So what's the point of wearing clothes now?" Lu Xiaoqing forced her legs together, her hands tightly gripping the short bath towel that only reached her thighs, and she shouted in a muffled voice, "That was just an accident. The situation is different now, and I don't want to make it so embarrassing. It's already happened. The more you worry about it, the more embarrassed you'll be. You might as well accept the facts like me." Lin E finished speaking with a smile, and then said, "Besides, you've already used the bathroom, haven't you? You're wrapped in a towel and aren't wearing any panties. If you don't want to stay here, just get up and walk out." "You, don't be such a pervert." Lu Xiaoqing glared at Lin E angrily, and found that he was not wearing any clothes. She felt indescribable and quickly looked away. After hearing this, Lin E did not refute. He walked past Lu Xiao as if no one was around and stepped directly into the glass door of the bathroom. He looked back. Lu Xiaoqing was stiff at the moment, his face as red as a ripe persimmon, and he just stared at the floor with his head down. "Okay, I'm not going to tease you anymore. I'm going to close the bathroom door now, and you can stay out there as long as you want." After Lin E finished speaking, he simply pulled and closed the frosted glass door. The next moment, the shower turned on and white mist suddenly rose in the bathroom. Lu Xiaoqing stared at the tall figure that was vaguely visible behind the frosted glass, its lines strong and clear. When I thought about what I had just seen, my heart started beating faster. She calmed herself down and immediately pulled out a piece of toilet paper to wipe herself clean. "Get up quickly." Lu Xiaoqing quickened his pace, ran out of the bathroom, and leaned against the door, gasping for breath. She had no idea that an accident would happen just when she went to the bathroom and was looking at the bracelet screen for a few minutes. The music in the room was so loud that she didn't hear Lin Yi's footsteps at all. How scary. That's a bit too much. She remembered the scene of Lin E entering the bathroom, and her face suddenly flushed again. No, this pervert must have done it on purpose. When Lu Xiaoqing thought of this, he looked around and fixed his eyes on the door. "You rascal, you're showing off to me. You're trying to seduce me, right?" She muttered to herself, and then made up her mind. Then, Lu Xiaoqing picked up the laundry basket, tiptoed back to the bathroom, and came out of the bathroom. She raised the laundry basket high, passed over the glass wall, and smashed it hard towards Lin Yi's figure. With a bang, it hit Lin Yi's head directly. Lu Xiaoqing was suddenly overjoyed and ran away. "Lu Xiaoqing, can you please not be so vengeful?" She ran out of the door and then heard Lin Yi's voice. This is just a small lesson. Let's see if you dare to bully me like this again." Lu Xiaoqing replied while leaning against the door, then left Lin Yi's room with a satisfied look on her face. Chapter 59. Harvest. Surprises continue. The rhythm is going to take off tonight. The bathroom episode is over. After everyone finished their work, they went to the first floor lobby to sing karaoke with Jiang Xiahan for a while, and then went back to sleep after 10 p.m. Of course, there's still people staying up late, because Jiang Xiahan had been hinting to Lin E the whole night that he should wait for her to come and collect the fee. He ate 4 physical attribute fruits and took turns getting involved in ambiguous scenes with several girls, which happened to be very interesting. There was nothing to do while waiting, so Lin E lay on the bed and swiped his wristband. There are all kinds of information on the chat channel. He looked at it for a while and was suddenly attracted by a message. Harvested a D-level talent fruit, talent skill, lightning strike. Man, this is about to take off, /proud. The next moment, the chat channel exploded with information instantly. Holy crap, I'm the second person to show off my talent fruit today. This must be the world's first attack-type talent skill. Yesterday, the only person who posted a D-level talent fruit, and it was just for a support skill, was asking for 2 million. How much would that attack-type talent fruit cost? I think it should be doubled. After all, who doesn't want offensive skills? Double? You're kidding. Even after 3 months, no team can produce this much wood. This kind of thing that defies nature usually brings bad luck. Just take a look at it and think about how many trees you can chop down tomorrow. D-level talent skills are useless if you can't afford the skill upgrade fruit. They just take up an extra skill slot. Don't be jealous of the above. There will be plenty of opportunities to upgrade to A-level skills in the future. Lin E immediately locked the screen and saw the name of the publisher. Wei Yanhong. He immediately sent a private message. "I want to buy your D-level talent fruit. Please pass the verification." Then, click Add Friend. Then, Lin E waited for another half an hour, but the other party did not reply at all and did not add him as a friend. He guessed that there were too many people asking in private messages, and the other party couldn't read them all. Lin E thought about it then went straight out of the living room and took a photo of the villa with his wristband. Sent it to the other party again, and attached the information. We are the first team to upgrade to the 11 platform, and we guarantee that we can afford the price. Spell attack-related talent skills are really too scarce. As long as it appears on the market, you have to grab it no matter what the cost. After all, he bought it, and Lin E could use his skills to critically hit 4 of them. As long as he can trade, he will never lose money. Then, Lin E waited for a long time and sent several private messages. Finally, after more than an hour, the other party added him as a friend. The first level 11 platform team, you guys are pretty strong. Wei Yanhong sent a message. Brother, I prepared a little gift for you. Lin E replied to the letter and went straight to the kitchen to get a grouper and a lobster. After packing, I sent it to Wei Yanhong via email. 1 minute later, Wei Yanhong. Holy crap, were those huge wild groupers and lobsters caught on a resort island? Lin E, that's right. He didn't hide it. After all, once the transaction was completed tomorrow, everyone would know that they could catch seafood on the resort island. Wei Yanhong. Brother, these 2 things are very valuable on Blue Star. There's no seafood in the endless sea. Their value here must be more than 10 times higher, right? Before we even started chatting, you mail me such precious supplies. This makes me feel a bit stressed. After reading it, Lin E smiled helplessly. All I can say is that Wei Yanhong guessed too little. After 5 days, some teams have already established a leading advantage and must have gathered a lot of resources. A large market of billions of people, exclusive market supply, and no similar substitutes. Their 3 teams can only supply a maximum of 30 orders a day. No matter whether they are people from the blue planet, any material that can demonstrate superiority will definitely be snatched up. Lin E withdrew his thoughts and continued to reply. Don't feel pressured. Regardless of whether the deal is successful or not, the seafood will be given to you for free. Just think of it as making friends. Wei Yanhong. No problem. I'll definitely be your friend. Lin E. Then I'll get straight to the point. I want to buy D-level attribute fruit. Would you consider selling it? Wei Yanhong. To be honest, our team actually doesn't really want to sell. We all want to take a gamble. Lin E asked tentatively. What level is your team's platform now? Wei Yanhong. Only level 6, far behind you, big boss. Lin E. That's not bad. After a few days, I'll be able to land on the resort island once I reach level 11. Wei Yanhong. Supplies are hard to come by. I'm thankful to be able to reach level 11 in a week. Lin E. You guys encountered mutant beasts while collecting talent fruits, right? If you were able to take them down, your team must be well organized. Wei Yanhong. Not bad. There are 2 people in the team who have 2 magic attack talents. After some probing, Lin E also understood Wei Yanhong's general situation. Then he asked, to be able to defeat the mutant beast, you must have at least an A-level magic attack talent, right? Wei Yanhong. You can even guess this. You are really amazing, sir. Lin E. You already have 2 spell attack talents. You don't want to sell the D-level talent fruit. So, do you want to add another one? Wei Yanhong. It's precisely because my teammates have seen the power of magic attack skills and know that their growth potential is high enough that they are reluctant to sell them, laughing and crying. Lin E followed up Wei Yanhong's words and said, You're right, this kind of talent is indeed rare, and its value is expected to increase as time goes by. The more Wei Yanhong emphasized the power of magic attack skills, the more it proved that he wanted to sell them. The rest is just a matter of whether the price is right. Wei Yanhong. Yes, that's why we want to hold on to the fruit and wait for a while before considering selling. Lin, it's true that you're bullish, but you should also be aware of the importance of the early platform level. If you have a higher level, you can land on the resort island to collect resources, and you don't have to worry about being unsafe at sea after the safety period ends in 2 days. Wei Yanhong. Of course, we want to upgrade the platform as soon as possible, but at this stage, no one can afford the price. After all, someone was selling a D-level auxiliary talent fruit yesterday for 2 million wood. Lin, indeed, for yesterday's D-level auxiliary talent fruit, I estimate it will take a week for someone to gather 2 million pieces of wood. Wei Yanhong, right. So, if you want to buy my D-rank talent fruit, we can discuss it later. If you want to sell it, if the value is similar, I will definitely consider trading with you first. Lin E, let me be frank. If you want to sell, you don't have to wait that long. I'll offer you 2.8 million lumber, and I guarantee you'll have it all within 3 days. Wei Yanhong. Boss, you're kidding me, right? 2.8 million pieces of lumber. You can gather that in 3 days? Lin, we were the first to upgrade to the level 11 platform, and there's a reason for that. I made it clear to you that even if it takes another week, I'm the only one who can afford the millions of dollars worth of lumber. Wei Yanhong, I have no doubt about your strength, sir, but I feel the price of 2.8 million lumber is a bit low. I'll have to discuss it with my teammates first. I'll get back to you tomorrow. Okay, then you guys think about it first, and we'll contact you tomorrow. This large amount of wood will definitely keep your platform level at the top for a while. Lin E replied to the last message, then exited the chat box and began to think. If this deal really goes through, after Wei Yanhong gets the wood, he will need to collect a large amount of organic soil and iron metal to upgrade the platform. Moreover, in the short term, it wouldn't matter even if the platform level was surpassed by Wei Yanhong's team. Due to the existence of the resource island matching mechanism, when the platform is upgraded to levels 11/21/31/41/41/51, it is necessary to wait for 1% of the teams to be promoted. As long as you can always take first place at these key nodes and get extra rewards, that will be fine. Lin E was not worried that Wei Yanhong would not agree. Wei Yanhong's team now has an A-level magic attack talent skill. The most important thing is to sell the D-level talent fruit and exchange it for an A-level talent evolution fruit, and then upgrade the team to 2 A-level magic attack skills. Besides, when the seafood is on the market tomorrow, Wei Yanhong will know the price of the seafood he has. Their demands for the Shang 11 platform are definitely different. Lin E withdrew his thoughts and was about to exit the bracelet screen when he suddenly heard a few soft knocks on the door. Didn't I just leave the door open for that filthy girl, Jiang Xiahan? Lin E couldn't help but wonder. I looked up and confirmed that the bedroom door was open, because he saw a leg clinging to the edge of the wooden door, already extending into the room. The legs were long and slender, and a pair of semi-transparent black stockings were tightly attached to the fair skin, shining with dazzling oily luster under the incandescent light. Jiang Xiahan, with twin ponytails on her head, suddenly stuck her head in the doorway and said with a frown, "You bastard! I've been waving my long legs for almost 2 minutes, and you still don't react at all." "Yes, yes, yes," Lin E replied, immediately turned off the bracelet, jumped out of bed and greeted him with a smile. While waiting, he had a major gain, and he was already in a very good mood. Now Jiang Xiahan has brought another surprise. It seems that the pace of tonight is bound to take off. Chapter 60 this night. Jiang Xiahan also wore a maid outfit. Lin E walked to the door and reached out to pull Jiang Xiahan into the room. Jiang Xiahan suddenly lowered her body quickly and flexibly got under Lin Yi's arm, bringing with her a sweet and fragrant breeze. She walked in, leaned against the door, a smug and cunning smile on her lips. Those bright eyes were particularly clear in the darkness, staring straight at Lin E, waiting for his reaction. It's like a cat that has successfully sneaked into the treasure room. Lin Yi's gaze involuntarily moved downwards. I was immediately attracted by her elaborate and bold outfit. Jiang Xiahan was wearing a modified black maid outfit at the moment. The fabric was delicate and shimmering, which was much more sexy than the conservative style that Lu Xiaoqing wore during the day. The lace outlines the slender waist, and the hem of the skirt just covers the thighs. The white bow on the chest was tied crookedly, obviously done in a hurry. Not only did it fail to cover her figure, but it also emphasized her perfect curves. "Hello." Jiang Xiahan's tone was playful. She deliberately shook a notebook that she had collected on the first day, which contained some kind of training notes, and said with a devilish smile, "Student Lin E, you owe me a favor. As of now, the amount, including principal and interest, is an astronomical figure. Since you seem to be slacking off and attempting to default on your debt recently, I, the creditor, have no choice but to personally come to your door every night with the account book to demand payment." Lin E stood in front of Jiang Xiahan, looking at her acting-like expression, and the restlessness in his heart turned into a faint smile. He quickly reached out and snatched the notebook from her hand, saying with a smile, "Creditor Jiang, if you continue to collect debts according to the methods in this notebook, I estimate that before you can collect all the debts, you will probably have to take a work-related leave." "Oh." Jiang Xiahan put her 2 small hands, which were covered with white lace-made gloves, on Lin Yi's shoulders and asked with a smile, "You are not scared, are you? With your fragile nature, you dare to dress like this to provoke me? I think you must be very brave, right?" Lin E snatched her notebook and threw it on the locker behind the door. Then he raised his hands and firmly supported himself on the door panel beside her ears, instantly trapping Jiang Xiahan in a narrow and tense space between him and the door. Immediately said in a deep voice, There's no need to press for this favor. I'm a man of my word, and I'll repay it tonight. Jiang Xiahan's heart skipped a beat at his sudden approach and possessive actions, but she still refused to admit defeat. She paused for a moment, then immediately pulled her hands away from Lin Yi's neck, put her hands on her hips, and said angrily, "Great. I finally figured it out. That little devil Lu Xiaoqing also wore this dress today. Look how completely bewitched you this damn scumbag are. You really have been influenced by her." Lin E was confused when he heard this. "So you dressed like Lu Xiaoqing during the day because you were jealous?" He was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then quickly reacted and said, "Lu Xiaoqing's outfit is just a bit of a contrast, but yours truly captures the soul. Although they're both the same type of clothing, your coordination makes it look even better. When it comes to mastering this style with grace, no one can match you." "Are you serious? Do I really look better in this outfit than Lu Xiaoqing?" Jiang Xiahan's jealousy and competitive spirit suddenly came up, and she almost forgot that she was the one who came to collect the debt. Seeing that his flattery was effective, Lin E immediately added, "It's absolutely true. You may doubt my boldness, but you must never doubt my judgment. In terms of temperament, you are definitely better than them all." As he spoke, he carefully observed Jiang Xiahan's expression. Sure enough, Jiang Xiahan's lips curled up instantly after hearing this, and she smiled faintly. "That's right, Lu Xiaoqing is wearing baggy clothes today, which means she hasn't grasped the essence yet." After saying that, Jiang Xiahan's eyes turned, and a charming smile suddenly appeared on her face. She said, "Lu Xiaoqing was just the first one to wear it for you to see, and I was the first one to wear it to sleep with you. So, do you think my sister is better?" She said the last few words almost right next to Lin Yi's face, her eyes charming and full of undisguised invitation. When Lin E saw this situation, he was no longer confused. He chuckled softly, then immediately locked the door with a click, completely isolating himself from the outside world. The next moment, Jiang Xiahan took the initiative to kiss him, awkwardly but boldly. Lin E withdrew his hand from locking the door, held her little head firmly, and responded to her kiss. After a while, Lin E came to the bedside holding Jiang Xiahan. "Wait a minute." As soon as she was placed on the soft bed, Jiang Xiahan whispered. Her cheeks flushed, and with a hint of excitement in her eyes, she clicked on her bracelet and quickly took out a handful of small square plastic bags from her backpack. She piled them all on the side of the pillow and said with a smile, "Hey, look, with these, our vacation will be fun." Lin E looked at the pile that almost formed a small mountain and said, "If you take so much, they will easily find you." Jiang Xiahan said nonchalantly, "Who cares about the quantity of this stuff? Of course I wouldn't mind if only a few were missing, but you swept up so many items at once, you're too big a target." After Lin E finished speaking, he put most of it into his wristband backpack and said, "It's safer to keep it with me. Anyway, I don't need that much." Okay, look at you being so cowardly." Jiang Xiahan complained, grabbed Lin E by the collar, and pulled him closer, urging him, "Hurry up and start. You just promised that you would take the initiative to repay the debt of favor tonight." Lin E fell on Jiang Xiahan. The distance between them was instantly shortened, and the concentration of ambiguous factors in the air suddenly increased. Both of them could clearly feel each other's body temperature and breathing. Jiang Xiahan's cheeks flushed, but she refused to admit defeat. She poked Lin Yi's chest with her finger. "So, what do you want?" "The interest I want is very high." Lin E grabbed her rebellious fingers and looked at her with scorching eyes. "Jiang Xiahan, you want to be a black-hearted creditor, right? Then let's see if you have that much ability." After saying that, he lowered his head heavily. Outside the window, a gentle sea breeze rustles through the treetops, bringing with it the regular and soothing sound of distant waves. The waves caressed the silver-white beach again and again, as if playing an accompaniment to the beautiful melody that was gradually heating up in the room. The moonlight is like water, falling quietly. It gently envelopes this small, isolated island in the sea, filled with salty sea breeze. Chapter 61, A New Day, full of energy. The next morning, the early morning light filtered into the bedroom on the first floor. Lin E suddenly woke up from a light sleep, and the first thing he felt was the soft touch in his arms and the even and gentle breathing. He lowered his head and saw Jiang Xiahan curled up in his arms, sleeping soundly. Lin E looked at the time, and it was almost 6 o'clock in the morning. Then, he pinched Jiang Xiahan's little face and shook it a few times to wake her up. "What are you doing?" "I'm so sleepy," let's go back to sleep. Jiang Xiahan murmured a few words in her sleep, then reached out and hugged Lin E tightly again. Jiang Xiahan, get up quickly. If you want to sleep, go back to your room. After Lin E finished speaking, he dug his fingers into the roots of her hair and propped up her little head. Jiang Xiahan opened her eyes dazedly, shook her head and looked out the window, muttering, "It's already morning. Why are you still pulling my hair? Do you want to continue? Stop thinking about it. We only slept for 3 hours last night, and we still have heavy work to do during the day. Hurry up and get upstairs to sleep for a while. Make less noise." After Lin E finished speaking, he threw back the quilt and got out of bed, leaving Jiang Xiahan sitting cross-legged on the bed in a daze. He got out of bed, grabbed a swimsuit, and started getting dressed. After putting on the clothes, I turned around and found Jiang Xiahan with her eyes half closed, trying to put on her stockings in a daze. Lin, he was confused. He walked over and reached out to snatch the socks from her hand. Jiang Xiahan raised her head slightly and asked confusedly, "Why are you trying to grab my stockings?" "I don't want to continue. I need to put on my clothes." Lin, he casually put the stockings into his bracelet backpack and said speechlessly, "These socks are already torn, so forget about them. Anyway, you still have to go upstairs to sleep, so just find a skirt to put on." "I know, you're so annoying." Jiang Xiahan shook her head again, then got out of bed and picked up the black skirt on the floor. Seeing that she was a little more awake, Lin E ignored her and walked into the bathroom. After a while, Jiang Xiahan casually put on a maid's skirt, then walked to the bathroom door, leaned on the threshold, and saw that Lin E was actually washing up at the moment. She was startled when she saw this, and immediately said angrily, "You scumbag, you're brushing your teeth right after getting up? Do you dislike your sister?" After hearing this, Lin E couldn't help but almost spit out the mouthwash in his mouth. He immediately quickened his pace and rinsed all the toothpaste out of his mouth with clean water. When he turned around, he found that Jiang Xiahan was standing behind him. Her face was full of ferocity, and she didn't look confused at all. Lin E quickly raised his hands, pressed them on her shoulders, and said, "Don't be so anxious. I'm brushing my teeth because I need to get up. There's absolutely no other reason for that." Jiang Xiahan was stunned when she heard this and asked in a cold voice, "It's really not because you dislike me?" Lin E nodded and said affirmatively, "Of course it could be fake. If I dislike it, it should be because I brushed my teeth before going to bed last night." Jiang Xiahan thought about it and suddenly felt that what Lin E said seemed to make sense. She stopped worrying and smiled again, saying, "It seems to be true, and I think you really enjoyed it. He. After she finished speaking, she raised her hand and pinched Lin Yi's waist, then left happily. Why is this woman so sensitive to emotions? No, it's not just about emotions. Lin E complained in his heart, then went back to the bedroom to make the bed and clean up some traces and debris left over from last night. Then, walked out of the bedroom and came to the yard outside the villa. At this moment, the glow of the sky has risen. Lin E could clearly hear the chirping of insects and birds coming from the back mountain, and did not feel mentally tired. Since raising his mental attribute to 32 points, his mental strength has also been greatly improved. Simply staying up all night would have minimal impact on him. Lin E simply stretched, went to the kitchen to find the leftover beef from yesterday, and ate a little. Then, he rushed to the platform. In the new day, he plans to focus on catching seafood and then directly wholesale it through trading. Only in this way can it be possible to collect enough wood within 3 days to obtain the D-level talent fruit. Although it was a vacation, the spell attack talent was so important that Lin E had to work very hard. And landing on a resort island doesn't mean you can rest in peace once and for all. Because the coverage of this copy of the resort island is limited to this protective shield with a diameter of 5 nautical miles. The resources on the island are not unlimited. It is very important that you cannot avoid the beast tide attack even on the resort island. Once the beast tide appears, no matter where you are, you will be teleported back to the platform, and then be forced into the sea area where the beast tide is raging along with the entire crossing team. If Lin E wants to gain the upper hand in the beast tide attack, or even be on the sea beast kill list, to get the incredible items rewarded by the system, he must improve his strength as quickly as possible. Now that he has invested so much in his spiritual attributes, the fastest way to improve is to obtain the D-level talent skill, Lightning Strike, and then critically hit it to S level. Lin E thought about it and also came to the platform. He first checked the refrigerator and found that the other 2 refrigerators in the platform space had also been taken out and plugged in. When I opened it, I saw that all 8 compartments of the freezer were filled with ice. Could it be that she came here to do this when Su Ying left last night, during karaoke? Lin E thought to himself, feeling that perhaps only she could consider things so comprehensively. Su Ying must have been thinking about this last night. Lin E thought about it, then took out 3 other disinfection cabinets and placed them in the kitchen. Then he took out pots and pans, took out all the ice cubes that had been frozen last night, and stored them in 2 of the sterilizers. Although the disinfection cabinet does not have a freezing function, its outer shell is thick and airtight, so it can be used to store ice cubes for a short period of time. Then he filled the freezers of the 4 refrigerators with water again, thinking it would be better to have more ice cubes. Because we are collecting seafood today, we need a lot of ice to keep it fresh. Afterwards, Lin E went to the breeding shed to add drinking water to the milk and checked the freshwater fish in the 2 fish tanks. After the platform was powered on yesterday, he took out the power strips he collected in the orchard and connected the 2 fish tanks to electricity. Now the fish are all alive and well. After finishing his work on the platform, he went straight to the berth. Lin E gathered all the fishing nets from the 4 fishing boats together, a total of 12 large bags, filling up half of the cabin. Based on the weight and size, he deduced that these sticky nets must be hundreds of meters long. Yesterday, they were not skilled in setting the traps for the first time, which basically took up all their time. Lin E also had no time to take care of these sticky fish nets. While the fish caught with a stickle net might be hard to keep alive, they're definitely larger than those caught with a sea trap. To prevent the net from being damaged by too many fish, I probably have to pull it in every 2 hours. And sorting it out afterward takes a lot of time. Lin E thought for a while and suddenly had a plan in mind. Although fishing in this way is more tiring, the variety of fish that can be caught is definitely richer. He no longer hesitated and studied the stainless steel frame used to lower nets on the fishing boat, and then he roughly understood how to operate it. Then, Lin E drove the fishing boat to the middle of the bay, untied a bag of sticky nets, and hung them on the stainless steel rack. Then he manually pulled out a net that was more than 10 meters long and lowered it into the sea. He returned to the driving seat and slowly drove the fishing boat forward while keeping an eye on the net. After watching for a while, I found that when the net was about 20 to 30 meters long, it was no longer towed forward by the fishing boat, but began to slide down from the stainless steel frame at a constant speed. What fishermen make based on their long-term experience is indeed reliable. Lin E smiled knowingly and began to speed up the fishing boat. To catch more seafood, these 12 packages of sticky fishing nets are hundreds of meters long and nearly 2 meters high. You want to go into the sea all at once. Chapter 62. Go to the island and chop down fruit trees. Start selling seafood. Lin E drove the fishing boat and worked hard on the sea for more than an hour before finally lowering all the sticky nets. He returned to the platform and found Su Ying and Wang Xiyao milking cows in the breeding shed. When Su Ying saw Lin E coming back, she immediately waved and shouted from afar, "Lin E, I brought you breakfast and put it in the kitchen. You've been busy for so long. Go have breakfast first." "Good," Lin E replied and walked towards the kitchen. He walked into the kitchen and found a bowl of breakfast on the table. 2 poached eggs, a head of corn, and a freshly fried steak. From early last night to 8 o'clock in the morning, except for a 3-hour nap in the second half of the night, he was working all the time, which was indeed very exhausting. So, you still have to eat breakfast. Lin E finished his breakfast and sat for a while. Su Ying and Wang Xiyao also finished their work and returned to the kitchen carrying a bucket of milk. "Senior, why did you get up so early this morning?" As soon as Wang Xiyao walked into the kitchen, she greeted Lin E. Lin E turned around and explained, "The soft bed in the villa is so comfortable. I had a good rest last night, so I got up a little early." "Indeed, senior sister Jiang and I sleep in the same bed, each with our own set of quilts. We slept really well last night, except for the time before she kicked me before getting up. The whole night was very quiet." "Ha!" Wang Xiyao said this and sat next to Lin E. Lin E laughed and said, "Then you should kick her back." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiyao waved her hands hurriedly and said, No, if I make her angry, she will definitely play tricks on me like she did before going to bed." Lin E said, "What are you afraid of? If she dares to tease you, you can retaliate against her." Wang Xiyao heard this and said with a look of embarrassment, Forget it. Senior Jiang was just joking anyway." Just then, Su Ying put down the milk she had just brought back and came to the dining table. She asked, "Lin E, you just put down the fishing nets, yesterday's traps, and the newly added land. How do you plan to arrange these tasks today?" Lin E thought for a moment and replied, Don't worry about the land yet. We'll deal with the traps this afternoon. We'll collect the nets in 2 hours and then prepare lunch. Su Ying heard this and nodded. That's fine now. I'll drive the cows and lambs to the island to graze. I just took a quick look and found that there seems to be a patch of grass not far behind the villa. Okay, let's go together. We can visit the island while we're there. After Lin E finished speaking, he stood up and called Wang Xiyao to join him. He walked out of the kitchen and said to Su Ying, I'm going to pick up the cow. You take our chainsaw and knife. There's an orchard on the island. We can pick some fruit later. Yeah, Su Ying nodded, and according to Lin Yi's arrangement, she opened the platform storage space and started searching. Soon, after they were ready, they rushed to the island. Lin E was leading the cow, and Wang Xiyao was hurriedly driving the lamb. When the three of them passed by the villa, they were seen by Lu Xiaoqing, who was hanging clothes on the balcony. After explaining to Lu Xiaoqing, everyone went to the island first. After walking for a while, they came to the grass on the island. The resort island is not big, with the widest point being only about 1 kilometer and the height appearing to be only about 50 or 60 meters. This piece of grass is the only relatively flat place on the island. Lin E looked around and found that the edge of the lawn was almost completely planted with fruit trees. The types of fruits include coconut, longan, bayberry, mango, plum, banana, and a relatively short pineapple patch. Seeing this, Lin E immediately released the cow and said to Su Ying beside him, the climate at sea is hot and humid. It's a good time to drink coconut water. Let's go get some to quench our thirst. Su Ying heard this and looked at the fruit-laden coconut trees beside the grass and said with a look of pity, these coconut trees are growing so well, and you asked me to prepare a chainsaw in advance. Are you planning to cut them all down? There are probably hundreds of coconut trees here. If you chop down any one, you can harvest dozens of coconuts. There's no need to feel sorry. After Lin E finished speaking, he smiled and asked Su Ying to follow him. Soon, the two arrived at the coconut grove. He asked Su Ying to take out the chainsaw, took it, put on the ground to stabilize it, and then pulled the rope to start it. Then, he walked towards a nearby coconut tree with a chainsaw. Lin E applied oil, and the next moment the roar of the chainsaw resounded throughout the mountains and forests. Start sawing. With a few loud crackling sounds, 3 tall coconut trees fell to the ground one by one. After Lin E finished his work, he turned around and saw that Lu Xiaoqing had also arrived. 3 girls were standing on the grass looking in his direction. He immediately waved and shouted, come over and pick coconuts. Okay, coming right up. Su Ying replied, then took out a knife from the space on her bracelet and walked up with a few people. With Su Ying holding a knife, all the coconuts on the coconut tree were quickly chopped down. Lu Xiaoqing and her colleagues were responsible for picking the coconuts. After picking all the coconuts from the 3 trees, the coconuts had piled up into a small hill. Lin E walked around the grass and cut down a mango and a longan tree. All the fruit trees were ripe, and cutting down 2 would be enough for them to eat during their vacation. There are at least a dozen fruit trees of each variety growing beside the lawn, so there is no need to worry about waste. He plans to wait until he has time, then select 1 tree of each variety, dig it out along with the roots and soil, and transplant it onto the platform. Of course, this work is too laborious and is not the most urgent thing right now. It is best to wait until the vacation is over, when everyone has eaten the strength and endurance attribute fruits, and improved their physical fitness before doing it. After Lin E finished his work, he turned off the chainsaw and came back to find that Su Ying had already opened 4 raw coconuts. He then criticized the number to 8, and then everyone took a break while drinking coconut milk. After that, they continued to work. After harvesting longan, they went to harvest mangoes. Lin E took one last look. There looked to be hundreds of coconuts. The mangoes looked to be about 200 kilograms. There are fewer longans, but at least about 100 kilograms. Su Ying was responsible for carrying most of the fruits, and everyone transported all the harvest back to the villa at once. Lin E asked Lu Xiaoqing to give him a skill buff, and then he criticized all the fruits to 4 times their original value and temporarily piled them up in the hall on the first floor of the villa. After finishing the work, it was 10 o'clock and Jiang Xiahan finally came down from the 2nd floor. Wow, so many fruits. I want to drink raw coconut milk. When Jiang Xiahan saw the house full of fruits, she immediately perked up, shouted, and ran to pick coconuts. Lu Xiaoqing glanced at Jiang Xiahan for a few times and couldn't help but ask curiously, what's wrong with Jiang Xiahan? She slept so late today, but she still has such heavy dark circles under her eyes. Upon hearing this, Lin E immediately raised his hand and placed it on Lu Xiaoqing's shoulder. He pushed her out the door and said, "Didn't she say she had a stiff neck yesterday? She probably didn't sleep well. Let's leave her alone. I have an important task for you today. You always like to get physical." Lu Xiaoqing said something disrespectful, then turned around and asked, "What important mission? Can't you talk about it in there?" "Don't worry. I'll take you to see the seafood and you'll understand." After Lin E finished speaking, he continued to push Lu Xiaoqing towards the kitchen. He entered the kitchen and immediately opened the refrigerator to check. He found that the refrigerator equipped in the villa was quite high-end. The seafood frozen last night was not frozen and was still fresh. Lin E took out a grouper and 2 lobsters and said to Lu Xiaoqing, "I want you to package these seafood and sell them in one order. After you get the wood, we'll buy a pig today because seafood tastes better when it's cooked with lots of oil." Lu Xiaoqing was stunned when he heard this and said hurriedly, "A pig costs about 10,000 lumber these days. You're trying to trade a fish and 2 lobsters for a pig? Are you still sleepy?" Lin E heard this and said with a smile, "Considering that we are in the early stages of our journey and that everyone doesn't have enough supplies for enjoyment, I'm selling them cheap. If it were on Blue Planet, I wouldn't even be willing to exchange them." In his previous life, he had also noticed a reaction after the seafood from the resort island appeared in the market, and he roughly knew what was going on. Lu Xiaoqing said, "You also know that it's different now than on Blue Star." Lin E heard this and said seriously, "You can set the price of these seafood at 5,000 wood and put them on the shelf. I guarantee that someone will want them, so don't worry." Chapter 63, Big Seafood Harvest. Buy a pig and do wholesale. After the seafood sales were confirmed, Lin E contacted Xiao Zhenfeng again and told him not to sell lychees today. Lu Chen also asked Lu Xiaoqing to notify him. Then, the 5 of them each got a coconut, drank the coconut juice, and then rushed to the platform. The fishing nets have been lowered for more than 2 hours, and it is time to pull them in. Back on the platform, the 5 people divided the work and cooperated with each other. Lin E returned to the fishing boat and retrieved the plastic bucket used to hold the fish. He asked Jiang Xiahan and the others to take out some ice cubes from the sterilizer and smash them with a hammer for later use. Afterwards, he took Su Ying to study how to use the steel frames on the fishing boat and the net hanging frame, and then they set off separately. Lin E drove the fishing boat to the farthest buoy and stopped it, then started the net lifting machine, wound the net rope around it, and secured it. Then, the fishing net was carried by the drum and pulled up from the sea into the cabin. Lin E took the net with his right hand and adjusted the fishing net with his left hand, staring closely at the front. Soon, fish began to be pulled from the sea onto the boat along with the fishing nets. First, a few sardines. Next is a dragonhead fish. And then there was a small red sea bream. A large golden pomfret weighing 4 or 5 kilograms appeared. At this point, he felt that he could no longer lift the fishing net, so he immediately hung the net on the steel frame beside him. The next moment, more fish were pulled onto the boat. 2 lionhead fish weighing several kilograms appeared. Sardines are showing signs of increasing numbers. Yellowfin snapper are starting to show up too, Lin E observed while collecting the net. Sudden, a flash of bright yellow appeared in his sight, very conspicuous in the sunlight. The next moment, a large yellow croaker as thick as 4 fingers was pulled into the cabin. The good stuff is finally coming out. Lin E started to get a little excited. Soon, a hint of bright red appeared in his sight again. This time, a red grouper weighing 4 or 5 kilograms was pulled onto the boat. Afterwards, large yellow croaker and various sea breams continued to come up fiercely. 20 minutes later, Lin E finally pulled up all the fish in the first net. The more than 200-meter-long sticky net, filled with fish, was hung on the steel frame, almost filling up an entire bamboo pole. Then he carried the bamboo pole and the fishing net to the side of the hold, hung them on the rack, replaced them with a new pole, and continued to the next stop to collect the second net. Another 20 minutes later, Lin E put away the second net. The situation in this net was similar to the first one. There were all kinds of fish, but the number of sardines was larger. Because of the previous experience, the operation was more proficient. When collecting the third net, Lin E tried to speed up the speed of the net lifting machine. In the end, the third net was collected in just 15 minutes. After Lin E collected the 3 nets, he immediately drove the fishing boat back to the platform. Returned to the edge of the platform. He found that Lu Xiaoqing and others had already filled the plastic bucket containing the fish with ice and were waiting. After Lin E stopped the boat, he moved 4 or 5 fish barrels into the cabin and then simply taught them how to untie the nets and sort the fish. Then, he left the platform and changed to another fishing boat to continue collecting the remaining fishing nets. This time, it took Lin E just over 40 minutes to collect all 3 networks. When he drove the fishing boat to the edge of the platform again, he found that Jiang Xiahan and the others had already collected all the fish on the first boat and were preparing to switch to the boat that Su Ying had brought back. Lin E stopped the boat and looked and found Jiang Xiahan and Lu Xiaoqing standing on the boat in a wobbly posture, as if they were cooperating in lifting the fish bucket. "Wait for me to come together," he shouted, got off the boat, and immediately trotted towards them. "Oh, then let's wait first," Jiang Xiahan replied loudly. Lin E walked closer and saw that the large fish basket they were carrying was filled with common seafood, such as sandfish and golden pomfret, which looked to be about 200 kilograms. "The boat is quite shaky. Let's lift it together," he greeted them. And then he and the 2 of them carried a basket of seafood to the platform and placed it in the kitchen shed that had been built earlier. Then, cover it tightly with thatch. Lin E counted the seafood that Jiang Xiahan and the others had caught. There are more than 30 of the most expensive yellow croakers, some big and some small, basically weighing between 700 and 800 grams and 2 kilograms. Next were about 20 groupers with various patterns, each weighing about 3 to 5 kilograms. Then there are all kinds of sea bream, countless in number, with one basket weighing probably more than 100 kilograms. The remaining 2 baskets of sardines and miscellaneous fish should weigh more than 300 kilograms in total. In other words, the 3 nets of the first boat caught a total of about 500 kilograms of sea fish. There are 3 boats and 9 nets left. If all the fish were collected, the harvest would probably be 2,000 kilograms of sea fish. This amount, after a critical hit, would be 8,000 kilograms. Even if we can't get the traps in time today, it's still enough for 3 teams to do wholesale. With a net over 3,000 meters long, wrapped twice around the bay, they were able to catch 2,000 kilograms of fish in 2 hours. When Lin E thought about this, he still found it a little unbelievable. "We need to collect all the fish as quickly as possible and ship them out as early as possible today," Lin E muttered to himself, and immediately went to the kitchen to get ice cubes and a fish basket, and then divided the work among them. The 4 of them were divided into 2 groups. Each group was responsible for cleaning the catch on a boat and speeding up the process of removing the fish from the fishing nets. Although it was already past noon, everyone was hungry. But seafood does not wait for anyone and easily spoils, so everyone can only hurry up and work. During this period, Su Ying also drove back the last fishing boat. Lin E directly arranged for her to go back and prepare lunch first. An hour later, after the 4 of them had cleared the seafood from 2 boats, only the boat that Su Ying had brought back last was left to be processed. Su Ying had just finished preparing lunch at this time. Lin E decided to eat first and then continue working. Because they were in a hurry, their lunch was simple and straightforward. Fried lobster, fried chicken breast, and fried steak. Each person gets 1 piece. Everyone went to the kitchen to get large basins and filled them with rice and vegetables. Everyone found a corner, picked up their bowls, and started eating. Everyone ate and talked, and the atmosphere in the kitchen was lively. Although they had worked all morning, the joy of the great harvest completely overshadowed their tiredness. When Lin E was halfway through his meal, Lu Xiaoqing walked towards him and said with surprise, "The grouper and lobster I put on sale have been sold. I just posted 2 promotional messages on the World Channel and hadn't even looked at them until now. I didn't expect them to be bought 2 hours ago." "I told you I wouldn't lie to you," Lin E responded. Lu Xiaoqing couldn't help but slap his forehead and said with an annoyed look, "Oh, if I had known the deal would be done so quickly, I wouldn't have added 3 pounds of beef and 10 pounds of rice. It's okay. The system sends 5 kilograms of beef every day anyway, and we can't finish it." Lin E didn't care. After that, he added, "After dinner, you won't have to help with the chores. Just look around the market and try to pick the biggest pig that's already been slaughtered and cut up." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing immediately said, "Okay, I know how to handle the seafood from now on. Leave the poor shopping to me. I promise I'll get it done within an hour." After confirming this matter, Lin E began to eat faster. "We have a bumper harvest of seafood today. We will have to package it as soon as possible and send it to the 2 cooperative sales teams. After buying live pigs, pairing them with pork will definitely improve wholesale efficiency. The total sales capacity of their 3 teams is limited, but as long as they screen out dozens of sales agents in the market, the efficiency of downward distribution can be increased exponentially. Chapter 64. Millions of seafood, wholesale. Fatten them first, then kill them. After lunch, the 5 of them continued to work. Su Ying took Jiang Xiahan and the others to the last fishing boat to untie the nets and collect seafood, while Lin E stayed on the platform to deal with the ones that had been collected previously. The fish baskets containing seafood on the boat had already been severely damaged when they were first received by the fishing boat. In order to facilitate subsequent operations, he only left 1/4 in each box when packaging. An hour later, Su Ying and her friends collected all the seafood from the last boat and carried it onto the platform. When Lin E was about to go over to pack the food, Lu Xiaoqing suddenly called him and said that she had found a live pig. After almost a week of traveling, the market prices of large livestock have gradually stabilized, so there are no twists and turns in buying live pigs. Lin E communicated with Lu Xiaoqing and confirmed that the pig had been slaughtered and simply cut into pieces. It meets their requirements. Then, he arranged for Su Ying to deal with the seafood that had just been collected, while he himself prepared to start a critical attack on all the supplies. Lin E took off the plastic gloves he wore when catching fish, took Lu Xiaoqing back to the kitchen table, and asked her to give him skill enhancements. Afterwards, he immediately increased the 5,000 timber income from selling seafood to 20,000. 1 minute later, Lu Xiaoqing's eyes left the bracelet screen and immediately said to Lin E, "We've already bought the pigs, weighing 260 kilograms in total, and spent 12,000 on wood. Okay, I'll take care of it right away." After Lin E finished speaking, he immediately checked the pork he had just bought in the mall space. The limbs and head of this live pig have been removed, and the meat has been simply divided into 8 parts. He directly quadrupled its power in the mall space, and then handed it over to Lu Xiaoqing to deal with. Afterwards, Lin E rushed out of the house without stopping and started a crazy critical strike mode. Critical hit success. Newly added. Large yellow croaker, 72 kg. Critical hit success. Newly gained. Grouper, 76 caddies. Critical hit success. Newly gained. 75 kilograms of snapper. Critical hit success. Newly gained. Golden pomfret, 76 kg. Critical hit success. Newly gained. Dragonhead fish, 74 caddies. Critical hit success. Newly gained. Sandfish, 76 kg. Critical hit success. Newly gained. 77 kilograms of various fish. Lin E spent 6 or 7 minutes and finally succeeded in catching all the seafood he had harvested today. There are a total of 86 baskets of seafood. Assuming that each basket weighs about 100 kilograms, that's 8,600 kilograms of seafood. There were 7 boxes of yellow croaker in total, with each fish weighing an average of more than 1 gene, and about 70 to 80 fish in each box. There are 11 boxes of grouper in total, with each fish weighing an average of 3.5 kilograms, and there are almost 30 groupers in each box. There are 20 boxes of sea bream in total, with each fish weighing an average of 3 gene, and about 30 fish in each box. There are 8 boxes of dragonhead fish in total, with each fish weighing an average of 1 gene, and there are hundreds of them in each box. They're the most golden pomfret, with a total of 20 boxes, each weighing an average of 4 gene, and about 20 fish in each box. There are also 12 full baskets of remaining sardines and miscellaneous fish. Seafood piled up like small hills in the shed. Ice water flowed everywhere, and the air was filled with a strong smell of the sea. Jiang Xiahan saw this scene and opened her mouth to ask something, but finally realized that Lin E was still busy moving things up and down, so she stopped talking. Su Ying cooperated with Lin E and saw so many seafood, her face looked a little worried. After a while, Jiang Xiahan saw Lin E finished his work and immediately stepped forward to ask, "Lin E, we have so much seafood now. We need to find a way to provide long-term insurance. What should we do next?" Lin E came back to his senses and immediately said, "You and Xiao go get some straw to cover all the seafood. Then go to the villa and get some fruit to eat. Once you're done, you two can go and rest. We'll take care of the rest." After saying that, he invited Su Ying to go into the kitchen together. When I went in, I found Lu Xiaoqing sorting the pork he had just bought. Seeing this, Lin E asked Su Ying to find the basket that was used to hold the fruit to put the pork in. Then he and Lu Xiaoqing walked aside and found a chair to sit down. "I just finished processing all the seafood, and now I want to discuss the pricing with you." After Lin E finished speaking, he told her about the various types of seafood. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing immediately said. This morning's grouper and lobster were priced at 5,000. The average price per pound is about 300 pieces of wood. Judging from the efficiency of order sales, this price is definitely on the low side. If it sells normally, I estimate that 400 to 500 pieces of wood per pound will be fine. Lin E nodded and said, that's right. If the whole team is mobilized, each person only needs to carry 2 100 gene logs back from the resource island. After the system removes the moisture, it can be exchanged for 400 to 500 units of wood. Wild rockfish on Blue Planet can easily cost hundreds of yuan per pound, and most people wouldn't eat them. But now, if you just do a little work, you can get a taste of them, and I'm sure many people will try them. Lu Xiaoqing said, there are definitely a lot of people who want to buy seafood, but the number of transactions in our mall is limited, so we can only find teams that specialize in buying large livestock in a market, killing them, and then selling them separately. Our seafood is exclusively supplied, and there is certainly no shortage of buyers of this type. But we have so much seafood that if we want to sell it all today, we'll probably have to set an attractive price. Lin E heard this and smiled knowingly. Yes, pricing is the key to this matter. There are only a limited number of teams in the market that have large quantities of timber. Although we have a rare commodity, if the price is too high, it will not be able to circulate at all if no one can afford it. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing asked, then how do you plan to set the price? Lin E said, but before setting the price, I need to ask you some information. What's the matter? Lu Xiaoqing's curiosity was also aroused. Lin E said, the most expensive large livestock on the market right now should be cattle. Based on your usual observations, how many teams specialize in purchasing cattle for slaughter? Lu Xiaoqing thought for a moment and said, the market price of a cow is about 20,000 to 30,000 lumber. Although there aren't many teams that can afford it, I estimate there are around 100. Lin E nodded and said, okay, then we will target this group of people. Our 3 teams have 29 orders left to sell, and each order is priced at 35,000 pieces of wood. Today, we have to get as much wood as possible from this group of people. We're going to sell 35,000 pieces of lumber for 1 order. Lu Xiaoqing paused and said in surprise, those 29 pieces, wouldn't that sell for 1,000,000 pieces of lumber? That's right. I'll tell you the specific prices of various seafood now, so you can tell your brother later. After Lin E finished speaking, he continued to add, the price of yellow croaker is 500 yuan per caddy. Grouper is 250 yuan per caddy. Sea bream is 100 yuan per caddy. Golden pomfret is 60 yuan per caddy. Dragon head fish is 100 yuan per caddy. And sardines and miscellaneous fish are 50 yuan per caddy. According to this wholesale price, all the seafood is divided into 29 equal portions, and each portion is paired with 20 kilograms of pork. Let's keep 5 large yellow croakers and steam them in the evening. Lu Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment after hearing this, then suddenly asked, the market retail price of grouper is no problem at 400 or 500. If we set the price so low, won't we be at a loss? It's a loss, but it's okay to lose for 1 day. After Lin E finished speaking, he added, anyway, this is just today's pricing. Once this group of people make a profit today and can afford a higher price tomorrow, we'll raise the price. Lu Xiaoqing was surprised when he heard this. Oh, then I understand. You want to fatten them up before killing them. Lin E heard this and said with a smile, that's right. The more money these people make today, the better. Once the news gets out, others will definitely be jealous. This way, our seafood will sell even better tomorrow. Okay, let's take action. You go contact Xiao Zhenfeng, and I will keep an eye on my brother. Lu Xiaoqing said hurriedly, walked out of the kitchen, and rushed towards the seafood storage area. You're so excited when it comes to doing business. This is the stuff that makes you big money. Lin E muttered inwardly, then immediately clicked on the bracelet and started to act. It's not time to rest yet. It takes dozens of orders to sell tens of thousands of kilograms of supplies. It still needs to be repacked and then mailed to other teams. Chapter 65. A bountiful harvest of ground traps. A huge success in seafood wholesale. After Lin E arranged the wholesale sale of seafood, he let everyone take an hour's lunch break. Lu Xiaoqing is an exception. She had no intention of sleeping and sold 4 orders while others were taking a nap. After Lin E got up, he saw that there were 140,000 more pieces of wood in the mall, and he immediately praised her profusely. Then they ate some fruit. At exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin E left Lu Xiaoqing to trade on the platform. The other 4 people were divided into 2 groups, 2 people in each group. They filled the fish holds with seawater, and then set sail. Lin E brought Wang Xiyao and drove the fishing boat to the outskirts of the bay and parked it steadily, preparing to surround the enemy from both inside and outside with Su Ying and the others, and collect the more than 400 traps set yesterday before dusk. He dropped anchor and looked back. I found that Wang Xiyao had already put on waterproof rubber pants and rubber gloves, and looked ready for battle. Lin E dragged a fish basket over and said, "Xiao, bring a few more buckets. After I lift the trap, I'll pour the seafood into the basket. You'll be responsible for picking up the seafood and sorting them into the fish storage tank." "Okay, no problem," Wang Xiao said and immediately took action. Then, Lin E used a hook to pull up the buoy, then pulled up the rope tied to the floor drain, fixed it on the net lifting machine, and then turned on the machine. Then he slowed down the speed of the net lifting machine slightly. It was Lin Yi's first time collecting ground traps, so he needed some time to familiarize himself with the operation. As the net lifting machine turned, the ground trap in the sea was gradually pulled up. After the first basket was collected, Lin E saw that it was full of harvest. He untied the rope at the fish mouth and poured the fish into the basket. With a few splashes, the fish began to jump. "Wow, so many fish!" Wang Xiao exclaimed, knelt down unsteadily, and leaned over to grab the basket. Lin E looked at her bold posture that completely disregarded the beauty of her chest and smiled helplessly. "Xiao, don't be so anxious. The time it takes me to set up a trap is enough for you to pick up all the seafood." "Oh, okay then," Wang Xiao replied, then picked up a fish and showed it to Lin E. This cage yielded 4 fish, all of which looked identical, as well as a conch and a few shrimps. Lin E took a closer look and replied, "The reddish fish in your hand is called a stone 9-spotted fish. It's a different species from the other mudfish." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiao immediately compared the fish in her hand with the one in the basket and said in surprise, "Really? If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed this detail." Lin E said, "It's okay, you already know it now. Just pay attention to distinguish it later." "Yeah." After Wang Xiao said that, she immediately started to speed up the fishing. The first basket of fish we caught were all small fish weighing less than 1 pound. For fish, a conch, and 2 shrimps. The total weight is only about 4 pounds, which is not difficult to handle. A minute later, the second trap was also brought up. Lin E untied it and poured it into the basket. A long fish immediately jumped up in the basket. He looked closely. Oh, it turned out to be a real eel. "This looks like a snake." Wang Xiao didn't dare to pounce on it directly this time. "Don't be afraid, it's not a snake. It's a sea eel, and it's delicious when braised." Lin E said a word of comfort, turned around to put away the trap, and continued to pull down the next trap. After Wang Xiao knew that the eel was not a snake, she felt relieved and started to collect the fish. This cage of fish included a conger eel weighing 2 or 3 pounds, a few small squids, and a few conches. Immediately following, the third cage, the fourth cage, the fifth cage. After collecting 10 traps, Lin E had a rough idea of the types of fish he had caught, in addition to the ones mentioned above. We also harvested seafood, including orchid crabs, swimming crabs, small grouper, small snapper, octopus, mantis shrimp, giant white shrimp, and bamboo shrimp. Although the grouper and snapper caught were only about 1 kilogram, they were definitely not as big as those caught with sticky nets. But the good thing is that most of the seafood caught in the ground traps can survive and can be later raised in cages on the platform. In this way, even if you leave the resort island, you can still eat seafood at any time. Lin E even felt that setting traps was more important than setting nets. After all, these traps could directly improve their food at sea. Over time, soon, with the efforts of the two, they collected more than 100 traps. Because he was worried that the seafood would suffocate if it took too long, Lin E stopped and prepared to go back and put in the net cage first. Lin E drove the fishing boat directly to the sea on the south side of the platform and came to the side of the fish cage. New cage added to the platform. It is a cubic cage structure with a length, width, and height of 5 meters. The top fence is about half a meter above sea level. The main frame is metal, and the load-bearing frame is deeply embedded in the platform. Products produced by the system will definitely have no problem with stability. He parked the fishing boat steadily, and then worked with Wang Xiyao to start taking out the seafood from the fish storage tank and putting it into the net cages. Early stage. Lin E made a rough estimate. The number of stone 9 male fish is the largest, with hundreds of them, and most of them weigh around 700 to 800 grams. There are also quite a few mudfish, about 70 or 80 of them, and most of them weigh about 1 kilogram. There are about 40 small spotted fish of various types, most of which weigh about 1.5 pounds. The number of small snappers is about the same as that of small groupers. There are fewer remaining conger eels, only about 20, but they are slightly larger, basically weighing 2 or 3 kilograms. We collected more than 100 traps, and the fresh sea fish alone weighed several hundred kilograms. The crabs are mainly of two types, orchid crabs and swimming crabs, with a total of more than 200, with an average size of about 4 tails. The rest are conch, squid, octopus, and various shrimps. Each one weighs several dozen kilograms. But the shrimps and squids were not as hardy as the previous species, and about half of them died. Lin E poured all the fresh seafood into the cages for breeding, and then asked Wang Xiyao to take the dead squid and shrimp to the refrigerator on the platform and freeze them. After a while, Lin E was tidying up the trap in the cabin when he suddenly heard a loud female voice coming from the platform. Lin E, I've sold out all the seafood for today. I want to go with you too. Lin E heard the voice and looked up. After discovering that Wang Xiyao had returned, there was an excited Lu Xiaoqing beside her. Lin E smiled and waved. Okay, then you can get on the boat with Xiao. Soon, Lu Xiaoqing jumped onto the fishing boat and walked straight to Lin E. Less than half an hour after you left, I sold out all 9 orders, and within the next hour, all 10 orders from my brother were sold out as well. As Lu Xiaoqing spoke, he clicked on the bracelet screen to display them all page, and said excitedly, let me show you what we've earned today. My brother and I have 19 orders totaling 665,000 lumber. Do you want to use a critical hit on the lumber right now? Don't worry. The wood is in the mall space, and it won't run away. After Lin E finished speaking, he walked directly to the locker and took out a set of waterproof pants and gloves. Before setting out to collect the traps, he had briefly looked at the market response and had probably guessed what the result would be. Lin E walked back, handed the things to Lu Xiaoqing, and said with a smile, let's hurry up and catch some seafood first, then finish work early in the evening and have time to make braised pork and braised prawns for dinner. Chapter 66. Earning 4 million in timber a day. A promising future. When the 5 of them collected all the traps and returned to the platform, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin E asked Lu Xiaoqing and the other 3 to go back to the villa to take a shower first, and then prepare dinner. He and Su Ying continued to stay on the boat, scooping up the seafood and putting it into the net cages. The 2 groups caught about the same amount of fish. There were 4 trips in total, and the final harvest was probably 4 times that of Lin Yi's first trip. There are more than 400 ground traps in total, each of which is about 10 meters long. The total catch includes more than 1,000 kilograms of various sea fish, more than 2,000 crabs, over 100 kilograms of conchs, over 100 kilograms of mantis shrimps, over 100 kilograms of bamboo shrimps, and over 100 octopuses. The small squids weighed about 70 to 80 kilograms, and dozens of kilograms were dead. There were about 100 pounds of large white shrimps, and almost half of them were dead. All kinds of seafood that died not long ago have just been put into the refrigerator and frozen. When you want to eat it in the future, just take it out and eat it. After they caught all the seafood, they continued to sail out to sea to set traps. Because of the experience they had yesterday, it only took them about an hour to set all the traps today. Return to the platform. Su Ying saw that the shed where the seafood had been stored was a little dirty, so she went to get some water and prepare to clean it. Lin E came to the planting area. With the help of the skill resurrection of all things, after 2 days, the crops in the affected plots have grown for the equivalent of 60 days. The cucumbers, corn, leeks, and lettuce in the field are all ripe. Lin E pulled out all 12 corn plants, broke the corn, and took the corn stalks to the breeding shed for storage. When there is a skill buff, do a critical hit and use it to feed cows and sheep. He picked a few cucumbers and some lettuces and prepared to take them out to the villa kitchen for later use. Because of the critical hit skill, all the ripe vegetables in this plot cannot be eaten all at once. Lin E planned to change a plot of land when he released his skills tonight and transplant the original plants of the 2 attribute fruits. After a while, he found that Wang Xiyao had also returned from the island with cattle and sheep. Afterwards, the 2 of them helped Su Ying clean up together. After finishing their work, they took the corn and cucumbers and returned to the villa. After they returned to the villa, I found that Lu Xiaoqing and Jiang Xiahan were almost ready for dinner. Jiang Xiahan grilled lobster and steak, while Lu Xiaoqing made braised pork and steamed 2 large yellow croakers. Lin E saw that there were already quite a lot of vegetables, so he asked Lu Xiaoqing to give him skill enhancements, and then he critically ate all the vegetables he had collected today and the food rewarded by the system. Then, I made a simple and refreshing cucumber salad and washed some lettuce to prepare for wrapping the roast beef. After a busy day, everyone had a good appetite and ate up all the dishes for dinner. After dinner, Lin E took Lu Xiaoqing and Wang Xiyao back to the platform to deal with the wood harvested during the day. He checked the attribute panel and saw that he had more than 200 mental power left. He felt that it should not be wasted, so he directly asked Lu Xiaoqing to give him skill buffs. After getting the buff, Lin E first went to the cow sheet and critically attacked the corn stalks. In this way, combined with the fodder stored previously, even if there is no time to herd the cattle, it can last for 4 or 5 days. Afterwards, he immediately took the wood that Xiao Jinfeng had mailed back. A total of 350,000 pieces of wood. The critical hit was successful. It became 1.4 million. Immediately afterwards, he attacked Lu Xiaoqing and his brother for 665,000 pieces of timber. The critical hit was successful. It became 2.66 million. Just one day, tens of thousands of kilograms of supplies were exchanged for more than 1 million pieces of wood. After Lin Yi's critical hit, the total amount of timber harvested today reached a staggering 4.06 million. This amount of wood does not include the other 2 supplies. According to his experience, it should be enough to upgrade the platform to level 30. Lin E gasped when he saw so much wood. The operation of quadrupling the supplies first and then quadrupling the wood again had an effect that was even more exaggerated than he expected. When there are more fruits of various types in the future, you can continue to resell them, or even wholesale them. For example, the D-level talent fruit I saw last night. Although it costs millions to buy it back, it becomes 4 after a critical hit. Eat 1 and sell 3. In other words, as long as you buy a D-level talent fruit, it is equivalent to a direct net profit of 8 or 9 million in timber. Using this trading logic, their team will probably be far ahead by just lying down and trading every day. That is definitely a promising future. Last night, I thought it would take 3 days to gather the wood to be safe, but now it seems that I was too conservative. The seafood harvest is much better than expected, and the wholesale strategy is also very successful. Lin E couldn't help but mutter to himself. Lu Xiaoqing stood aside and saw Lin E was a little absent-minded. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Lin E, what are you daydreaming about? Lin E came back to his senses after hearing this and said with a smile, It's okay, I just didn't expect it. Our harvest for the day is enough to buy the D-level talent fruit I saw last night. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing immediately said, So, what are you waiting for? If you have enough wood, just contact the seller as soon as possible. Lin E heard this and shook his head. We don't need to rush to place the order. Since no one else is competing with us for it, this D-level talent fruit is definitely ours. If we place the order too early and give the other party wood, they might be able to upgrade to a level 11 platform tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing asked, Are you worried that after the seller reaches level 11, he will catch seafood and mess up the market price? Lin E nodded and smiled. That's right. We have to maintain exclusive supply for at least 2 or 3 days to maximize the profits we've worked so hard to earn. Lu Xiaoqing thought about it after hearing this and suddenly asked, Xiao Jinfeng and my brother, you said you would delay distributing the profits from the sales we made these past 2 days. Is that the reason? Hearing this, Lin E smiled and said no. Yesterday I was busy buying attribute fruits and upgrading the platform, so I really couldn't spare that much wood. And today's arrangement was because I didn't expect the seafood harvest to be so big. My initial thought was to owe them the wood first, and then settle the bill with the 2 teams after I raised 3 million wood to buy the D-level talent fruit. After listening to this, Lu Xiaoqing immediately asked, Now that we've collected 3 million in lumber, should we split the profits between the 2 teams? Since it's already been decided, let's wait a few more days. Lin E shook his head and replied, The market demand for seafood is limited. If we ask these 2 teams to go to the island early to catch seafood, our wholesale strategy may not work. We will wait until other teams of strangers arrive on the resort island and then settle the dividends with the 2 cooperating teams. Lu Xiaoqing nodded. What you said seems to make sense. When my brother and Xiao Jinfeng and the others arrive on the island, they will have to cooperate with us even if they catch seafood. We can help them catch seafood and charge half of the fee. This cooperation will benefit everyone. That's right. Lin E. Besides, the seafood on the resort island is limited, and our catch may decrease in a few days. Then we can sell them fishing boats to improve their fishing efficiency. As long as they catch more seafood and give it to us for catching, we will charge a fee, and our income will naturally increase. Yeah, then I understand. Lu Xiaoqing nodded. Their conversation ended. Lin E turned around and saw that the red strength attribute fruit and the yellow endurance attribute fruit in the ground were also ripe. After a day of hard work, if it weren't for Wang Xiao's healing technique, my body would definitely not be able to bear it in the afternoon. After eating these 10 attribute fruits, I shouldn't feel back pain even if I work hard in the future. Lin E thought as he walked into the field. Chapter 67, Villa Night, Swimming Pool, Party. As soon as they came back from the platform, Wang Xiyao immediately pulled Lu Xiaoqing over and told Lin E that she wanted to learn how to swim. Lin E agreed. Seeing Su Ying still busy arranging fruits in the hall, he asked her to join him. Jiang Xiahan became interested when she heard this, and immediately jumped up from the sofa, shouting that she wanted to have a pool party. Under her leadership, everyone turned on all the lights in the first-floor lobby and courtyard, played music, moved the large table and barbecue grill to the edge of the swimming pool, and quickly put out fruits and drinks. The atmosphere in the villa suddenly became lively. After several people went into the water, according to the distribution agreed in advance, Lin E was responsible for teaching Wang Xiyao, and Su Ying was responsible for teaching Lu Xiaoqing. Although Jiang Xiahan can swim, she didn't rush into the water. Instead, she went to the refrigerator to get lobster, squid, and leeks, and showed off the barbecue skills she had learned in the past 2 days. In the swimming pool, Lin E prepared to teach Wang Xiyao the basics of swimming first. He held her waist and abdomen with his hands, supporting her above the water. In the process, he kept instructing her on the power movements. In order to teach Wang Xiyao as quickly as possible, Lin E would suddenly let go of her hand, allowing her to instinctively paddle in the water. The first few times, Wang Xiyao was extremely nervous. She would flutter and struggle for a few times, then immediately hug Lin E like an octopus. After trying many times, he found that although Wang Xiao's body relaxed a little, she still sank to the bottom in less than a second and could not float up at all. The other side, while Su Ying was teaching Lu Xiaoqing the moves, she glanced in Lin Yi's direction and saw the familiar scene again. Wang Xiyao was frantically thrashing around in the water, making huge splashes, and then she hugged Lin E again. Then, the two of them hugged each other in the water. Su Ying took a deep breath and couldn't bear to watch it anymore. She let Lu Xiaoqing practice alone first, and then swam to the other side of the swimming pool. After a while, Lin E heard the sound of water behind him. He turned around and saw Su Ying emerging from the water. He asked, "Why are you here?" Su Ying stood up in the water and said speechlessly, "If I don't come over, I don't think Xiao will be able to learn it in a week if you teach her like this." Hearing this, Lin E was confused and asked, "What's wrong with my method?" To learn how to swim, you must first learn how to generate power with your legs. If you let Xiao splash around in the water all the time, she won't have time to learn the movements. After Su Ying finished speaking, she immediately pulled Wang Xiyao to the edge of the swimming pool and instructed her to put her hands on the edge of the pool. "Xiao, grab onto the shore with your hands to help you float on the water. Maintain this position and learn how to tread water first." "Yeah, okay." Wang Xiyao immediately followed Su Ying's instructions. Seeing this, Su Ying immediately explained to Lin E, "Pay attention to Xiao's foot movements. If she doesn't get it right, demonstrate it to her a few more times. Once she's used to it, you can hold her hands and take her to a deeper area to learn. Once she can push forward with just her feet, you could try letting go." Hearing this, Lin E smiled and said, "So you want to look at the feet? I understand. Then I'll try your method." He admitted that he had no teaching experience, and Su Ying was indeed better at swimming than him, so he had no choice but to follow her arrangements. After Su Ying finished talking to Lin E, she went back. Afterwards, Lin E continued to teach Wang Xiyao according to her method. An hour later, while eating barbecue, the few of them took a break. What surprised Lin E was that under Su Ying's guidance, Lu Xiaoqing was able to swim in the water holding a vegetable bowl before the break. After resting, Lin E followed suit, picked up a bowl of food, and went back to the swimming pool to continue teaching Wang Xiyao. Jiang Xiahan had nothing to do, so she jumped into the swimming pool to join the fun. The excitement in the swimming pool lasted until after 10 o'clock in the evening. After a night of study, Lu Xiaoqing has basically learned it, And although Wang Xiyao is a little behind, she can also move around in the water with the help of the basin. Once you master the skill of swimming, your progress will be rapid. Therefore, Lin E was not worried that Wang Xiyao would not be able to learn it. Afterwards, everyone packed up their things and went back to wash up and get ready for bed. Lin E returned to the bedroom, lay down on the bed, and then waited quietly for Jiang Xiahan to arrive. During this period, the seller Wei Yanhong sent a private message to clarify the transaction situation with Lin E. Wei Yanhong probably guessed that it was Lin E who was supplying the seafood. He also repeatedly emphasized that Lin E should not buy other supplies first and complete the transaction as soon as possible the day after tomorrow. Seeing the booming seafood sales during the day, Wei Yanhong must have been eager to land on the resort island. This matter was also within Lin Yi's expectations. After Lin E replied to Wei Yanhong, he looked at the chat channel for a while, but found nothing new. After midnight, the half-closed door of his bedroom was pushed open again. Lin E looked up. Jiang Xiahan skillfully closed and locked the door, turned around gracefully, and lifted up the high-slit ancient skirt underneath. She was wearing a simplified version of the ancient Chinese clothing skirt that she had collected on the first day. Tonight, I'm going to let you see my skills. Jiang Xiahan smiled cunningly, lifted the hem of her skirt with both hands, jumped onto the bed, and sat astride Lin E. Lin E reached out and touched the thin skirt material, then studied its structure intently. Then he said with a firm look on his face, "If concubines in ancient times could be as active as you at night, I think every emperor would have to retire before the age of 30. But you're different," Jiang Xiahan said, casually pulling back Lin Yi's blanket with a playful look on her face. "You've eaten so many attribute fruits in the past 2 days, your body must be incredibly strong, right? Even if there are 3,000 beauties in your harem, it's not a big deal for you." Lin E laughed and said, "I'm the only strong laborer in the team. Don't I have to do all the heavy work? If I don't eat the attribute fruit, how can I have the energy to serve you?" Jiang Xiahan rolled her eyes. "Bah, it was you who wanted to form a group of 4 girls. Don't try to act like a spoiled brat now that you've taken advantage of us." Lin E was speechless and said, "How can this be called selling goodness? I ate the stats of the past few days, but I will definitely give you little weaklings a boost in a few days." When Jiang Xiahan heard this, she immediately said happily, "Let's make a deal then. When it's our turn to eat the fruit, I have to eat it first. Otherwise, I always feel like I won't have the strength to keep up." Lin E said, "It doesn't matter who comes first or last. Before we leave the resort island, I have to make sure the average attributes of you, Lu Xiaoqing, and Wang Xiyao all reach above 15. Okay, let's not talk about this for now." As soon as Jiang Xiahan finished speaking, her body suddenly softened and she rolled into Lin Yi's arms, laughing. "A night of spring is worth 1,000 gold. We must seize it quickly. We still have to work tomorrow, so we can't stay up as late tonight as we did last night," Lin E reminded. "Wait a minute. I'll look at the situation first. This isn't a matter of negotiation. Don't you have any idea of the dark circles under your eyes when you woke up today? Don't want to stay up late, then it depends on the attribute fruit you eat to see if it is useful." Jiang Xiahan blinked cunningly. "Look at you. You're trying to provoke me again. As long as it works." "Good, very energetic." Lin E chuckled, turned over, and took her in his arms, then pulled the quilt over her. Outside the window, the moonlight is like water pouring down softly. The water in the swimming pool in the courtyard ripples gently, reflecting the broken moonlight onto the ceiling, like swaying starlight. Chapter 68, Brand New S-Level Talent. 10,000 thunders from the sky. 2 days later, in the evening, after a busy day's work, Lin E came to the island and prepared to drive the cows and lambs back. He was walking on the grass with the cow, and his bracelet suddenly lit up. When I clicked on it, the system information popped up. The second team to reach the level 11 kinetic platform has appeared. Team ID 77774396. System prompt: please speed up the upgrade process for other teams. When 1% of the teams reach level 11, the holiday will end and the dual team matching mechanism for the second level resource island will be activated. On the 8th day of the journey, another team finally reached the 11th platform. Lin E muttered to himself. Then he quickly found Wei Yanhong in the friend list and edited a message. "You put D-level talent fruit on the shelves now. I will place an order immediately." The message is sent. He took out the bracelet and quickened his pace to the platform. These 2 days, Lin E and his friends' lives were basically the same as the second day after landing on the island. We use sticky nets to catch fish in the morning, and all the seafood is sold wholesale. As for the fish catch, although it is reduced by about 200 kilograms every day. However, due to price increases, revenue actually increased by about 10%. The next day, seafood sales totaled 4.06 million. On the third day, seafood sales reached 4.52 million. Today, seafood sales reached 4.58 million. I had a trading opportunity yesterday and bought a physical attribute fruit for over 10,000 yuan. Now, their team has a total of 13.15 million pieces of wood left. In the afternoon, it's time to collect the traps. The harvest from ground traps did not change as much as that from sticky nets. Anyway, Lin E put all the fresh seafood into cages for mixed breeding. At night, it's a pool party. During this period, Lin E and Su Ying also taught Lu Xiaoqing how to swim. In the early morning, I played stickers with Jiang Xiahan. However, with the blessing of fruits of various attributes, Lin Yi's space for Jiang Xiahan to pull is getting smaller and smaller. Last night, it was only 1 a.m. when I didn't dare to be stubborn anymore. Soon, Lin E returned to the platform, drove the cattle into the breeding shed, and immediately opened them all. He found that Wei Yanhong had already put the talent fruit on the shelves and immediately clicked to place an order. Congratulations on your successful order. Receive 1 D-level talent fruit. Timber, 2.8 million. The magic attack talent I've been waiting for is finally here. Lin E suppressed his excitement and took out the fruit that was the size of a ping-pong ball and had some strange raised patterns on the surface. While I looked up, I found Lu Xiaoqing and Su Ying cleaning the seafood shed. Lin E immediately walked over and asked Lu Xiaoqing to give him skill buff. Buff arrived, immediate critical hit. Critical hit success. Newly gained, D-level talent fruit 3. Hold it for me first, Lin E said as he stuffed the 3 fruits obtained from the critical hit to Lu Xiaoqing. Then he scanned with the bracelet and directly read the skill introduction. Type talent fruit. Level D. Talent skill Thunder Strike. After taking this, you can awaken a talent skill. The initial limit is up to D level, and the skill level can be increased by taking the talent evolution fruit. D rank Lightning Strike. Instantly unleashes a small bolt of lightning, lasting up to 0.02 seconds. The attack's power and range are determined by your mental power. Each attack can be performed once for every 100 points of mental power consumed. For every 20 points of mental power added, the range increases by 10 meters. Note, during the lightning attack, a protective shield will automatically form on the body surface to block the electric shock. A small lightning attack. Even if it's only D rank, this spell attack skill is too abnormal. Lin E was extremely excited. This innate skill was Lightning Strike. Even if it's just a momentary lightning strike on the head, which carbon-based creature can withstand it? Lu Xiaoqing took the talent fruit and saw Lin Yi's focused look and asked curiously, "Are you planning to eat this gifted fruit now?" "That's right. I'm going to the island for a while, so you keep this gift fruit for now." After Lin E finished speaking, he stuffed the gifted fruit into his mouth and ran towards the island. Since we can't tell the specific power just by looking at the skill description, then go to the island and find a tree to chop. 2 minutes later, Lin E returned to the island again, climbed up the hillside beside the grass, and stood in front of a shrub about 5 meters high. Try the effects of D-class first. Lin E followed the skill instructions, and with a thought, a small thundercloud condensed in the palm of his hand. Although the thundercloud was small, one could clearly see countless rapidly moving arcs of electricity in the cloud. He stared at a branch on the bush that was about 2 fingers thick. With a thought, the thundercloud in his palm immediately turned into a flash of lightning and rushed into the sky. Then it fell from the sky and hit the branch accurately. There was a loud boom of thunder. The branch broke with a sound, and the middle part was shattered by lightning. Fuck, I was too conservative. Lin E suppressed his excitement and took out an A-level talent evolution fruit and swallowed it. Congratulations. D-rank Lightning Strike has evolved into A-rank Super Lightning Strike. Super Lightning Strike can instantly release a large lightning strike that lasts up to 0.05 seconds to attack the target. After evolving the talent skill to level A, the maximum duration of lightning will be increased from 0.02 seconds to 0.05 seconds. The description of lightning has also changed from small lightning to large lightning, but we have to try to know its specific power. Lin E immediately took out 2 spiritual attribute fruits and ate them to replenish his mental strength. The next moment, his eyes were fixed on the bowl-sized trunk in the center of the shrub. Lin E continued to release his skills, and the number of electric arcs in the thundercloud in his palm increased by more than 10 times. The originally pitch-black thundercloud was now more than half illuminated by the electric arc. Lin E's mind moved. The next moment, a huge bolt of lightning fell from the sky. It struck the main trunk of the bush with great precision. A loud boom shook the entire hillside. The 5-meter-high shrub suddenly exploded at the center of the lightning strike. The crown of the upper part of the shrub was almost completely destroyed, turning into flying wood chips all over the sky. The lower half of the shrub was also blasted to pieces by the stray electric arc, and all the side branches were broken, leaving only a charred trunk. Holy crap! With this kind of power, if it hits someone's head, it'll be torn into pieces. Lin, he couldn't help but scream when he saw the scene in front of him. Then let me see the ultimate limit of this S-level lightning technique. He calmed his mind, took out 3 spiritual fruits, and swallowed them, almost replenishing his spiritual power. Immediately following, he opened his attribute panel and found the 3rd purple lightning symbol at the location of the skill icon. After the talent fruit is eaten and turned into a talent skill, its material form undergoes a fundamental change, which will not affect the release of the critical strike skill. Lin, he was familiar with the process and raised his fingertips to tap lightly. Critical hit. A-level talent skill, Super Thunderstrike, evolves into S-level talent skill, 10,000 Thunder Attraction. 10,000 thunders, the thunderstorm brewing in your palm, can draw forth a mighty thunderbolt, shattering everything in its path. Use this ability to instantly unleash a massive bolt of lightning, lasting up to 0.2 seconds upon the target. The attack's power and range are determined by your mental power. Each attack can be performed once for every 100 points of mental power consumed. For every 10 points of mental power added, the range increases by 20 meters. S-level talent skill, Awakening rewards have been sent. Please receive it in the system email. Lin E had no time to read the reward email and directly browse the talent skill introduction. The duration has been increased from 0.05 seconds to 0.2 seconds, quadrupling. Large Thunderbolt. Evolve into Giant Thunderbolt. The mental energy consumption is reduced from 200 points to 100 points. The release distance has been increased from every time the spirit attribute increases by 20 points, the release distance increases by 10 meters, to every time the spirit attribute increases by 10 points, the release distance increases by 20 meters. Lin E muttered, his breathing unconsciously becoming heavier. This is an S-level talent. For talents below level A, each level up must follow established rules. But the evolution of S-level talent is completely unreasonable. Chapter 69. This 10,000 thunders attracted. It has infinite uses. After reading the skill introduction, Lin E saw that the critical hit buff effect was still there. So he immediately opened the email to receive the S-level talent Awakening reward. Then he decisively exchanged 4 spiritual attribute fruits, which became 16 after a quadruple critical hit, and stored them all in the backpack for future use. Lin E opened the property panel and checked it. Name Lin E. Age, 21. Talent skills, S-level, God's Finger. S-level, Resurrection of All Things. S-level, 10,000 Thunders. Strength, 27. Endurance, 26. Constitution 2-3. Spirit, 40. Spirit, 360 of 400. After harvesting all the ripe fruits in the planting area for 3 consecutive days, his strength and endurance increased by 15 points each compared to when he first started traveling. These days, Lu Xiaoqing bought 2 physical attribute fruits in the mall and gave them to him. After eating it after the critical hit, the physical attribute increased by 8 points compared to the initial level. The mental power attribute has increased by 30 points compared to the initial level, thanks to the gift pack reward from the first 2 awakenings of S-level talents. He exchanged the rewards from both gift packs for spiritual attribute fruits. After the critical hit, you get a total of 32. During this period, I ate a total of 30 pills. With the remaining 2 and the 16 obtained from the critical hit, there are now a total of 18 spirit attribute fruits in the backpack for backup. With 400 points of spiritual power at full strength, you can unleash 10,000 thunders 4 times. And with 40 points of spiritual attribute, the corresponding lightning release distance is 80 meters, which is fixed. The spiritual attributes I added have a great effect on resurrection of all things and heavenly thunder attraction. My previous decision was correct. Lin E thought about it for a while and prepared to test the power of the new S-level talent skill. He looked up and found a camphor tree on the slope that was 20 meters tall and as thick as a bucket. Lin E was just about to climb up when he suddenly heard a shout from behind him. Lin E, what are you doing? Was there thunder just now? Lin E turned around and saw that the four girls had come to the foot of the hillside and were looking at him curiously. The voice just now belonged to Jiang Xiahan. He immediately shouted, I was just testing your skills. Move away, and remember to cover your ears. When everyone heard this, they immediately followed Lin Yi's request and moved away from the hillside and retreated to the center of the grassland. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin E walked to about 30 meters to the side of the big camphor tree. He raised his hand, and with a thought, a thundercloud formed in his palm again. This time, the thundercloud was completely wrapped in dense purple arcs of electricity, continuously emitting violent energy. No, Lin E felt at this moment that he could no longer be called Lei Yun. Should call it the purple light ball. The arc of electricity overflowing from the purple light ball wrapped around Lin Yi's fingers, making a crackling sound of electricity. Lin E concentrated his mind, locked his sight on the center of the big camphor tree, and immediately released 10,000 thunders. The next moment, the purple light ball in his hand turned into a beam of purple light and flew into the sky. Suddenly, a layer of purple protective shield appeared on the surface of his body. Then a violent purple lightning struck down instantly. There was a loud bang sound that shook the earth. The sky was filled with smoke and dust, and tree debris and soil on the ground were flying all over the sky. Lin E moved his arm away from his eyes and looked forward. On the hillside, it looked as if a huge explosion had just occurred. There was no trace of any camphor tree. He ran over and took a closer look. Where the camphor tree used to be, only a broken stump less than 1 meter high remained. The bark of the tree stump had all been peeled off by the bombardment of lightning, and a series of chaotic black arc burn marks could be seen on the core of the tree. At this moment, white smoke was coming out of the black mark and a pungent burnt smell was emitted. The ground around the tree stump was soft, as if it had just been loosened. A single thunderbolt can shatter a camphor tree as thick as a bucket. If several were fired simultaneously, or with Lu Xiaoqing's skill boost, even rocks could be shattered into dust. Lin E fumbled with the wooden stake, still finding it a little unbelievable. Lin E, you just made such a big noise. Are you done with the test? Jiang Xiahan's call came again. Hearing the sound, Lin E immediately turned around and shouted, I'm Fine. I'll test it again later. You guys stay away. Lu Xiaoqing, add a buff to my new skill. Lu Xiaoqing still has 2 skill enhancement opportunities left today. Before the second level resource island matching starts, it is crucial to understand the effects of the skills, so Lin E is not worried about waste. After a while, Lu Xiaoqing gave Lin E a boost and waved from a distance, shouting, The buff has been added. Be careful. Okay. Lin E replied and saw that Lu Xiaoqing had caught up with the people in front and was walking towards the grassy area farther away. He looked up and found a stone about 0.5 meter in diameter in front of him and immediately set it as his new target. Lin E walked forward and found a place with a wide view to stand. Then, he clicked on the skill panel. 10,000 Thunders buff used this ability to instantly unleash a massive bolt of lightning, lasting up to 0.2 seconds. This can be unleashed 3 times for every 100 points of spiritual power consumed. Each additional 100 points of spiritual power increases the range by 60 meters. The maximum duration of 0.2 seconds remains unchanged, but the number of releases and the release range have tripled. The effect is quite good. Lin E muttered something and then exited the panel. Although Lu Xiaoqing's buff skill has the effect of doubling the effect, not all skill indicators can be simply doubled. For example, he asked Lu Xiaoqing to test the skill Resurrection of All Things, and found that only the 30 times growth rate indicator was improved by 2 times, becoming a 90 times growth rate. But Lu Xiaoqing's skills can only last for 10 minutes with 100 points of mental power. It is very powerful within 10 minutes, but it will immediately become weak once the buff is lost. Although it is a scam, it really does give you twice the effect, and you can't blame it for being wrong. Never mind. Let's see the effect of the 3 bursts first. Lin E withdrew his thoughts and looked forward again. 10,000 Thunders. He had just observed it carefully. This time, there aren't so many twists and turns. Lin E directly consumed 100 points of mental power at once, introduced 3 purple lightning bolts, and surrounded the big rock from 3 sides. With a loud boom, rubble is flying all over the sky. Lin E immediately ran up and took a closer look. Most of the half-meter diameter boulder had been shattered, leaving only the part of the rubble that was stuck in the soil. The surrounding ground was damaged more severely than that on the camphor tree side, and the depth and range of the overturned soil increased greatly. Lin E estimated that the depth of the soil lifted by the electric arc was about 10 centimeters. However, the area affected by the skill is still a circular area with a diameter of about 5 meters, which is similar to a single release. That is to say, when 3 lightning bolts strike a target simultaneously, the skill's horizontal impact range. It is impossible to achieve such a superposition effect as 70% success rate. 3 pieces means 210% success rate. But within the vertical range of influence, the power can be accumulated. If you want to kill a single enemy instantly, you can use multiple lightning bolts to bombard the same target simultaneously. If you want continuous damage, you can release multiple lightning bolts on the same target continuously. If you want to clear a large group of enemies, you can release several non-overlapping lightning bolts within a certain range. It seems that there's a lot of room for operation for 10,000 thunders. And according to the skill description, giant lightning can last up to 0.2 seconds. But what if I only release it for 0.02 seconds? When Lin E thought of this, his mind moved, and he consumed 10 points of his mental power to condense a thundercloud. He blasted towards the trunk of a large tree in front. With a loud bang, a hole the size of a soup bowl was blasted out of the tree. Holy crap! It turns out these 100 points of mental energy can be used sparingly. If I hadn't been extra careful, I would have fallen into the mental energy consumption trap. Lin E complained helplessly. Then he stood up and rushed towards where they were. After understanding the wonderful uses of the skill, 10,000 thunders, Lin E was in a good mood. Before he even reached them, he greeted them with a smile. The skills test is over. Let's go back and cook. Jiang Xiahan was startled by the thunder in the villa just now. Seeing Lin Yi's happy face, she complained loudly. Look at you showing off. You're so good at blowing up trees and rocks. Why don't you go fry some fish? Lin E paused when he heard this. When he turned around, he bumped into Jiang Xiahan, who was trying to chase him. Why did you suddenly stop again? Jiang Xiahan touched his head and shouted. Lin E raised his hands, put them on her shoulders, and said, What did you just say? Jiang Xiahan raised her face and glared. Hey, you're so awesome. Why don't you go fry some fish? Ha ha, Jiang Xiahan, you're such a genius. I didn't expect you to point out something I hadn't thought of just now. Lin E said this with a smile, then put his arm around Jiang Xiahan's shoulders and pulled her along as they strode forward. Walking so fast, what are you going to do? You just said it. Besides frying fish as you requested, what else can I do? He never expected that. As an electrician for the first time in his life, he would be able to use the trick of attracting lightning. This 10,000 thunders attracted can be used to compete with the enemy in terms of operation. It can also assist in daily production. It really has endless uses. Chapter 70, The Person I Want Most, is right beside me right now. A few minutes later, Lin E brought a few people to the berth and drove the fishing boat towards the coral reefs in the bay. That coral reef was where he and Su Ying went fishing for lobsters on their first night. Due to the complex seabed environment, they have avoided setting traps in this location these days. According to Lin Yi's observation, most of the large cargoes in the bay are hidden there. Soon, the ship stopped at the target's sea surface. Lin E stood at the bow of the ship and expended 10 points of mental power to release a bolt of lightning, which struck the sea 50 meters ahead. With a loud boom, a huge splash of water exploded on the sea. Dazzling electric light spread rapidly from the center of the explosion to the surrounding areas, penetrating deep into the sea, causing the sea surface to tremble violently. The next moment, at the center of the explosion, dense swarms of sea fish jumped out of the sea, and the crackling sound of falling into the water was endless. The area within 20 meters of the explosion center instantly became a mess. There's fish. Jiang Xiahan pointed at a white-faced sea fish not far ahead and shouted urgently. Lin E looked at the dense white fish maws on the sea surface and couldn't help laughing. With this method, we won't have to work so hard fishing starting tomorrow. Everyone can relax and enjoy their vacation during this final period. Great, but we have to catch these fish in the west first. Jiang Xiahan said eagerly. Lin E nodded and said to everyone, well, the fish are fried anyway, and everyone can swim now. Let's just spend half an hour catching these fish and then go back to make dinner. Su Ying looked around and continued. Okay then, I see some of the larger fish outside the explosion center are still quite active. Some of them are probably just stunned by the electric shock. We have to hurry. Okay, then let's get started. Qing and Xiao, you just learned how to swim, so just catch some fish around the boat. After Lin E finished speaking, he went to find a plastic bucket. Seeing Su Ying go into the water, he immediately threw her into the sea near her. Just as he was about to jump in, the bracelet suddenly lit up. Lin E clicked on it and saw that Xiao Zhenfeng had just sent him more than a dozen private messages. I guess I made a video call because he didn't reply. He clicked on it. Xiao Zhenfeng appeared in the picture with a quilt on his head, and the sky behind him was covered with dark clouds. Fuck, if you don't reply, I'm going to die. Xiao Zhenfeng shouted excitedly. Lin, you have a white cloth on your head. Are you cosplaying as an oil man? Stop your sarcastic remarks. If I hadn't had this quilt, I would have been killed by hailstones as big as eggs. As Xiao Zhenfeng spoke, he switched the camera to the rear, pointed it at the front, and continued. Look at the hailstones. They're so big. Even our awning was damaged. Lin E took a look and saw that only one pole of the awning was left in the video. The entire platform was filled with ice, and several figures had hidden under the beach chairs. So you guys encountered extreme weather. After reading it, Lin E understood that today was the 8th day of the journey and the novice protection period had expired. It is definitely not easy for a team drifting on the sea. Xiao Zhenfeng heard this and said, We're still doing well. Look at what others have posted in the chat channel. Some people have encountered extreme weather, such as hurricanes, tornadoes, blizzards, thunderstorms, etc. There are even more unlucky ones who were attacked by sea beasts and died. Fat-bellied fish that can spray spikes from their bodies, shrimp-headed people whose pincers can crush people's heads, and several meter-tall octopus monsters whose tentacles can spray slime. What the hell are these monsters? This sea is no place for humans to stay. Lin E thought for a moment and said, Why do you care what monsters others encounter? Before the hail melts, quickly find buckets and basins to collect it all. You can use it to freeze seafood later. Xiao Zhenfeng heard this and said excitedly, Fuck, you're a typical black-hearted capitalist. I'm dying, and you're still thinking about that seafood wholesale? It's a win-win situation for everyone. It's not like I won't give you a share of the profits. Lin E said with a smile. Xiao Zhenfeng said anxiously, Speaking of dividends, just in time, didn't you say I'd be paid today? I've already prepared the organic soil and iron metal. Now all I need is the wood to reach level 11 and go on vacation. Lin E thought about it and immediately said, I'll settle your bill right away and let you upgrade your platform. Hurry up and get your teammates together to collect the hailstones on the boat. Once we get to the resort island, put them in the refrigerator in the villa for later use. Xiao Zhenfeng was shocked. What? There are villas on the resort island. Let's not talk about this for now. You'll understand once you get to the island. I'll mail the fishing boat to you later. Remember to work hard while you're on the island. After Lin E briefly explained the cooperation with critical seafood to Xiao Zhenfeng, he hung up the video. Afterwards, he left a life buoy for Wang Xiyao and took Lu Xiaoqing back to the platform to deal with the dividend issue. Afterwards, the two of them divided the work. Lin E is in charge of Xiao Zhenfeng, while Lu Xiaoqing is in charge of his brother. After deducting the cost of a fishing boat, he paid Xiao Zhenfeng 1.8 million in timber dividends. On Lu Xiaoqing's brother's side, after deducting the fishing boat expenses, he settled for 1.9 million timber. These two fishing boats are fully equipped with traps and fishing nets, which were specially left by Lin E today. After deducting the 2.8 million they just spent on the D-level talent fruit from their previous 13.15 million timber and settling the dividends, they currently have 6.65 million left. After they finished their work, Lin E started the fishing boat and prepared to take Lu Xiaoqing to the coral reef. When passing the berth, he took a look at the small convertible yacht inside. He thought for a moment and said to Lu Xiaoqing, After we collect the remaining 200 traps tomorrow, we'll sell the remaining 2 fishing boats to your brother and Xiao Zhenfeng and the others. With my skills, we can just use our small yacht to pick up fish during this period. Yeah, good. This will definitely improve their efficiency in catching fish. Lu Xiaoqing stared at the bracelet screen and responded without turning his head. Seeing this, Lin E couldn't help but ask, Everything is done. Why are you still staring at the bracelet? Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing turned around and said mysteriously, Because I just saw something good. What good stuff? Lin E asked curiously. Lu Xiaoqing smiled and said jokingly, it's something you really want. Why don't you take a guess first? Something I really want? Lin E thought for a moment, then smiled and said, no, the wood that I really want is not available at all. Lu Xiaoqing said hurriedly, we have more than 6 million timber. What can't we buy? Lin E laughed and said, people, you can't buy people. The thing you really want is a person? Lu Xiaoqing was speechless. It's true that no matter how much wood we have, we can't buy it, and the system can't send people by mail. Haha, actually you don't need to buy it. Lin E laughed heartily and said, because the person I want most is standing next to me right now. Lu Xiaoqing was stunned when she heard this, and her cheeks instantly turned red like the sunset. She turned her face away subconsciously. The sea breeze blew up the hair on her temples, but it seemed unable to blow away the sudden heat that rose up. You, stop talking nonsense to me. Her fingertips unconsciously rolled up the corner of her clothes, and the sound was so light that it almost blended into the sound of the waves. Chapter 71, just a sudden inspiration, and he succeeded in confessing his love to the school beauty. Stop talking nonsense, and drive carefully. Lu Xiaoqing came back to his senses and immediately changed the subject, then started clicking randomly on the bracelet screen. Lin E looked at her shy expression and knew that this sudden and earthy love talk had a miraculous effect. He continued, why are you blushing so much? I heard a lot of guys at school are after you. This isn't the first time someone's confessed their love to you, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing hurriedly moved closer to the boat, standing in the sunlight, and immediately retorted, my face isn't red. It's the color of the sunset. Besides, I rarely interact with boys at school, and no one is as boring as you. I confess my feelings so sincerely, and you actually called it boring? Lin E continued to increase his bet. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing sighed softly and frowned. How can this be considered a confession? It's just empty talk at best. Lin E was stunned when he heard this. He originally thought that Lu Xiaoqing would continue to change the subject after hearing this. Unexpectedly, she seemed to be really thinking about whether Lin Yi's confession was serious or not. This is a good opportunity. Lin E quickly released the accelerator, suddenly pulled her in front of him, looked in her eyes, and asked, then tell me, what kind of confession do you want? Lu Xiaoqing felt uncomfortable being stared at by Lin E. She drew her head back and said hesitantly, tomorrow. We can't guarantee what tomorrow will be like. Were you professing, don't try to use that on me? Her voice trembled a little, and she frantically tried to push the screen in front of him, immediately changing the subject. Let's talk business. Look at this carefully. It's really good stuff. At this point, Lin E has no time to look at the screen. He directly took Lu Xiaoqing's hand, held it tightly against his chest, and said affectionately, that's why I'm confessing my feelings to you. The sea is so dangerous. If I get attacked by a beast tide, I might die one day if I'm unlucky. I don't want to die without anyone to worry about me. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing immediately stopped paying attention to Lin Yi's sudden action. What nonsense are you talking about? We have so many S-level talents now. How could we possibly let you get into danger? He looked worried and said, because the beast tide attack is truly terrifying, I'm just preparing for it. You certainly don't want me to leave with regrets when I die. Lin E had just obtained an S-level talent and skill, and he knew that a beast tide attack was not particularly dangerous for them. But in order to eat it as soon as possible, the traditional Japanese formula was still used. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing suddenly became nervous. She was silent for a moment, then asked in a low voice, is this beast tide really that terrifying? Of course it's scary. Just imagine it. Over 4 billion people were thrown into the same ocean, facing attacks from sea monsters several times their size. And those sea monsters, some tens of meters tall, could swallow hundreds of people in one gulp. As long as the sea monsters don't kill 45 million people in a day, they will continue to emerge from the bottom of the sea. By then, the sea will be filled with floating corpses, and the water will all turn into blood. Okay, stop saying so many discouraging words. Lu Xiaoqing hurriedly called for a stop, sweat already appearing on his palms. Okay, I won't say anything then. Lin E naturally sensed her nervousness and comforted her. But don't worry, no matter how dangerous the beast tide is, I will stand in front of you even if I die. You still say. Lu Xiaoqing looked anxious again. Lin E said slowly, I just want you to understand my feelings. When Lu Xiaoqing heard this, her ears turned red and she asked softly with a confused breath, You are sincere to me. Of course I really mean it, as long as you agree to be my girlfriend. With this concern, no matter how dangerous the situation is in the future, I will definitely try my best to survive. Lin Yi's facial features were already distinct and three-dimensional. At this moment, the setting sun cast a deep shadow under his straight brow bones, making the light in his eyes even clearer and more scorching. There was no trace of frivolity in his eyes, only a deep solemnity that even a dog would have felt. Lu Xiaoqing's heart trembled as she watched. Her eyes blinked, and she quickly looked away. I can promise you, but I have never been in love before. After hearing this, Lin E hurriedly held her hand and said, "It's okay if you haven't talked before. I'll be there for you in the future." He never expected that this sudden confession, coupled with some tricks, would help him control Lu Xiaoqing. This routine is useful for Xiaoqing. Does that mean, can we try it on Wang Xiyao and Su Ying too? When Lin E thought of this, he was suddenly overjoyed. He held Lu Xiaoqing's little face and kissed her. Lu Xiaoqing was suddenly attacked by him. Her body trembled, and then she froze. She vaguely remembered something, and suddenly turned her face away, raising her hand to support Lin Yi's chin. She hurriedly held her breath and said angrily, "Lin E, what are you doing? Kiss you. This is a very normal thing between boyfriends and girlfriends." Lin E said this, moving his mouth closer and wanting to kiss her again. It's not his fault that he couldn't control himself. It's just that Lu Xiaoqing's sweet taste was too tempting. "Stop it right there." Lu Xiaoqing covered his mouth with her backhand and said in a delicate voice, "What am I just now? I just agreed to give you a chance to officially confess my feelings. I haven't officially agreed to be your girlfriend yet." Huh? Lin E was confused and said anxiously, "Lu Xiaoqing, we just kissed, you can't regret it." Lu Xiaoqing glared and said, "That was because you took advantage of me not paying attention, so it definitely doesn't count." Lin E saw that she looked serious at the moment and didn't seem to be joking, so he hurriedly said, "Okay then, I'll officially confess my feelings to you now. Stop. Lu Xiaoqing interrupted Lin E and said angrily, "Right now, I only see your anxious look, and I don't feel your sincerity at all. I want you to express your feelings to me seriously, sincerely, and formally in front of everyone before I agree to be your girlfriend." Huh? Lin Yi's head suddenly exploded. Confess formally in front of everyone? In this case, the other three girls will be blown, right? If the matter is not made clear, he still has room to wrestle between several people. Once it comes to light, the other two girls will know that Lin E and Lu Xiaoqing are dating. So how could they possibly accept Lin Yi's flirtation? They must also want to save face. Seeing Lin Yi's dazed look, Lu Xiaoqing asked curiously, "What's wrong with you? My request shouldn't be too much, right?" Lin E came back to his senses and immediately smiled. "It's not excessive, definitely not excessive. I just think it would be a bit awkward with too many people." Lu Xiaoqing asked, "I wasn't shy when I fell in love for the first time, so why are you shy?" Lin E heard this and said, "After all, we're the ones who manage the team supplies. I'm worried that if other people find out we're a couple, it might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings." Lu Xiaoqing thought for a moment and said solemnly, "Don't worry about that. I'll announce the daily deals in the mall in the future, and everyone will see it, and it'll be fine. After all, this matter is very important to me. Like other girls, I also want a sense of ceremony." Okay. Although Lin E said this, his thoughts were racing. Is there any way to win over Lu Xiaoqing without affecting the relationships with other girls? "You stupid fool. Hurry up and write it for me." From your tone, it seems so perfunctory. Are you worried that Jiang Xiahan will be jealous? Lu Xiaoqing continued to ask when she saw Lin Yi's absent-minded look. He quickly came to his senses upon hearing that, hugged Lu Xiaoqing tightly, and said, No, Jiang Xiahan and I are just good friends. I was just thinking about how to make a romantic confession to you." Lin, he couldn't think of a solution for the moment, so he decided to take it one step at a time. Lu Xiaoqing's first psychological defense line had been broken by him, and they just kissed. As long as we find an opportunity to break through the second barrier, what happens after that is not up to her to decide. When the beast tide arrives in a week, the night before we set out on the expedition, that's when I'll showcase my superb acting skills. Lin E thought of this, then let go of Lu Xiaoqing and happily drove the boat forward. Chapter 72, Let's Kiss Again. Time flies, and 5 days of vacation have passed in a flash. It's 7 o'clock in the morning, and the morning light is bright. The sunlight shines through the trees, and spots of light fall obliquely on the lawn. A black and white cow was leisurely nibbling grass in the pasture, with a white lamb jumping happily beside it. From the thatched grass on one side of the meadow, there was a constant rustling sound. "Let's do it again." A female voice suddenly sounded. "Jiang Xiahan, stop making trouble. We still have a lot of things to do today, and they should be getting up soon. What are you afraid of? If anyone comes, just say we're here to herd cattle." "Herding cattle? Do you herd cattle in miniskirts and stockings like you?" "It's okay. Once we're done, I'll just grab my spare swimsuit from my backpack and put it on. Did you forget that you only slept for 3 hours last night? It's okay. I've gotten used to this island vacation. I can really stay up late now. If I had known your characteristics earlier, I should have arranged for you to eat the attribute fruit today. Come on, didn't you say today is the last day of vacation? We don't know when we can go to the island again." Okay, I really admire you." Jiang Xiahan's triumphant laughter could be heard. Soon, the dense thatch and the grass tails began to sway in the morning breeze. A few dozen minutes later, Lin E was in a daze when he suddenly heard footsteps coming from the bottom of the mountain. He turned around and parted the grass, only to see a graceful figure rushing towards the grass. "Someone's coming. Jiang Xiahan, get up quickly." "Who is it? Why are you coming to the island at this time?" "It's Lu Xiaoqing. Hurry up." Thanks to the growth of his spiritual attributes, Lin Yi's hearing and vision have greatly improved. He can hear sounds from hundreds of meters away, and he just saw clearly that it was Lu Xiaoqing's figure. Wow, what a bummer. Jiang Xiahan had a disappointed look on her face. Lin E stood up and immediately said, "Hurry up and take out your swimsuit and change into it." Okay, Jiang Xiahan said helplessly, and then Lin E stood up. Soon, the two were dressed. Lin E stepped out of the thatched grass first, walked towards the orchard nearby, and came to a bayberry tree. He picked up the hoe, buried his head, and started digging the soil beside the tree. In order to transplant the entire fruit tree to the platform, they selected 1 or 2 trees of each kind of fruit and dug a ditch more than a meter deep around the fruit trees over the next few days. Today, as long as we cut off the main tree roots inside, we can transport Su Ying to the platform. Later, through critical hits, a small orchard can be copied on the platform. Lin E dug for a while, and Lu Xiaoqing also walked to the grass outside the orchard. She saw Lin E, shirtless and sweating profusely, wielding a hoe in the ditch. She immediately shouted, "Lin E, why are you working so early? Didn't you say yesterday that the soil was already dug deep enough?" Hearing this, Lin E immediately turned around and said with a smile, "Ching, you're up too. I got up and had nothing to do, so I went to the island to finish the finishing work." Lu Xiaoqing said helplessly, "If that's the case, why don't you call everyone along?" Lin E said, "There's not much work, so we don't need so many people." Lu Xiaoqing was about to reply when she suddenly saw Jiang Xiahan walk out from the thatched grass on the other side. Her face was also covered in sweat. She immediately asked, "What about Jiang Xiahan? If there wasn't much work, why did you ask her to come along?" Jiang Xiahan heard the voice from afar and immediately replied, Ching, Lin E didn't actually call me. I woke up early and took the time to drive the cattle and sheep to the island to graze, and then I discovered he was working here." Lu Xiaoqing glanced at Jiang Xiahan and asked curiously, "Your swimsuit looks clean, so it looks like you didn't really help with the work. But why is your face so red and sweaty?" Jiang Xiahan suddenly had an idea and said with a smile, "Oh, you mean this? I was thirsty and wanted to drink coconut milk, but Linny didn't help me, so I climbed up and picked some myself. I didn't expect that I would be exhausted for a long time and still not be able to pick any. Jiang Xiahan loves to play around. She loves to mess around. She could have just gone back to the villa and drank as much as she wanted, but she blames me for not helping." Lin E cooperated with Jiang Xiahan and made a casual complaint. After spending so much time with Mina every night, her cooperation with Jiang Xiahan had become seamless, and she would definitely have no problem dealing with an innocent girl like Lu Xiaoqing. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing didn't think any more about it and walked straight into the orchard. She walked to the side of the tunnel and squatted down. Seeing that Lin Yi's head was covered in sweat, she took out a tissue and shouted, "Don't worry about working yet. Come here and let me wipe your sweat off." Okay. Lin E threw away the hoe, stood up, and walked to Lu Xiaoqing. He put his hands on the ground above the tunnel, looked at Lu Xiaoqing, and said softly, "Thank you, baby. Don't scream so disgustingly. It would be bad if Jiang Xiahan heard it." Lu Xiaoqing said, raising her little hand to hit Lin E on the head to express her protest. But her hand stopped when she raised it high, just a symbolic feint. Lin E naturally knew that she was just bluffing, and immediately said, "It's okay if she hears it. Didn't you say before that you wouldn't be shy? I don't want to. If you're not ashamed, then I'm ashamed." Lu Xiaoqing retorted helplessly and began to wipe Lin Yi's sweat. Lin E suddenly grabbed her hand and said seriously, "There's nothing to hide. Not only will I let everyone know that I call you baby in private, but I'll also kiss you every day in front of them, so they can only envy me." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing immediately said anxiously, "Don't mess around. If you do that, I won't be your girlfriend." No, I was just saying it casually. If you don't like it, then I'll just keep a low profile." After Lin E finished speaking, he let go of her hand. The first 2 days, Lu Xiaoqing also secretly mentioned Lin E several times, trying to get him to confess his love. Later, Lin E simply changed his strategy. He kept describing to Lu Xiaoqing the blueprint of the sweet and famous scenes that would happen after they made their relationship public. This continued for several days, and it frightened her to the point that she became increasingly worried about her company dying. If we say that Jiang Xiahan is both naive and playful in action, then Lu Xiaoqing is both bad at speaking and playful. She clearly still wanted a formal identity in her heart, but the more she thought about it, the more shy she became. In recent days, Lu Xiaoqing has completely stopped talking about confessing his feelings. Lin E was also happy to see this. Although he didn't reveal the truth, he would kiss, hug, grab hands, and call her baby whenever he found an opportunity. Lu Xiaoqing was completely unable to defend herself against Lin Yi's sneak attacks, and each time she would end up in frustration and anger. Judging from the progress of his strategy, it is estimated that it will be difficult for Lu Xiaoqing to become capable in the future. After a while, Lu Xiaoqing wiped the sweat off his face. Lin E asked with a smile, "Baby, you rushed to see me as soon as you got up. You didn't just want to wipe my sweat off, did you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing hurriedly said, "That's right. I almost forgot about the important matter. The treasure I told you about on the boat that evening has just been acquired after 5 days of negotiations." "Wow, that's great. That thing is indeed a treasure." Lin E immediately praised. "Hey, of course," Lu Xiaoqing said happily, and immediately took out a plant with blue veins emitting a bright blue light from the bracelet space, handed it to Lin E, and said proudly, "Level 3 Illusion Heartgrass. Once your critical hit reaches level 6, you'll be able to ripen 10 blue spiritual fruits that day." Lin E didn't take it at all. He just held her little face and kissed her hard. Then he praised, "Baby is amazing. You have worked hard these days." "What are you doing, Jiang? Jiang Xiahan will see it." "It's okay. She's not looking this way. Let's kiss again." No. Lu Xiaoqing was interrupted by Lin Yi's action before she could finish her words. After a while, Lu Xiaoqing pushed Lin Yi away, wiped her lips with the back of her hand, and puffed her lips and said, "Why does your mouth seem to have a strange smell?" "Huh?" Lin Yi was stunned and said hurriedly, Maybe I didn't brush my teeth." Lu Xiaoqing's expression changed. "Then you still want to kiss me?" Lin Yi smiled awkwardly. "It's because you brought good news so early in the morning, so I was a little excited. This won't happen again. Hurry up and come back with me to brush your teeth. First, have breakfast, and then I'll arrange work for everyone on the last day of the resort island." Lu Xiaoqing said this angrily, and then stood up. "Okay, I get it. We have so much supplies stored. We really need to upgrade the platform as soon as possible." After Lin E finished speaking, he jumped lightly and easily jumped out of the tunnel that was more than 1 meter deep. Chapter 73. Huge Resource Harvest. Platform upgrade 9 levels in a row. After breakfast, Lin E led everyone back to the platform. Because they were going to clear out all the resources on the resort island today, they needed a large enough place to store supplies. Lin E opened the bracelet and saw the message pushed by the system 10 minutes ago. Important reminder. As of 8:20 a.m. today, 1% of teams have reached Platform 11. At 8 p.m. tonight, all teams will automatically leave the resort island. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., the dual team matching mechanism will be activated on the Level 2 Resource Island. The Level 2 Resource Island will have more abundant resources, and the spawn rates of various attribute fruits, attribute fruit plants, and talent fruits will be doubled. The Level 2 Resource Island will also have 2 new types of fruit, the Talent Upgrade Fruit and the Talent Extraction Fruit. The dog system has gone to great lengths to encourage the travelers to kill each other. Lin E couldn't help but complain. The talent extraction fruit can extract any talent from a dead person, regardless of their level. Moreover, compared to the probability of obtaining the talent awakening fruit, which is lower than winning the jackpot, the talent extraction fruit is relatively easy to obtain. Lin E remembered that they had collected 2 in their previous life, and the market price was about 10,000 pieces of wood. Their rarity was not even as high as fruits of various attributes. After a week, high-level teams basically had 1 per person. After all, the vast majority of people awaken talents below level A, and these people will definitely fantasize about snatching a higher-level talent from others. But people die for money, and birds die for food. After the double-team matching mechanism was turned on, the story of fighting against a rock with an egg was played out almost every day on various resource islands. Lin E clicked on the system message and opened the platform panel. Level 11. Specifications 36x36 meters. Planting area 12 by 12 meters. Power 30 knots, 55.5 kilometers per hour. Energy reserve 100 kWh. Number of refreshes remaining 5. Permitted stay time 5.5 hours. Required for upgrade 23400 wood, 7800 organic soil, 250 iron. Remaining resources 16.508 million tons of wood, 126,000 tons of organic soil, 12,000 tons of iron metal. With so much wood and 3D level talent fruits worth tens of millions left unsold, these resources are enough for us to gain an absolute advantage in the mall transactions. Lin E thought to himself. In the past 5 days, the wholesale price of seafood has dropped significantly due to the increase in the number of people entering the resort island. But with the help of 10,000 thunders, their efficiency in catching large quantities of goods increased. So by wholesale high-quality seafood, they could harvest hundreds of thousands of timbers a day. Together with the income from Xiaoqing and Lu Xiaoqing's brother, the total amount of timber earned is hundreds of thousands per day. After the critical hit, Lin E and his team could harvest an average of 2 million tons of timber a day. 5 days later, the total profit from selling seafood and the dividends from the 2 cooperative teams was 10.15 million. During this period, he sold the previous D-level fertility-inducing talent fruit and earned 2 million. Together with the previous 6.65 million, the total is 18.8 million. The consumption during the team period is 3 days ago, I spent 260,000 yuan to buy 6 physical attribute fruits from a dealer. Yesterday, I spent 40,000 to buy 2 large freezers. This morning, I spent 2 million to buy a level 3 fantasy heartgrass. Today, there are just 16.508 million tons of timber left. With so many resources, the cost of upgrading the platform is almost negligible. So Lin E stopped worrying about it. After everyone was ready, he clicked on the upgrade button. 5 minutes later, a system prompt popped up. Upgrade success. The first 1% to reach level 12 will receive a cashback reward of 11,700 wood and 1 island refresh opportunity. Level 12. Specifications 42x42 meters. Planting area 14 by 14 meters. Power 12 knots. Energy reserve 120 kWh. Number of refreshes remaining 6. Permitted stay time 6 hours. Bedroom function upgrade. Kitchen area enlarged. Breeding shed area enlarged. Breeding cage area enlarged. Required for upgrade 27,000 wood, 9,000 organic soil, 300 iron. Lin E continued to click to upgrade. Upgrade success. The first 1% to reach level 13 will receive a cashback reward. 13,500 wood and 1 island refresh opportunity. Level 13. Specifications 48x48 meters. Planting area 16 by 16 meters. Power 14 knots. Energy reserve 140 kWh. Number of refreshes remaining 7. Stay time 6.5 hours. Bedroom function update. Upgrade conditions 30600 wood, 10200 organic soil, 350 iron. Lin E clicked upgrade again. This time, he rose 7 levels in a row. After the platform is upgraded to level 20, a system reminder pops up. Upgrade success. The first 1% to reach level 20 will receive a cashback reward. 26,100 wood and 1 island refresh opportunity. Level 20. Specifications 90x90 meters. Planting area 30 by 30 meters. Power 28 knots, 51.9 kilometers per hour. Energy reserve 280 kWh. Number of refreshes remaining 14. Stay time 10 hours. Bedroom function update. Upgrade conditions 115,000 wood, 43,000 organic soil, 2,000 iron. Remaining resources 16.168 million tons of wood, 12,000 tons of organic soil, 7,500 tons of iron metal. Because from level 11 to level 20, the side length of the platform increases by 6 meters for each level up, and the side length of the planning area increases by 2 meters. After upgrading to level 20, the side length of the platform increased from 36 meters to 90 meters. What is the concept? The standard football field used in the World Cup finals is 105 meters long, 68 meters wide, and covers an area of 7,140 square meters. The area of the 20th level platform is 8,100 square meters, which is larger than the area of a large football field. Even the central planning area has a side length of 30 meters. No matter what fruits or vegetables you want to grow, more than an acre of land is more than enough. Of the more than 100,000 tons of organic soil prepared before, only more than 10,000 tons are left, which is not enough to upgrade the platform. Besides, Lin E had no plans to reach level 21 immediately. When you reach level 21, you will enter the comprehensive platform stage, and a 3-team matching mechanism of the 3rd level resource island will also be opened. Once you level up, you have to choose whether to continue to go to the resort island and wait for 1% of the team to reach level 31. By that time, it will probably be a month after the time travel. Although seafood wholesale is profitable, they can still do it even if they leave the resort island. Lin E bought 2 large commercial freezers yesterday, specifically for this purpose. The freezer is 3 meters long, 1 meter wide, and a little over 1 meter deep. After the critical hit, the 8 freezers together have at least 30 cubic meters of storage space. As long as they use the 10,000 Thunders attraction to collect all the seafood in the bay today, plus the more than 5,000 kilograms of various seafood they have stored in the cages before. Once the seafood in the market is almost consumed, they can start wholesale. Moreover, the mall's once-a-day ordering opportunity is too precious and is basically used to buy various attribute fruits. In order to improve their quality of life, they have to go to the resource island to collect daily necessities. For example, some girls often talk about sunscreen products, new clothes, pillowcases, etc. Besides, the platform is now powered, and we also need to go to the island to collect some home appliances. Thinking of this, Lin E received the system cashback reward in the email, and then prepared to click confirm to complete the upgrade. Just then, Lu Xiaoqing suddenly looked at Lin E and said, "Lin E, I feel like the distance between the bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom is a bit far. If a girl takes a shower alone at night, it will be a bit too quiet. Should we adjust the layout of the building?" Lin E thought for a moment after hearing this, and immediately explained, as upgrades continue, the platform area will continue to expand. And now that the novice protection period is passed, we need to guard against sea beast attacks, and every corner of the platform needs to be inspected frequently. The current building layout is a good opportunity for you to practice your courage, so everyone should adapt as soon as possible. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing immediately said, "Yeah, then I'll listen to you." Lin E nodded, and then determined the layout of the building. In fact, they have the early warning radar, so they don't need to patrol to guard against sea beasts. But Lin E always felt that as the platform area increased, the farther the distance between the buildings was, the better. Because the distance is far, everyone can spread out and have more privacy. At that time, he won't have to worry about conducting some private activities on the platform. Chapter 74. Vacation is over. Clear the resources of the resort island. After upgrading to the level 20 platform, the kitchen size becomes 15 by 15 meters, and the internal space is greatly increased. Lin E and Su Ying work together to push all 8 freezers into the kitchen, then place them on the side and plug them all in. The system has been delivering supplies every day these days, and with the seafood that was not sold out before, one of the freezers is already full. There are 7 more that are completely empty. After busying himself in the kitchen, Lin E immediately arranged his work. Su Ying and Lu Xiaoqing were responsible for going to the island, transporting back the fruit trees that had been dug up earlier and cutting down all the remaining fruit trees, collecting all the fruits with their branches. Lin E brought Jiang Xiahan and Wang Xiyao with him and was responsible for sweeping the entire bay. Soon, Lin E drove a small yacht to the coral reef area in the bay. He stopped the boat and immediately used the 20-point mental power version of the small 10,000 Thunders attraction and used it several times in a row to electrocute all the seafood within 100 meters around the yacht. In the past few days, for the sake of sustainable development, he used his skills quite restrainedly. But today is the last day, so Lin E immediately charged up his battery. He then threw 10 plastic buckets into the sea. Lin E looked at the various fish that were all around him and immediately said, "Everyone get started. Today, we'll try to fill all 7 freezers with seafood." Okay. Come on, everyone." As soon as the words fell, the 3 of them jumped into the sea. After eating various attribute fruits over the past few days, Jiang Xiahan, Wang Xiyao, and Lu Xiaoqing's stamina, endurance, and physical fitness values have all increased to over 15. This has surpassed the level of professional athletes. This simple task of catching fish is definitely easy. Lin E no longer had to worry about their lack of physical strength. An hour later, 10 plastic buckets were filled with all kinds of seafood. Because time was tight, they didn't sort them carefully and stuffed all kinds of big lobsters, big groupers, big yellow croakers, and big sea breams together. Calculated based on a barrel of about 50 kilograms. The 3 of them caught nearly 500 kilograms of seafood in that hour. After they loaded all the fish onto the boat, they pulled the seafood back to the platform. Lin E poured all the seafood into the freezer and saw that it was less than 1/10 full. Seeing this, Jiang Xiahan was speechless and said, "There's so much seafood, and they only packed so little. If the 3 of us were to fish, we probably wouldn't even be able to fill up an entire freezer in a day." Lin E nodded after hearing this. "I really underestimated the capacity of this large freezer. Even if the 5 of us fish together until 8 o'clock tonight, I estimate we can only fill 2 freezers at most. Although everyone has good physical fitness, they need to swim around in the sea to collect seafood, so the efficiency is not very high. Then we have to think of a solution quickly. We have already bought the freezer, and Sister Su Ying and the others just pretended to fill it up." Jiang Xiahan shouted immediately. "Then what other solution is there?" Lin E couldn't help but ponder. Jiang Xiahan thought for a moment and suddenly asked, "Didn't we have 2 hanging tents when we were fishing on the grassland some time ago? Can we use those to catch fish? That hanging tent is too small and won't be very useful." Lin E replied casually, then suddenly remembered something and said anxiously, "Yes, you reminded me. I remembered that there were still a few dragnets on our fishing boat that had never been used." "Pull the net. Can you catch fish?" Jiang Xiahan asked curiously. Lin E immediately explained, "That kind of net is too small and usually not very effective in the sea. But now that the fish have been stunned by my electric shock, I can just pull the net over the sea surface. It should be very efficient in collecting them." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiahan immediately said, "Then go find Qiao Zhenfeng and get it back." Lin E nodded, then contacted Qiao Zhenfeng on the bracelet, and soon 4 small drag nets would be returned. Then they set sail again. This time, Lin E changed to another sea area, and this time he used 30 points of mental power to launch 5 consecutive lightning strikes, expanding the skill release range by dozens of meters. All the sea fish within a 120-meter radius of the yacht were instantly stunned. Seeing this, he immediately untied the net bag and threw a part of the net into the sea. Then, Lin E asked Jiang Xiahan to drive the boat and asked Wang Xiyao to hold the other end of the net. He jumped into the sea and swam out, pulling the net. Soon, Lin E swam more than 100 meters and finally released all the nets. As soon as he finished, he waved to the 2 people on the boat. After seeing this, Wang Xiyao immediately found a place on the boat to tie up the fishing net. Then, Jiang Xiahan drove the small yacht, always keeping a distance of about 100 meters from Lin E, circling around him. This method was what they had just discussed, and it was also very efficient to implement. 5 minutes later, Jiang Xiahan drove the small yacht with the net, and after a full circle, she moved towards the center where Lin E was. After forming a circle, all the sea fish within a 100-meter circle were caught in the net. Wow, this method really works. When Jiang Xiahan saw the net filled with white fish, she immediately shouted to Lin E, "It's really good. I estimate this net weighs several hundred kilograms, and it only took us more than 10 minutes. Lin E responded immediately, holding the net in his hand. "Then let's pull the fish up now," Jiang Xiahan said, and immediately left the driving seat and walked to the stern of the boat. "Wait a moment, both of you. I'll take care of this. After Lin E finished speaking, he tied up the opening of the dragnet in the sea and secured it tightly. After completion, let Jiang Xiahan and Wang Xiyao pull on top. The three of them worked together and quickly pulled a whole net of fish onto the boat. Then they repeated it several times, and all 4 drag nets were filled with fish. In just half an hour, they harvested more than 1,000 kilograms of seafood. The fish catch doubled, but the time was halved, which means the efficiency was 4 times higher than before. After Lin E and his companions found this method, they immediately became excited and sped up the collection of seafood. On the island and in the sea, 2 groups of people were busy. After a busy day, as the sun sets, relying on Lin Yi's powerful 10,000 thunders attraction skill combined with the efficient fishing method of pulling the net, they went out on the boat more than 20 times throughout the day and carried out hundreds of pulling net operations back and forth. During this period, Lin E also ate 10 spiritual attribute fruits to replenish his spiritual power, so as to maintain the consumption of the actual combat, 10,000 thunders attraction. In the end, they managed to almost fill 7 empty giant freezers. The capacity of each freezer is estimated to be 4 to 5,000 kilograms, which means that they swept the entire bay today and harvested at least tens of thousands of kilograms of seafood. There are all kinds of fish in the freezer. Brightly colored lobsters piled up into small hills. Large spotted fish of various colors were stacked in layers, and valuable wild yellow croakers and plump red sea bream and black sea bream filled the corners. The entire kitchen seemed to have become a large seafood distribution center. The air was filled with a strong smell of seafood, but it did not affect anyone's mood at all. At the same time, Su Ying and Lu Xiaoqing completed their harvesting work on the island. They not only moved the various fruit trees that had been marked in advance back to the platform safely. All the fruits and branches of the remaining fruit trees on the island were cut down and transported back. These fresh fruit trees, piled up in the planting area, have formed a small orchard before they have even been critically attacked. The fruits piled with branches formed a high fruit mountain next to the kitchen. There are a wide variety of fruits, including mangoes, green coconuts, longans, plums, sweet pineapples, etc., and the platform is filled with the fragrance of fruits. Lin E estimated that it would take a lot of time to plant and harvest the fruits in the next 2 days. After upgrading the platform to level 20 and sweeping the entire resort island, the platform is finally in good shape. Lin E sighed secretly, then immediately said to everyone with a smile, "Everyone, you've worked hard today. Tonight, I'll try to create a resource island with a town street location. Tomorrow, we'll go shopping on the island as a reward." Chapter 75, Bind Artifact, Early Warning Radar. After dinner, everyone went back to their rooms in the villa to tidy up a bit and then return to the platform. While it's still early, Lin E took out the level 3 fantasy heartgrass that Lu Xiaoqing bought in the morning and examined it. Type heartgrass. Level 3. Effect. After maturity, it will produce a blue fruit, which can increase the mental attribute by 1 point after consumption. Maturity cycle 90 days. 3 fruits can be produced in 1 fruiting cycle. He asked Lu Xiaoqing to give it a skill buff, and with a critical hit, the quality was raised to level 6, and the maturity cycle also changed accordingly. Maturity period 30 days. 10 fruits can be produced in 1 fruiting period. For all kinds of fruit plants with different attributes, the shortest maturity period is 30 days after reaching level 5. But after reaching level 5, the number of fruits in 1 cycle will increase by 5 with each level increase. At the highest level 10, 30 seeds can mature in 1 cycle. The highest level Lin E had ever seen was level 3. With the critical hit of the illusion heart grass upgraded to level 6 and the blessing of resurrection of all things, they can harvest 10 spiritual attribute fruit a day. If Lin E eats it alone, it is equivalent to increasing his mental attributes by 10 points every day. Mental attributes are crucial for the use of spell-type attack talent skills. For example, Lin Yi's current spiritual attribute is 50, and if 10,000 Thunders has Lu Xiaoqing's enhancement, the release distance is 300 meters, which is almost impossible to see with the naked eye. But as long as his mental attributes are high enough, he can quickly lock onto the target and then use lightning to attack accurately. If Lin E can improve his spiritual attributes to hundreds or even thousands in the future, he couldn't even imagine what the effect would be if hundreds of giant lightning bolts suddenly descended from a few kilometers away and hit the target. Perhaps both the flesh and the soul will be purified instantly. Of course, it's too early to think about things that far in the future. In the endless sea, only by constantly accumulating advantages can you stay ahead of everyone else. Soon, Lin E planted the level 6 illusion heart grass in the ground and saw that the strength and endurance fruits inside were not yet mature. He asked Lu Xiaoqing to give Su Ying skill buffs as well, and then cooperated with Su Ying to place the fruit trees brought back during the day separately in the planting area, and then used a critical strike. After the critical hit, the number of each variety of fruit trees became clear instantly. 4 10-meter high coconut trees, 4 7-meter high longan trees, 4 6-meter high mango trees, 8 5-meter high bayberry trees, 8 3.5-meter high plum trees, 23-meter high banana saplings. Because the branches and leaves of the longan tree are denser, Lin E plans to plant it in front of the bedroom door on the west side of the planting area, which will be useful for providing shade and coolness in the future. Other fruit trees are planted around the planting area. For bananas, just plant them in a random spot in the middle. When the platform is upgraded in the future, the area of the planting area will increase, and there will be no need to worry about obstructions or insufficient land. After placing the fruit trees, they found hoes and shovels, started piling up soil where they needed to plant, and found wooden boards to make fences. The land in the planting area is too shallow, and deep pits cannot be dug. If we want these large fruit trees to grow smoothly, we will probably have to build a flower bed at least half a meter high. Of course, this is a long-term task and cannot be completed in one go. While piling up the soil, Wang Xiyao discovered that the strength and endurance fruits in the planting area were ripe, so she called Lin E over. After Lin E picked the fruit, he did not eat it directly this time, but put it in his backpack, because these fruits will be very useful when the beast tide comes. Lin E plans to save all 10 pills today and 20 pills tomorrow. Because of the beast tide, all teams will be sent to the same sea area, and then they'll be able to come into contact with other teams. Due to skill rule restrictions, the fruits grown in their fields cannot be critical hits, but the fruits in other people's hands can. Because everyone has different talents, their needs for fruits of different attributes are also different. With the strength of their team, it is still easy for them to find opportunities to exchange some attribute fruits face to face with other teams while fighting sea beasts. Lin E dealt with the attribute fruit, then asked Wang Xiyao to help him recover his mental strength and cast resurrection of all things on the ground again. After they finished, they continued to work with Su Ying and the others. After a while, Lin E noticed that the platform began to automatically drive out of the berth of the resort island, so he stopped what he was doing and said to everyone, "It's 8 p.m. and we'll be back at sea soon. Everyone, call it a day now, and then follow me to the bridge to learn how to operate the early warning radar and the platform's control functions. Once you pass the novice safety period, these two functions are crucial." When Lu Xiaoqing heard this, he asked curiously, "The platform is self-driving, so why do we need to learn driving skills?" Lin E explained it. Normally, the platform does drift automatically, but after upgrading to the 11 kinetic energy platform, as you all know, it has increased speed and power reserves. This power function is designed to allow us to flexibly avoid extreme weather and sea monster attacks. Lu Xiaoqing continued to ask, "You mean, once the early warning radar predicts extreme weather, we can proactively maneuver the platform to avoid it?" Lin E nodded. "That's about what I mean. However, the early warning radar will automatically plan the best route for us in advance. We just need to follow the radar's planned route. In this case, don't we have to arrange people to keep an eye on the radar?" Su Ying asked curiously from the side. "That's not necessary. Come with me to the cockpit first. I'll explain while I demonstrate." After Lin E finished speaking, he immediately called Su Ying and the others to follow. Soon, everyone arrived at the cockpit door. After the platform is upgraded to level 20, the cockpit space and functions are also upgraded accordingly. Today's cab is 9 meters long and 3 meters wide, with an area increased to 24 square meters. In addition, a 2-meter-long bed for rest has been added to the cockpit, and other configurations include bedside tables, ceiling fans, and sockets. Lin E opened the side door and walked in, leading everyone to the front. In front of the driving console, there's an 8 by 2 meter windshield, which provides a very wide field of view. The functions of the control panel are also relatively simple, including the early warning radar switch, the platform power switch, the throttle lever, a steering wheel with a diameter of several tens of centimeters, etc. There are also several movable wooden chairs under the driving platform. Lin E moved the chair, walked over and turned on the power switch, and a navigation light screen suddenly lit up. Afterwards, he briefly explained to them the functions of various buttons. After a while, after seeing the platform deploy the resort island's protective light curtain, he immediately flipped the switch on the early warning radar and said, "We're back at sea. Let me show you how to use the early warning radar." Later, everyone will take turns piloting the platform to familiarize themselves with it. Everyone nodded after seeing the early warning radar screen light up. Lin E raised his bracelet and touched the power button of the early warning radar, and then the bracelet was connected to the early warning radar. The early warning radar can not only be operated on the radar screen, but after binding the wristband, everyone can receive the early warning information from the radar simultaneously. As he showed the bracelet screen, he demonstrated the early warning radar function is divided into weather warning and sea beast warning. The corresponding warning ranges are 5 nautical miles and 50 nautical miles, respectively. 1 nautical mile is equivalent to 1.85 kilometers. Just click to activate the warning, and the wristband will vibrate when the radar detects any abnormal information. From now on, we will need to assign one person to activate this warning function every night. Jiang Xiahan immediately asked when she heard this, "What if I was sleeping so soundly that I didn't notice the vibration of the bracelet?" Lin E said speechlessly, "The radar warning notification is an extremely strong, high-frequency vibration. As long as it is a living person, it is impossible not to wake up. Is this high-frequency vibration really that powerful? Then I'll try to bind it too." After Jiang Xiahan finished speaking, she walked up and clicked the radar switch with her bracelet. Seeing this, Lin E also asked the others to come forward and bind their wristbands to the radar. After everyone bound the radar, they began to study it on the screen of their bracelet. After a while, beep, 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 dash. A rapid and violent vibration sounded in the cockpit without any warning. Chapter 76, Returning to the Sea, encountered an attack by sea beasts. Holy crap, what the hell is this? My wrist is almost numb. Jiang Xiahan screamed and subconsciously wanted to take off the bracelet. Lin E looked at the panicked looks on the faces of the girls and couldn't help but laugh. "I told you earlier, this early warning radar is very powerful. Don't panic, everyone. You can manually turn it off after receiving the warning. To prevent accidental operation, the steps are just a little more complicated." "How do I turn it off?" Lu Xiaoqing asked anxiously while trying in vain to cover her buzzing bracelet. "The initial method is to write your signature on the screen, and the system has to confirm that it is you who is doing it," Lin E said as he demonstrated, and the vibration of the bracelet stopped immediately. They hadn't had time to finish reading the functional description of the early warning radar, so it was normal that they didn't understand it. On the other side, Su Ying was not distracted. She hurriedly clicked on the flashing warning message on the bracelet screen and started browsing it. Sea beast attack warning. 3 sea monsters are detected approaching 5 nautical miles southeast of the platform. Sea beast type, shell thief, level 2. Octopus sentinel, level 1. Porcupine pitcher, level 1. Estimated arrival time 20 minutes. Su Ying's heart tightened, and she hurriedly grabbed Lin Yi's hand and said, "Lin E, the vibration just now was because a sea beast was approaching." "Yeah, I just saw it." After Lin E finished speaking, he patted her hand gently and then said calmly, "Let's go meet them now. We can also take this opportunity to let everyone practice their platform driving skills. After we find the sea beasts, we will let you get familiar with them first, and then kill them all to feed the fish." Su Ying listened and asked, "You mean we can handle those sea beasts, right?" Lin E explained, "The average stats of a first-level sea beast are around 20. A second-level beast increases 1.5 times to around 30, which is dangerous for an average team. But now my average stats have reached 33, so I can handle it even without lightning strikes. Plus, with you here, I have no problem dealing with it." Hearing you say that, I feel relieved. After Su Ying finished speaking, she immediately took out another ancient sword and gave it to Lin E, saying, "There are 4 ancient swords in total that I collected before. In order to avoid getting hurt, you should also take a weapon. Okay, you've been practicing chopping trees with a sword on the island recently. You can also test the effectiveness of your training later." Lin E took it and said with a smile, "I just made a few random gestures. There's no way it would have any effect." Su Ying said with a somewhat embarrassed look on her face, "Sister Su Ying, you've cut down all the trees on the island that are as thick as bowls, and you still say it's ineffective?" After turning off the vibration of her bracelet, Jiang Xiahan made a joke and snatched the ancient sword from Lin E's hand. Suddenly, she said seriously, "Give me one of these swords too. I want to fight sea monsters later. Just don't get scared away later. We are still fighting sea beasts." Lin E complained and ignored her. There are 4 swords in total, and 2 of them are in the platform space. He can take it out any time he wants to use it. With Jiang Xiahan's current attributes, she would definitely not be able to defeat a first-level sea beast in a head-on fight, but this sword can serve as a good self-defense. Afterwards, Lin E briefly explained a few things to them and asked them to go to the driver's seat and take turns try to drive the platform. The driving function of the platform is not complicated. After experiencing it for a few minutes, each of them basically mastered it. Seeing that the sea beast was already several hundred meters away, Lin E immediately took a few people out of the cockpit and went to the platform to wait. After sensing the movement of a sea beast swimming in the distance, he took out an ancient sword and immediately said, "The rest of you, stand 10 meters behind me and Sister Su Ying and just watch. Don't come into direct contact with the sea beast." "Okay, then be careful," Lu Xiaoqing responded, and then pulled Wang Xiyao and Jiang Xiahan back. "I want to fight sea monsters too," Jiang Xiahan said as she shook off Lu Xiaoqing and immediately ran back to Lin Yi's side. Seeing this, Lin E immediately said to Lu Xiaoqing, "Then let Jiang Xiahan stand in front and watch. You and Xiao step back first. Once the novice period is over, you will often encounter scattered sea beasts at sea. When subsequent beast tides attack, everyone may even need to deal with different sea beasts alone. It wouldn't be a bad idea to let Jiang Xiahan get familiar with the situation first." After a while, several ferocious black shadows broke through the waves, carrying the salty sea breeze and splashing water, and slammed heavily on the edge of the platform, making a dull bang. The 3 sea beasts' eyes flashed with bloodthirsty, murderous light, locking their eyes firmly on the people on the platform. The leading sea beast was nearly 2 meters tall, thin and tall, with a black shell as big as an iron pot on its back. At this moment, it raised its 2 large claws high and kept knocking them in front of its pointed head. Its pitch-black shell was covered with moss, and it emitted a faint red mist. Its 2 eyes, as big as light bulbs, bulged high, looking very abrupt. Lin E naturally knew their purpose. There is a shortage of food in the endless sea, and human flesh and blood are extremely tempting to sea beasts. Jiang Xiahan looked at the strange sea beast whose claws were larger than a human head, swallowed her saliva, and said nervously, "Why are the eyes of this shrimp-headed man? No, it should be the shrimp-headed monster, so red." Lin E glanced at the bracelet screen and explained, "This shrimp monster is a 2nd-level sea beast, the shell stealer. It has strength 38, endurance 25, constitution 32, and spirit 29. It's a typical high attack, low defense type, but the mysterious shell on its back is very hard, which can make up for its lack of defense." "What about the 2 behind? They look even uglier," Jiang Xiahan said, and her gaze shifted to the back of the shrimp thief. "The one on the left, covered in tentacles and covered in black slime, is a level 1 octopus sentinel. Strength 22, endurance 25, constitution 30, spirit 20. The slime is poisonous, but because of its many tentacles and thick skin, it's as resilient as a level 2 sea beast. The fish-headed monster on the right, with a round belly, short and fat, and covered in spikes, is a 1st-level porcupine pitcher. Strength 25, stamina 20, constitution 23, spirit 24. Those bone spurs on its back are used for long-range throwing attacks." After Lin E finished speaking, he found that Jiang Xiahan had hidden behind him, holding the sword nervously in both hands. "Careful!" Suddenly, Su Ying shouted urgently, then quickly stepped forward to block Lin E and the other 2, swinging her sword to block. With a ding sound, she accurately chopped the bone spear thrown by the porcupine pitcher into 2 pieces. Lin E looked up and found that the sea beast could no longer hold back and started to attack. Seeing this, he left Jiang Xiahan where she was, and then walked to Su Ying's side and said, "That 2nd-level shrimp thief is just right for you to practice with. Leave the other 2 to me." Seeing this, Su Ying nodded immediately. "Okay, I just tried it, and that porcupine pitcher's strength is average. It shouldn't pose a big threat to you. Okay, let's take action. Let's take this opportunity to show them how to kill sea beasts." After Lin E finished speaking, he raised the sword with one hand. "Okay, then I'll go first." Su Ying shouted, exerted force instantly, and shot out. A moment later, she rushed out 20 meters, came to the front of the shrimp thief, and swung her sword to chop hard at its head. In a hurry, the shrimp thief raised his two claws and blocked Su Ying's heavy sword. With a bang, the shrimp thief was knocked back several meters and bent his body to absorb the force. It raised its claws and found that the thick shell had cracked into several tiny cracks. It immediately took off the shield on its back and used it to protect itself. The shrimp-stealing man roared a few times at the 2C beast behind him, probably saying something, and then immediately surrounded Su Ying with his shield in hand. But when Su Ying rushed forward, Lin E had already caught up and was now behind the shrimp thief. He raised his sword to stop the other 2C beasts and complained, "What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Just wait to die." Upon seeing this, the octopus sentry immediately waved its tentacles and rushed towards Lin E. "You've arrived just in time." Lin E rushed forward, swung his sword sideways, and instantly broke one of the octopus sentry's tentacles. "We have a grinding machine. I guess we need to find some time to sharpen the sword." He stood still and thought to himself. Because the ancient sword had not yet been sharpened, and the octopus sentinel's tentacles were too resilient, even though the tentacle was broken, it only softened at this moment. The next moment, he felt a white shadow approaching in front of him, and swung his sword again to block the bone spear of the porpoise pitcher. Taking advantage of the gap when Lin E was blocking, the octopus sentry found an opportunity, quickly approached, and stretched out 4 tentacles several meters long to wrap around Lin E. Lin E took a step back and escaped from the encirclement of tentacles. Just as he stood firm, another bone spear came straight at him. After the octopus sentry discovered Lin Yi's escape, more than a dozen streams of black venom sprayed out from the suction cups of its 4 tentacles and attacked Lin E. The pitch-black venom poured down like a rain of arrows, blocking his left and right escape routes. Almost at the same time, a pale bone spear pierced his face with a sharp scream. He's quite cooperative. Lin Yi's mind moved, and he mobilized all his strength to move sideways, barely avoiding the combined attack of the 2C beasts. The next moment, there was a sound of ding. Sharp bone spurs were deeply embedded in the wooden wall of the cockpit. A sizzling sound was heard. The black poison spilled onto the platform, burning the wooden floor and causing it to emit smoke. Lin E glanced at the corroded and smoking floor and the holes in the wall, and his heart was filled with anger. "Fuck! How dare you destroy my house? I won't play with you anymore." After saying that, he took out a spiritual fruit and swallowed it. Spirit, 122 of 530. The moment his mental strength recovered, Lin E raised his hand and condensed a thundercloud in his palm, then swung it away casually. 2 small bolts of lightning fell from the sky. Chapter 77, I Am Really a Genius. Crackle, crackle. A flash of purple lightning instantly illuminated the entire platform. 2 small lightning bolts hit directly, blowing the heads of the porpoise pitcher and the octopus sentry apart. Burnt smoke rose, and a pungent, fishy smell filled the air. The bodies of the 2C beasts that were so ferocious just now were now spread on the ground, as if they had become delicacies on the grill. On the other side, the shrimp thief who was fighting with Su Ying found that something was wrong and retreated with the help of the force of Su Ying's heavy sword. Although he really wanted to taste the deliciousness of human flesh and blood, he could naturally feel the power of the 2 lightning bolts just now. The shell thief stood still, took hold of the edge of the shell shield, and swung it in a circle with great force. The shield shell spun rapidly and flew out. It just blocked Su Ying's advancing route. The shrimp thief seized the opportunity, jumped far away with a sudden kick, and wanted to rush to the beach. On the other side, seeing this, Lin immediately shot out the thundercloud in his palm. "Want to run? I think you're overthinking it." A bolt of lightning struck down, just in time to block the shrimp thief's way. The next moment, Su Ying also knocked the shield away, accelerated to catch up with the shrimp thief, and swung the heavy sword to chop him again. The shell-stealing shrimp man had thrown away his shield and had nothing to defend himself with. In desperation, he could only raise his 2 large claws to block. Bang, bang, bang. Su Ying's heavy sword kept slashing at the shrimp thief, making bursts of loud noises. The shrimp thief had no way to retreat and could only fight back, using his claws, hands, and feet to engage in close combat with Su Ying. "With your carbon-based shell, do you really think you can go head-to-head with a high-manganese steel heavy sword?" Lin E couldn't help but complain when he saw Su Ying chopping the shrimp-headed monster's big claws into pieces. Although the shrimp thief fought desperately, he was not as strong as Su Ying and had no good weapons. Seeing that defeat was inevitable, Lin E withdrew his gaze and walked towards Jiang Xiahan behind him. What's the matter? Didn't you just say you wanted to fight a sea monster? Do you want to go up and give it a try now? Seeing Jiang Xiahan looking nervous at the moment, Lin E asked with a smile. Jiang Xiahan came back to her senses after hearing the sound and shook her head involuntarily, saying, "The appearance and power of this sea beast are a little beyond my understanding. I'd better get used to it first." "Okay, then wait until Sister Su Ying kills it. Then you can go up and take a look." After Lin E finished speaking, he continued to observe Su Ying's battle. She practiced with the heavy sword for more than 10 days, and her sword-swinging skills were no longer the same as when she first encountered the mutant beast. She didn't give the second-level sea beast, which was slightly inferior to her in strength and endurance, any chance to get close to her. Soon, as Su Ying pierced the shrimp thief's chest with his sword, the battle on the platform ended immediately. Seeing this, Lin E called out to everyone. "Everyone, follow me up and take a look. I'll explain to you the situation of these sea beasts." When Lin E and a few others came behind Su Ying, she just drew out her sword. He then asked, "How do you feel about fighting a sea beast for the first time?" Su Ying turned around, tidied up her messy hair, and replied, "This shrimp monster is very powerful, but with that heavy shield in its hand, it can't fully utilize its strength. It feels quite easy for me to deal with it." Lin E nodded and raised his voice. "That's right. Low-level monsters in the sea have no weapons and can only rely on their physical abilities to fight the enemy, so most of their attack methods are very limited. For example, the porcupine fish monster just now. With my current strength, as long as I can get close to it, I can kill it with just one sword. As for that octopus monster, as long as you don't get entangled by its tentacles and use your flexibility to cut off a few of its tentacles, it won't pose any threat anymore." After Lin E finished speaking, he saw that some girls still seemed to not fully understand what he said. So he used the corpses of the 3 sea beasts as props and took them to introduce in detail the advantages and disadvantages of each sea beast. Time passed by. After listening to Lin Yi's introduction, Jiang Xiahan immediately said, "I understand. The vital point of this shrimp-headed monster is its skull. Next time I see one, I'll jump up and chop off its skull. You could try this if you're sure it won't crush your head." Lin Yi replied. Jiang Xiahan's expression changed when she heard this. Can its huge pincers really crush someone to death? What else do you think? Lin, he said as he picked up a piece of claw shell a few centimeters thick from the floor and showed it to them. Sister Su Ying's strength is 48. Even with the heavy sword, it will take dozens of strikes to completely break its large claws. If it were you, you might not be able to break it even if you took up your sword and hacked at it for a long time. Is that so? Then I'll let you deal with it from now on. Jiang Xiahan replied weakly. Lin E nodded and replied, "Yeah, don't be discouraged. You guys can't handle it now because you haven't awakened your combat talents yet. When I buy more talent fruits in the future, I will pair you with the 4 most suitable skills so that everyone has a certain level of combat and self-defense capabilities." Jiang Xiahan immediately asked after hearing this, "So what talents and skills are you going to give me?" Lin E smiled and said, "Talent fruits are too rare. I'll have to see how things develop." Jiang Xiahan, "Then you must choose a super powerful one for me. My skills can only be used to purify seawater every day, which feels so weak. The purification technique is actually not bad. Now it's your turn to perform it." Lin E comforted her and pushed Jiang Xiahan forward while explaining. "These sea beast carcasses are also a resource and can be sold for lumber. Use your skills now to remove the mutant viruses from their bodies. Also, purify the venom from the octopus monster to prevent it from contaminating our platform." Okay. These are just some small things to finish up after a battle, but you're making them sound so important." Jiang Xiahan complained, and then did what Lin E arranged. After a while, Lin E saw Jiang Xiahan use her skills to extract the mutated virus, which turned into a ball of scarlet blood mist hanging in the air. After being completely purified, it disappeared in the wind. Although Jiang Xiahan was able to extract both the virus and the venom, it's a shame that they can't be reused. He pondered and thought in his heart. Suddenly, I remembered a talent skill I had seen before. Ice Arrow, a magical attack skill that can instantly condense water and moisture in the air into ice. If Jiang Xiahan could extract these viruses and venoms, refine and purify them, and then collect them in the bracelet backpack, take it out when needed, fuse it into an ice arrow to attack the enemy, then you can poison them while shooting. Holy shit, I'm a genius. When Lin E thought of this, he became excited and said immediately, Jiang Xiahan, I already know what the next talent skill I've assigned to you is. Chapter 78, Second Level Resource Island. Towns are refreshed. 10 minutes later, Lin E asked the others to go back and take a shower first, while he and Jiang Xiahan stayed there to deal with the corpses of several sea beasts. He remembered that there was a special kind of talent that allowed one to extract attributes by devouring the flesh of sea beasts. However, the extraction efficiency is not high. After eating a whole first-level sea beast, you can absorb about 3 points, while for a second-level one, that doubles. But the sea beasts are too big. Any one of them weighs hundreds of pounds, and they have a very tough texture and a fishy smell. After experiencing it before, Lin E was certain that this kind of talent was designed to torture people. Jiang Xiahan was extremely happy after hearing the second talent skill that Lin E assigned to her, and she worked even harder. Soon, Jiang Xiahan finished dealing with the venom of several sea beasts and octopuses and dragged the sea beast to the cow sheet on the south side of the platform. Lin E took out a chainsaw and decomposed a small part of the sea beast's body. He asked Lu Xiaoqing for a skill enhancement, and after a casual critical hit, he threw it into the net cage to feed the fish. The 3 sea beasts weigh more than 1,000 pounds in total, so they are not lacking in this aspect. After the platform was upgraded, the cage was also enlarged, becoming a cube with a length, width, and height of 10 meters. There are 5,000 kilograms of various seafood raised there, and the amount of food needed is not a small amount. Although the appearance of sea monsters is anthropomorphic, they are essentially marine creatures, so feeding fish will definitely not be a problem. In the future, when various sea beasts come to visit, they will just fill this gap. Lin E kicked the last large piece of octopus leg into the cage, put away the chainsaw, and took a look, and found that the time had reached 2050. It's almost time. Let's critique the sea beast's corpse and deal with it later. We need to refresh tomorrow's resource island first. He thought to himself, and after critically attacking the 3 sea beasts, he left them in the shed. Then, Lin E walked out and opened the platform panel. Level 20. Specifications 90x90 meters. Planting area 30 by 30 meters. Power 28 knots, 51.9 kilometers per hour. Energy reserve 280 kWh. About to land on the island not matched successfully. Please click to start matching teams before 2059, otherwise the team will be automatically matched after the timeout. After a successful match, if you're not satisfied with the resource island, you can use the refresh times to rematch before 2059. Number of refreshes remaining, 14. Stay time 10 hours. Lin E clicked to confirm. Matching. Team matching successful. Simultaneous login team number XXX. Captain's name, Lu Rue. About to land on the island rural tea garden. A rural high mountain tea garden hidden among the misty mountains. The tea mountain has abundant sunshine and a large temperature difference between day and night. Every leaf of tea is imbued with the simplicity of the earth. This guy, is he trying to trick us into doing farm work again? Lin E cursed inwardly and clicked refresh. They had already done enough work during their time on the resort island, so there was no need to find hard work to do every day. Rematching. Team matching successful. About to land on the island, isolated island fishing village. A remote fishing village on an isolated island. Due to inconvenient transportation and the gradual decline of seafood resources, most fishermen have moved away for their livelihoods, and now only a few families remain. Number of refreshes remaining, 13. Lin E continued to click refresh. The next 5 trips were all to remote mountain villages. Lin E did not give up and refresh for the 6th time. Rematching. Team matching successful. Simultaneous login team number XXX. Captain's name, Tang Jipeng. About to land on the island remote towns. A township market in a remote mountainous area, though only 2 streets long, is a popular destination for tens of thousands of villagers from dozens of nearby villages for daily trade and purchase of daily necessities. Every market day is bustling with activity. Number of refreshes remaining, 6. Finally made it to the township market. I'm pretty lucky this time. Lin E muttered to himself and immediately clicked confirm. In a rural market with a population of tens of thousands, there must be dozens of shops on 2 streets, and there must be a lot of brand new supplies. Based on past experience, in the second phase of the resource island, it is considered good if you can create a town with 20 refresh opportunities. Lin E only took 8 tries to get out of the township market, which was quite good luck. After confirming that he had landed on the island, he simply covered the sea beast, cleaned up the scene with Jiang Xiahan, added some fodder to the cattle and sheep, and finally went back together. After everyone took a shower, they lay down outside the bedroom door and chatted for a while. After their hair was dry, they went back to the bedroom together to prepare for bed. After the upgrade, the bedroom space has become 175 meters, and the bed has been enlarged to 21.5 meters. Each bed now has a ceiling fan and an outlet. After Lin E lay down, he said to everyone, "We'll be on the island tomorrow and should be able to collect brand new bedding, so everyone won't have to use the old sheets the club has collected." Jiang Xiahan immediately responded when she heard this. "I want a kettle, a hairdryer, and a dressing table. I want an electric rice cooker and a pressure cooker. It would be even better if we could find a water tank and install a faucet in the kitchen." Su Ying also interjected. Lu Xiaoqing then said, "I want plastic bags, various bottles and containers, cartons or baskets, etc., so it will be more convenient to pack supplies in the future." After listening to this, Wang Xiyao continued, "Then I want new clothes, new underwear, and a washing machine." Hearing this, Lin E smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone. Everything you mention will be available. I'll also collect an air conditioner tomorrow and install it in both the room and the kitchen. This is a common daily item, and you will definitely find in the market." They had 10 hours, enough time to collect all the supplies they needed. But compared to these, Lin E is more interested in the supplies at gas stations, and large machinery. As soon as the topic of supplies came up, the room quickly became lively. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin E clicked on the bracelet, turned on the radar warning reminder, and said, "Everyone go to bed early. Remember to turn off the vibration reminder on your bracelet before going to bed. I'll be on duty tonight." When Wang Xiyao heard this, she immediately said, "Senior, why don't you let me take the night shift? You and Sister Su Ying are the key players in the team. You need to get a good rest tonight so you can be energetic and deal with any unexpected situations tomorrow." Lin E thought about it and nodded. "That's fine. If there's an emergency, Xiao, just wake me up." With his current mental attributes, he wouldn't feel sleepy the next day, even if he took a nap for an hour or two. But if you want to replenish your mental strength, you have to rest normally. Get a good night's sleep so that you won't be restricted when using your skills tomorrow. So Lin E didn't refuse. After everything was arranged, everyone fell asleep quickly. In the dead of night, the only sound on the platform was the regular sound of waves lapping against the edge. Lin E was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly awakened by a slight thunder. He opened his eyes, and the room was dark. Looking sideways, Wang Xiyao was no longer on the bed. The thunder seemed to be still far away, but he instinctively felt the need to confirm the situation of the platform and radar. He got up quietly so as not to wake the others. Opened the sliding door of the bedroom. Lin E looked around and saw faint lightning flashing in the sky to the north and south. "It looks like we're encountering a thunderstorm. Wang Xiyao must have received an early warning." He muttered to himself and immediately walked toward the cockpit in the east. Lin E walked to the cockpit door and found that it was closed. Looking through the glass opening on the door, there were no lights on in the cockpit. I saw Wang Xiyao sitting in front of the control panel, her eyes fixed on the early warning radar screen. A faint blue light reflected on the side of her face. Outside the panoramic glass window, the distant sky was occasionally torn open by lightning, making the cabin light up and dark down, like the rhythm of some kind of heartbeat. Lin E paused for a moment, then knocked on the door gently. Inside the door, when Wang Xiyao heard the noise, she turned around in surprise. When she saw Lin E, a blush suddenly appeared on her face. She immediately jumped down from the chair, adjusted the hem of her skirt, and then walked to the door. "Senior, why are you up?" She opened the door and asked softly, her voice soft and hoarse in the quiet night. "When you hear thunder, get up and look." Lin E walked in and stood next to Wang Xiyao. Because the space inside the door was too narrow, his arm naturally stuck to her body. He cast his eyes towards the radar screen and asked softly, "Why don't you turn on the lights? Is everything okay?" Wang Xiyao hurriedly moved aside to avoid physical contact with Lin E and said anxiously, Oh, wasn't I thinking that I was alone and didn't need to turn on the light and waste electricity? I'll turn it on now," she replied, quickly walked to the dashboard and turned on the lights. The next moment, the cockpit became bright. He took a closer look in the light and found that Wang Xiao's face was slightly red, and she seemed a little embarrassed. I just touched her. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, right? Lin E keenly caught the panic that flashed across her eyes, and immediately suspected that Wang Xiao's behavior was definitely not just because she was suddenly disturbed in the middle of the night. Chapter 79. Late at night, a showdown with Wang Xiyao in the cockpit. That filthy girl Jiang Xiahan. Could it be that she has led Wang Xiyao astray as well? Lin E couldn't help but feel confused. During the 8 nights on the resort island, Jiang Xiahan spent most of her time stuck in the room with him. He really couldn't imagine how she had the time to be distracted and busy with other things. Wang Xiao naturally felt Lin Yi's gaze and hurriedly lowered her head and asked in a low voice, "Senior, what are you looking at?" Lin E came back to his senses after hearing the voice. His eyes wandered over her for a while. Then he raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. "Oh, I didn't see anything. I just thought you looked pretty good in this pink dress." The dress she was wearing was naturally chosen from the princess dresses that Lin E received on the first day. Because it is a tube-top design and the style is relatively slim and simple, Wang Xiao's body talent is almost squeezed out of the screen. Although Lin E noticed that something was wrong with her, he didn't point it out to avoid making her more embarrassed. No matter what, after all, Wang Xiao had worked hard on duty for the team tonight, and he didn't want to embarrass her. "It looks good. I'm just wearing it casually." Wang Xiao's ears turned red, and she tugged at the hem of her skirt uncomfortably. This is the advantage of having a good figure. No matter what you wear, you can look very charming. Lin E replied with a smile, walked to the operating table, and turned his attention back to the screen. Looking at the navigation track, the platform is almost out of the stormy sea area. "Thank you for your hard work." He pointed at the screen and added softly, "Although the early warning radar will indicate the best route, the machine's strategy is rigid after all. Everyone should learn to simply read the cloud map and confirm that they're far away from the center of the storm before shutting down the platform's engine and letting the platform resume its normal drifting. This can save a lot of energy." Wang Xiao hummed softly, adjusted her thoughts, walked to Lin Yi's side, and immediately said, "Now that the situation has been confirmed, Senior, you should go back and rest as soon as possible." Lin E turned sideways and said softly, "It's okay. We only have about 30 minutes left before we can shut down the platform's engines. I'll use this time to teach you how to read the cloud map. We'll go back together later." "Okay, then I'll listen to you, Senior." Wang Xiao nodded her chin slightly. Afterwards, Lin E demonstrated to her how to adjust the layered contrast while pointing at the radar screen, and also briefly explained how to judge rain clouds and other operations through basic reflectivity parameters. Because I was worried that she wouldn't be able to remember it all at once, I just let her digest it by looking at the radar chart. Outside the cockpit, the thunder faded away. 20 minutes later, Wang Xiao had almost finished her research, and seeing that Lin E was still driving, she sat quietly and looked out the window. After a while, Wang Xiao felt that the atmosphere was a little quiet. After thinking for a while, she suddenly brought up the topic. "Senior, are you dating Senior Jiang Xiahan now?" Lin E was stunned when he heard this. He never expected that Wang Xiao would suddenly ask such a question. Although he and Jiang Xiahan had a deeper relationship, the way they got along was basically the same as when they traveled through time. Normally, they were like good buddies, bickering when necessary, playing around when necessary, and hugging each other without any reservations. Even Lu Xiaoqing didn't suspect anything. Wang Xiao asked this at this moment. Could it be that she knew what happened between him and Jiang Xiahan that night? Lin Yi's heart moved, and he immediately knew that his chance was coming. Late at night, the two of them were alone together, chatting about biological sciences. There are not many such opportunities on the platform. He was just worried about how to find a topic to bring him closer to Wang Xiao. Lin E thought about it, and suddenly asked, "Why do you feel this way?" Wang Xiao shared a room with Jiang Xiahan in the villa. When he was spending time with Jiang every night, he had already anticipated that she would find out. So, he didn't think of hiding it from her. Hearing this, Wang Xiao lowered her head and hesitated because one night I found that Senior Sister Jiang was not in her room. I thought she went downstairs to find something to eat, so I followed her down. Hearing this, Lin E turned his head to stare at Wang Xiao and asked curiously, "So, you've been peeping at everything we've been doing?" No. Wang Xiao hurriedly raised her hands, waved them repeatedly, and explained, "That night, I walked into the living room and just heard you two making a slight noise, and then I went upstairs." "Oh, are you serious?" Lin E turned his head to stare at her reaction. This blunt statement was both a test and a prelude to his next move. It's true. I didn't lie to you, senior, Wang Xiyao said with certainty. Lin E paused after hearing this. He originally thought that Wang Xiyao had really known about the matter and wanted to use this to tease her. I didn't expect this schoolgirl to be so cowardly. She ran away as soon as she heard some noise. It seems that the sound insulation of the villa room is too good. But given such a good opportunity to seduce, he would definitely take the initiative. Lin E came back to his senses and immediately asked, "Then you are not curious at all about what your senior sister Jiang and I did in the room?" "So curious," Wang Xiao replied subconsciously, then suddenly thought of something and said in a panic, "No, that's the privacy of the seniors. I definitely can't eavesdrop." Lin E smiled calmly and said, "Xiao is very sensible. But since you're so curious, do you need me to tell you what happened that night?" This isn't good." Wang Xiao was surprised, twisting her hands unconsciously together, and said awkwardly, "Senior Jiang secretly visited Senior at night to chat, right? If so, it means she doesn't want to make the matter public." Lin E smiled knowingly and asked, "If she and I were just chatting that night, why do we have to be so secretive? Didn't you think that your senior sister Jiang and I could do something interesting besides chatting?" Wang Xiao was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and said shyly, "I can see that the senior likes Senior Lu. I thought he chose to date Senior Jiang at night because he didn't want Senior Lu to know. As for other things, I didn't think much about it. Oh, I didn't expect you to see through it. But your senior sister Lu is only one of the reasons." Lin E directly admitted, "Since you asked, there's no need for me to hide it. I actually had sex with your senior sister Jiang that night." Since Wang Xiao had already seen it, he might as well just tell her the truth. This, Wang Xiao's pupils trembled and her mind went blank. Although she had a vague premonition just now, she never expected that Lin E would make the matter clear so directly. This time, she was completely confused. Lin E stared at Wang Xiao and continued, "What's wrong? Why are you so surprised? Isn't this normal for men and women to have such things happen?" "That's normal, but why did you tell me? Since you like Senior Lu, aren't you afraid that Senior Lu will find out?" Wang Xiao's voice was faint and her face was as red as a ripe tomato. Lin E looked directly into her eyes and said calmly, "Because I trust you. I only told you, Xiao, about this. Why is this? But I can't guarantee that the truth won't be revealed." Wang Xiao still buried her head and replied in a panic. Lin E added, "Because I think, Xiao, you have a very good personality, gentle and quiet, and you will definitely understand my choice." "I'm actually not as good as my senior said." Wang Xiao was even more shy now. Seeing this, Lin E immediately grabbed her hand and said affectionately, "No, Xiao, you're even better than I say. You girls are all unique. My only wish after traveling through time is to protect you and help you reach your destination safely. It's more important than anything else for the five of us to live a good life together." After he finished speaking, he saw Wang Xiao's shy look and immediately knew that the time was almost right. Now all I had to do was give her one last gentle push. Chapter 80, This cabin will be our secret base from now on. Wang Xiao was completely unprepared for Lin Yi's grab, and her body froze in place. Soon, she reacted and turned her face to the side, avoiding Lin Yi's sight. "Senior, why did you hold my hand?" Lin E said bluntly, "Because I want to express my feelings to you. Didn't I just say that all four of you are equally important to me?" Wang Xiao wanted to pull her hand back, but after trying for a while, she found it was useless. She panicked, and her voice trembled as she said, But you and Senior Jiang are already together, and I can see that Senior Lu also likes you. I'm not as pretty as them. Xiao, you know that after traveling through time, the five of us may have to rely on each other on the sea for the rest of our lives." Lin E said, holding her hand tighter, and continued to test her. "Let's not worry about them for now. I want to ask you now, what do you think of the senior in your heart?" Wang Xiao gave up resistance when she heard this, and after thinking for a moment, she slowly replied, "Senior, you're great. Over the past 10 days since we've traveled through time, you've worked hard every day collecting supplies, and you've taken great care of us girls while you were working. And you're also very smart, having traded so many supplies for the team. I saw in the chat that other teams would suffer casualties after just one sea beast attack. But last night, we encountered 3, and the senior easily handled them without everyone having to fight. With the senior leading us, we feel completely safe no matter what happens. After hearing this, Lin E couldn't help but feel relieved. Because of her gentle personality, Wang Xiyao usually looks a little dull, but when it comes to key issues, she seems so sensible. If you miss this kind of treasure girl, you will regret it for the rest of your life. After hearing her words, Lin Yi's confidence suddenly surged, and he asked directly, "In that case, Xiao, do you like senior?" Wang Xiao hesitated for a moment after hearing this, then nodded with a red face. Senior has always been good-looking, and during the time we've been on the resort island, I think his figure has gotten even better. In this apocalyptic environment, I think most girls would easily develop a liking for guys who can provide a sense of security. In order not to appear too reckless, she even put on several layers of armor. After hearing this, Lin E no longer cared about anything else. He hugged her and said happily, "If that's the case, then things will be easy. I now declare that Xiao, you will be my little wife from now on." He revealed the matter of Jiang Xiahan because he knew that Wang Xiyao would definitely listen to his arrangements given her personality. He had originally thought that even if it didn't work out tonight, having this shared secret would at least bring him and Wang Xiyao closer. Lin E suddenly realized that Jiang Xiahan's previous intelligence was quite reliable. Wang Xiyao is indeed the smoldering type. He never expected that after he just made a slight attack, Wang Xiyao had already gone all in. Now that she has admitted it, he will definitely not let go of this opportunity. "Ah, senior, what you said is a bit too sudden." Wang Xiyao was hugged tightly by Lin E, with her fists clenched against her chest, feeling a little at a loss. She was a little nervous. The senior's words and actions were totally unpredictable. Lin E put his arms around her waist and said calmly, "It's not sudden. Life at sea is just one day at a time. Now that we understand each other's feelings, what else is there to worry about? But if we do this, what if the seniors find out?" Wang Xiao asked tensely. She had never had such close contact with a boy before. She didn't dare to move at all, and even her breathing became disordered. Lin E saw all the changes in Wang Xiyao, and suddenly picked her up and put her on the driving platform, saying, "If you don't tell me, I won't tell them. They won't know. As for the other things, we'll talk about them later." The atmosphere at this moment has reached the point where it can be ignited at any moment. Lin E didn't beat around the bush and directly gave the formula. Not refusing is tantamount to consent. "No, no." Wang Xiao hurriedly grabbed Lin Yi's hand, preventing him from approaching the straps of the skirt on her back. Seeing that his plan failed, Lin E slowed down a bit. "Maybe I'm just too impatient." He pondered for a moment, held her hand again, and asked, "Xiao, were you lying to me just now?" "No, I didn't lie to you." Wang Xiao spoke softly, tears welling in her eyes. "Then what are you worried about? Are you unwilling to entrust yourself to me?" Lin E hit another straight ball. "No, I just feel like we're moving a little too fast, and I've never experienced anything like this before. I feel a little embarrassed to be here." Wang Xiao lowered her head, not daring to respond to Lin Yi's expectant gaze. When Lin Yi heard what Wang Xiao said, he immediately understood. It wasn't that she was unwilling, but it was out of shyness as a girl and awe of her first experience. He thought about it, and felt that if he forced their relationship forward, it would probably backfire. He couldn't rush it right now. He had to use more delicate methods to slowly meld away her last psychological defenses, and finally, he could successfully swim with her. Lin E did not move closer, but moved back a little to give her some breathing space. But he still held Wang Xiao's hand tightly, keeping her within the range of his breath. Lin E lowered his head and gently pressed his forehead against hers, forcing her to be unable to completely avoid his gaze. He slowed his voice and said, "Xiao, I understand. You feel it's fast because we are all measuring the present by the rules of the past world. But look at the thunderclouds outside the window." He tilted his head slightly, motioning her to look toward the deep, perilous ocean. "But how much time do we have left to take our time? The day after tomorrow marks the 3rd week, and the most dangerous beast attack is imminent. We don't even know what kind of sea beast we'll encounter tomorrow, or what kind of opponents we'll face." Lin E said, and took her into his arms gently, saying, "I'm not making excuses for this. I just don't want to miss you. If I really encountered unexpected danger that day and missed the chance to truly hug you, it would be the biggest regret of my life." After hearing this, Wang Xiao said anxiously, "No, senior, your lightning talent is so powerful, there will definitely be no danger." Lin E felt Wang Xiao's body tremble slightly in his arms, and he knew that this traditional skill was effective. The uncertainty of the end of the world and the fear that comes from the unknown are something no one can escape. He struck while the iron was hot and copied and pasted the same words he had said to Lu Xiaoqing that day to Wang Xiyao. After hearing this, Wang Xiyao couldn't help but hug Lin E tightly with both hands, muttering, "There are actually sea beasts dozens of meters long. This beast hide is truly terrifying." Lin E gently raised his hand, rubbed her hot cheek with the back of his fingers, and comforted her. "But don't worry, Xiao. For the sake of you guys, I will definitely try my best to kill every sea beast that attacks us." Wang Xiao rubbed her head in Lin Yi's arms, nodded a few times, and said affirmatively, "Yeah, I believe that Senior can do it." Lin E held her face in his hands and said softly, "Although I don't know when I will reach the end of the sea, I know that the person in my arms at this moment is a treasure that I want to hold on to at all times." Lin Yi's words gently plucked Wang Xiao's heartstrings like a feather. She looked at Lin Yi's eyes, which were full of affection, and her heartbeat began to accelerate. "Senior, stop talking." Her eyes began to dodge again. Lin E turned her face back and said in a gentler tone, seriously, "Then, classmate Xiao, are you willing to entrust yourself completely to me? It's still not good to be here." Wang Xiao's face turned red to her ears. Lin E naturally understood the situation and said to her face directly, "This cockpit is the quietest and most private place on the platform. From now on, this will be our secret base." Wang Xiao fell silent, and the only sound in the air seemed to be the two people's heartbeats like drums. She was experiencing a tsunami inside. If I agree, how can I face the seniors? But if I don't agree, then Senior will definitely be very disappointed. If I refuse, will the Senior ignore me in the future? No, I can't let this happen. The so-called tomorrow is too vague, and the warmth in my Senior's arms is the only real existence at this moment. Wang Xiao struggled internally for a while, took a deep breath, as if she had used up all her courage in her life, and finally nodded slightly. At the same time, her hand, which was resting on Lin Yi's chest, slowly dropped down. Lin Yi received this silent permission and no longer hesitated, suddenly hugging her tightly in his arms. Wang Xiao closed her eyes in panic. Soon, a pink skirt strap slowly slid from the dashboard to the ground. Inside the cockpit, the fluorescent lights of two dark blue radar screens intertwined, casting the figures of the two people on the glass of the control panel, blending into the boundless darkness and surging waves outside the window. Chapter 81. Whenever there is an opportunity, we must use both soft and hard tactics. The night gradually deepens. Two loud thunders roared in the distant sky, as if a giant beast was rolling and roaring deep in the clouds. The rain suddenly became dense, drawing winding and crisscrossing watermarks on the glass window in front of the cockpit. The waves on the sea continued to hit the platform, and the swaying rhythm quietly matched the hazy light and shadow on the window. The steamy windshield separates two worlds. There is deep darkness ahead and lingering warmth inside. An hour later, the platform sailed out of the thunderstorm sea area. The sea finally returned to calm. Lin E looked at the time and saw that it was almost 5 in the morning. He immediately patted Wang Xiyao in his arms and reminded her softly, "Xiao, it's getting late. We should go back to bed." Wang Xiyao raised her head slightly, her face still flushed deeply, and lightly tapped her chin and said, "Okay. Then you go back first. I have to stay here to finish the work for tonight's voyage," Lin E said with a smile. When Wang Xiao heard this, her eyes inadvertently swept across the dashboard. Her face flushed, and then she lowered her head shyly. "Well then, just now, I must have accidentally touched the water cup." She naturally understood what Lin E meant and replied in a low voice, "Maybe. Next time, you must remember to put the water cup deeper," Lin E said meaningfully. "Yeah, I know," Wang Xiao replied, then hurriedly jumped off the chair and bent down to pick up the red straps on the floor. Lin Yi's attention was immediately drawn to the noise she made. Looking at her back, he suddenly asked, "Xiao, do you think the night watch mission is difficult?" "It's not difficult. According to the thunderstorm situation just now, it will only take 2 hours to end the active driving," Wang Xiao replied and hurriedly turned to the dashboard to look for skirt paper. "I want to arrange 3 days of night duty for you every week. What do you think?" Lin E asked. However, based on past experience, extreme weather occurs approximately every 3 or 4 days, while attacks by sea beasts are more random. On average, an early warning reminder will only appear once every 2 or 3 days. So even if there are many night duty tasks, Wang Xiao doesn't need to get up every night. Lin E and she had just confirmed their relationship, and he felt that meeting privately once a week should be enough to deepen their feelings. Wang Xiao turned sideways and replied, "Well, I think I can be assigned a night watch all week. It's not a heavy task, and even if I'm too sleepy, I can use my skills to recover my mental strength. This is not just a question of whether you can persist, because other people also have to learn to deal with various situations. Just arrange it as I said just now." Lin E said, and stood up from the chair in front of the dashboard. "Yeah, okay. Wang Xiao dodged her gaze wildly and said nothing more. She grabbed the skirt paper and put it on her little head in a panic. When Lin E saw the shy expression on her face, he suddenly found it a little funny and immediately wanted to go over and help her tidy up her messy hair. "Senior, I can do it myself." Wang Xiao felt Lin Yi's breath gradually approaching, said something, turned sideways, and hurriedly quickened her movements. "Xiao, you misunderstood. I'm definitely not teasing you this time. I'm just tidying up your hair." After Lin E finished speaking, he raised his hand to help her tidy up her sweat-soaked bangs. After the harmony just now, he found that Wang Xiao was a little stressed. In fact, there's no need to worry. His hands will definitely be obedient in sage mode. It's going to be a long time to go to the island tomorrow to collect supplies. It's not healthy to sweat all day in this hot weather. Remember to use some healing magic on yourself before you go back. He reminded her as he helped her tidy up. "Why do you need healing?" Wang Xiao muttered softly and suddenly thought of something and hurriedly replied, "Yeah, I know." Lin E looked at her silly and cute look that was always a step behind the times and found it particularly adorable. He couldn't help but hook her nose, then lowered his head and kissed her forehead gently, smiling, "Then go quickly." "Okay." Wang Xiao's face turned red, and she quickly turned around and walked towards the wooden bed in the cockpit. Seeing this, Lin E withdrew his gaze, dressed neatly, and returned to the control panel. He glanced around and found that Wang Xiao's water cup was placed neatly below the early warning radar screen. She had already drunk up all the cold water in the bottle, leaving only a little bit. "Haha, this silly and cute girl. Let's see how you're going to make it right later." Lin E muttered inwardly, poured the remaining water onto a paper towel, and began to clean up the dashboard. The other side, after Wang Xiao finished using the healing technique, she looked at the busy figure in front of the control panel, and her mood suddenly became tangled. Should I just leave like this? Or should I take this opportunity to formally tell him what I'm thinking? But if I ask him proactively like that, wouldn't he think I was being too casual? Forget it then. Let's find another opportunity next time. Besides, this situation is a bit awkward. Wang Xiao thought of this, then sat up from the bed, took a deep breath, and said, "Senior, Xiao is very happy to be with you tonight. I will go back first." "Wait a moment." Lin Yi's voice interrupted Wang Xiao's attempt to open the door and leave. "Senior, is there anything else?" Wang Xiao turned around and said with a blank expression. Lin Yi picked up the water cup on the dashboard and handed it to her, saying with a smile, "Did you drink milk tonight? Take the cup home and wash it. It will be more hygienic." "Huh? I remember I didn't drink milk tonight." Wang Xiao couldn't help but wonder and walked forward curiously and took the cup of water. "My classmate Xiao, your water cup is sticky. Are you sure there is no milk in it?" Lin E asked meaningfully. "Huh?" Wang Xiao put her hand under the cup and immediately found something unusual. She blushed and hurriedly said, I did drink milk, but I suddenly forgot." "Thank you, Senior. I'll go back first." After Wang Xiao finished speaking, she turned around, lowered her head, opened the door, and quickly fled. Lin E withdrew his gaze and couldn't help but smile knowingly. They say girls are made of water, and it really is true. He sighed, turned around, and turned off the platform engine, confirmed that everything in the cockpit was back to normal, and then walked out. Lin E returned to the bedroom and found that Wang Xiao was already asleep on the bed. Several others were also in their dreams. Lin E returned to bed and couldn't help but think. Jiang Xiahan is both naive and playful. She has a carefree personality and will do anything if she's given a benefit. Wang Xiao is as soft as water, with a shy and cute personality. Even if you give her benefits, she will be well-behaved and obedient. As for Lu Xiaoqing, her previous coldness has completely disappeared, and she even showed signs of being protective before receiving any benefits. As for Sister Su Ying, her strong character is gradually fading. But even if she is given benefits, she is definitely the one who is the hardest to fool. When Lin E thought of this, he suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. Let's not think too much about it for now. Just take it one step at a time. As long as I get the chance, I'll do it just like last night, using both soft and hard tactics. He muttered and soon fell asleep. Chapter 82. Landing on the secondary resource island, Town Market. Early the next morning. Before landing on the island, everyone gathered in front of the cowshed, waiting for Lin E to deal with the corpse of the sea monster from last night. Lin E packed up the corpses of 4 second-level sea beasts and put them on the shelves in a mall, priced at 200,000 wood, and the 8 first-level sea beasts were priced at 150,000 wood. The shell-stealing shrimps weighed more than 1,000 pounds, and the 6 first-level sea beasts weighed more than 3,000 pounds. Those with special talents could absorb about 20 points of attributes for each serving, compared to eating fruits with various attributes. Although eating smelly sea beasts is very inefficient, it is indeed one of the means to improve personal attributes. There's a special talent that increases attributes by eating sea beast flesh. A-level talents absorb 0.5% of sea beast's attributes. Due to a setting conflict, a small portion of the plot in Chapter 78 has just been modified. I hope all readers who have been following the update will be aware of this. In short, not all sea beast carcasses are used to feed the fish. After Lin E dealt with the corpse of the sea beast, he brought everyone to the edge of the platform and waited quietly for the platform to enter the berth. Soon, a large protective shield hundreds of meters high appeared on the sea surface in front of the platform. Seeing this, Su Ying asked curiously, Lin E, is the one ahead the second-level resource island? Lin E nodded and said, yes, this protective shield is similar to the one on the resort island. We have to go inside to see the resource island and meet the other team. Because of the shield, various weather conditions may occur inside. I see. Su Ying thought for a moment and asked again. We don't know the other team's situation. Do we need to arrange for someone to guard the platform? Lin E smiled and said, no need. The platform will soon enter the protective shield. You will know later. Yeah, okay. Su Ying nodded, and seeing that the resource island ahead was getting closer, she stopped asking questions. 5 minutes later, the platform automatically drove into the light curtain, and the scene in front of us suddenly became clear, and a lush island appeared. The surroundings of this island are similar to those of a first-level resource island, with cliffs 50 meters high. But the difference is that the second-level island is larger, several kilometers long from north to south. Lin E and his team were in the south, and at this moment, the platform was automatically driving towards the berth extending from the south side of the island. There seems to be someone over there. Jiang Xiahan suddenly pointed towards the north and shouted. Lin E followed and took a look and found another platform a few kilometers away in the north. From a distance, it looked like a side was about 50 to 60 meters long, and the level should be around level 15. He immediately complained. Your eyesight is pretty good. You can actually see the people up there from such a distance. Jiang Xiahan rolled her eyes at him. Are you stupid? If there's a platform, there must be people. Lin E smiled and said, don't jump to conclusions yet. We'll have to wait and see whether the person above is a human or a ghost. Jiang Xiahan didn't dare to speak when she heard it. She naturally understood what Lin E meant. One island, 2 teams, in this ruleless and unregulated environment is a competitive relationship. No one can say for sure whether the other party has malicious intentions. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoqing suddenly said, there's a small town market on the island. There should be a lot of supplies. Even 2 teams wouldn't be able to move them all. Lin E nodded and said, that's common sense, but people at sea are unpredictable, so we still have to be extra careful. If we find good supplies, we must act decisively and show no mercy. Okay, then I understand. Su Ying added after listening. Okay, don't be nervous, everyone. The people we meet may not be bad people. More importantly, no matter who we meet, we can definitely deal with them. Lin E saw that everyone looked a little solemn, so he said something to comfort them. Soon, the time came at 8 o'clock and the platform stopped steadily at the berth on time. Congratulations on officially entering the Level 2 Resource Island. Your team can stay for 10 hours. Before landing, you can activate the protective shield function of the berth on your wristband to prevent others from boarding your platform. Lin E ignored the system prompt and turned on the protective shield function. A small blue light shield immediately enveloped the berth. After he finished the operation, he explained, this protective shield is a new feature of the Level 2 Resource Island. No one can break in without our permission. Jiang Xiahan immediately asked. Then, can we just walk out directly? Almost. Let me demonstrate it to you. After saying that, Lin E invited everyone to go to the berth together. He came to the entrance of the pier, raised his wristband, and touched the protective shield, and the blue light curtain suddenly opened a hole. Then, he said to everyone, after you use the bracelet to open the light curtain, it will only last for a few seconds. Everyone, please operate it individually, and then we will go to the island together. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and began to follow Lin Yi's instructions. Soon, the five of them walked onto the pier and headed towards the mountain trail leading to the island. The mountain trail to the island hasn't changed much. It's still a small path that can only be walked on. Lin E led a few people out of the mountain path and looked forward. There are more than a dozen rocky mountains, less than 100 meters high on the island, and most of the rest are flat fields, which is a typical southwestern karst landform. A two-lane concrete road was right under their feet. The road winds through a field, then passes through a built-up area and continues to extend north. The long and narrow building area was built along both sides of the highway, about 1 kilometer long from north to south. There is also an intersection in the east-west direction. There are fewer buildings on both sides of the intersection, and it is less than 200 meters long. There are 2 streets in total running north-south and east-west. One is 1 kilometer long, and the other is 200 meters long. The description in the system is quite honest. Lin E saw the situation clearly and immediately asked everyone to follow. The 5 people walked along the cement road, which was covered with muddy black tire tracks and scattered debris. Overturned shopping carts, abandoned suitcases, and even a lone child's shoe were scattered on the roadside. Occasionally, there would be a crashed car, with gasoline and diesel spilling all over the ground like black tears. Why is this place different from the club on the first day? It looks like it has just been through a disaster. Lu Xiaoqing asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Lin E explained. You guessed correctly. This town was once inhabited, but was forcibly relocated from Blue Star. Most people speculate that the relocation took place at 8 p.m. the previous evening, and the warning time was no more than 30 minutes. Otherwise, the people who originally lived in the town wouldn't have fled in such a desperate manner. What about those who didn't have time to escape before the transfer? Su Ying asked. Lin E shook his head. No one knows what's going on Blue Star. Su Ying said solemnly. Those who stayed behind won't be in danger, right? Lin E naturally saw that she was probably worried about her parents, so he comforted her. We've never found any traces of humans other than time travelers on Resource Island. They're probably still left on Blue Star. Yeah, I hope so. Su Ying could only think positively. Lin E nodded and suddenly heard a shout from the front. Lin E, I found a car. Come on, follow me. He looked forward and found that Jiang Xiahan had climbed onto an electric tricycle on the side of the road at some point. She had her hair tied in a bun and was sitting in the driver's seat. She turned her head and waved at them happily. Okay, I'll come and see right away. After Lin E finished speaking, he walked up quickly. This place is still 1 kilometer away from the town intersection, and having a mobility scooter can save a lot of time. If only they could reach the town's central business district earlier than the other team. When he seizes the last supplies later, he won't appear to be too overbearing. After all, if you don't want to eat beef, you have to wait for the beef to be served first. Chapter 83. While collecting supplies, I met a young woman with big waves by chance. Or was she an acquaintance? The breeze blows gently on the road beside the fields. Lin E drove a tricycle and quickly entered the town with 4 girls. The streets are lined with 3- or 5-story self-built houses, with shops on the first floor and residential areas on the upper floors. At this moment, the doors of most stores were open and the streets were in a mess. Lin E, there's a barbecue restaurant over there. Why don't you stop? I want that barbecue grill. Jiang Xiahan, who was sitting on the right side of the driver's seat, pointed at a shop on the right and shouted. Let's go to the furniture store in front first. Jiang Xiahan, didn't you ask for a dressing table last night? Lu Xiaoqing, who was sitting on the left side of the driver's seat, also pulled Lin Yi's hand and reminded him. We'll look at these small shops later. Let's first look for a small supermarket. Lin E explained and continued to step on the accelerator. There are so many buildings, and it is impossible to move all the supplies inside. The first priority is to find a small supermarket and take over all the supplies that are easy to collect. After a while, Lin E dodged all kinds of debris along the way and finally arrived at the intersection. He looked around and found the target on the right side of the north intersection. Found it. That Jiaman Fu supermarket should be the largest supermarket in the town. Lin E reminded everyone and immediately drove the tricycle up. The car stopped 5 people jumped out and immediately walked into the small supermarket. When I walked in, I saw that the store was about 10 meters wide and several dozen meters deep. It was a mess inside, and most of the cigarettes and alcohol on the counter had been taken away. They walked around and found that the shelves and bulk sections were almost full of goods. This small comprehensive supermarket basically has everything you need. Lin E went to the rear and found a small amount of stock in the warehouse. He brought out several stacks of thick cardboard boxes and immediately called out to everyone. To improve the efficiency of collecting supplies, let's divide ourselves into groups. When everyone heard this, they immediately gathered around. Seeing this, Lin E immediately said, Sister Su Ying will take Qing and Xiao to the supermarket to collect supplies. Snacks, drinks, rice, flour, grains, oils, cleaning and personal care products, small appliances, etc. should all be packed and boxed first. Jiang Xiahan and I will be a team and continue to go out to find more supplies. After listening to this, Su Ying immediately said, Then leave it to us. We 3 will divide the work later. Lin E nodded and said, If you run into any trouble, just ask Lu Xiaoqing to buff your skills, and I'll leave them both to you. Su Ying heard this and said seriously, Okay, I will definitely ensure their safety. You 2 should also be careful when you go out. Okay, if you encounter any problems, please contact me immediately. After Lin E finished speaking, he took Jiang Xiahan out. Back on the street, Lin E saw a tricycle on the side of the road on North Street and immediately took Jiang Xiahan on it and drove back. Then he attacked it and split it into 4. Having more vehicles will make loading and transportation more convenient. Let me drive. Seeing this, Jiang Xiahan shouted, climbed onto one of the tricycles first, and asked, Where should we go to collect supplies first? Let's go to the appliance store across the street and see if there are any good things there. Then get in the car. Lin E got into the car speechlessly, and Jiang Xiahan drove 50 meters excitedly. Then, we arrived at our destination diagonally across the street. This tricycle is so fun, huh? Jiang Xiahan jumped out of the car, still feeling a little unsatisfied. We have a lot of supplies. If you want to have fun, you can make a few more trips today. After Lin E finished speaking, he rushed into the store. When I went in, I saw that most of the large appliances had been moved away, leaving only some low-value appliances such as electric fans and dehydrators. The only slightly better ones left were 2 water heaters hanging on the wall and a pulsator washing machine. There was no air conditioner, which was what he was looking for the most. Lin E carried the washing machine out and saw Jiang Xiahan rummaging through the cash register. He called out, You've already traveled through time. Are you still looking for money? Let's leave quickly and continue looking for the next one. I don't need change for any money. I just want to find you a razor. Don't you know that your stubble is very prickly? Jiang Xiahan raised her head and rolled her eyes. You're the one who likes to rub my face. Can you blame me if you get pricked? Lin E was speechless. Don't worry about it. Anyway, you can't use the excuse that it's inconvenient to shave with a knife anymore. Jiang Xiahan said as she took out a bunch of unassembled manual razors from the counter and showed them to Lin E, saying, If you're lazy, I'll hold your head down and help you shave. Okay, then you can hold it for me first. After Lin E finished speaking, he carried the washing machine and put on the tricycle. I almost forgot to say, Jiang Xiahan is a typical example of the officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people are not allowed to light lamps. The towering trees in the forest have to suppress a few small weeds. Our classmate Xiao is still the cutest. After all, the mythical beast that rules the West is something you can only encounter by chance. After leaving the store, Lin E took Jiang Xiahan for a walk and pried open the sliding door of shop on North Street, where he received a big surprise. All the goods in the store have not been moved, including air conditioners, refrigerators, color TVs, drum washing machines, dishwashers, etc. All the commonly used ones are available. Although it is not a particularly high-end product, it is definitely sufficient for use on the platform. Then, the 2 of them took action. Jiang Xiahan looked for cardboard boxes inside and packed all the home appliances. Lin E was responsible for moving it to the corridor at the door, preparing to transport back later. With his current physical strength, lifting hundreds of pounds was easy for him, so it didn't take much effort. After a while, Lin E moved out another refrigerator. After putting it down, he suddenly heard a beep. Looking up, he saw an electric car coming towards him quickly from the north. A man wearing glasses is driving a car. There was a young woman with big curly hair, wearing a black suspender nightgown, sitting on the back seat. Stop! When the electric car was about to approach within 30 meters, Lin E shouted, Then, he took out an ancient sword from the back of the bracelet. The sudden breaking sound was heard, and the electric scooter slowed down rapidly and stopped about 10 meters in front of Lin E. The next moment, the girl with big wavy hair shook her body violently, stood up straight, and began to pull up the low-cut nightgown on her body, trying to cover the scenery in front of her chest as much as possible. Hello, we mean no harm. We both awakened to level talents and are definitely not a threat to you. The man with glasses hurriedly stated his intention and raised his hands to indicate. Seeing this, the wavy young woman in the back seat put one hand on her chest, lowered her head, and raised the other hand. Lin E took a closer look and found that the man with glasses also had injuries on his body, the most noticeable of which was a long bruise on his arm. It was still bleeding, and it was obviously a new wound. The two of us were randomly matched with 3 other prisoners in a team. We've been bullied these past few days, and we just managed to escape while they were surrounding and killing the mutant beasts. Can you save us? Seeing that Lin E didn't reply, the man with glasses continued to add. Lin E looked back and found that the wavy young woman's body was also covered with blue bruises. He retracted his gaze and said lightly, "Go back to where you came from. I don't have time to meddle in other people's business." Hearing this, the man with glasses said anxiously, "Brother, your platform level is so high. I know you're definitely capable of saving people. It's okay if you don't save me, but I beg you to save my companion. She has been tortured by those beasts for the past 2 weeks, and I really can't bear it." Just as Lin E was about to refuse, he was suddenly pulled from behind. Lin E just agreed to him. Jiang Xiahan said this, walked to Lin Yi's side, and added with a complicated expression, "I know that sister. She is our counselor's younger sister. She even cooked for us before." Chapter 84. Never heard of dual cultivation? You're just too inexperienced. Hearing this, Lin E couldn't help but wonder, she's actually old Yan's sister? Jiang Xiahan nodded. Yes, a few classmates and I once went to old Yan's place for a meal and happened to meet sister Yin Xia. Old Yin is the counselor of the 2 classes in the same major, Yin Yin Tao. Old Yin has a calm personality and can usually get along well with students. Indeed, students often come to his house for meals. Lin E also went there once, but didn't meet Yin Xia. If Jiang Xiahan hadn't said it, he really wouldn't have recognized it. On the other side, Jiang Xiahan finished her explanation and immediately waved to the front. "Sister Xia, don't worry. We will definitely save you." Seeing this, the man with glasses immediately said, "So you two know each other. That makes things easier." After saying that, he immediately turned around and motioned Yin Xia to get out of the car. Yin Xia paused for a moment and responded, "Xiahan, I didn't expect to see you here. Are you just the 2 of you?" She actually recognized Jiang Xiahan when she saw her coming out of the store. "There are 5 of us. The other 3 are not here. Sister Xia, it's too sunny on the roadside. Please get out of the car and come over." After Jiang Xiahan finished speaking, she immediately wanted to go forward to meet him. Seeing this, Lin E immediately reached out and pulled her back, saying softly, "Wait a minute. Aren't we going to save people?" Jiang Xiahan couldn't help but wonder. "There's no need to rush. Stand behind me," Lin E said, protecting Jiang Xiahan. After he finished speaking, he looked forward again and found that the man with glasses had parked the car and was about to come over while calling in Xia. "You two stand where you are for now. I have something to ask you." Lin E raised the sword in his hand. The man with glasses stopped and hurriedly protected Yin Xia, saying, "Brother, please don't do anything. If you have any questions, just ask." Lin E asked, "What are the talents of the other 3 prisoners in your team?" The man with glasses replied, 2 A levels and 1 B level. Both are very powerful talents. That's why we came to ask for help. Lin E asked, "If they're so powerful, how did you 2 escape?" The man with glasses replied, "They were overwhelmed dealing with a group of mutant beasts, so they gave us a chance to escape." Lin E asked, "What type of mutant beast is it?" 5 mutant wild boars, very ferocious. The largest one among them is estimated to be close to the 2nd level in strength. The man with glasses said this, took out a fruit and showed it to him. "That fruit was guarded by those mutant beasts, and I took it away. If you promise to save us, I can give you the fruit as a reward." Lin E took a look and saw that the man with glasses was holding a colorful fruit in his hand. "It is the fruit of talent extraction." Seeing this, he immediately said, "Let's not talk about the reward for now. Ask Yin Xia to come over first. I want to ask her a few questions alone. If she confirms that there's no problem, I can save you too." The man with glasses was stunned when he heard this. Then he smiled and said, "Of course, but Sasha is my companion, and I have to confirm that you are reliable first." Lin E said, "You guys are welcome to do whatever you want. Just make the most of your time." "Okay, then wait a moment." After the man with glasses finished speaking, he turned around and whispered a few words to Yin Xiahan, then stepped aside. After hearing this, Yin Xiahan nodded and then walked out. Lin E kept staring at the front and found that Yin Xiahan looked a little solemn. She walked slowly and suddenly stopped halfway. "Hurry up and leave. This man wants to harm you." Yin Xiahan suddenly shouted in the direction of Lin E. The next moment, the man with glasses quickly reached into the pedal of the electric scooter, then jumped up and leaped high into the air. He held a sharp knife in his hand, which flew quickly towards Lin E. "Flying talent? It seems you can give it to me." Lin E muttered to himself, swung the hilt of the sword with both hands, and got into position, ready to give the man with glasses a mid-air full moon slash. As soon as he observed Yin Xiahan's expression, he knew something was definitely wrong. In addition, the man with glasses also said that he escaped from under the noses of two A-level talents, so the probability is even lower. Lin E had been on guard for a long time. If he had not been afraid of hurting Yin Xiahan because the distance was too close, and if he had not also been worried about destroying the fruit, he would not have directly used a fully charged thunder on him. Just as the man with glasses flew forward, Yin Xiahan in front of him immediately raised her hand, released a skill, and shouted urgently, "Careful!" A 2-meter-wide yellow light shield appeared and blocked Lin E. "You're a treacherous bitch." The man with glasses found that his attack route was blocked, and Lin E was also on guard. He turned in the air, stepped on the light shield with both feet, and retreated quickly with the help of the force. Then, his body fell behind Yin Xiahan. "You're a traitorous bitch." The man with glasses cursed angrily and rushed towards Yin Xiahan. The next moment, a figure flashed by, and Lin E rushed behind Yin Xiahan and swung his sword. With a sound of ding, the long sword met the sharp knife in the hands of the man with glasses. The man with glasses felt his palms go numb from the shock of the sword, and to relieve the force, he could only fly high. He flew back to the electric bike and said in surprise, "What a powerful force. Could it be that you have awakened a power-type talent?" Lin E ignored the man with glasses and said to Yin Xiahan, "Step back a little and stand with Jiang Xiahan." "Okay, you have to be careful. They have another person hiding with a control-type talent skill. I just used too much of my skill, and I'll come help you after I adjust." Yin Xiahan replied and walked towards the back swayingly. Seeing this, Lin E said to the man with glasses, "Call your teammates out, and we'll decide the winner together." "Huh, you're really funny. Just because you have strength you think you're awesome." The man with glasses taunted and then snapped his fingers. The next moment, more than a dozen vines shot out from the second-floor window of the comprehensive market at the back and headed straight towards Lin E. Lin E swung his sword and cut off all the vines that were close to him. He specially used a grinding machine to sharpen the ancient sword, and now it is easy to deal with these controlling vines. Lin E chopped for a while and found that the man with glasses had become cautious and did not dare to move forward. He thought about it, then slowed down his movements, allowing a few vines to wrap around him. All right, let's see how awesome you can be this time." The man with glasses saw that Lin Yi's hands and feet were controlled by the vines, and his movements slowed down, and he immediately knew that his chance had come. He flew out and stabbed towards Lin E at high speed with a sharp knife in hand. "I just showed off a little flaw, and you fell for it." Lin E thought about it, and a thundercloud condensed in the palm of his left hand. The next moment, there was a loud boom. A bolt of lightning came down from the sky and struck directly outside the window on the second floor of the market, blasting all the sticking-out vines into pieces. At the same time, Lin E struggled with his feet and shook off all the vines that had lost control of his body. He spread his legs, squatted down, held the hilt of the sword with both hands, and swung it upward with all his strength. With a puff sound, the sharp long blade cut off the wrist of the man with glasses holding the knife like cutting tofu. The sharp, shining knife flew out along with a severed palm. The blood spurting out of the severed wrist drew a glaring scarlet arc in the sunlight. "Ah!" The man with glasses roared in pain and then retreated quickly. Where did this lightning come from? There must be someone else. This time he flew into the air and hurriedly shouted towards the second-floor window. No response. The man with glasses covered his broken wrist, endured the pain, and looked around, but found nothing. "Don't look for me anymore. I'm the only one fighting with you. Lin E gave a kind reminder, then took out a tissue and began to wipe the blood that splashed on his face. That's impossible. Didn't you awaken your strength talent? Why would you choose a spell-based attack skill? The man with glasses looked horrified and had even forgotten the pain in his hand. He couldn't figure it out. The opponent was clearly under control, and he had used full speed in his sneak attack. The situation was apparently looking good just a moment ago. Why did it suddenly collapse? Lin E threw the tissue in his hand, looked at the man with glasses again, and replied, "Haven't you heard of dual cultivation of strength and spirit? You're so ignorant. After we clean up this bunch of garbage, we'll have even more talent and skill options." The flying talent of this man with glasses is rarer than his spell attack skills. He even brought the talent absorption fruit with him. Lin E really admired his courage. Chapter 85. I just killed the guy with glasses, and there's another expert. On the second floor of the vegetable market, inside the window, a man with a crew cut was leaning against the wall with his back, raising his hands to look at the burn marks on the back of his hand from electric shock, still feeling a lingering fear. The lightning that fell from the sky not only came without warning, but was also incredibly powerful. Although he had carefully found a stall several meters away from the window when he released the control skill, he was still injured by the arc of lightning. No, that guy down there is definitely not someone we can handle. We have to get the other side to act quickly. If we can capture those 3 women, that guy will be afraid. When the man with the crew cut thought of this, he immediately opened his bracelet and made a video call, completely ignoring the shouts of the man with glasses outside the window. While waiting for the video to connect, he released a vine with his other hand, wrapped it around a load-bearing column, and pulled it with leverage, his figure quickly escaping deeper into the building. Just at this moment, Lin E, who was standing on the street, condensed a thundercloud in his palm again. He saw the man with glasses still trying to find his teammates, so he said, "Stop shouting. Your teammates hiding on the second floor probably ran away when they saw the lightning." The man with glasses saw Lin E about to attack and immediately shouted, "Wait a minute. I have something to remind you. My other 2 teammates have already gone to find your other female teammates. If you continue to attack me, not only will they be in danger, but after you run out of mental strength, you will definitely not be their match." Although he has the ability to fly, he is just a sitting duck in the air when facing an opponent who can release lightning. Moreover, even if he used all his flying skills to escape, he would not be faster than lightning, not to mention that he was injured at the moment. Before going to the island, they had observed through telescopes and found that the level of the opposite platform was particularly high, so they inferred that the other party had awakened a talent for resource acquisition. A man with 4 beauties and so many resources. In addition, they collected a talent extraction fruit as soon as they arrived on the island. God simply printed the 8 big words, "Kill people, steal talents, and steal women," directly on their foreheads. They were divided into 2 groups. With the speed boost of flying skills, they thought they could kill the man by surprise with a trick. Even if you can't win, at the very least you can ask your teammates hiding in the dark to cooperate with you to delay time, and then you can use your skills to escape. The current situation has far exceeded their expectations. When disaster strikes, I would rather die than let my friends die. He could only use the other 2 teammates to attract the man's attention, and then find a chance to escape. Lin E heard this and smiled faintly. "First of all, your teammates definitely can't beat mine. Secondly, I have a lot of mental power, so killing you won't consume much energy." As soon as he finished speaking, the man with glasses in the sky suddenly jumped up and flew rapidly to the north. In the blink of an eye, he escaped dozens of meters away. This speed should still be an A-level talent skill. Lin E muttered to himself, flicked his hand lightly, and a purple lightning bolt fell from the sky. Crack, a loud noise. The lightning struck the man with glasses accurately, breaking one of his legs. The next moment, the man with glasses fell straight down on the street 50 meters ahead, raising a cloud of dust. Lin E turned around and walked towards the electric tricycle while calling Jiang Xiahan and the others. "Get in the car. Let's go back and take a look." Jiang Xiahan came to her senses and immediately pulled Yin Shasha to follow. "Sister Shasha, let me help you get in the car." Jiang Xiahan walked to the car and said immediately, "Thanks." Yin Shasha replied and got into the back seat of the car with the help of Jiang Xiahan. Seeing this, Jiang Xiahan immediately climbed into the driver's seat and sat next to Lin E. Lin E started the car, turned it around, and drove north to where the man with glasses fell. "You look like you want to eat me?" Lin E was speechless when he noticed that Jiang Xiahan had been staring at him since she got in the car. I found that you seemed quite handsome just now. As for cannibalism, we'll talk about it tonight. Jiang Xiahan hugged Lin Yi's arm and leaned close to him, saying with a crazy look on her face, "It's broad daylight. You'd better keep your head clear." Lin E shuddered and immediately stepped on the accelerator. He had only seen her expression of soaring on the spot when he was being affectionate with her. "I'm definitely awake. I was just teasing you," Jiang Xiahan said, letting go of Lin E, and then asked, "Tell me, what is our next plan?" Lin E drove the car to the side of the man with glasses and stopped steadily. He glanced at him and said, "Go, help me pick up the bag. The fruit that the man with glasses just took out should be in his pocket." "Okay, got it." After Jiang Xiahan finished speaking, she jumped out of the car, walked to the body of the man with glasses, kicked it, and a colorful fruit fell to the ground. She picked up the fruit, thought about it, and was still a little angry. She cursed, "Good thing you died. You tried to deceive us just now." Then, Jiang Xiahan kicked the man's glasses to pieces, walked back to the back seat, and said, "Sister Xia, we have avenged you." "Yeah, okay, thank you guys." Yin Xia had recovered some of her spirits at this moment, and replied with a smile, "Sister Xia, you're welcome. Old Yin is always very kind to us, so it's only natural for us to help you." After Jiang Xiahan finished speaking, she handed the fruit to Lin E. Lin E took the fruit, put it in his backpack, and immediately said, "Get in the car first. We'll go back and deal with the other garbage first." The body of the man with the silver mirror couldn't escape either, so Lin E planned to come back later to extract his innate skills. After Jiang Xiahan got in the car, Lin immediately turned the car around and headed towards the intersection. As soon as their car drove out, there was a noise ahead. Yin Xia, who was sitting in the back seat, heard the noise and immediately said, "They should have started to attack. Classmate, please speed up. The other two people on my team have an A-level magic attack talent and an A-level support talent. I'm worried your teammates won't be able to withstand them." After hearing this, Lin E immediately asked, "What type of spell attack is he using?" Yin Xia said, "It's a long-range magic attack that can condense water vapor into ice to attack." "Could it be the ice arrow technique?" Lin E asked anxiously. Yin Xia replied, "That person can condense ice as hard as stone to attack, and the shape is not limited." After hearing this, Jiang Xiahan immediately said excitedly, "Lin E, that's the skill you told me about last time." "Yes, that might be more practical than ice arrows." After Lin E finished speaking, he immediately stepped on the accelerator. He had no idea that after killing the man with glasses, there would be another expert. Continue to give surprises. One is a rare flying talent skill, and the other is an ice-condensing talent skill that is very suitable for Jiang Xiahan. If you wait in the mall for a month to get these two skills, you may not be able to buy them. Today's luck is amazing. Chapter 86. The three escaping people were caught. The electric tricycle was driving at full speed. When it approached the intersection of the town, Lin E saw Su Ying's figure from afar. She was holding a sword at the moment, blocking the supplies piled up at the supermarket entrance, her eyes fixed on the roof of a building diagonally opposite. The surrounding streets were piled with thick blocks of broken ice, which reflected a dazzling light in the sunlight. Lin E crushed the ice all the way and drove the car to the door of the small supermarket. Su Ying heard the sound, her eyes turned, and she immediately said, "You're back. As soon as I heard the thunder coming from your side, I knew something was wrong. I was on guard for a while, and sure enough, I was attacked. The enemy is hiding on the opposite building." "Okay, I've dealt with the enemies over there." Lin E replied, stopped the car, and asked Jiang Xiahan and the others to get out. "Lin E, are you okay?" Lu Xiaoqing heard the noise and also poked his head out of the small supermarket and asked loudly, "It's okay. We just rescued our teacher's sister. Jiang Xiahan will bring her in to meet you later." "Okay, you and Sister Su Ying are going to deal with the enemy later. Do you need me to give you a skill buff now?" "All right, then you can add it to my lightning-inducing technique." Lin E replied, signaled to Jiang Xiahan and the others, and immediately walked towards Su Ying. Su Ying saw Lin E approaching and immediately said, "Just now, the enemy controlled ice blocks to attack me on the rooftop opposite, but I blocked them all. But after you came back, that person didn't show up again. One of them just ran away from me. Now that the enemy knows the characteristics of my skills, they probably won't show up easily again." After Lin E finished explaining, he looked at the 6-story building diagonally across the street. This building is attached to the building next to it. Because it is one floor higher, The view is wide, and the location is indeed very suitable for those with long-range spell attack talents to crouch. Lin E asked, "When was the enemy's last attack?" Su Ying said, "It was about a minute ago. I was watching the side door the whole time. The enemy should still be in the building now." Lin E nodded and said, "Okay, then you continue to wait here. I'll climb up to the roof of a nearby building to take up a good position. When I signal you, you can go in through the side door. They attacked us to kill people and take their talents. I also killed one of their teammates. There's no turning back. If you encounter the enemy, you must act decisively." Su Ying nodded and said, "Well, don't worry. I can see that the man's attack just now was intended to kill people, so I won't feel any psychological burden. Okay, don't worry. I'll be watching you outside. They definitely won't be able to escape." After Lin E finished speaking, he immediately ran towards another building and quickly climbed to the roof. Then he took a running jump and climbed up the wall to the building where the enemy was. Lin E took a quick look and found some water-stained footprints on the roof. The door of the stairwell room was open, so he guessed that the enemy must have hidden back in the building. He climbed up to the roof of the staircase building, looked around, and found that the view was very wide. In front of the house, the entire intersection was under his eyes. Behind the house is an open field. With Lin E standing here and cooperating with Su Ying to sweep the building, there is absolutely no way for them to escape. Seeing this, he immediately gestured downwards. Then, Su Ying took action. At the same time, in a room on the third floor, two men with crew cuts and wearing tank tops were leaning against the wall. The man with tattoos on his arms looked alert as he observed the small supermarket across the street through the window. Suddenly, he said, "Brother Wang, that brute force girl is coming over here too. What should we do?" Scarface, who was sitting on the bed, threw away the cigarette but in his hand and said angrily, "Damn it, does this big girl really think we can't do anything to her?" Hearing this, the tattooed man said helplessly, "Just now we attacked with all our strength, but she really blocked it all. That was just too far away. The shorter the distance I fired the ice cone, the less time she had to react. If she really dared to rush into the building, I would have shot her to pieces." Scarface said this with a fierce look on his face, and suddenly he heard a loud bang sound of a door breaking downstairs. Hearing the sound, he trembled and stared intently at the man with the tattooed arms and asked, "Did you lock the door when you entered the building just now?" The tattooed man said anxiously, "They're locked. The main door on the first floor, the door to the living room on the third floor, and even our room. They're all locked." "That's fine. I'll take it easy first." Scarface said this and picked up the cigarette but on the ground. He took a puff and asked, "What's the situation over there, Lao Lu?" The man with the flowery arms said, "Lao Lu has been hiding ever since he saw that flying guy get killed by lightning. He's already rushed over from North Street and is hiding in a house 50 meters across from the small supermarket. That guy in swimming clothes, can he really control lightning to chop a person's leg into pieces? Is Lao Lu seeing things?" Scarface asked, still a little bit incredulous. The tattooed man said helplessly, "Brother Wang, there's no doubt about it. With Lao Lu's lustful nature, if he hadn't come across a tricky idea, he'd probably rush into the supermarket and rape all those pretty girls." Scarface flicked his cigarette but again and cursed. "Oh my God, we brothers deliberately left two spots open, hoping to have a chance to play with two women. I only ended up with a young woman, and she even had a shield-type skill awakened. That idiot Lao Lu tried to force his way in as soon as he got on board, scaring the young woman so much that she immediately put on a full set of masks, almost blocking her nostrils." Upon hearing this, the man with the flower arms responded, "That's right. If old Six hadn't frightened that young woman with Brother Wang's charm, he would have won her over long ago." Scarface covered his forehead and said with despair, "Whenever I think of that young woman, I get mad. I can't get her, and I don't dare kill her for fear of the system's punishment. I've been holding it in for 2 weeks. I thought I could catch a few girls after the double team match to vent my anger, but now she's been taken. You better think of a way to escape." The man with the tattooed arms listened, thought for a moment, and suddenly said, "If it's just about escaping, I've thought of a way." "Good. You are smart. Tell me quickly," Scarface said hurriedly. The other side, Su Ying broke open the door on the first floor, entered the building, quickly searched the second floor, and finally arrived at the door to the third floor. She twisted it hard and found that the door was locked. Then she decisively raised her sword and chopped it down. Crack, a loud noise. Sparks flew everywhere, and a large hole was cut into the stainless steel door. She reached in, opened the door, and looked into the living room. I found that the door of one of the rooms was closed, and the gap under the door was blocked by ice, and white cold air kept coming out. Seeing this, Su Ying said to the video call on the bracelet, Lin E, I found the enemy's tracks. To the east, you stay on the roof and keep an eye on the windows to prevent them from breaking through and escaping. Receive. On the rooftop, Lin E replied and jumped down from the roof of the staircase building. He walked quickly to the east side and leaned over the rooftop railing to take a look. It was discovered that countless vines extended from the bottom of a building across the street, spanning a distance of nearly 20 meters and locked into the windows on the fourth floor. These vines are intertwined and entangled, looking like a tree bridge, which is 2 meters wide. The top of the vine is covered with a thick layer of ice, and the thickness of the ice is still increasing. Damn, it's like these idiots' mental power is free of charge. Lin E was also shocked by this scene and couldn't help but complain. Are you planning to build a bridge to protect against lightning strikes and then escape under it? He muttered and glanced at his panel. 10,000 thunders, skill buff, remaining time, 1 minute 27 seconds. Spirit, 480/530. Anyway, with 30 points of mental power, I can use the reduced version of the sky, thunder, to instantly blow the glasses man's legs apart. And with 400 points of mental power, plus Lu Xiaoqing's buff, I can fully unleash 12 giant purple sky thunders. I wonder how many rounds this escape bridge you built with your innate skills can withstand? Lin Yi's mind moved, and a thundercloud condensed in his palm. Chapter 87. Thunder Strikes with Might. Su Ying's first kill. Room on the 3rd floor, next to the window. While Scarface was performing his freezing skill, he suddenly turned around and asked, You just gave me so much mental strength. Can you still keep climbing? It should be possible. I'll try my best. The man with tattoos said weakly with a pale face. Scarface cursed, Wake up, you bastard. We've just regained our freedom. If you don't want to die, run for your life as soon as you get to the street. Hearing this, the tattooed man calmed down and said, Okay, Brother Wang, I know. I've been stuck in prison for several years, and I still haven't had sex with a woman since I traveled through time. I will definitely fight to the death. Damn it, I saved a few life-saving fruits before. I'll give you one. Scarface saw that the ice was thick enough, so he stopped casting spells, took out 2 spiritual attribute fruits from his backpack, and handed them over, saying, Remember to hide under the eaves when you get down there. We'll split up and run. As long as we get back to the platform, that guy won't be able to do anything to us. You guys have high talent levels, so we can trick a couple of girls into joining us and have a blast every night. Okay, thank you, Brother Wang. The man with tattoos quickly took the fruit and swallowed it in one gulp. The next moment, there was a loud bang from the door. Fuck, this girl is so strong. Scarface couldn't help cursing when he saw that the thick layer of ice behind the door had cracked into several pieces and broken ice was scattered all over the ground. The tattooed man had almost recovered his mental strength after eating the fruit and said hurriedly, That girl looks tough. Brother Wang, let's run. All right, if I hadn't saved my mental strength to guard against that guy who used lightning, I would have definitely killed this girl today. Scarface cursed and immediately ate a spiritual fruit. Then he reached out and grabbed the vines outside the window and said, I'm going west, so remember to run east. Just then, with a bang, a sharp sword tip appeared on the thick ice blocking the door. Seeing this, the man with the tattooed arms frantically grabbed a vine and climbed onto the windowsill, shouting, Okay, Brother Wang, let's go. Wait a minute. Scarface looked in the direction of the bedroom door and shouted, You go ahead, I'll continue adding some ice to the door. Scarface said this and moved aside. Okay, thank you, Brother Wang. The man with tattoos greeted excitedly, grabbing the vines with both hands and hanging himself up. Scarface stood still, continued to release ice towards the door, and watched the man with tattoos gradually crawl down. Since everyone said that the lightning was very powerful, and it was not known whether the ice bridge could withstand it, he also held back and wanted to see the situation first. On the rooftop, Lin E stared down and saw a rapidly moving shadow hanging on the ice vine bridge on the ground. And the other one? He muttered to himself, glanced around, and found that his skill gain only had a dozen seconds left. Well, then let's kill one first. Lin E thought to himself, and then flicked his hand lightly. Thunder rumbled and the sky changed suddenly. 6 purple lightning bolts fell from the sky. 2 of them hit different positions on the ice vine bridge. The other 4 overlapped and hit the starting point of the vines under the eaves of the opposite building. Boom, boom, boom. A huge thunderclap echoed in the street. The ice vine bridge hanging in the air was instantly broken into 3 parts by the thunder. The ice as hard as stone exploded instantly, shattering all the glass windows of more than a dozen buildings on both sides of the street. Even several nearby iron gates were pitted by the broken ice. The man hanging on the bridge was struck by 2 huge arcs of lightning, and smoke came out of his body. He fell heavily to the ground from a height of 6 or 7 meters. The place where the 4 thunders struck together. A hole several meters wide was blown out in the thick eaves, and the flying concrete seemed to have turned into bomb fragments and scattered everywhere. Some hit the wall, some hit the ground, some hit the doors and windows. Some of them hit Lao Lu, who was hiding under the eaves. Lin E took a closer look. The man who fell to the ground was now charred all over, and the small vest he was wearing had begun to burn. The man under the eaves was now lying on a pile of concrete, his body covered with wounds caused by debris and bleeding profusely. I used too much force, which was a bit of a waste of mental energy. Lin E confirmed that there was no possibility of survival for the 2 men, and he laughed at himself helplessly. Then, he remembered that there was still an enemy in the building that had not been dealt with, so he turned around and was about to rush down. After taking a few steps, I found a hemp rope for hanging clothes tied to the rack on the roof. No, if that person jumps out of the window and runs away, it will be even more troublesome later. When Lin E thought of this, he immediately walked up and untied the hemp rope, returned to the original place, and tied the hemp rope to the iron frame of the guardrail. Then, he climbed over the guardrail, grabbed the rope, and slowly descended. Soon, Lin E landed outside the window on the 3rd floor. He grasped the rope, stood on the windowsill, and looked into the room. He found Su Ying with her hands on the door frame, leaning towards the living room, and retching nonstop. Inside the door, a scarred man was lying on the pile of broken ice behind the door. A long sword was inserted straight into Scarface's chest. Seeing this, Lin E thought for a moment and then greeted loudly, "Hello, Miss by the door, you don't seem to be in a good state. Do you need some one-on-one psychological counseling from handsome guy?" Hearing the sound, Su Ying quickly stood up and began to adjust her mood. Lin E took this opportunity, immediately jumped into the room, and walked towards the door. When he passed by Scarface, he drew his sword and walked straight to Su Ying. Lin E handed her the tissue he had just prepared and said soothingly, "It's okay. This guy's a bad guy who escaped from prison and hurt my teacher's sister. If you kill him, it will be like enforcing justice." Although Su Ying is a few years older than him, she is only a 25-year-old girl after all. It is normal for her to not be able to adapt to such a thing for the first time. As long as you experience it a few more times, your ability to accept it will become stronger. Hearing this, Su Ying nodded slightly and then took the tissue. Seeing that her complexion had not recovered yet, Lin E was not in a hurry and walked towards the bathroom with the sword. He found a towel and began to wipe the sword. After a while, Su Ying also came over and stood at the bathroom door and asked, "Lin E, is there water in the bathroom?" "No, without the supply from Blue Star, there will be no water or electricity on Resource Island." After Lin E replied, he turned around and saw that the tissue in Su Ying's hand was stained with blood. He quickly put down his sword, walked out of the bathroom, grabbed her hand, and asked, "Where are you hurt?" Su Ying was stunned when she heard this. "It's okay. It's just a minor injury." Lin Yi's eyes kept searching Su Ying's body, and soon he found 3 cracks on her arm. The wound was about a few centimeters long, and the blood had dyed half of her sleeve red. "Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were injured? Besides your arm, are there any other injuries?" Lin E asked as he twisted her body and examined it carefully. "I was just scratched by a few pieces of broken ice. I'm not injured anywhere else." Su Ying clasped her hands in front of her, her face slightly flushed, and she stupidly followed the movements of Lin Yi's hands and turned around in place. "Really, there is none left. Okay, then come back with me to find Xiao to heal her, etc." "What? My sword? The sword is in the bathroom and can't escape. Are you afraid of the smoke getting to it? With your strength, why did you get hurt even when fighting an A-rank talent in close combat? You hesitated when you took action? If I find out again, I'll do what I did when I was little and stop the bleeding with my saliva, directly in my mouth. Next time? No, there will definitely not be a next time." Su Ying hurriedly promised as Lin E held her hand. Chapter 88. Jiang Xiahan's magical ice technique is initially perfected, and their relationship is caught by Lao Yan. 5 minutes later, inside the small supermarket, Lin E took advantage of the time when Wang Xiyao was treating Su Ying and walked inside. When Jiang Xiahan noticed Lin E coming over, she immediately stood up, adjusted her skirt, and greeted him. "Student Lin E, thank you so much today." Lin E stood still and replied, "You don't have to be polite. Those scumbags wanted to harm us. Even if you weren't here, I wouldn't let them go." Jiang Xiahan said sincerely, "No matter what the reason, you saved me. If I hadn't met you, I might not have been able to hold on." Lin E nodded slightly and then asked, "Does the teacher know about your situation?" Hearing this, Jiang Xiahan said helplessly, "I contacted him a few times before, but since those scumbags snatched my bracelet 10 days ago, I have lost contact with my brother." "I see. Then come with me and get the bracelet back first." After Lin E finished speaking, he explained, "This way I can report my safety to the teacher immediately, and I also want to see the talents of those people through your bracelet." Jiang Xiahan nodded and replied, "Okay, just call me when you go out later. My bracelet should be in Scarface's backpack." "No need to wait. Let's go now." After Lin E finished speaking, he asked her to go out. He walked outside and pulled up Jiang Xiahan, who was slumped over drinking Coke, and then called out to everyone, "The enemy corpses outside are quite an eyesore. Let's go out and clean them up. Everyone, stay here and rest for a while." "Okay, remember to take my sword." Su Ying responded. Lin E made an okay gesture and then took Jiang Xiahan and the other person to walk across the street. When he came to the street, Lin E first dragged the two people who were killed by lightning on the street into a house at random, then returned to the living room on the 3rd floor. Lin E took out a pink fruit, handed it to Jiang Xiahan, and said, "This talent extraction fruit, when eaten, can awaken a temporary skill. It can absorb any skill from the dead. You will use it later to collect the talent skill of the scarred face in the room." "Great, great. Ice-type skills are great. They're perfect for an icy beauty like me." Jiang Xiahan happily took it and rushed into the room. Lin E smiled helplessly and let her go. Anyway, he had just used the critical hit buff on the talent extraction fruit on the roof, and there were still 3 left in his backpack. Moreover, he had just witnessed the effect of Scarface's A-level talent skill, which was both offensive and defensive, just right for Jiang Xiahan. "Let's go in too. I'll help you find your bracelet first." Lin E greeted them and walked in with Jiang Xiahan. Jiang Xiahan ate the supernatural fruit and was squatting beside the corpse, studying how to release temporary skills. He didn't disturb her. He just touched his bracelet on Scarface's bracelet, and a system reminder popped up. "It has been detected that the owner of this bracelet has died. Do you want to collect the items inside?" "Yes." Lin E put Scarface's supplies into his bracelet and stood up to check them. Inside were found a bracelet, a spiritual fruit, a knife, 2 bottles of water, some clothes, and 2 hard drives. There weren't many things because most people wouldn't bring too much stuff when going to the island to collect supplies. He took out the bracelet and handed it to Jiang Xiahan, saying, "Call the teacher first and let them know you're safe." "Okay, thank you." Jiang Xiahan took it, replied, and then put the bracelet back on. She thought about it and felt that it wouldn't take too long to report her safety. So she clicked on her teammate's page and showed it to Lin E, saying, "You just said you wanted to see an introduction to their talents and skills. Let's see it now." "All right." Lin E replied, walked to Jiang Xiahan's side, stood side by side with her, and started browsing. A few minutes passed. After he finished reading, he said, "I've finished reading. You can go about your business." "Okay, then I'll contact my brother." Jiang Xiahan closed the page and said, "If you have any other questions, you can always ask me." "Yeah, okay." Lin E replied, and after seeing Jiang Xiahan walking towards the living room, he also began to think. The other 3 people. One is an A-level flying talent, which consumes 5 points of mental power per minute. The higher the mental power, the faster the speed. Needless to say, this talent must be collected. 1 is an A-level auxiliary talent. Every time you consume a point of mental power, you can restore 8 points of mental power for your teammates. It is twice as efficient as Wang Xiyao's S-level healing technique. This is why the opponent's mental power was like free of charge just now. But this skill can only replenish mana, and is not as comprehensive as Wang Xiyao's skill. 1 was a B-level control talent. Among those who killed him in his previous life, one of them had a similar S-level vine control skill. Although this skill can continuously control Xiao Zhenfeng's actions, it has basically no lethality to opponents of the same level. And it's only B-level, so it's useless. Then the only thing left to consider is this A-rank support talent. If it were upgraded to S-rank, the mana replenishment efficiency would definitely increase several times, perhaps even reaching 130. That is to say, Wang Xiyao uses 200 points of spiritual power every day. If she uses S-level healing to restore my spiritual power, she can recover 800 points. But if I use this mana replenishment talent, I should be able to recover more than 5,000 points. With this skill, I can instantly become a giant mana recharger. But my mental power is less than 600 points now. Its capacity is so small, so isn't it a waste to use such a large power bank? Lin E thought about it for a while and decided to give up this talent skill. Because if you want to unleash your innate skills, you need to eat spiritual attribute fruits to increase the limit of your spiritual power. If the upper limit of your mental power is not high, just like the opponent's just now, no matter how many times you replenish it, the result will be the same. Moreover, there are many merchants reselling attribute fruits in the market. They collect one every day, store it for several days, and then pack them together and sell them to the boss, so they can get a very high premium. After a while, there should be merchants who will sell packages of 5 or more spiritual attribute fruits. Lin E and his team are not short of wood, so a small premium is not a problem at all. Later on, if you buy 10 spiritual attribute fruits in one order and the critical hit is 40, eating them all can restore 4,000 spiritual power at one time. So for professionals, no, for wealthy teams. It is impossible to lack blue. Just when Lin E was deep in thought, suddenly, I felt a cool touch on my face. He instinctively tilted his head back and dodged, and out of the corner of his eye he saw a small face making a grimace. Jiang Xiahan put her fingers together, and in front of her fingertips hung a constantly spinning icicle. She controlled the icicle to rub against Lin Yi's face while grinning. My big brother, the weather is very hot now that my sister's magic ice technique has been perfected. Do you want to experience the feeling of ice and fire? How can you say that? Your talent hasn't even reached S level yet, and you already know divine ice technique. Lin E was speechless. He raised his hand and grabbed the icicle that Jiang Xiahan had condensed and said sarcastically, I think this is more like popsicle technique. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiahan immediately came closer excitedly and said, Right. Then help me upgrade my talent skills now. Lin E pressed her shoulders and said with a smile, Wait a minute, we need to go to North Street first to collect the glasses man's innate skills. Oh, that's fine. Let's go. Jiang Xiahan turned around and pulled Lin E up and asked quickly, Who are you going to give the flying skill to? You or Lu Xiaoqing? Giving it to Lu Xiaoqing to save her life would be a good idea. After all, we can't rely on that rich little woman to kill people or set fires in the future. Don't worry, it's not for me, nor for Lu Xiaoqing. Lin E pulled her back and said, I'll give you the flying skills of the man with glasses. Jiang Xiahan was confused and asked, Did I hear correctly? I've already gained a very good skill today. Do you still want to give me the flying skill? Lin E nodded heavily and said, Yes, you heard it right. The flying skill is for you, Jiang Xiahan. What? Jiang Xiahan widened her eyes, grabbed Lin Yi's hand, and asked in panic, Lin Yi, are you partial to me because you slept with me too much? Lin Yi's face was filled with gloom. He raised his hand and was about to knock on her head when he suddenly heard a dry cough coming from outside the door. Ahem, I didn't disturb you guys, did I? Lin E heard the voice and looked up. Yin Xia was standing by the door, holding the bracelet, looking at them awkwardly. The line of sight call function on her bracelet is still on. A familiar voice came. What's that sound? Was it Jiang Xiahan who was talking to Lin E just now? Did Jiang Xiahan get tricked by Lin E? Xia quickly asked that kid Lin E to connect me via video. After hearing this, Lin E felt confused. Damn, was old Yin caught? Chapter 89. Old Yin is shy like a young girl. Jiang Xiahan panicked when she heard Yin Yuntao's words and asked anxiously, Lin E, what should we do? Old Yin has a very good relationship with my dad. You won't tell my dad, right? Lin E replied, Don't panic. We are already juniors. It's normal to fall in love. Jiang Xiahan immediately said, No, you don't know the situation. My dad specifically asked Lao Yin to monitor me and not let me fall in love. Huh? What era is this? Your dad is still so rigid. Lin E was speechless. Jiang Xiahan explained, It's not a matter of age. Let me tell you, my dad owns a factory back home, and he values it more than his life. I'm his only child, and he wanted to bring me back home after I graduate, and then find a live-in son-in-law to help run the factory. After hearing this, Lin E said anxiously. That's a great thing. Wow. If I hadn't traveled through time, I would definitely go back to your hometown with you to get married as soon as I graduated. Huh? You're not lying to me, are you? Jiang Xiahan was a little unconvinced. Lin E nodded. My sincerity is absolutely known to heaven and earth. No, now that you've traveled through time, it's impossible to verify whether what you said is true or false. Jiang Xiahan suddenly found something wrong. Lin E smiled and said, Yeah, we've all traveled through time, so why are you panicking? Haven't you all tried this recently? Trying to find someone you know among the 1 billion people on the national channel is harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Old Yin definitely doesn't have your father's contact information. Jiang Xiahan felt relieved after hearing this and immediately said, Yes, I just had an emergency response. This is all I could think of. Lin E heard Lao Yan's voice still ringing in the video and immediately said, It's good that you thought of it. Then let's go and catch up with Lao Yan first. After he finished speaking, he pulled Jiang Xiahan forward, took in Shasha's bracelet, and walked to the sofa in the living room. Lin E asked her to sit next to him, and then he placed the bracelet on the coffee table, and he could see the screen clearly. In the picture, there is a middle-aged man wearing metal glasses. His hair is a little thick at the temples, but the hairline on his forehead is a little anxious. It is Yin Yuntao. Oh my, I haven't seen you for half a month. Old Yin looks a few years younger now. Lin E greeted them first. Upon hearing this, Yin Yuntao immediately asked, Lin E, what were you two doing just now? Lin E smiled and said, We were just collecting supplies. Yin Yuntao shook his head and sighed. Don't show off in front of me. Shasha just told me about your situation. Our team entered a village today and gained a lot. Lin E grinned and said, I was wondering why you look so happy, Old Yin. It turns out you made a lot of money today. Yin Yuntao changed his voice and said, Don't talk nonsense for now. I have something important to ask you. Where is Jiang Xiahan? Here I am. After Lin E finished speaking, he raised his arm and put his arm around Jiang Xiahan's shoulders, pulling her into the picture. Yin Yuntao took a look and sighed deeply. Lao Yin, I'm here. Jiang Xiahan felt the natural sense of oppression from Yin Yuntao, and she became nervous when she spoke. Yin Yuntao asked in a deep voice, Jiang Xiahan, are you and Lin E in a relationship now? Yes. Jiang Xiahan nodded obediently. Have you taken any protective measures? Yin Yuntao asked in a normal tone, as if he was asking about homework. I did. Seeing Jiang Xiahan was a little embarrassed, Lin E immediately took over the conversation and replied, Old Yin, we're only 1 year away from graduating from college. Please don't treat us like children. Well, you're a bit sensible. Yin Yuntao breathed a sigh of relief and said, There's no modern medical care at sea, and I don't think you'll instantly acquire the responsibility of being a parent after traveling through time. Later, I understand all this. Lao Yin, you can rest assured. Lin E was worried that Old Yin would develop his teacher's occupational disease again, so he quickly interrupted him and changed the subject. Let's focus on the present. For example, if you have something good, we can see if we can make a teacher-student deal. Okay, then I won't bother you anymore. Yin Yuntao sighed and said, If you need to trade supplies in the future, you can contact me. I've teamed up with some friends and students to create a third-party email trade guarantee alliance, and it's gradually getting on track. Lin E immediately replied, Then we must contact them. Our team has a lot of supplies right now, and we need this kind of guaranteed transaction. Yin Yuntao nodded and said, Okay, as long as it's an email transaction, you can contact me at any time after you contact the buyer or seller. Our business alliance will charge a guarantee fee of 5% of the transaction amount for each transaction. In your case, I can specially approve a 50% reduction. Lin E smiled and said, No problem. Your fees are even cheaper than Teacher Ma on Blue Star. After hearing this, Yin Yuntao immediately became interested. A look of pride appeared on his face, and he explained, In addition to guaranteed transactions, we will also open a consignment business for high-value items in the future. Anyone who wants to sell any materials can safely entrust them to us for custody. Okay, but I haven't figured out what to sell yet. So how about this for now? Lin E was worried that Lao Yin would not be able to help but talk about business again, so he wanted to run away immediately. Upon hearing this, Yin Yuntao raised his hand and shouted, Wait, we're not teaching you right now. Are you in a hurry? I was just thinking that I need to collect supplies before I can have goods for you to trade. Do you have any other plans, Old Yin? Lin E said with a wry smile. Yin Yuntao looked helpless. Okay, I promise not to delay you. I can finish it in 3 minutes. Then just say it directly. Lin E planned to let old Yin perform on his own. Otherwise, the 3 minutes, he said, would most likely be doubled. It's that. Yin Yuntao hesitated to speak. Seeing this, Lin E couldn't help but wonder. Old Yin, what's wrong with you today? Why are you acting like a grown-up girl? You're never this shy when you usually lecture us. Oh, nothing important. Yin Yuntao seemed to have given up everything and continued. Teacher, I just want to formally thank you. If my sister hadn't met you, I think her life would be over. Lin E was stunned when he heard this. Usually, only old Yin would scold him, but now it happened suddenly, and Lin E was not used to it. He came back to his senses and immediately said, jokingly with a smile, Oh, old Yin, don't try to play that. Saving Sister Sasha was just a simple matter for me. Don't worry, she's just suffered a little recently, otherwise she's fine. Jiang Xiahan also told Lin E about Yin Shasha's matter in the small supermarket just now. Because Yin Shasha has a shield skill, and the size and shape can be adjusted at any time, and the miniaturized shield consumes less mental energy, that group of scumbags really can't do anything to her. If they try to break her shield by force, they would have to use magic, which would probably kill her. But if you kill a teammate, the system will exile the murderer to Prison Island. The Prison Island is full of various high-level sea beasts and mutant beasts. If someone is thrown there, it is no different from being dead. No matter what, you saved her. The teacher will remember your kindness for her. Yin Yuntao slowed down and said, I will help her find a new team as soon as possible. During this time, I'll have to trouble you to continue to look after her for me. Lin E said, Okay, no problem. Once Lao Yan's business alliance grows in scale, it will be similar to a large-scale trading platform, and its future prospects will be limitless. Lin E also has to cooperate with him, so it is only right that he does him a favor. Besides, they were not short of food, so bringing Yin Shasha along would just mean an extra pair of chopsticks. Yin Yuntao heard this and said with a smile, That's settled. There's only one thing left. Jiang Xiahan, the teacher will send your father's ID later. Please contact him as soon as possible to let him know you're safe. Jiang Xiahan was surprised when she heard this. Old Yin, how did you get in touch with my dad? Yin Yuntao smiled and said, Teacher, you've been teaching for 20 to 30 years, and you've taught at least 8,000 students. It shouldn't be difficult to find someone. Otherwise, how do you think my business alliance started? That seems to be true. Jiang Xiahan nodded and replied, Then I'll contact him later. After listening to this, Yin Yuntao said, Well, it's nothing. Lin E, return the bracelet to Yin Shasha. Okowo. Lin E made a gesture, raised his eyes, and found Yin Shasha standing by the door, motionless. He stood up, walked over, and forced the bracelet into Yin Shasha's hand. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Although Yin Shasha looked resistant, she finally walked into the room with the bracelet. After a while, her excited voice was heard in the room. What's the point of you talking about this now? I don't know about time travel. Is it wrong to stay home, turn off your phone, and go to sleep? Why would I have a boyfriend? Didn't I suffer enough with the marriage partner you introduced me to? Yes, I'm just being spiteful and deliberately not having a boyfriend. I also don't want to get married, because I don't want to run into those Nantong perverts who are trying to cheat on me for marriage again. When Lin E heard Yin Shasha's extremely excited voice, he immediately felt worried for old Yin. Old Yin seems to be 49 years old, and Yin Shasha is 35. This sister, who is more than 10 years older, must have been very favored since childhood. It seems normal that she has a bit of temper with Zhongdeng. He muttered inwardly. When I looked up, I found Jiang Xiahan eating melon by the wall with a gossipy look on her face. Lin E picked her up from behind by the waist and walked straight out of the house. Lin E, what are you doing? Didn't you hear it? Such as having sex 3 times in 6 months of marriage, being unable to get up after eating that, being worse than a cucumber. What hot topic? Let's continue eating melons. Jiang Xiahan pulled hard at Lin Yi's hand that was around her waist and protested frantically. Lin Yi walked out of the living room, pressed her to the stairs, and said, This is someone else's private matter, so let's not get involved. If Sister Shasha dares to say it, why shouldn't we dare to listen? As Jiang Xiahan spoke, her body sank, and she wanted to go into the living room. Don't be so gossipy. We have business to attend to. We need to go to North Street to extract skills. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he grabbed her, lifted her up high, and carried her on his shoulders, then walked downstairs. Chapter 90. Jiang Xiahan gained 2 S-level talents in one day and took off directly. An electric tricycle drove out of the small building full of gossip and headed towards North Street along the empty street. In the driver's seat, Jiang Xiahan hugged Lin Yi's arm and asked doubtfully, "From what you said, flying skills are most suitable for me? Are you not biased towards me?" Lin Yi explained it. When allocating resources, the primary consideration is improving the team's overall strength. Your purification skill has a limited range, so flight is necessary to flexibly approach large mutant beasts. This will increase your efficiency in purifying the blood mist and extracting viruses or venom. After listening to this, Jiang Xiahan suddenly realized. So that's how it is. I just thought you were trying to do something behind the scenes. Lin, he said again. Also, we need another combatant on our team. Your ice spells combined with your flying ability will allow you to attack from mid-air, and you can also provide support at any time. After listening to this, Jiang Xiahan laughed and said, "Okay, I get it. I was just worried that you drank my magic potion and became bewitched and lost your mind." Don't be so dramatic. Lin, he was speechless. Hee, if you don't want to watch my show, then just step on the accelerator and speed up. Jiang Xiahan looked proud. You only have your mouth. Lin, he complained and drove the car forward at full speed. This dirty girl absolutely lives up to her name. She can drive any road at any time, no matter what kind of road it is. After a while, their tricycle stopped steadily next to the body of the man with glasses. Lin, he directly took out a colorful fruit and handed it to her. Jiang Xiahan took it, ate the fruit, and immediately jumped out of the car, then walked towards the body of the man with glasses. While Jiang Xiahan was absorbing her talent, Lin, he took out the remaining 2 fruits and began to think. The value of the talent extraction fruit is not high. The talents of the remaining 2 corpses have not been extracted yet. I will ask Xia if she wants them later. He made up his mind and collected the fruit. Because of the existence of the system, after everyone contacts their relatives and friends on the blue planet, new social relationships will gradually be formed at sea over time. Where there are enemies, there are naturally friends. And having one more powerful friend is definitely not a bad thing. For example, Jiang Xiahan and Wang Xiyao's parents have not been contacted yet, and the situation is still unknown at the moment. If there's a reduction in staff, new teammates will need to be matched in a timely manner, and that is when personal connections will play a key role. After a while, after Jiang Xiahan extracted her new talent, she returned and jumped into the car, saying happily, "2 new talents, all good. Give me a critical hit." "Okay, I'll take a look now." As Lin E spoke, he clicked on Jiang Xiahan's skill panel and started browsing it. Talent skill Super Cold, A level. Super Cold. Use it to attack or defend, creating blocks of ice as solid as stone, shaped to your heart's content. Consuming 100 points of mental power yields 1 cubic meter of ice. Condensation efficiency, attack speed, and low temperature effects are determined by mental power. After reading it, Lin, he turned his gaze and said, "Jiang Xiahan, try out the effect of the freezing attack first. Shoot an ice arrow at the wall over there." "Yeah, okay." Jiang Xiahan nodded and raised her finger slightly. A few seconds later, an ice arrow 1 meter long and as thick as an arm condensed in front of him. "Okay, I'm coming." Jiang Xiahan blew lightly, and the ice arrow shot out in an instant like an arrow from a bow. With a bang, the ice arrow broke a hole and embedded itself deeply into the red brick wall that was more than 10 centimeters thick, raising a cloud of red smoke. "Wow, that's amazing. I shot through the wall." Jiang Xiahan shouted excitedly. "Very good." Lin, he could naturally see the power of this ice arrow and immediately said, "I'll upgrade you now, and we'll compare power later. But I don't have a crit bonus right now, so remember to hold still until you awaken the S-rank reward." Jiang Xiahan was speechless and said, Okay, I'm not as stupid as you think. For the evolution of the level talent skills, the system rules limit it to S level at most, and ordinary critical hits are enough." Lin no longer hesitated and directly used a critical hit on Jiang Xiahan's 2nd and 3rd talents. Critical hit success. The A-level talent Super Cold has successfully evolved into the S-level talent Extreme Ice Creation. Ice Creation. Your mastery of ice reaches a pinnacle, allowing you to shape anything with it. Use blocks of ice stronger than steel to attack or defend, creating any shape you desire. Consume 100 points of mental power to create 5 cubic meters of ice. Condensation efficiency, attack speed, and low temperature effects are determined by mental power. System rewards have been issued. Critical hit success. A-level talent, super flight, successfully evolved into S-level talent, wind control. Wind control. With a single thought, you can break free from the constraints of gravity and soar through the sky. Each 100 points of spiritual energy consumed grants you 20 minutes of sustained flight. Your flight speed, agility, and maximum payload are determined by your spiritual attributes. During flight, a protective force field automatically forms on your body, protecting it from high-speed air currents. System rewards have been issued. It's done. It's done. Jiang Xiahan pulled Lin E and shouted excitedly. Seeing this, Lin E smiled and said, calm down, calm down. We need to test the power first. Oh yes. Jiang Xiahan didn't waste any time and immediately raised her finger after she finished speaking. Although the ice arrows she condensed this time were about the same size, their color had turned dark blue, and it was obvious that their density had greatly increased. Moreover, it condensed instantly in less than half a second. Oh! Jiang Xiahan had just shouted a word when Lin E immediately stopped her and interrupted her. That wall, just now, probably can't measure the power of your ice arrow. We need to change our target. Jiang Xiahan looked around and asked, what target do you want me to change? Lin E raised his hand and pointed at a 20 centimeters square load-bearing column in the middle of the shop and said, see that concrete pillar in the middle? You just aim for it. Don't worry, I can definitely shoot accurately. After Jiang Xiahan finished speaking, she thought about it and controlled the ice arrow to shoot out. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. The ice arrow instantly rushed across a distance of more than 10 meters and hit the target accurately. There was a loud bang. The ice arrow directly penetrated the thick concrete load-bearing column, raising a scattered gray fog in the house. Fuck! It can even pierce through concrete pillars. This must be an armor-piercing bullet. Lin E couldn't help but exclaimed. Huh? Different from before? Jiang Xiahan asked curiously. It's definitely different. The brick wall just now is much weaker than this pillar. Lin E replied, jumped out of the car, and called Jiang Xiahan to go over and take a look. He went over to check and found that although the ice arrow had cracked into dense fine lines at the tip after a high-speed impact, the overall structure was still intact. Lin E turned around and explained. Even with the force of that collision, it didn't break. It's definitely strong enough. Once your spiritual attributes are improved and your condensation efficiency is increased, I think you can easily demolish a building by firing a dozen arrows at it instantly. After listening to this, Jiang Xiahan asked, from what you mean, do you want me to exchange all my rewards for spiritual attribute fruits? That's right. Then I'll change now. There is another talent skill. Let's go out and try it. Yes, yes, yes. Now I can fly. After Jiang Xiahan finished speaking, she immediately pulled Lin E out of the house and said excitedly, I'm going to take you with me later, and we'll fly together. Lin E was once again shocked by Jiang Xiahan's incredibly smooth driving skills. He was absolutely certain that this filthy girl was definitely a rare prodigy that only appears once in a century. Chapter 91. Fly, 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 kill, kill. The sun is scorching on North Street. Lin E looked at the almost fanatical excitement in Jiang Xiahan's eyes, and alarm bells rang in his heart. This Lich King has just obtained a new talent and is now at his peak and most unreliable stage. Lin E thought for a moment, then put on a serious expression and said, if you want to test it, just fly it yourself. I'll give you 10 minutes. I'll also wander around here for a while to see if there are any good supplies. Jiang Xiahan hugged his arm and shook it, pouting, just stay with me. We're staying here for so long today. The supplies won't run away. Let me check the time first. Is it time for lunch? Lin E quickly changed the subject. Jiang Xiahan directly pushed the bracelet in front of Lin E and said, it's just past 10 o'clock now, and it's still a long way to the 12 o'clock lunchtime. You look so embarrassed. Don't you believe me? No, it's not a question of whether to believe it or not. Jiang Xiahan's eyes rolled, and she immediately put on a righteous expression, shouting, Brother Lin E, please correct your attitude. What? Do you think this is just for fun? I'm just doing preliminary testing for the team's strategic layout. Huh? What are you talking about? Don't you always say that everyone should not only master their own skills, but also understand their teammates' skills? Have you forgotten? I haven't forgotten. I definitely haven't forgotten. As long as you haven't forgotten, then just cooperate with me in the test. That's what I said, but before Lin E could finish the words after, but a sly smile flashed across Jiang Xiahan's face. Next second, without warning, She took a step forward, squatted slightly, put one hand through his knees, and put the other hand around his back. She directly used a standard, powerful princess hug. With her current physical condition, it was no pressure at all for her to pick up Lin E. What are you doing? Put me down. Lin E felt his body lighten, and his sight suddenly rose. He found himself firmly held in Jiang Xiahan's arms. He was a grown man, but being hugged by a girl in this position, a strong sense of shame instantly rushed over his head. Ha! Don't struggle, or I won't be responsible if you fall. Jiang Xiahan laughed triumphantly and spun around in her arms. Lin E felt the light and weightless feeling and immediately said, Jiang Xiahan, stop messing around. Just let me stand up and I'll take the test with you, okay? You don't have flying skills, so you definitely can't stand. With my current strength, holding you like this is the safest. After Jiang Xiahan finished explaining, she said with a smile, Ha, pigeon, hold on tight. Experienced driver Xiao Jiang is at your service. Now we're conducting a live flight test. Let's go. The wind whistled in my ears and the scenery flew past me. Lin E was forced to hug Jiang Xiahan's neck to maintain his balance. The wind blew Jiang Xiahan's hair across his cheek, making it feel a little itchy. He felt this strange and insecure ride experience, and his heart was filled with grief and anger. Even, there seems to be a hint of indescribable excitement. No, it must be an illusion. Whether it's in love or that matter, my psychological role has always been the superior. For loves are impossible. Lin E quickly stopped his inner thoughts. Jiang Xiahan noticed that Lin E had stopped struggling and immediately lowered her head, teasing with a wicked smile. My dear baby, how are you feeling now? The experience of riding in Mama's car is pretty good, right? Jiang Xiahan, don't try to play tricks on me. Lin E calmed down and said seriously, since you want to test it, don't just keep flying around the streets. Let's go to the mountain over there and find some mutated wild boars. I'll let you test your spell attacks in real combat later. Okay. I'll go now. Jiang Xiahan's face suddenly turned sour, and she complained. You can't even tease me twice. You're such a straight man. You only know how to bully me with your chauvinistic ways. You don't understand romance at all. Just focus on the road first. Lin E said speechlessly. Soon, Jiang Xiahan took Lin E to fly above a stone mountain. Although she was a novice, she automatically mastered the release method after awakening her innate skills. Therefore, the flight process is relatively stable. Jiang Xiahan circled the stone mountain, scanned it, and found nothing, so she asked, Lin E, why don't I find any trace of the mutant beast? Your mental strength is still too low, so it's normal that you can't detect the mutant beast. After Lin E finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed downwards, saying, I sense the presence of a mutant beast over there. Let's go down and look for it. That's great. After Jiang Xiahan finished speaking, she immediately descended towards the valley that Lin E pointed to. Soon, Jiang Xiahan landed on a huge rock, and the roar of a mutant beast immediately sounded in the forest below. I hear a sound, Jiang Xiahan shouted, immediately putting Lin E down and said excitedly, Then I'll go over and test the power of extreme ice creation now. Wait a moment. Lin E held her back and warned. We just tested the power of your ice arrows. This time we're going to test new things, like forming an ice shield to test defense, or forming an icy pillar to pin down a mutant beast to test control. Oh, I see. I'll do as you say later. After Jiang Xiahan finished speaking, she jumped up and immediately flew towards the forest. Also, don't use too much mental power at once. Remember to test it multiple times with different powers, so that it will be effective. Lin E shouted again at her back. Ugh. As soon as Jiang Xiahan finished speaking, her figure disappeared into the woods. Lin E stayed where he was and waited, and sent a message to Su Ying and the others using his bracelet, briefly explaining the situation. As for Jiang Xiahan, he didn't have to worry about anything. With her current strength, it is easy for her to deal with these low-level mutant beasts. After a while, the roar of the mutated wild boar, accompanied by a loud kill, kill, kill sound, began to echo in the valley. An hour later, Jiang Xiahan used her bracelet to take a picture of her performance during the test and sent it to Lin E. There are more than a dozen pictures in total, and each one has a mutated wild boar. Some are crushed to death by huge ice blocks. Some are pierced by dense small ice arrows. Some are frozen into ice sculptures, and some are pressed to the ground by icicles. After Lin E finished looking at the photos, he immediately called her. Soon, the video was connected. When Jiang Xiahan saw Lin E, she immediately turned the camera around and pointed it at the ice pick attached to her hand and said excitedly, Lin E, let me show you the new moves I just learned. As soon as she finished speaking, a puff sound was heard. The long ice spike pierced into the belly of a mutant beast. Roar, roar. The mutated wild boar, weighing hundreds of pounds and covered in flesh, had its limbs frozen to death by the ice. At this moment, the beast's blood was surging and it could only keep roaring in pain. Lin E could see it. Jiang Xiahan is indeed seriously practicing the release of her skills. How's it? Awesome, right? Jiang Xiahan's excited voice came out. Not bad, very impressive. I didn't even think of this move of yours, and you mastered it very quickly. Lin E gave full affirmation. Ha, that's fine. I was just worried that you would scold me for being lazy. Jiang Xiahan laughed heartlessly. Hearing this, Lin E replied, I'm not as unreasonable as you think. I can certainly tell if you're slacking off. She was so excited that there was no sign of laziness. Lin E could even be sure that she had a very obvious tendency towards violence. Jiang Xiahan heard this and immediately said, you're such a straight man. You really can't understand what I mean. Lin E naturally knew what she wanted to express and immediately said, Okay. Jiang Xiahan is amazing and smart. Her performance today was fantastic. Is that okay with me praising her like this? That's not bad. After Jiang Xiahan finished speaking, she switched to selfie mode, made a gesture to the camera, and said, It sounds nice, I love it. Please remember from now on, beautiful women love to be praised. Lin E smiled helplessly and said, Okay, I'll make a note of it. It's almost time we should go back. Jiang Xiahan said, Oh, wait a few minutes. I remember one more thing. Lin E asked, What else? Did you say that last time? After Jiang Xiahan finished speaking, she immediately took out a bottle from her backpack. Then, as she poured the water, she smiled and said, We need to collect the mutant virus, extract and refine it, and then add it to ice arrows to attack the enemy. Don't you remember? Chapter 92, One More Friend, One More Way. 30 minutes later, Lin E and the other person returned to North Street and drove their tricycle to the small supermarket. Jiang Xiahan held a bottle containing a reddish-brown mutant virus and asked curiously, Lin E, is it really dangerous to inject this thing into the human body? Lin E explained, Of course. Once a person is bitten by a mutant beast and picks up a small amount of the mutant virus, they will be infected. Without a C-level or higher healing technique, they can't be saved. You refine these 200 milliliters of virus from more than a dozen mutant wild boars. If an ordinary person gets even a drop, they're probably doomed. So that's amazing. I'll have to collect more next time. After Jiang Xiahan finished speaking, she immediately held up the bottle to the sunlight and observed the sticky liquid flowing strangely inside and began to study it with great interest. She looked at it for a while and then said, But how do I add these viruses when I release my skills? Lin E responded, You could divide it into small portions and put them in the bracelet backpack and then take them out when you need them. Jiang Xiahan said, But my ice arrow technique condenses very quickly. If I put in a bottle, it seems inconvenient. Lin E thought for a moment and said, We still have plenty of birth control products, right? That one's pretty good. Just pack it up and throw it out. It'll create a few ice spikes and pierce through, fusing the virus into the ice arrows. Jiang Xiahan's expression changed, and she said anxiously, It's such a waste to use something so precious like this. No waste. Lin E said calmly, We also gain a lot in the small supermarket today. After we have swept the entire town, there will probably be more. No. I'd better think of other ways. Jiang Xiahan looked resistant. She thought about it. Her eyes rolled, and she suddenly leaned close to Lin Yi's ear and whispered, I think I've come up with a way that's both waste-free and effective. Lin E was curious. What method? My purification skills can extract impurities from seawater and viruses from mutant beast blood. As long as it's a liquid, I can easily pull out any one of them. Jiang Xiahan smiled knowingly and said, Does that mean we don't have to worry about each other anymore when we're together? Jiang Xiahan, what kind of weird things are in your head? Lin E was once again shocked by Jiang Xiahan's imagination. Hey, let's try it next time. Jiang Xiahan took Lin Yi's arm and said with a smug smile, My skills are absolutely reliable. You can rest assured. Look again. Lin E turned his gaze and saw that he had already arrived in front of the small supermarket. So he said, everyone's been busy all morning, so we went back to help out, collect a batch of supplies, and then go back to prepare lunch. Okay, I worked really hard killing the mutants just now, and I'm already hungry. Jiang Xiahan said happily. Lin E did not explicitly refuse, which, in Jiang Xiahan's opinion, was equivalent to agreeing. Naturally, she also has her own formula in her mind. After they parked the car, they found Su Ying and others busy in the small supermarket, including Yin Xiaoxia. At the entrance of the supermarket, a high pile of supplies has been piled up. Sinyo, you're back. We've almost collected all the supplies from the supermarket. When Wang Xiyao noticed that Lin E and the others had returned, she immediately waved and greeted them. Hearing this, Lin E immediately called out, okay, everyone's worked hard. It's almost time for dinner. Let's transport some supplies back and then get back to work after lunch. Su Ying heard this and replied, well, we collected quite a lot of supplies this morning, so let's load them into the car. Lin E nodded. Okay, then I'll load the truck later. You guys take a break first. I have something else to take care of. After he finished speaking, he immediately walked towards Yin Xiaoxia, who was helping with the work. Lin E walked up to Yin Xiaoxia and said straight to the point, Sister Xiaoxia, I have something to tell you. Come out with me for a moment. Upon hearing the voice, Yin Xiaoxia put down the supplies in her hand, nodded, and walked out with Lin E. She followed Lin E out of the small supermarket and immediately said, after those 4 people died, my team automatically disbanded. I no longer have control over the previous platform. Before I team up with someone else, I like to stay on your platform first. Is that okay? Lin E turned around and said with a smile, don't worry, I'm not trying to kick you out. I've already promised the teacher that you can stay on our platform until you team up with someone else. When Yin Xiaoxia heard this, her expression changed and she said awkwardly, I was overthinking it. Of course, if I stay on the platform, I'll work hard to help out and I won't eat or drink for free. Lin E smiled and said, okay, then from now on, just treat the 5 of us as friends. Yin Xiaoxia nodded gently. Thank you for agreeing to let me stay. Seeing this, Lin E took out 2 colorful fruits and handed them to her, saying, 2 of your previous teammates still have their talents yet to be extracted. If you want them, the remaining 2 talents will be given to you. Yin Xiaoxia was stunned and said hurriedly, I can't take this. Talents and skills are too precious, and they're all your spoils of war. Upon hearing this, Lin E explained, we've already decided not to use those 2 skills. If you don't want them, they'll just be wasted. This, an A-level skill and a B-level skill, and you don't even want them? Yin Xiaoxia also became confused. Lin E said, they're all support types, and they're not very helpful to our team. If you want, combined with your shield skills, you can become a full-time support in the future. Hearing this, Yin Xiaoxia asked curiously, you are so nice to me just because my brother is your teacher? Lin E shook his head and said, teacher is just one of the reasons. The more important reason is that when that bespectacled man attacked me just now, you, without knowing our strength, still warned me regardless of the risk of their retaliation and even used your shield skill on me. From that moment on, I felt that you were a worthwhile friend. At sea, one more friend means one more way forward. Perhaps in the future, when times are critical, we can still help each other. Then I understand. Yin Xiaoxia nodded and suddenly stretched out her hand towards Lin E, saying, from now on, no matter what happens, as long as you need my help, you can come to me at any time. As long as it is within my ability, I will definitely not refuse. Good. Lin E held 2 fruits in his hands and handed them to Yin Xiaoxia while shaking hands with her. Then he said, then go ahead and eat the fruit, and you'll know how to do it. Yin Xiaoxia nodded vigorously and walked decisively across the street. Lin E retracted his gaze, took a look at the supplies in front of the supermarket, and immediately walked over. Yin Xiaoxia's previous platform is now ownerless. This afternoon, we have to clean up the shops and residential buildings in the town, and also find time to process the supplies for the new platform. There are only 6 hours left, so we have to hurry. When Lin E thought of this, his gaze shifted. In a small supermarket, Su Ying was still sealing the boxes of supplies. Lu Xiaoqing was fanning herself with a fan. Jiang Xiahan was holding a box of underwear in her hand and playing with Wang Xiyao with a sly smile on her face. He immediately waved his hand and shouted, my dears, if you've had enough rest, come out and help me load the goods. Chapter 93, Jiang Xiahan's plan succeeded. Lin E shouted, and several people in the supermarket immediately took action. I'm coming. Jiang Xiahan was the first to respond. She threw the underwear box in her hand onto the shelf and ran out with the still dazed Wang Xiyao. The five of them gathered and took quick action. Su Ying is the strongest and is mainly responsible for the heaviest rice, flour, grain, oil, and household appliances. Lin E is also very strong and is mainly responsible for the boxes of drinking water and beverages. Jiang Xiahan, Wang Xiyao, and Lu Xiaoqing formed an assembly line, delivering those lighter but larger snack boxes and daily necessities packages. During this period, Yin Xiaxia finished her skills and came back to help a lot. Half an hour later, the cars were loaded and Lin E arranged for several people who could drive one each. Then, everyone drove 4 tricycles loaded with supplies and headed south in a mighty procession. Although there were several cars left on the streets of the town, they had no car keys and were not as convenient as tricycles for loading goods, so they ignored them in the morning. Before the convoy returned to the entrance of the mountain trail to the island, in order to have lunch as early as possible, Lin E did not arrange for unloading of the goods. He just asked everyone to pack some supplies into the wristband backpacks, and then prepared to go back. In order to demonstrate her new skills, Jiang Xiahan flew back from the island carrying Wang Xiyao. During lunch, urged by Lao Yan's private message, Jiang Xiahan also remembered what happened in the morning, added his father's friend, and made a video call. After reporting to each other that they were safe, Jiang Xiahan took the opportunity to briefly introduce the members of the team to his father. Lin E also had a brief meeting with Lao Jiang through video. Old Jiang looked a few years younger than old Yin and had a very decent appearance. He caught Lin E asking a few questions intentionally or unintentionally. Seeing that old Jiang was too annoying, Jiang Xiahan found an excuse to hang up. Jiang Xiahan gained 2 new S-level skills today and learned that Lao Jiang was doing well and had a cooperation with Lao Yin in the Chamber of Commerce. She was in a good mood and ate 3 big bowls of rice for the meal. After lunch, it was already an hour later when we returned to the island. Lin E found a shady spot under a tree and began to arrange the unloading. After her mental strength recovered, Yin Xiaxia demonstrated to Lin E the magic of her control skills. She controlled the vines to tie up the supplies on the car and move them down directly with great efficiency. After seeing Yin Xiaxia unload the last box, Lin E immediately smiled and said, "I can probably guess why your previous team was able to reach the 11th platform." Yin Xiaxia retracted her vine technique and said helplessly, "Yes. Ice can be transformed into sharp blades to cut down trees. Vines can be used to bundle up trees and throw them directly into the sea, and flying people can easily pull back large amounts of wood with just a few ropes." Lin E nodded and said, "The combination of these talents is not only effective in terms of gathering supplies. The skills of these people are equivalent to spells, support, control, and assassins in the game. Such a good configuration can even be said to be better than 99.9% of the teams. Perhaps that's why those people are so arrogant. I envy your team even more. Although they're quite strong, everyone is willing to do things down to earth." Yin Xiaxia's expression became a little complicated when she talked about this, and then she changed the subject and said, "Let's not talk about those villains anymore. Now that everyone is in the car, let's get going. Also, do you want to go to my previous platform first and deal with some useful supplies?" Lin E nodded and said, "Let's go back to the town first. I'll make arrangements later." Soon, everyone set off again. There was laughter and joy all the way, and the girls all agreed to go shopping in the clothing store first. Lin E thought that everyone had just finished lunch and had not yet rested, so he drove them to find 2 clothing stores in the central area. Although the store was messy, most of the clothes on the shelves were still there, and one of them was a women's clothing store with quite nice decoration. Jiang Xiahan drove in the front and immediately jumped out after stopping, shouting, "Finally, we have new clothes to wear. Babies, let's get in. I finally don't have to wear those weird clothes anymore." Lu Xiaoqing also complained and immediately urged, "Lin E, stop the car quickly, otherwise Jiang Xiahan will grab all the nice clothes." "Okay, be careful." As Lin E spoke, he drove the car to the door of the store. Then, the 4 girls immediately walked into the women's clothing store. Yin Xiaxia stood in front of the women's clothing store, hesitated for a while, and walked into another ordinary store. Lin E had nothing to do, so he followed Yin Xiaxia in. When he went in, he saw the shelves full of colorful t-shirts and shirts, which were obviously cheap student clothes. Lin E saw Yin Xiaxia choosing clothes inside and immediately said, "You can go to the women's clothing store. I've seen a lot of clothes there." Yin Xia heard the voice and looked up and was a little surprised when she saw Lin E. She paused for a moment and said softly, "No, it would be too crowded if all 5 of us went in, and it would be inconvenient to change clothes." Hearing this, Lin E smiled and said, "Actually, you don't have to be so reserved. They are all very innocent girls. Once you get to know them, you'll know that you can get along very well with them." "Yeah, I know." Yin Xia smiled faintly and said, "Little girls like to wear nice clothes. I'm not so particular. I can just pick a few t-shirts." "Okay, then you go ahead and choose. After they're done, we'll have to take back the rest of the new clothes anyway." After Lin E finished speaking, he walked over to the shelf and started picking something. But most of the clothes in the store are one size fits all. After choosing for a while, he only picked out 5 t-shirts that fit him well and looked good and put them directly into his backpack for future use. After Lin E chose the clothes, he turned around and suddenly found Yin Xia trying on clothes inside. He was just picking out clothes and trying them on and didn't notice when Yin Xia started trying on clothes. Yin Xia had taken off her black suspender skirt and was hanging it on a shelf behind her. But the shelf was not high and could not block her entire body at all, so half of her beautiful back was clearly visible in Lin Yi's eyes. Although there is no fitting room in the store, there should be a curtain at the innermost part. Unexpectedly, Yin Xia didn't go in to look for it, nor did she tell him in advance that she wanted to try on clothes. This is too awkward. He paused for a moment and finally walked out slowly. "Go back to the tricycle and sit down." Lin E looked into the women's clothing store and found Lu Xiaoqing and Jiang Xiahan standing in front of the mirror in the fitting room, trying on clothes. Perhaps for the sake of better matching, they all changed into a tight vest. At this moment, she was busy trying on skirts and shirts. During this time, Lu Xiaoqing discovered that Lin E was staring at her outside and kept glaring in protest, but Lin E pretended not to see anything. After a while, Jiang Xiahan changed into a black suspender skirt, ran out of the store, and asked hurriedly, "Lin E, how is it? Does this dress look good to you?" Lin E glanced up and down and found that her figure was indeed better in a suspender skirt. He immediately confirmed, "Not bad. Not only does it make her look thinner, but it also has a hint of sexiness." "Hee, you have good taste," Jiang Xiahan said with a smug look on her face. Lin E waved at her and said, "Then make your choice. Come up and I have something to tell you." Jiang Xiahan shook her head and said, "It's not ready yet. I've only chosen 10 skirts, most of which are black. I have to choose a few in each of the other colors as well." Seeing that she wanted to go back, Lin immediately jumped out of the car and shouted, No, I really have something important to tell you. And you look best in black. It's so cool and hot." Jiang Xiahan turned around and asked in confusion, "What are you so anxious about?" Lin E walked forward and asked with a smile, "Are you wearing panties under your skirt?" Jiang Xiahan's eyes narrowed, and then she looked around for a while and said slyly, "I just changed out of my swimming trunks. I haven't yet. Hee, it turns out that you were attracted by the charm exuded by my sister, and couldn't help but want to find a place to start a game. So, shall we leave quietly now? What are you thinking about? We have limited time today. We need to collect as many supplies as possible. We really don't have time to start." Lin E was speechless and explained, "I asked you to get dressed because I'm going to arrange a flight for you later. Go back with Yin Xia and drive her previous platform to our berth to the south." After hearing this, Jiang Xiahan immediately said angrily, "Oh, you scumbag. So you want to give me some work? Because you have flying skills, it will be the fastest to assign you to do this task." Lin E said with a wry smile. Jiang Xiahan suddenly thought of something and pretended to be angry, but they are still trying on clothes, and you arrange them to do tasks. "This is not fair." Lin E said, "That's nothing. I'll move all the clothes back later. You can choose whatever you want tonight. If I choose again tonight, all the good-looking ones will have been chosen by them." Jiang Xiahan pouted and said, "If you want me to do the mission right now, it's not impossible, but I have one condition." Lin E was speechless. "What conditions?" Jiang Xiahan heard this, her eyes rolled, and she immediately regained her smile. She stepped forward and whispered, "The condition is that you have to promise me that I can stick it on the platform in the future. I've observed it carefully these past few days. The location of the bullpen is very secretive. No one will disturb us at night." When Lin E heard this, he immediately realized that he had been tricked by her. He thought about it and nodded. "Okay, I promise you. The platform side is now 90 meters long, which is different from the previous situation. The space is big enough, so they don't have to worry anymore." "Okay, Then I'll go find Sister Sasha now and make sure to complete the task. After Jiang Xiahan finished speaking, with a look of satisfaction on her face as her plan had succeeded, she jumped into the small shop next door. Chapter 94. A Town Raid. The harvested supplies are enough to last 10 years. The afternoon sun is still scorching. After Jiang Xiahan took Yin Shasha away, the rest of the people quickly took action. The four of them split into two groups and began a more detailed search of the town. Lin E and Su Ying each drove a tricycle and searched the streets for high-value shops. Lu Xiaoqing and Wang Xiyao continued to do the finishing work in the small supermarket. With the experience gained in the morning and the maneuverability of the tricycle, their actions became more orderly. According to their memories from this morning, Lin E and Su Ying soon found a small gas station on the edge of the town. Although the power had been cut off long ago and the gas pumps were unusable, they found 5 sealed 200-liter gasoline drums inside the gas station, apparently for reserve fuel. Lin E knew that once people collected large machinery and equipment, the price of gasoline would definitely rise. So, he naturally would not let go of these good things in front of him. He and Su Ying worked together to move the oil barrels into the car, and then asked Su Ying to transport the gasoline back first. Lin E left the gas station and headed straight for the gas station. In the town's gas station, there are dozens of liquefied gas tanks stacked up, which are extremely important fuel resources. Lin E started loading the truck without hesitation, loading 12 cans into one truck. During this period, Su Ying also rushed back. The two of them worked together and spent about half an hour to empty the gas station and transport all the gas tanks to the mountain trail leading to the island. Afterwards, they returned to the town. Lin E took Su Ying directly to the building materials store and began to collect hardware supplies and various tools. Because there are too few buildings on the platform and there are no toilets, Lin E plans to build a small bathroom first, and these tools will definitely come in handy later. During this period, Jiang Xiahan also rushed back with Yin Shasha. Lin E saw several new stainless steel water tanks in the hardware store. Jiang Xiahan was then arranged to take tools and continue to search the rooftops of each building with Yin Shasha to see if there were more water tanks. This allows her to take advantage of her flying skills for high-altitude searches. Water storage equipment is very important at sea. With the pipes, tools, and pumps from the hardware store, they can later install several sets of automatic water supply and storage equipment in the kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom. After Lin E and Su Ying collected all the useful tools from the hardware store and transported them back, they went to the building materials store next door. They took some cement and sand, moved some partitions, and even found an unopened toilet, wash basin, and bathtub from a building materials store. Their goal was clear: to build a real toilet on the platform and completely say goodbye to this simple open-air solution. This proposal was unanimously supported by the girls during lunch. While Lin E and the others were busy, Jiang Xiahan and Yin Shasha were like sweeping elves, shuttling between various small shops and residential buildings. After Lu Xiaoqing and Wang Xiyao finished up the small supermarket, they continued to raid other food stores, sundry stores, clothing stores, cosmetic stores, etc. As far as they could see, all the useful or potentially useful supplies were sorted and packed. Snacks, condiments, unopened cosmetics, tableware, bedding. The variety is beyond imagination. After Lin E and Su Ying moved the building materials, they asked Su Ying to meet up with Lu Xiaoqing and the others, while he went to cooperate with Jiang Xiahan and the others to transport the 8 large stainless steel water tanks they had found. After 3 p.m., most of the pavements that needed to be collected had been identified. After Jiang Xiahan finished cleaning the rooftop, Lin E arranged for Su Ying to go with her to clean the residential building. Because there were hundreds of buildings, they could not demolish each house one by one. Jiang Xiahan was responsible for prioritizing the inspection of those households whose doors and windows were intact and who seemed not to have evacuated in a hurry. The task of breaking into the houses was given to Su Ying. Among these residents, they found a large number of sealed packaged foods, home appliances, furniture, and various daily supplies. The furniture and appliances used in many households are better than those sold on the street, and Su Ying also collected a lot of useful supplies during her time. Throughout the afternoon, the town seemed to have turned into a huge self-service supermarket. Lin E was mainly responsible for driving the tricycle to transport the supplies. Later, after Yin Shasha was brought in to assist with unloading, the overall efficiency improved significantly. It's 5 o'clock. When the last 4 fully loaded tricycle convoys returned to the entrance of the mountain road to the island, The surrounding open space was already filled with supplies. The collection work was officially completed, and in the last hour, they moved all the materials collected today back to the platform. In other words, it's Yin Xiaoxia's turn to shine. Although Yin Xiaoxia only has 100 points of mental strength, she has an A-level mana replenishment skill that increases it eightfold, and Wang Xiyao is there to restore her. Her mental strength is almost inexhaustible. Yin Xiaoxia used her vine skills. Countless emerald green and tough vines were like flexible tentacles, precisely wrapping around various boxes, gas tanks, and even heavy water tanks on the car, then lifting them steadily, crossing the steep mountain walls and spreading down from the island, placing the supplies directly at the entrance of the pier. Because it is from top to bottom, those tough vines can fully support it. This process saves the most time-consuming and labor-intensive step of carrying the goods down the mountain. During this period, Lin E also asked her to seize all 4 tricycles. Lin E and Su Ying drove the car and were only responsible for transporting supplies between the pier and the platform. On the other side of the island, Lu Xiaoqing and Jiang Xiahan cooperated in loading and unloading the goods with amazing efficiency. In the evening, the sun began to set, painting the sky with an orange-red hue. Supplies have piled up like a mountain behind the cockpit on the east side of the offshore platform. The variety and quantity are staggering. From food and water to energy and building materials, from clothing and medicine to tools and entertainment, it covers almost every aspect of civilized life. Although this is only a drop in the bucket compared to the entire town supply stock, after careful selection, they collected the most practical and easiest to store parts for daily use. After everyone finished their work, they returned to the platform before their stay ended. Wang Xiyao looked at the hill in front of her and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my God, have we moved half of the town back?" Lu Xiaoqing wiped the sweat from his forehead. A happy smile appeared on his face, and he said, "About the same. I feel like in the next few years. No, after Lin Yi's buff and critical hit, we might not be able to use it all for more than 10 years. Su Ying has already started planning where to build her bathroom. Jiang Xiahan had just picked up Yin Xiaoxia from the island and was still flying in the air. Lin E looked at the bracelet screen and found that the time had reached 1750. He turned his gaze and looked at the new platform parked next to their platform, which was now ownerless. The platform looked to be 50 meters long on each side, so it should be around level 14. It was the platform Jiang Xiahan and the others drove back to at noon. Lin immediately called Yin Xiaoxia and said, "Let's go to the previous platform and take a look. We can also take care of any useful supplies up there. Otherwise, we'll have to trouble someone to drive up when we leave the resource island." "Yeah, okay," Yin Xiaoxia replied and immediately followed Lin E forward. No matter how much supplies there are on it, upgrading the platform to level 14 will require at least hundreds of thousands of wood and tens of thousands of organic soil. A large amount of wood and basic resources, after the increase in critical hits, is also a huge gain for Lin E and his team. Chapter 95, A Busy Day, Fireworks on the Sea. After arriving at the new platform with Yin Xiaoxia, Lin E took a quick look around and found that there were only some simple kitchen and daily necessities on it. Then he checked the platform space and found that there were still tens of thousands of pieces of wood left. Lin E transferred all the supplies to their own platform space. Then, he looked at the bedroom upstairs and suddenly came up with an idea. He said to Yin Xiaoxia, "I want to remove the bedroom on your platform and move it to ours so that we can have a few more rooms. One of them can be used for you to sleep, and the rest can be converted into a bathroom, storage room, or something like that." Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaoxia asked, "This seems like a good idea. Ready-made ones are certainly more convenient than building them yourself. But do we have the tools?" Lin E replied, "We already had 4 angle grinders on our platform, and we collected a few more today. The bedroom walls and the pillars at the 4 corners are all made of wood, so they could be easily cut off with an angle grinder." Yin Xiaoxia nodded. "Okay, I'll help you later. Well, I'll call Su Ying and the others, and we can cut it quickly if we work together." After Lin E finished speaking, he went back and called Su Ying and the others, took the angle grinder, and then came to the bedroom of the new platform. Because the platform is of low level, the bedroom is only 113 meters in size. Turn on the angle grinder. Lin E briefly demonstrated the operation to Yin Xiaoxia and the others, and then the 4 of them were responsible for cutting a wall into the bedroom. Because the ownerless platform would not drift under the control of the system, and the cutting would take a long time, just before 1800 hours, Lin E arranged for Wang Xiyao to go to the cockpit to drive the new platform and follow their large platform out of the resource island. Half an hour later, they finally finished the work, successfully cutting out the bedroom and moving it to the large platform, and also cut a small wooden bed during the process. Lin E saw that they were busy all day and were tired, so he said, "Everyone, take a break first. I'll take care of the rest myself." Su Ying heard this and asked, "What should we do with the new platform? Xiao is still on it. The new platform is of no use to us. We can just dismantle the system and replace it with basic supplies." Lin E replied, and immediately walked to the edge of the platform and called back Wang Xiyao, who was working on the new products. After Wang Xiyao returned to the platform, Lin E immediately operated the platform space and put the new platform into the mall space. After the system was decomposed, a total of 122,000 pieces of wood, 38,000 pieces of organic soil, and 1,350 pieces of metal were exchanged. This amount is roughly the total resources invested in upgrading to level 14 platform. He finished the operation and it was 6:30 in the afternoon. Afterwards, Lin E asked Lu Xiaoqing for a skill boost and split the bedroom into 4 rooms. "I harvested 350,000 pieces of wood from selling the carcasses of sea beasts this morning. Adding the proceed from splitting the new platform, I harvested 504,000 pieces of wood today alone." Lin E had all his attacks critically hit, obtaining 2.016 million pieces of wood, 152,000 pieces of organic soil, and 5,400 pieces of metal, plus the previous reserves. The remaining resources in their system now include 16.184 million tons of wood, 164,000 tons of organic soil, and 12,900 tons of iron metal. Afterwards, Lin E asked Jiang Xiahan to exchange all of today's Awakening S-level talent rewards for spiritual attribute fruits, with a critical hit of 32, and asked her to save them for use when the beast tide attacks tomorrow. Today I found a spiritual attribute fruit and a physical attribute fruit on Scarface and the others. He also attacked critically. After finishing all these, Lin E took advantage of the opportunity of skill enhancement and prepared to critically attack some of the supplies collected today. Several girls also divided the work and continued to work. Su Ying and Wang Xiyao went to cook. Jiang Xiahan and Yin Xia stayed and used the platform space to arrange the location of their new bedroom. Because the transaction in the mall had not been completed today, Lu Xiaoqing went to arrange the sales and contacted the attribute fruit vendor to prepare for today's purchase. After a while, Lin Yi's skill gain lost its effect and finally stopped. It took several hundred mental energies to crit about 20% of the supplies. Luckily, the platform was upgraded to level 20, and now the 4 storage spaces are hundreds of cubic meters each. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough space to store all the supplies. Lin Yi sikit inyardli. Then he put the supplies that had not been used up today into one of the new storage spaces, ready to use them for a critical strike next time. It was the first time he felt that critical strike supplies consumed too much mental energy. Critically attacking ordinary supplies actually consumes very little mental power. For example, before, critically attacking a 1,000-pound fish tank only consumed 1 point of mental power, but today's supplies are too much. After Lin E collected all the supplies, he immediately headed west. Because the newly moved-in small bedroom was smaller than their bedroom, he walked to the back of the large bedroom and found that Yin Xia was already fixing the newly moved-in small bedroom. In order to reserve space for subsequent bedroom upgrades, Lin E placed Yin Xia's small bedroom 10 meters behind their bedroom. As for the bathroom, it is located on the seaside of the platform. There is also a distance of several meters between Yin Xia's small bedroom and the future bathroom, so it will not be affected by moisture. When Jiang Xiahan saw Lin E coming up, she immediately shouted, "Lin E, come over here and see if what we just did was right." "Good," Lin E replied, then immediately walked over and looked down, only to discover that Jiang Xiahan and Yin Xia had already installed some right-angle metal connectors at the junction of the small bedroom and the floor. Lin E had just enhanced the critical hit rate of the supplies collected from the hardware store and building material store because they were urgently needed. These right-angle metal connectors and the screws, drill bits, and other tools used by Jiang Xiahan and her colleagues were naturally collected at hardware stores. Lin E looked at it for a while, then stood up and said, "We have plenty of right-angle metal connectors, so the installation gaps can be shorter with one every 10 centimeters. Installing them securely now will make things safer later." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiahan immediately said, Okay. Do you want to help too? You're almost done with this little bedroom. I'll go install the bathroom in the back. After Lin E finished speaking, he took his tools and went to the back to work. During this period, Jiang Xiahan and her friends came to the back to help after they had fixed the bedroom and the wooden bed. After the four of them had been busy for dozens of minutes, Su Ying and the others came to urge them to eat. Seeing this, Lin E immediately said, "The two new houses are basically fixed, so let's go eat first. After dinner, I'll build the partition between the bathroom and the washroom, and then install a toilet." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiahan immediately put down the tools in her hands and said happily, "Great, then my but won't be blown by the sea breeze in the bathroom tonight." Lin E smiled and said, "Yeah, I'll install a water tower and water heater in the next 2 days. Then everyone can take a hot shower." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiahan immediately said, "Didn't we also collect a bathtub today? You'd better install it too." Lin E said, Okay. Anyway, as your mental strength gets higher and higher, the efficiency of purifying seawater will also increase. So taking a bath will definitely be no problem." Jiang Xiahan heard this and said happily, "Great, it's so reliable to have a capable man on the sea. Then let's go back. Xiao and the others must be waiting anxiously now." Lin E replied, and then told them to pack up. Seeing this, Jiang Xiahan immediately stepped forward and stood beside Yin Shasha, saying, "Sister Shasha, Xiao and the others have prepared dinner. Let's go back and eat." "Yeah, well, I'll be busy later then." Yin Shasha responded and just put down the tools in her hands and was hurriedly pulled forward by the energetic girl in front of her. As dusk fell, only a faint orange red remained where the sea and the sky met. Above the platform, warm light shines through the windows of the kitchen and master bedroom. The cool sea breeze blew across the platform, blowing away the heat of a busy day. Yin Shasha was pulled by Jiang Xiahan towards the kitchen. Before she entered the door, she heard lively conversation and laughter coming from inside. She subconsciously slowed down her pace and saw through the doorframe that Lin E walked to Su Ying's side, picked up a piece of fried meat from the plate on the stove, and stuffed it into his mouth. Lu Xiaoqing, who was sitting at the table, took one look and immediately said, "Lin E, you haven't washed your hands yet." "I can't help it. It's because your sister Su Ying's stir-fried pork is so delicious." Lin E turned around, chewing something with a relaxed smile on his face. At this moment, the kitchen is brightly lit, steam is rising from the pot, and the aroma of food is everywhere. Su Ying was serving the soup, Wang Xiyao was setting the table, and Jiang Xiahan had already squeezed over and started chattering about the dishes. Lin E stood in the middle with a natural smile, without any sense of distance, as the captain. Yin Shasha stood at the door and was stunned by the lively, vivid, and warm scene. She once thought she would never have the chance to see such a warm scene again in the world. "Sister Sasha, come in quickly. It's time to eat." A gentle voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Yin Shasha looked up and saw a cute girl with a sweet smile on her face holding her hand. She nodded immediately and said with a smile, "Okay, Xiao, I'm just about to go in." Seeing this, Wang Xiyao immediately pulled Yin Shasha to the dining table and said, "We've cooked a lot of dishes tonight, so you should eat more later." Chapter 96. Building a platform and preparing for the beast tide. After dinner, Lin E brought everyone to the planting area to harvest today's fruits. Thanks to the cooperation of Wang Xiyao and Yin Shasha's skills, it was easy for Lin E to replenish his mental strength. It only took a few minutes to rearrange the spawning skills in the field tonight. Lin Yi's mental strength is now 530, and the area where everything grows can be affected as 10 square meters every day. He clears a new nest every 2 days, and now there is a mature vegetable production area of more than 30 square meters in the field. There are so many newly ripened vegetables every day that they use the leftovers to feed cattle and sheep. Because of the addition of the 5th level fantasy heartgrass, a total of 20 attribute fruits were harvested from the field today. Lin E gave them all to Lu Xiaoqing for safekeeping. Including yesterday's harvest, she now has 10 fruits of strength, endurance, and spirit attributes in her hands, which are enough to exchange face-to-face with other traversers when she enters the Beast Tide Sea tomorrow. If you exchange one for another, you could get a critical hit +3. This business is definitely a sure win. Lin E saw Jiang Xiahan put away the fruit and turned her attention back to the bracelet screen. He asked curiously, "Is today's transaction not completed yet?" "It's already done. I'm looking for the attribute fruit." Without even looking up, Lu Xiaoqing added. As you requested, I'm selling the fruit I collected on the resort island yesterday at a low wholesale price. I sold half of it today and harvested 250,000 pieces of wood. Once I buy the attribute fruit, I'll let you join the crit attack. Okay, then I'll continue installing the bathroom. After Lin E finished speaking, he didn't bother her anymore. He called Jiang Xiahan and the others and headed to the back of the bedroom. Everyone worked together, and it took almost 2 hours to finally complete the renovation of Bianhai's small bedroom. Lin E used baffles to separate the 11-meter-long room into 3 spaces. On the left is a 6 by 3-meter bathroom, which houses the 3 wash basins collected today. In the middle is a 3 by 3-meter bathroom with a storage cabinet, a casually placed bathtub, and several rows of metal hangers installed, but the water and electricity have not been connected yet, so the water heater has not been installed yet. On the left is a 2 by 3-meter bathroom, equipped with a toilet, a large water tank, and a storage cabinet. Lin E used the round drill he collected in the town today to directly drill through the 10-centimeter wooden platform, and the subsequent sewage and drainage went directly to the sea. As for electricity, the original platform on level 14 already has wiring and sockets, and we just need to connect them to the wiring conduit in their master bedroom. The installation of water pipes is more troublesome, so Lin E plans to do it during the day. The 3 compartments are completely independent, have different functions, and all have at least one sliding wooden door. Now, they have all the supplies they need, and as long as they improve the water and electricity systems in the future, they can continue to improve the user experience. Seeing that the bathroom was now in good shape, Jiang Xiahan immediately shouted, "Now that it's finished, let's start filling the bathtub with seawater. After I purify it, everyone can have a nice bath." Upon hearing this, Lin E immediately said, "No need to carry water manually. Just go to the master bedroom and pull out an outlet and use it temporarily. I'll install a water pump later." "Is that so? Then I'll go right away." Jiang Xiahan shouted happily when she thought that she wouldn't have to fetch water anymore, and then ran back. Then, Lin E placed the large fish tank on the outer wall of the bathroom on the far left. He used a drill to drill a hole in the wall facing the sea, inserted the water pipe, and installed the pump. Then he nailed a shelf to the wooden wall and connected an outlet pipe to the fish tank. Lin E plans to turn the fish tank into a water storage station. The seawater is pumped up, and Jiang Xiahan purifies it. We will install a stainless steel water tank and pump on the roof someday, and then install a booster when laying the water pipes. In this way, subsequent bathrooms can basically achieve fully automatic water use. This set can also be copied to the kitchen. After a while, after Lin E finished the installation, he connected the power strip that Jiang Xiahan had brought over, turned on the water pump, and the sound of water splashing immediately began. Seeing this, Jiang Xiahan immediately shouted, "I can't believe it, brother. You're proficient in everything from house renovations to toilet installations to plumbing. Where did you learn all that?" "I can't say I'm proficient at it. I just did some work with my dad when we were building a house in the countryside." Lin E replied with a smile. "So that's how it is. Men with good hands-on skills are really handsome." Jiang Xiahan gave him a thumbs up and started praising him. Lin E said speechlessly, "Okay, I have to continue working. You stay and watch it. When the water is full, turn off the power and then purify the seawater in the fish tank. After Xiao and the others clean up, you can take a bath." Okay, go ahead. I'll go help clean up too," Jiang Xiahan said, turned around and walked into the bathroom. Afterwards, Lin E brought tools to the north side of the kitchen and installed a pump on the fish tank outside the kitchen. After finishing the work, it was already past 9 o'clock. When he returned to the outside of the bathroom, he heard the sound of water and fighting coming from inside. As soon as Lin E heard it, he knew that Jiang Xiahan, Lu Xiaoqing, Wang Xiyao, and others were taking a bath together. He shook his head helplessly, then went back to the bedroom refrigerator to get a can of drink, walked to the happy chair in front of the door and lay down, ready to rest for a while. Lin E had just taken a few sips of his drink when he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Yin Shasha slowly walking towards him. She had changed into a clean, solid-color t-shirt, but because it was too small, it made the curves of her chest look even fuller. "Student Lin E, I've found the thing you asked my brother to help you look for during dinner. I just sent it to you via email." Yin Shasha stopped in front of Lin E and immediately explained her purpose. Lin E was stunned when he heard this and asked doubtfully, "The motorboat was found? Then why didn't the teacher contact me directly?" Yin Shasha hesitated for a moment after hearing this and said calmly, "I don't know either. My brother asked me to pass it to you. After listening to this, Lin E immediately opened the bracelet and checked the private message. I saw that Lao Yin had just left him a message. Lin E, I found a motorboat for you. A beast tide is coming tomorrow, so please be careful and keep an eye on Yin Xiaoxia. He opened the email again and saw a Yamaha 3-seater motorboat. The motorboat was prepared by Lin E for tomorrow's beast tide attack, but he just asked Lao Yin to help find the seller, and then he wanted to contact and negotiate the transaction price himself. I didn't expect that Lao Yin would buy directly. Lin E, considering Yin Xiaoxia's embarrassed expression at the moment, roughly guessed it. Old Yin handed the motorboat to Yin Xiaoxia, probably wanting her to give it to Lin E as a thank you gift. But just now, Yin Xiaoxia was too embarrassed to explain the reason. Because of the beast tide, the price of ordinary motorboats has been driven up to at least 70,000 or 80,000 today. The one that Lao Yin bought must have cost at least 100,000 yuan. Lin E thought of this and immediately said, "Okay, I see. I'll ask Lao Yin about the situation when I'm free tomorrow." When Yin Xiaoxia heard this, she hurriedly said, "No, you don't need to ask him. You are his students, and I'm also in your team. The things have been mailed over, and my brother is not short of supplies now. It is only right that we take advantage of him a little." When Lin E saw Yin Xiaoxia's anxious expression, his guess was immediately confirmed. He thought about it and felt that continuing to talk about money would be too hurtful to her feelings, so he nodded and said, "Okay, anyway, when old Yin is supervising our homework, he always says that he is responsible for us. Now that we have traveled through time, it seems that there is no problem for him to continue to be responsible." Yin Xiaoxia breathed a sigh of relief and immediately agreed. Right. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. It's only right for him to take care of you. "Yeah, you sit down for a while, I'll get you a drink." Lin E said this with a smile, then immediately stood up and walked into the bedroom. When he came back again, he found Yin Xiaoxia already sitting down on the happy chair next to Lin E. Lin E walked over, handed her a can of drink, and said with a smile, "This sofa chair will be more comfortable if you lie down on it." Yin Xiaoxia took the Coke and immediately said, "I'll just sit for a while. I have to take a shower soon anyway." "Okay, have you made the bed behind you?" Lin E asked and sat down. Yin Xiaoxia nodded. "It's done. The bedding I collected today is very good. Before, I always slept alone in the breeding shed, and I had to be nervous at night. Tonight, I should be able to get a rare good night's sleep." Lin E nodded and said yes. "On our platform, you don't have to worry about sea beast attacks or extreme weather. Just sleep peacefully." Yin Xiaoxia nodded, then opened the Coke and started drinking. She sat for a while, and seeing that there was no topic to talk about, she felt a little awkward, so she took out some fruits from her backpack and handed them to Lin E, saying, "By the way, I have 20 attribute fruits here. I'll give them to you to distribute among everyone." Lin E glanced sideways and saw that Yin Xiaoxia's hands were filled with colorful fruits. No need to guess, it was prepared by old Yin for Yin Xiaoxia. Now 1 attribute fruit is worth 30,000 pieces of wood, and 20 pieces are worth 600,000. Old Yin, this capitalist, is so generous. He must have made a fortune from collecting guarantee fees, and he really dotes on this little sister. Lin E couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Chapter 97, Beast Tide Invades, Kill Rewards. Seeing that Lin E did not reply, Yin Xiaoxia immediately explained, "My brother gave me the attribute fruit so that I wouldn't be a burden to everyone else during the beast tide tomorrow. I think the rewards for killing the beast tide just announced are very generous, and your team should have a chance to be on the leaderboard. You take the attribute fruit first, and after copying it, you can prioritize improving your own combat power. Tomorrow is the 15th day of the journey, which is also the first beast wave attack. Just now at 8 p.m., the system has released the kill reward rules. It's just that Lin E was busy all the time, and he had seen it before, so he didn't check the announcement immediately. Lin E didn't answer, but asked, "What are your current attributes?" Yin Xiaoxia replied, "I've never eaten attribute fruit before. My strength, endurance, constitution, and spirit are 7, 6, 7, and 10 respectively. Although they're all relatively low, with my spirit recovery skills and shield skills, I should have no problem protecting myself." Lin E nodded, took the attribute fruit from Yin Xiaoxia's hand, then stood up and said, "Okay, I know how to arrange it. You wait here for a while. I'll explain it to you when I come back." "Okay." Yin Xiaoxia was slightly relieved when she saw that Lin E did not refuse. Soon, Lin E came to the back and found Lu Xiaoqing drying her hair in front of the mirror in the bathroom, while Jiang Xiahan and the others were still playing in the bathroom. Lu Xiaoqing had changed into a white vest and a pair of tight cotton shorts, obviously wanting to use this very refreshing home clothes as pajamas. Looking from behind, her calves from knees to thighs had almost no fat and were so straight that they seemed natural. Lin E walked lightly to her side, suddenly put his head next to her ear, and said, "Classmate Lu Xiaoqing, you smell so good." Lu Xiaoqing turned her head, grabbed the towel, and threw it on Lin Yi's head, saying speechlessly, "You're just talking nonsense. I knew it was you the moment I heard those sneaky footsteps just now." Lin E stepped back and smiled knowingly. Lu Xiaoqing's mental attribute has now reached 20. Lin E naturally knew that she could hear it. The fact that she did not expose him proved that she was intentionally cooperating with him to make trouble. He changed his mind and talked about business. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I came to you to ask for skill gains." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing immediately took out a few attribute fruits from her backpack and handed them to Lin E, saying, "Today's order opportunity. I bought 3 spiritual attribute fruits, as you requested. You can deal with them later." "Okay, no problem. Then give me the buff right away. I'll be going back first." After Lin E finished speaking, he took the fruit and immediately turned and walked towards the bedroom door. He left before we could even say a few words. "How annoying," Lu Xiaoqing muttered to herself as she watched Lin Yi's hurried back. Then, she reminded loudly, "Also, remember to take care of the wood from them all." "Okay, no problem." Lin E raised his hand and made an okay gesture. After a while, he confirmed that the buff had arrived and immediately used up all the fruits that Lu Xiaoqing and Jiang Xiahan had just given him. There are still 9 spiritual fruits left from the fruits Lin E had previously stored, plus the 4 from Scarface, a total of 13. After Lu Xiaoqing bought the critical hit, there are 12 of them. After the critical hit just given by Jiang Xiahan, there are 20 of them. He now has a total of 45 spiritual attribute fruits. Add to that the strength, endurance, and physique fruits given by Jiang Xiahan, 20 each after the critical hit. In other words, Lin E now has a total of 105 fruits of various attributes on his body. Lu Xiaoqing also had 30 fruits of various attributes on him to be used for trading tomorrow. Jiang Xiahan also had 32 spiritual attribute fruits rewarded by the system, which were enough for her to increase her spiritual attribute from 22 to 54 points tomorrow. Lin E bought 250,000 pieces of wood obtained from transactions in the mall, and the wood inventory in the system reached 17.184 million pieces. These woods can play a big role in the trade of various talent fruits after the beast tide. After completing the operation, he quickly returned to Jiang Xiahan's side. Lin E sat down, took out 10 fruits each of strength, endurance, physique, and spirit attributes, handed them to her directly, and said, "The fruit has been copied. I'll return these 40 to you." Upon seeing this, Jiang Xiahan immediately raised her hands and refused. No, I don't need that much. I only have auxiliary talents, so you should give priority to Jiang Xiahan and the others." Lin E directly pulled her hand over, stuffed all the fruits in her hand, and explained, "After you eat these 40 fruits, your attributes will just catch up with theirs. Only by raising your average attributes to above 15 can you have the most basic physical strength." Jiang Xiahan said hurriedly, "But I gave you the fruit with the intention of helping you. If this happens, it will become like you helping me." Lin E explained it. "Just listen to me. Keep the spiritual fruit for now and eat the others. That way, I can assign you tasks with confidence tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiahan immediately asked, "What's the mission?" Lin E smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll explain in detail after everyone comes back from the shower." After hearing this, Jiang Xiahan thought for a moment and felt that Lin E must have his reasons for the arrangement. "In that case, I'll listen to you." After she finished speaking, she immediately ate the fruit according to Lin Yi's instructions. Then, I went back to prepare for a shower. After Jiang Xiahan left, Lin E directly clicked on the bracelet and a system message popped up. "Chosen travelers on Blue Firefly Star. After 2 weeks of exploration, I believe you have gained a deep understanding of the living environment in the endless ocean. Tomorrow, your entire race will be teleported to the same sea area to deal with the first beast tide attack. The sea beasts have long been eyeing you outsiders. They are bloodthirsty and will do whatever it takes to devour you. Although the beast tide is dangerous, it is also your opportunity. Based on the average level of your platform, the highest sea beast in this beast tide will not exceed level 5. Killing sea beasts also has a chance to get rewards. Killing a first-level sea beast will earn you 1 point and a 5% chance of obtaining a D-level talent skill evolution fruit. Killing a Tier 2 sea beast will earn you 10 points and a 10% chance of obtaining a Tier C talent skill evolution fruit. Killing a Tier 3 sea beast will earn you 100 points and a 20% chance of receiving a Level B talent skill evolution fruit. Killing a Tier 4 sea beast will earn you 1,000 points, and there's a 50% chance of obtaining an A-level talent skill evolution fruit. Killing a 5th-level sea beast will earn you 10,000 points and a 100% chance of obtaining an S-level talent skill evolution fruit. You will also receive generous rewards if you reach the kill leaderboard. After Lin E finished browsing and confirmed that the information in the announcement had not changed much, he returned the bracelet. The average attribute of the first-level sea beasts in the Endless Sea is at least 20. With each subsequent level increase, the average attribute will increase by 1.5 times. For a 5th-level sea beast, the average attribute starts at 105. More importantly, sea beasts of level 3 and above can also awaken innate skills, and their IQ is basically not much different from that of humans. Moreover, after devouring humans, they also have a chance to acquire the other party's talents. Lin E remembered that in his previous life, Xiaoqing had only managed to kill a 3rd-level sea beast by stealing chickens. As for the 5th-level sea beast, once it releases a skill, there'll be basically no survivors within 100 meters. In the previous life, among the more than 4 billion people, many teams tried to cooperate to surround and kill the 5th-level sea beasts, but they failed to kill a single one. Although the S-level talent evolution fruit is very valuable, we have a critical hitter on our team, so this fruit is not essential. Let's play it safe tomorrow and try to get this reward by ranking in the top 10 on the kill list. Lin E muttered to himself, then clicked on his teammate's attribute panel and began to browse. Minus the ones he just gave to Jiang Xiahan, he now had 10 strength attribute fruits, 10 endurance attribute fruits, 10 constitution attribute fruits, and 35 spirit attribute fruits left. So many fruits must be arranged tonight. Chapter 98: The Heartbeat in the Cockpit on the Eve of the Beast Tide. Half an hour later, everyone gathered in front of the door of the master bedroom. Lin E introduced to them the plan to deal with the sea beasts tomorrow, and then briefly answered some of their questions. After seeing that everyone was all right, he took out 30 attribute fruits and handed them to Su Ying, saying, "During the 10 days on the resort island, we were the ones eating the attribute fruits because we needed to improve our resource collection efficiency. Here are 10 each of strength, endurance, and attribute fruits. You can eat them now." "Well, okay," Su Ying said, and immediately took the fruit. She naturally knew that tomorrow's beast tide attack would not be easy. As one of the 3 major fighting forces, she would be more confident if she improved her attributes. After Su Ying finished eating the attribute fruit, Lin E took a look at her panel. Name: Su Ying. Strength: 68. Endurance: 29. Constitution 8. Spirit: 10. Originally, Su Ying's strength was 48. After eating 10 strength attribute fruits, her strength increased by 20 points after being blessed by her talent. The other 2 attributes, plus the 30% gain in strength, also increased by more than 10 points each. The average of the 3 attributes is 42, which is almost the same as that of a 3rd-level sea beast, average 45. With the help of the high manganese steel sword, it should be able to deal with it. But if Lu Xiaoqing's gain is added, her strength, endurance, and constitution attributes can be temporarily increased to 136, 49, and 48, which is enough to compete with the 4th-level sea beast. Lin E briefly explained it to Su Ying, and then gave Lu Xiaoqing and Wang Xiyao 10 spiritual power attribute fruits each to keep for tomorrow. He himself kept 25. Lin E and Jiang Xiahan's long-range magic attacks are the key to killing sea beasts, and mental power is equivalent to ammunition, so it must be prepared. After he made his plans, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Before the meeting ended, Jiang Xiahan took the initiative to take on the night duty. Lin E also knew what she wanted to do, and thinking that he had promised her in the afternoon, he let her do it. After everyone went back to bed, he went to take a shower. After taking a shower and drying his hair, Lin E returned to the bedroom and found that everyone was asleep. Jiang Xiahan, who was thinking about sticking to her boyfriend, was breathing slowly at this moment. It was obvious that she was exhausted by the high-intensity collection today. Alas, it seems this dirty girl is going to oversleep tonight. Lin E muttered to himself, turned on the warning notification on the bracelet, and then went to sleep. The moon and stars are sparse. On the offshore platform, it is quiet and peaceful. Lin E, who was sleeping, suddenly felt a gust of wind in his ears. He opened his eyes and found a small white hand pinching his face. It seems you really are addicted, or I underestimated your willpower. Lin E muttered softly, stretched out his hand, and pulled her over. When he took a closer look, he found that the person who was disturbing him was not Jiang Xiahan, but Lu Xiaoqing. Shoo, why are you moving so violently? Lu Xiaoqing protested softly as Lin E held her too tightly. Lin E was stunned when he heard the voice. Because today's tasks were too heavy, he was worried that Lu Xiaoqing was too tired, so he originally didn't want to find Lu Xiaoqing tonight to implement the previous plan. Unexpectedly, she actually came to me on her own initiative now. Lin E immediately stood up and asked softly, "Why are you still awake so late?" Shoo. Lu Xiaoqing covered Lin Yi's mouth and whispered, "Let's talk about it outside." Lin E didn't know what she was up to, but when he thought about how rare it was to have the chance to be alone, he immediately followed her out. When he got outside, Lin E found that Lu Xiaoqing didn't wait for him at all, but just walked towards the cockpit in the east with her long legs. Lin E couldn't take his eyes off it until he was halfway along. Then he reluctantly caught up with it. He walked up to Lu Xiaoqing, grabbed her hand without saying a word, and clasped their fingers together. "You?" Lu Xiaoqing glared at him, then looked towards the bedroom behind him and swallowed her words. She paused for a moment, then pulled Lin E and walked quickly towards the cockpit. Lin E followed Lu Xiaoqing into the cockpit and locked the door. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoqing said angrily, "Why did you lock the door? I brought you here, just because I didn't want to disturb their sleep." Lin E turned around and said with a smile, "That's because you're not careful. I'm just worried about a sea monster attack." "Humph, you better really think so." After Lu Xiaoqing finished speaking, he pulled him towards the driver's seat and said, "Come here and sit down. I have something to tell you." Lin E paused, pulled her back, and chuckled. "Baby, it's so tiring to sit and talk. Let's go lie down on the bed." "What?" Lu Xiaoqing's face flushed, and she said anxiously, "Lin E, don't get the wrong idea. We're just chatting tonight." Lin E pushed her shoulders and explained, "I didn't mean anything wrong. Baby, don't worry. We're just chatting tonight." Lu Xiaoqing was half pushed and half pressed by Lin E to sit on the wooden bed and shouted anxiously, Okay, let's just sit here and talk." Okay. Lin E also knew that he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry, so he replied and immediately sat down next to Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing felt the warmth from Lin Yi's arm and suddenly became shy, moving her but towards the head of the bed. Lin E continued to post. Lu Xiaoqing continued to move. Lin E posted again. After repeating this several times, Lu Xiaoqing had nowhere to retreat and was pushed onto the wooden board at the head of the bed by Lin E. "What are you doing? Are you still going to give me a seat?" Lu Xiaoqing finally couldn't bear it anymore, protested, and slapped Lin E on the leg. "Ouch! It hurts!" Lin E stepped back a little, giving her space to turn around and move. Lu Xiaoqing puffed up her lips. "It's good that you know it hurts. If you act like this again, you'll get beaten again. Lin E similit akardli. I just like you so much that I can't help but want to get closer to you. You're just a smooth talker." Lu Xiaoqing rolled his eyes at him. Lin E pushed his hands back, his head spinning frantically, thinking of the most ingenious plan to break through the wall. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoqing asked curiously, "Why aren't you talking? Did I hit the nail on the head?" "No, I mean what I say," Lin E said, lying back, and explained softly. "I'm just reflecting on myself. I was just nervous and couldn't express myself well." Lu Xiaoqing blushed slightly when she heard this, and whispered, "You don't need to express yourself. I don't mind if you express yourself." "How can this be? I promised you that I will not go back on my word," Lin E said, and found 2 pillows from the platform storage space and gently placed them on the bed. "Why are you so stubborn? As long as 2 people truly like each other, establishing a relationship, isn't it natural?" Lu Xiaoqing said softly. "It's precisely because I truly like you that I take this matter so seriously." As Lin E spoke, he gently placed another white quilt on the bed. "I know you are sincere, but we can't make our relationship public just for our own sake without considering other people's feelings." Lu Xiaoqing continued to explain. "What's the big deal? Knowing how much we love each other, others will definitely bless us." As Lin E spoke, he took out a few square plastic bags and stuffed them under his pillow. "No, I can see that silly girl Jiang Xiahan must have a crush on you. The situation at sea is so dangerous right now. If we rashly make it public, we don't know what kind of impact it will have on her. Lu Xiaoqing's tone suddenly became firm. When Lin E heard this, he was stunned and stopped talking about the words he had prepared. He looked up at Lu Xiaoqing's serious and worried profile in the dim light and was immediately touched. I really deserve to die. Such a nice girl, but I was still thinking about how to trick her. Lin E cursed himself in his heart. He thought for a moment, then took her hand that was supporting her on the bed from behind and said softly, "Okay, then I'll listen to you. From now on, no matter what happens, I'll listen to your opinion first." Lu Xiaoqing paused for a moment after hearing this, and suddenly held Lin Yi's hand tightly, whispering, "Okay, I'll remember your promise. If you dare to go back on your word in the future, I'll beat you up. I will never regret it." Lin, he said seriously. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing's brows lit up, and he slowly lay back. Seeing this, Lin E quickly grabbed another pillow and put it under her. After Lu Xiaoqing lay down, he suddenly felt his head go soft and immediately noticed something was wrong. She didn't expect Lin E to be so considerate. She felt warm in her heart and began to think. Lu Xiaoqing lay flat on her back looking at the ceiling, while Lin E tilted his head to stare at her profile. Neither of them spoke. The cockpit was very quiet. It seemed as if the only sounds in the air were each other's warm breath and rapid heartbeats. After a while, Lu Xiaoqing took a deep breath, then suddenly turned her head to meet Lin Yi's gaze. She said solemnly, "Lin E, I officially agree to be your girlfriend. You must come back safely tomorrow and bring everyone with you." "Okay, I promise." Lin E nodded heavily, then reached out and held her little face and kissed her. Chapter 99 Jiangnan Leather Factory needs talents like you. The sea breeze blew gently, making the windows creak and the air in the cockpit suddenly heated up. The moonlight poured in like mercury, sprinkling on the white quilt. The scattered white light outlined Lu Xiaoqing's flushed cheeks very softly. Her eyebrows trembled slightly between her tightly closed eyes, her fingertips unconsciously twisted the corner of her clothes, and her stiff limbs revealed her inner tension. The two people's heartbeats were clearly audible in the quiet cabin, and the air was filled with indescribable beauty and throbbing. After a while, "No." Lu Xiaoqing shouted softly in confusion, and hurriedly pressed the back of Lin Yi's hand to prevent him from exploring further. Hearing the voice, Lin Yi opened his eyes and could clearly see the watery light in her eyes. "Baby, what's wrong?" He gently held her hand and asked in a gentle voice. Lu Xiaoqing raised her head and looked at him with eyes full of complicated emotions. There is worry, there is shyness, and there seems to be a hint of courage. I came to you tonight to tell you that no matter what happens tomorrow, there is someone here, waiting for you to come back. She suddenly made up her mind, looked at Lin E seriously, and said, "So, you must come back safely. When you come back, I will promise you, no matter what." When Lin E heard this, he immediately knew what she was worried about. Because the information he gave her before was too shocking, the beast tide now became Lu Xiaoqing's promise to motivate him. Although Lin E is a scumbag, facing a precious girl who is still worried about her safety tomorrow, he naturally would not be so beastly as to force her to do something she doesn't want to do. He raised his other hand, gently brushed away the hair in front of her forehead, and smiled softly. "With your words, I will be more motivated tomorrow." After listening to this, Lu Xiaoqing nodded heavily, then suddenly hugged Lin E. The two of them stayed together for a while. Lin E patted her back gently and whispered, "Baby, we should go back and rest." Lu Xiaoqing muttered softly and reluctantly let go of Lin E. Then she sat up and pulled up the white quilt to cover her chest. Lu Xiaoqing saw that Lin E didn't even look at her, but just sat down on the bed and clicked on the bracelet. She immediately pouted and shouted, "Big idiot, help me pick up my undershirt." "Okay," Lin E replied, then immediately leaned over, picked up the white vest, and handed it to her. "Don't look at it." Lu Xiaoqing took it and glared at him. Okay. After Lin E finished speaking, he turned around and quietly put the square plastic bags back into the bracelet backpack. After a while, after Lu Xiaoqing stood up, he folded the quilt and made the bed. Seeing this, Lin E smiled and said, "It's getting late. Let's go back." "Yeah, okay." Lu Xiaoqing replied, jumped to Lin Yi's side, stretched out her little hand, and clasped his palm tightly. Then, the two left the cockpit and walked slowly towards the bedroom in the moonlight. She happily held his hand and rocked back and forth along the way. The next day, it was just dawn. After the 6 people got up and washed, they all changed into swimsuits and gathered next to the cockpit. Lin E clicked on the bracelet and saw that it was 6:40, 20 minutes left before the beast tide arrived, so he reminded again. According to last night's arrangement, today the 6 of us are divided into 3 groups. Lu Xiaoqing and Yin Xiahan are in a team, responsible for driving the platform, while Yin Xiahan provides protection for Lu Xiaoqing around the cockpit. Su Ying and Xiao are in a team, patrolling the west side of the platform. If they encounter high-level sea beasts, they will be ready to support the cockpit at any time. Jiang Xiahan and I were in a team. We drove a motorboat out to sea and killed sea beasts to earn points. Except for Yin Xiahan, the 5 of us will start team calls and location sharing and communicate at any time if there is any situation. We have early warning radar to provide intelligence. We can check the distribution of sea beasts within a 10-kilometer radius on our wristbands at any time. If we find a 4th or 5th level sea beast, we just need to avoid it in time. When everyone heard this, they all nodded in agreement. Lu Xiaoqing thought for a moment and said, "Then you too should be careful. If you encounter too many sea beasts and can't defeat them, just run away." Lin E nodded and said, "Well, don't worry. Both of our spell attacks are long range, and we can kill sea beasts from a distance." Lu Xiaoqing nodded. "Okay, if you need skill buffs later, just tell me immediately." Upon hearing this, Lin E explained, "The 2 waves of sea beasts that attacked this morning were relatively low level and didn't need your buffs. Let's save them for the afternoon. Your skills now last for 10 minutes for every 50 points of buff consumed. With the spiritual attribute fruit I prepared last night, and Yin Xiahan replenishing your spiritual power, you can use 200 points of spiritual power each time you unleash your skills this afternoon." "Yeah, I understand." Lu Xiaoqing nodded and said, "If the mornings were easier, I could take the time to exchange fruits with others." "Yes, sure." Lin E nodded and added, "Also, 98% of the teams haven't reached platform level 11 yet. Without a power system, it's difficult to avoid sea monsters. If the opponent has attribute fruits and also needs wood, we can just buy them." After collecting the attribute fruits, some teams did not have time to trade, while others wanted to hoard them for future price increases. Some teams must still have attribute fruits on hand. They have plenty of timber and can afford high prices, so they will definitely take this opportunity to purchase it in large quantities. Jiang Xiahan heard this, his eyes turned, and he suddenly interrupted. "We're going to buy the attribute fruit, so we need to let others know first. You can take out the big speakers you collected earlier and play advertisements continuously at sea." Lin E heard this and immediately smiled. "That's a good idea. We can use the tablets we collected yesterday to record the video and then connect it to speakers." "All right then. Sister, you've got a loud enough voice, so leave it to me. I promise to hook up a set at all 4 corners of the platform." Jiang Xiahan said this and immediately ran to the corner of the platform. Soon, she took out speakers, tables, sockets, and other items from the platform warehouse and started working. Lin E withdrew his gaze, thought for a moment, and then said to Lu Xiaoqing, "I bought 4 motorboats after the critical hit last night. They're in the warehouse. Please mail one to your brother later. They have so much wood, and they can also buy various attribute fruits, so even if they don't kill the sea beasts, they can still gain something." Lu Xiaoqing nodded and said, "Yes, then I'll go and arrange it for him now." After Lu Xiaoqing left, Lin E immediately contacted Xiao Zhenfeng and sent him a package, giving him some instructions. Xiaohan can fly. Lin E drives a motorboat himself and keeps another as a backup. The configuration is just right. During the week that Lin E was on a resort island, he was able to improve the attributes of Lu Xiaoqing and others so quickly because he cooperated with Xiao Zhenfeng and Lu Chun and helped them to critically harvest dozens of attribute fruits. As long as there is trust, cooperation will always be a win-win situation. Lin E took out the bracelet and saw that they were all helping Jiang Xiahan set up the sound system, so he immediately went over to help. About 10 minutes later, with everyone's cooperation, 4 sets of 1+1 combination large audio systems were successfully arranged. After Jiang Xiahan recorded the slogans on 4 tablets and connected them to speakers, the loud advertising sound immediately rang out. "Massive buy. Blood-spitting massive buy. 30,000 lumber for all kinds of fruit with various attributes at a high price. Sell a fruit. Level 8 platform upgraded 3 levels in a row. Congratulations on getting the level 11 platform engine. The sea beasts are merciless. Instead of improving your attributes, it's better to upgrade your platform to save your life. Love on the sea, hide a piece of fruit, and trade it for supplies. After the slogan was finished, Jiang Xiahan immediately looked at Lin E excitedly and asked, "How's it going? How's it going? Is my slogan spot on?" "Yes, the broadcast effect is better than I expected." Lin E nodded, his eyes approving. "Our Jiangnan leather factory needs talents like you." Chapter 100. Entering the Beast-Tide Sea. The competition for the ranking begins. On the shimmering sea surface, a large square platform with a side length of 90 meters is slowly drifting forward. A giant light curtain with no visible boundaries in the upper, lower, left, or right stands in front, making the platform look like a speck of dust in the ocean. Lin E looked up at the giant light curtain, and suddenly an invisible sense of oppression rose in his heart. He retracted his gaze and immediately said to everyone, "We're about to enter the designated sea area. Everyone, check your wristbands to make sure the vibration alert on the early warning radar is turned off." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately opened their bracelets and checked them again. Lin E nodded and turned his gaze to the front, watching the platform enter the light curtain. The system announcement sounded on everyone's wristbands at the same time. "You have entered the designated sea area and will stay there for 12 hours, facing 4 waves of sea monster attacks. At 7 o'clock sharp, the first wave of sea beasts will attack. The highest level of sea beasts is level 2. You have 5 minutes to prepare. At 10 o'clock sharp, the second wave of sea beasts will attack. The highest level of sea beasts is level 3. At 1300 hours, the third wave of sea beasts will attack. The highest level of sea beasts is level 4. At 4 p.m., the fourth wave of sea monsters will attack. The highest level of sea monsters is level 5. All teams, standings, reward rules. Ranked 1. Reward. 6 S-level talent evolution fruits. 100 each of strength, endurance, constitution, and spirit attribute fruits. Ranked 2nd. Reward. 5 S-level talent evolution fruits. 90 each of strength, endurance, constitution, and spirit attribute fruits. Ranked 5th. Reward. 2 S-level talent evolution fruits. 60 of each of the 4 attribute fruits. Ranked 5th to 10th. Reward. 1 S-level talent evolution fruit. 50 each. Ranked 11th to 100th. Reward. 5 A-level talent evolution fruits. 40 fruits. Ranked 101st to 1000th. Reward. 5 B-level talent evolution fruits. 30 each. Ranked 1001st to 10,000th. Reward. 5 C-level talent evolution fruits. 20 each. Ranked 10,001st to 100,000th. Reward. 5 D-level talent evolution fruits. 10 of each of the 4 attribute fruits. The points earned from killing can be traded in the system mall, and can also be used to purchase rare items such as Gene Evolution Potion in the points mall. Note, before 1% of the travelers are eliminated, sea beasts will continue to emerge from the deep sea. As soon as the voice fell, everything in front of me became clear. Ahead, the weather was clear, the sky was blue, and it was dotted with islands of various sizes. The waves became much more turbulent, and the sea water appeared darker. At a distance of 500 meters to the left and right, a platform with a side length of about 50 meters appeared. And further away, there are countless platforms lined up in a row. Lin E turned his gaze to the back. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the sea level in the distance was filled with blood. Beneath the dark clouds are countless platforms, large and small. The distance between them was several hundred meters, and the end was as far as the eye could see. If Lin E and the others had a god's perspective, they would see it right now. An area hundreds of thousands of kilometers long and 30 kilometers wide, composed of countless floating platforms, is like a thin infinite line stretching across the boundless sea. This line is so small that it seems like it will disperse if the water ripples. Behind this thin line, there is another line that is several times thicker. At this moment, the thick line is gradually approaching the thin line in front. A gust of fishy sea breeze blew towards him, making Lin E sober up a little. The next moment, the bracelet rang again. Only 1 minute left before the beast tide attacks the Traverser team. The temporary area channel has been opened. You can communicate with nearby travelers. The temporary bracelet space has been opened. You can store the spoils from the beast tide attack. Unlimited space. No need to bear any weight. Your platform level is high, and you are at the front of the traversal team. Drive forward at full speed to escape the influence of the beast tide. Lin E clicked close and said to everyone, "Then let's proceed according to the plan. Jiang Xiahan and I will lead the team forward, and Lu Xiaoqing will turn around and follow us on the driving platform. We will go forward and confront these sea beasts." When everyone heard the voice, they turned their gazes away from the surroundings and responded one after another. Jiang Xiahan was the first to come to her senses and asked, "Is that blood energy under the sky behind us emitted by sea beasts?" "That's right. Go and see and you'll know. You will definitely benefit from it today." After Lin E finished speaking, he took Jiang Xiahan to the beach. He took out a motorboat from the platform, placed it on the sea, sat on it, and said, "Get on board. I can fly. Why do I need to take a boat? There's no need to waste mental energy to deal with these first and second level sea beasts." "Oh, that seems to be true." Jiang Xiahan replied with a smile, jumped onto the motorboat, and put her arms around Lin Yi's waist. The next moment, the motorboat left a long trail on the sea and sailed quickly towards the dark clouds. Immediately afterwards, a platform with a side length of nearly 100 meters also changed direction and slowly followed. This action immediately attracted the attention of people on the platform in front of the team of traversers. Why did the largest platform in front turn around? Don't they know that the beast hide behind is about to catch up? Are you stupid? The reward for first place is so high. Anyone with the ability would definitely go kill sea beasts to earn points. Shit, we have several A-level talents, so why don't we catch up? The highest sea beast is level 2. We can defeat them together. There's nothing to be afraid of. The top 10 will be rewarded with S-level talent evolution fruits. And there are so many attribute fruits. Our team will follow this time. You're fucking idiot. There are 90 million teams in total. Do you think it's that easy to get into the top 10? Even if I can't get a top ranking, as long as I'm in the top 100,000, I'll get 40 attribute fruits. This is worth over 1 million pieces of wood, enough to upgrade the platform to level 20. Even if you can escape this time, can you guarantee you can escape next time? Might as well give it a try and turn your bicycle into a motorcycle. More importantly, the points earned from killing sea beasts can be exchanged for genetic potions. Every time the genetic perfection level doubles, all attributes are permanently doubled. This is definitely high-tech alien technology. Many teams have already caught up, so let's hurry up. Yes, here it comes. As time went by, there were already more than a dozen kinetic energy platforms above level 11, following Lu Xiaoqing and moving in the opposite direction. These platforms left a long white trail on the sea, like a spear piercing straight into the chaotic area of small platforms. At the forefront of this white trail, Lin E was driving a motorboat, and when he passed a platform of level 4 or 5, he caught a glimpse of a tragic scene. The platform was covered in blood, and 2 mutilated corpses were floating on the edge of the platform. 5 fish-headed monsters, about 1.5 meters tall, hunched over human-like, covered with tiny scales, with webbed hands and feet, were now pressing several corpses to the ground and gnawing on them. Next to it stood a large sea beast that was over 2 meters tall, with streamlined muscles, slimy skin, and a long snout covered in sharp teeth. It held a blood-stained bone harpoon in its hand. When it heard the sound of the engine, it immediately turned its gaze and stared at the direction of Lin E and the others with its scarlet eyes. Seeing this, Lin E immediately shouted, "Jiang Xiahan, at the 10 o'clock position on the left, shoot 2 medium-sized arrows at the long-mouthed sea monster in succession. The first arrow is a feint attack to the face, and the second arrow is aimed at the stomach." "Good." Hearing the sound, Lin E quickly lowered his head. The next moment, 2 whoosh-whoosh sounds of wind were heard above my head. 2 dark blue ice arrows flew through the air at high speed. A puff sound was heard. Lin E looked up and saw an ice arrow piercing straight through the belly of the long-snout sea beast. As he expected, once the sea beast encountered an attack that it could not avoid, it would choose to resist with its sturdy long snout, thus leaving the most vulnerable part of its abdomen wide open. Killed it. The second-level sea beast, the rift-fin tide hunter, is rewarded with 10 points. Jiang Xiahan shouted excitedly. "Okay, you can collect its body later." After Lin E finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator and sped towards the platform, filled with the smell of blood. Jiang Xiahan stared ahead and immediately said, "Those 5 rickety fish monsters have spotted us and have been warned. I'll kill them." "Don't." Lin E raised his hand to block her action, and then went to the edge of the platform and put the second-level sea beast into his backpack. After finishing, he quickly turned around and sped away on the motorboat. The talents of the traverser, if they have not been absorbed by the sea beasts, are actually valuable. Unfortunately, corpses cannot be put into backpacks, and the talents of dead people are unknown. Once the talent extraction fruit is taken and the talent extraction begins, the process cannot be interrupted. This unpredictable talent does not meet the skill matching requirements of their team. So Lin E does not plan to collect corpses. Jiang Xiahan regained her balance and said anxiously, Lin E, these sea beasts just killed someone. Why won't you let me kill them? Upon hearing this, Lin E immediately said, since it's a beast tide, isn't it normal for sea beasts to kill people? If we waste time and mental energy killing these first-level sea beasts, we might not be able to grab the first place on the list. But, it's nothing to worry about. You have to remember that our mission is to earn points, not to be a savior. Our gains can improve the overall strength of the team, which is the most important thing. Because the more strength we have, the greater our chances of survival. Continue to look at the radar information and find a next target. Lin Yi's voice was calm and almost cruel. Oh, I see. I'll look at it now. Jiang Xiahan didn't think about it anymore and immediately looked at the bracelet screen after she finished speaking. She took a few glances and immediately said, found it. There are two about 50 meters ahead. Hearing this, Lin E looked forward and found his target. On a platform of 7 or 8 levels ahead, there are 2 second-level shell-stealing shrimp men over 2 meters tall. One of them was fighting with 2 boys. The other one trapped 3 young girls in a corner. Seeing this, Lin E couldn't help but laugh. Wow, we're lucky. We actually ran into someone we know. Jiang Xiahan took a look and immediately continued. Looks a little familiar. Should be from our school? That's right, and I've seen them before I traveled through time. Those 3 girls are our classmate Qingqing's roommates, haha. Lin E chuckled and immediately rushed forward on the motorboat.